Then the Blessed One set out to wander back to Savatthi with Agulimala as his attendant. Wandering by stages, he eventually arrived at Savatthi, and there he lived at Savatthi in Jita's Grove, an Athapanthicus park. Now on that occasion great crowds were gathering at the gates of King Pasenadi's inner palace, very loud and noisy, crying, "Sire, the bandit Agulimala is in your realm, he is murderous, bloody-handed, given to blows and violence, merciless to living beings. Villages, towns, and districts have been laid waste by him. He is constantly murdering people and he wears their injuries as a garland. The king must put him down." Then in the middle of the day King Pasenadi of Kosala drove out of Savatthi with a cavalry of 100 men and set out for the park. He drove thus as far as the road was passable for carriages. And then he dismounted from his carriage and went forward on foot to the Blessed One. After paying homage to the Blessed One, he sat down at one side, and the Blessed One said to him, "What is it, great king? Is King Siniyabim Bazra of Magadha attacking you, or the Lakabis of Basali, or other hostile kings?" "Venerable sir, King Siniyabim Bazra of Magadha is not attacking me, nor are the Lakabis of Basali, nor are other hostile kings. But there is a bandit in my realm named Agulimala, who is murderous, bloody-handed, given to blows and violence, merciless to living beings. Villages, towns, and districts have been laid waste by him. He is constantly murdering people and he wears their injuries as a garland. I shall never be able to put him down. Venerable sir, great king, suppose you were to see that Agulimala had shaved his hair and beard, put on the yellow robe and gone forth from the home life into homelessness, that he was abstaining from killing living beings, from taking what is not given and from false speech, that he was refraining from eating at night, ate only in one part of the day, and was celibate, virtuous, of good character. If you were to see him thus, how would you treat him? Venerable sire, we would pay homage to him, or rise up for him, or invite him to be seated, or we would invite him to accept robes, alms food, a resting place, or medicinal requisites, or we would arrange for him lawful guarding, defense and protection. But, venerable sir, he is an immoral man, one of evil character. How could he ever have such virtue and restraint?" Now on that occasion the Venerable Agulimala was sitting not far from the Blessed One. Then the Blessed One extended his right arm and said to King Pasenadi of Kosala, "Great king, this is Agulimala." Then King Pasenadi was frightened, alarmed, and terrified. Knowing this, the Blessed One told him, "Do not be afraid, great king, do not be afraid. There is nothing for you to fear from him." Then the king's fear, alarm and terror subsided. He went over to the Venerable Agulimala and said, "Venerable sir, is the noble lord really Agulimala?" "Yes, great king." "Venerable sir, of what family is the noble lord's father?" "Of what family is his mother?" "My father is Gaga, great king, my mother is Mantani. Let the Lord Gaga Mantanaputa rest content. I shall provide robes, alms food, resting place and medicinal requisites for the noble Lord Gaga Mantanaputa." Now at that time the Venerable Agulimala was a forest dweller, an alms food eater, a refuse rag wearer, and restricted himself to 3 robes. He replied, "Enough, great king, my triple robe is complete." King Pasenadi then returned to the Blessed One, and, after paying homage to him, he sat down at one side and said, "It is wonderful. Venerable sir, it is marvelous how the Blessed One tames the untamed, brings peace to the unpeaceful, and leads to Nibbana those who have not attained Nibbana. Venerable sir, we ourselves could not tame him with force and weapons, yet the Blessed One has tamed him without force and weapons. And now, venerable sir, we depart. We are busy and have much to do. Now is the time, great king, to do as you think thee." Then King Pasenadi of Kosala rose from his seat and, after paying homage to the Blessed One, keeping him on his right, he departed. Then, when it was morning, the Venerable Agulimala dressed, and, taking his bowl and outer robe, went into Savatthi for alms. As he was wandering for alms from house to house in Savatthi, he saw a certain woman giving birth to a deformed child. When he saw this, he thought, "How beings are iced. Indeed, how beings are iced." When he had wandered for alms in Savatthi and had returned from his alms round, after his meal he went to the Blessed One and, after paying homage to him, he sat down at one side and said, "Venerable sir, in the morning I dressed and, taking my bowl and outer robe, went into Savatthi for alms. As I was wandering for alms from house to house in Savatthi, I saw a certain woman giving birth to a deformed child. When I saw that, I thought, how beings are iced. Indeed, how beings are iced. In that case, Agulimala, go into Savatthi and say to that woman, 'Sister, since I was born, I do not recall that I have ever intentionally deprived a living being of life. By this truth, may you be well and may your infant be well.' Venerable sir, wouldn't I be telling a deliberate lie, for I have intentionally deprived many living beings of life. Then, Agulimala, go to Savatthi and say to that woman, 'Sister, since I was born with the noble birth, I do not recall that I have ever intentionally deprived a living being of life. By this truth, may you be well and may your infant be well.' Yes, venerable sir, the Venerable Agulimala replied, and, having gone into Savatthi, he told that woman, 'Sister, since I was born with the noble birth, I do not recall that I have ever intentionally deprived a living being of life. By this truth, may you be well and may your infant be well.' Then the woman and the infant became well. Before long, dwelling alone, withdrawn, diligent, ardent and resolute, the Venerable Agulimala, by realizing for himself with direct knowledge, here and now entered upon and abided in that supreme goal of the holy life for the sake of which clansmen rightly go forth from the home life into homelessness. He directly knew. Birth is destroyed, the holy life has been lived, what had to be done has been done, there is no more coming to any state of being. And the Venerable Agulimala became one of the Arahants. Then, when it was morning, the Venerable Agulimala dressed, and, taking his bowl and outer robe, went into Savatthi for alms. Now on that occasion someone threw a clod and hit the Venerable Agulimala's body, someone else threw a stick and hit his body, and someone else threw a potsherd and hit his body. Then, with blood running from his cut head, with his bowl broken and with his outer robe torn, the Venerable Agulimala went to the Blessed One. The Blessed One saw him coming in the distance and told him, "Bear it, Brahmin. Bear it, Brahmin. You are experiencing here and now the result of deeds because of which you might have been tortured in hell for many years, for many hundreds of years, for many thousands of years." Then, while the Venerable Agulimala was alone in retreat, experiencing the bliss of deliverance, he uttered this exclamation, "Who once did live in negligence, and then is negligent no more. He illuminates the world, like the moon freed from a cloud. Who checks the evil deeds he did, By doing wholesome deeds instead, he illuminates the world, like the moon freed from a cloud. The youthful bhikkhu who devotes his efforts to the Buddha's teaching, he illuminates the world, like the moon freed from a cloud. Let my enemies hear the discourse on the Dhamma. Let them be devoted to the Buddha's teaching. Let my enemies wait on those good people who lead others to accept the Dhamma. Let my enemies give ear from time to time, and hear the Dhamma of those who preach forbearance, of those who speak as well in praise of kindness, and let them follow up that Dhamma with kind deeds. For surely then they would not wish to harm me, nor would they think of harming other beings. So those who would protect all, frail or strong, let them attain the all-surpassing peace. Conduit makers guide the water. Fleshers straighten out the arrow shaft. Carpenters straighten out the timber. But wise men seek to tame themselves. There are some that tame with beatings, some with goads and some with whips. But I was tamed by such alone, who has no rod or any weapon. Harmless is the name I bear, though I was dangerous in the past. The name I bear today is true. I hurt no living being at all. And though I once lived as a bandit, with the name of Finger Garland, one whom the great had swept along, I went for refuge to the Buddha. And though I once was bloody-handed, with the name of Finger Garland, see the refuge I have found. The bond of being has been cut, while I did many deeds that lead to rebirth in the evil realms. Yet their result has reached me now. So I eat free from debt. They are fools and have no sense, who give themselves to negligence. But those of wisdom guard diligence, and treat it as their greatest good. Do not give away negligence, nor seek delight in sensual pleasures, but meditate with diligence, so as to reach perfect bliss. So welcome to that choice of mine, and let it stand, it was not ill-made. Of all the Dhammas known to men, I have come to the very best. So welcome to that choice of mine, and let it stand, it was not ill-made. I have attained the triple knowledge, and done all that the Buddha teaches. Agulam Lasutta, Mahihima Nikaya, MN 297-105, in the middle. Length Discourses of the Buddha, a new translation of the Mahihima Nikaya, trans. Bhikkhu Nanamali and Bhikkhu Bodhi, Boston. Wisdom Publications, 1995, pages 710-17. 28. The ascetic ideal. Buddhism has long been famous for its celebration of the virtues of solitude and renunciation of the world. One of the most famous, and one of the earliest, expressions of these ideals is to be found in a poem known as the Rhinoceros Horn Sutta. It is the third sutra in the Sutta Nipata, a work of 1,149 verses, together with some prose passages, regarded by scholars as one of the most ancient collections of Buddhist poetry. The text derives its name from the refrain, one should wonder, solitary as a rhinoceros horn. Some translators of this text have found this phrase puzzling and have chosen instead to translate it as one should wander solitary like a rhinoceros. However, the commentaries make it clear that it is the horn of the rhinoceros that is the proper simile of solitude. Unlike the African rhinoceros, the Indian rhinoceros has only one horn, and was perhaps unique in this regard among the animals of India. The horn of the rhinoceros was thus taken to stand as a symbol of that which stands alone, without companions. The speaker of the text is unidentified, but early commentaries state that it was spoken by a Pratyeka Buddha, Pali, Paxka Buddha, a solitary enlightened one. This term appears to apply to a particular type of monk in the early communities who preferred not to live communally with other monks, but who practiced in solitude, often in silence. They achieved the same nirvana and passed through the same stages as the other disciples of the Buddha, but did not rely on the teachings of the Buddha, at least, according to some renditions, during their last lifetime. They were said to achieve enlightenment during the time when the teachings of the Buddha were not present in the world, and having achieved enlightenment, they did not speak of the path to others. Thus, they seem to have been regarded as particular devotees of solitude even in a tradition that extolled the virtues of the solitary life. That the text is identified at such an early point with this rather mysterious group suggests that even Buddhist monks found the solitude recommended in the text to be somewhat extreme, thus attributing the words to a representative of what was regarded as the more reclusive elements of the brotherhood. There are those who hold the perhaps romantic view that the Sangha began as a group of lonely wanderers, developing only later into a more sedentary and satisfied community that regarded the solitary life as suited only for the rare ascetic. The Rhinoceros Horn Sutta, Kagavai Sutta, may provide an insight into at least the ideals, if not always the practices, of that early Sangha. Laying aside violence in respect of all beings, not harming even one of them, one should not wish for a son, let alone a companion. One should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 1. Action comes into being for one who has associations, following on action, this misery arises. Seeing the peril which is born from action, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 2. Sympathizing with friends and companions, one misses one's goal, being shackled in mind. Seeing that fear is acquaintance with friends, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 3. The consideration which exists for sons and wives is like a very wide-spreading bamboo tree entangled with others. Like a young bamboo shoot not caught up with others, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 4. As a deer which is not tied up goes wherever it wishes in the forest for pasture, an understanding man, having regard for his independence, should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 5. In the midst of companions, where one is resting, standing, going or wandering, there are requests from others. Having regard for the independence which is not coveted by others, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 6. In the midst of companions, there are sport, enjoyment, and great love for sons. Although loathing separation from what is dear, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 7. One is a man of the four quarters and not hostile, being pleased with whatever comes one's way. A fearless bearer of dangers, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 8. Even some wanderers are not kindly disposed, and also some householders, dwelling in a house, having little concern for the children of others, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 9. Having removed the marks of a householder, like a kabira tree whose leaves have fallen, a hero, having cut the householder's bonds, should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 10. If one can obtain a zealous companion, an associate of good disposition, who is resolute, overcoming all dangers, one should wander with him, with elated mind, mindful. 11. If one cannot obtain a zealous companion, an associate of good disposition, who is resolute, then like a king quitting the kingdom which he has conquered, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 12. Assuredly let us praise the good fortune of having a companion, friends better than oneself or equal to oneself are to be associated with. If one does not obtain these, then enjoying only blameless things, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 13. Seeing shining bracelets of gold, well made by a smith, clashing together when two are on one arm, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 14. In the same way, with a companion there would be objectionable talk or abuse for me. Seeing this fear for the future, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 15. For sensual pleasures, variegated, sweet and delightful, disturb the mind with their manifold form. Seeing peril in the strands of sensual pleasure, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 16. This for me is a calamity, and a tumor, and a misfortune, and a disease, and a barb, and a fear. Seeing this fear in the strands of sensual pleasure, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 17. Cold and heat, hunger and thirst, wind and the heat of the sun, gad ies and snakes, having endured all these, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 18. As an elephant with massive shoulders, spotted, noble, may leave the herds and live as it pleases in the forest, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 19. It is an impossibility for one who delights in company to obtain even temporary release. Having heard the word of the sun's kinsman, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 20. Gone beyond the contortions of wrong view, arrived at the exit course to salvation, having gained the way, thinking I have knowledge arisen in me, I am not led by others, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 21. Being without covetousness, without deceit, without thirst, without hypocrisy, with delusion and faults blown away, without aspirations in the whole world, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 22. One should avoid an evil companion, who does not see the goal, who has entered upon bad conduct. One should not oneself associate with one who is intent upon wrong views, and is negligent. One should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 23. One should cultivate one of great learning, expert in the doctrine, a noble friend, possessed of intelligence. Knowing one's goals, having dispelled doubt, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 24. Not ending satisfaction in sport and enjoyment, nor in the happiness which comes from sensual pleasures in the world, and paying no attention to them, abstaining from adornment, speaking the truth, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 25. Leaving behind son and wife, and father, and mother, and wealth and grain, and relatives, and sensual pleasures to the limit, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 26. This is attachment, here there is little happiness, and little satisfaction, here there is very much misery, this is a hook. Knowing this, a thoughtful man should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 27. Having torn one's fetters asunder, like a sh breaking a net in the water, not returning, like a rue not going back to what is already burned, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 28. With downcast eye and not footloose, with sense faculties guarded, with mind protected, not overowing with delument, not burning, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 29. Having discarded the marks of a householder, like a coral tree whose leaves have fallen, having gone out from the house wearing the Ron robe, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 30. Showing no greed for boors, not wanton, not supporting others, going on an uninterrupted begging round, not shackled in mind to this family or that, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 31. Having left behind the ve hindrances of the mind, having thrust away all delusions, not dependent, having cut away action and hate, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 32. Having put happiness and misery behind oneself, and joy and dejection already, having gained equanimity which is pori and calmness, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 33. Resolute for the attainment of the supreme goal, with intrepid mind, not indolent, of rm exertion, furnished with strength and power, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 34. Not giving up seclusion and meditation, constantly living in accordance with the doctrine in the world of phenomena, understanding the peril which is in existences, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 35. Desiring the destruction of craving, not negligent, not foolish, learned, possessing mindfulness, having considered the doctrine, restrained, energetic, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 36. Not trembling, as a lion does not tremble at sounds, not caught up with others, as the wind is not caught up in a net, not deled by passion, as a lotus is not deled by water, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 37. Wandering victorious, having overcome like a strong-toothed lion, the king of beasts, one should resort to secluded lodgings, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 38. Cultivating at the right time loving kindness, equanimity, pity, release and sympathetic joy, unimpeded by the whole world, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 39. Leaving behind passion, hatred, and delusion, having torn the fetters apart, not trembling at the time of the complete destruction of life, one should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 40. People associate with and resort to others for some motive, nowadays friends without a motive are hard to envy. Wise as to their own advantage, men are impure. One should wander solitary as a rhinoceros horn. 41. From the group of discourses, Sutton Volume 2, Rev. Trans. K.R. Norman, Polytext Society Translation Series Number 45, Oxford, The Polytext Society, 1992, pages 4-8. 29. Monks in the Mahayana. The Mahayana has sometimes been portrayed as a kind of revolution in the history of Buddhism, in which the narrow monastic goal of nirvana was replaced by the greater goal of Buddhahood, the goal that is made available to both monk and layperson, male and female. There are, indeed, texts which speak of the lay Bodhisattva, the Vimalakirti Sutra, being the most famous, but a study of the earliest Mahayana sutras, although extolling the Bodhisattva ideal, display a strong anidhi with and reverence for the monastic tradition. The inquiry of Ugra Parak, which may date from the RST century BCE, is such a text. The scripture is structured, like so many sutras, as a dialogue between the Buddha and one or more other interlocutors. In this case, the main questioner, whose inquiry prompts the Buddha to launch into a protracted discourse on the Bodhisattva path, is a lay Bodhisattva, named Ugra. Ugra is labeled Gopati, a term that literally means lord of the house but actually refers to men belonging to the upper stratum of what would later be called the Vaishya, often rendered as merchant, caste. This label is translated here as eminent householder. The sutra is divided into two parts, one directed to the lay Bodhisattva and the second consisting of instructions for the renunciant. In the oldest version of the sutra, Ugra and his friends, after hearing the Buddha's discourse, ask for and receive ordination as monks. In more Recent translations, this event takes place in the middle of the sutra. In all versions, however, the overall message is clear. While a lay practitioner is capable of performing at least preliminary parts of the Bodhisattva path, to attain the NAL goal of Buddhahood it is absolutely essential to become a monk. The Buddha declares quite unequivocally. For no Bodhisattva who lives at home has ever attained supreme perfect enlightenment. Accordingly, the inquiry of Yugra urges the lay Bodhisattva to break the ties of addiction that bind him to his family, above all to his wife. The condemnation of marriage and family life is striking. Moreover, he is urged to emulate the conduct of the monks in his local monastery even while he still lives at home, which involves, among other things, complete celibacy. This is, of course, entirely congruent with what was required of the Upasaka, often, but wrongly, translated simply as lay Buddhist, the lay brother who has taken on the three refuges and the VE precepts, vowing not to kill, steal, lie about spiritual attainments, engage in sexual misconduct or to use intoxicants, and dresses in white, as a sign of his semi-monastic status. The lay Bodhisattva described in the inquiry of Yugra, in some, may be in the world but is certainly not of it, and he is repeatedly urged to seek ordination as soon as he possibly can. If the lay Bodhisattva is portrayed in the inquiry of Yugra as the best of all possible Upasakas, the renunciant Bodhisattva, in turn, is portrayed as the best of all possible monks. Not only does he follow the standard requirements of the monastic life, but he goes beyond them, spending large periods of time, ideally, his whole lifetime, performing stringent ascetic practices in the wilderness. All of this, of course, is nothing more than a reenactment of the biography of Sakyamuni, Buddha himself, and there is every reason to think that aspiring Bodhisattvas, both lay and monastic, took the stories of the Buddha's life, including his previous lives, described in the Jataka stories, as a script to be followed by those who wish to become Buddhas themselves. The inquiry of Yugra never portrays any actual female practitioner, whether lay or monastic, as a Bodhisattva. Apart from a formulaic reference to gentlemen and ladies, commonly translated by others as sons and daughters of good lineage, which appears at the beginning and the end of the sutra and may well have been added long after its initial composition, there is no indication whatsoever that the authors of the inquiry of Yugra believed women were capable of embarking upon the Bodhisattva path. Indeed, the description of that path given in the text abounds in masculine imagery. It is difficult to imagine that women practitioners could have seen their own reactions in the ideal Bodhisattva that the inquiry of Yugra portrays. The inquiry of Yugra was a highly influential scripture in both India and East Asia, where it was widely quoted and commented upon for many centuries. Though virtually unknown in most contemporary Buddhist communities, it was an important and influential voice in the formative period of Mahayana Buddhism. The text has not survived in any Indian language version. It has been preserved, however, in VE translated versions, 3 into Chinese, 1 into Tibetan and 1 into Mongolian. The Tibetan version has been used as the basis for the selections provided here. Instructions to the lay Bodhisattva. The practice of taking refuge. O eminent householder, a householder Bodhisattva, while living at home, should go to the Buddha for refuge, go to the Dharma for refuge and go to the Sangha for refuge. And how should the householder Bodhisattva go to the Buddha for refuge? O eminent householder, by forming the thought I must attain the body of a Buddha, ornamented with the 32 marks of a great man, and by exerting himself to acquire those roots of goodness by which the 32 marks of a great man will be acquired, in this way does the householder Bodhisattva go to the Buddha for refuge. O eminent householder, how should the householder Bodhisattva go to the Dharma for refuge? O eminent householder, with reverence and respect for the Dharma, having the Dharma as his objective, desiring the Dharma, rejoicing and delighting in the pleasure of the Dharma, being intent upon the Dharma, inclined towards the Dharma, with a propensity for the Dharma, protecting the Dharma, abiding in the preservation of the Dharma, dwelling in the accomplishment and practice of the Dharma, mastering the Dharma, seeking the Dharma, having the power of the Dharma, having the sword which is the gift of the Dharma, doing what is to be done with respect to the Dharma, and by having those qualities, bearing in mind the thought, having awakened to supreme perfect enlightenment myself, I must rightly share the Dharma with the world, with its gods, humans and asuras. O eminent householder, this is how a householder Bodhisattva goes to the Dharma for refuge. O eminent householder, how should the householder Bodhisattva go to the Sangha for refuge? O eminent householder, if he sees monks who are stream enterers, or once returners, or non-returners, or arhats, or unenlightened ordinary persons, or members of the Sravaka vehicle, the Pratyeka Buddha vehicle, or the Mahayana, with reverence and respect towards them he makes the effort to stand up, speaks to them pleasantly and treats them politely, showing reverence towards those he meets with and encounters. He bears in mind the thought that when I have awakened to supreme perfect enlightenment, I will teach the Dharma which cultivates in others the qualities of a Sravaka or a Pratyeka Buddha in just this way. Thus, having reverence and respect for them, he does not cause them any trouble. That is how a householder Bodhisattva goes to the Sangha for refuge. Breaking family ties. O eminent householder, the householder Bodhisattva who lives at home should bring forth 3 thoughts towards his own wife. And what are the 3? The thought of her impermanence, the thought of her unreliability, and the thought of her changeableness. O eminent householder, the householder Bodhisattva who lives at home should bring forth those 3 thoughts towards his own wife. O eminent householder, the householder Bodhisattva who lives at home should bring forth 3 thoughts towards his own wife. And what are the 3? The thoughts that she is my companion in happiness and enjoyment, but not my companion in the next world. That she is my companion in eating and drinking, but not my companion in experiencing the ripening of actions, and that she is my companion in pleasure, but not my companion in swearing. O eminent householder, the householder Bodhisattva who lives at home should bring forth those 3 thoughts towards his own wife. O eminent householder, the householder Bodhisattva who lives at home should bring forth 3 thoughts towards his own wife. And what are the 3? The thought of her as impure, the thought of her as stinking, and the thought of her as disagreeable. O eminent householder, the householder Bodhisattva who lives at home should bring forth 3 thoughts towards his own wife. And what are the 3? The thought of her as an enemy, the thought of her as an executioner, and the thought of her as an antagonist. O eminent householder, the householder Bodhisattva who lives at home should bring forth 3 thoughts towards his own wife. And what are the 3? The thought of her as an ogre, the thought of her as a demon, and the thought of her as a hag. Moreover, O eminent householder, the householder Bodhisattva should not bring forth the thought of excessive affection towards his son. O eminent householder, if he brings forth the thought of excessive affection towards his son, while not doing so towards Other beings, he should reproach himself with 3 reproaches. And what are the 3? Bodhi belongs to the Bodhisattva whose mind is impartial, not to the one whose mind is partial. Bodhi belongs to the Bodhisattva who strives rightly, not to the one who strives wrongly. And Bodhi belongs to the Bodhisattva who does not make distinctions, not to the one who makes distinctions. Thus having reproached himself with these 3 reproaches, he should bring forth the idea of enemy towards his son, thinking he is an enemy, and is not dear to my heart. If for his sake I bring forth excessive affection towards that son of mine while not doing the same towards other beings, I will be deviating from the training prescribed by the Buddha. For his sake I have damaged my roots of goodness and have heedlessly endangered my own life, therefore he is harmful to me. For his sake I have followed a path that is not in accord with the path of Bodhi, therefore he is my opponent. When visiting the monastery, O eminent householder, if the householder Bodhisattva wishes to go inside a monastery, he should remain at the monastery door with a well-bred mind, with a dexterous mind, with reverence, respect, faith, and veneration, and should prostrate himself towards the monastery. Only then should he go inside the monastery. And he should recite to himself as follows: this is a place for dwelling in emptiness. This is a place for dwelling in the sunless. This is a place for dwelling in the wishless. It is a place for dwelling in loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. This is a place of practitioners of meditation, a place for those who have cut all places. This is a place of those who have truly gone forth and have truly entered the path. When will I be able to go forth from the dusty place, the household place, and conduct myself in this way? And when will I be able to take part in the activities of the Sangha, the activities of the Podha ceremony in which monks recite their vows fortnightly, the activities of the Pravrat ceremony at the end of the rains retreat, and the activities of paying respects? And so thinking, he should rejoice in the thought of going forth as a monk. For no Bodhisattva who lives at home has ever attained supreme, perfect enlightenment. Those who have done so have all gone forth from the household, and, having done so, they have thought of the wilderness, they have had the wilderness as their goal. And having gone to the wilderness, there they have awakened to supreme, perfect enlightenment. And it is there that they have acquired the requisites of enlightenment. When he goes inside the monastery, he should do homage to the marks of the Tathagata. And having done homage to them, he should bring forth 3 thoughts. And what are the 3? 1. I, 2. Should become one who is worthy of this kind of worship. 2. Out of pity for living beings, I should bestow my own body. And 3. I should train and make efforts in whatever way will cause me to quickly attain supreme perfect enlightenment and to do the deeds of a Buddha, and by having experienced the parinirva nirva of a Tathagata, to cause others to attain parinirva. Instructions to the monastic Bodhisattva. The importance of wilderness dwelling. Moreover, O eminent householder, the renunciant Bodhisattva, having seen its 10 advantages, will not abandon wilderness dwelling for as long as he lives. And what are the 10? He will see that my mind becomes happy and comes under my control, being without the idea of mine, I will become free of grasping, lodging will be given to me in abundance, I will not be devoid of delight in living in the wilderness. With respect to dwelling places, I will have few objectives and little to do, casting all my dependence, I will have no regard for body and life, being happy alone, I will abandon noisy gatherings, I will give up the goal of attaining qualities produced by actions, in accord with the practice of samadhi, my mind will become one-pointed, and my attention will be wide open, and without delayment. O eminent householder, having seen these 10 advantages, the renunciant Bodhisattva will not abandon wilderness dwelling so long as he lives. Moreover, O eminent householder, the renunciant Bodhisattva, who lives in the wilderness should think to himself, why have I come to the wilderness? And he should recite as follows: I came to the wilderness because of being frightened and afraid. Frightened. And afraid of what? Frightened and afraid of noisy gatherings and of associating with others, of desire, hatred, and delusion, of pride, conceit and the disparagement of others, of covetousness, envy and jealousy, of sights, sounds, scents, tastes and touch objects, of the Mara of the skandhas, the Mara of the developments, the Mara of death and of Mara himself, of mistaking the non-eternal for the eternal, the painful for the pleasurable, the self for the self and the impure for the pure, of thought, mind, and consciousness, of craving and sastra, of hindrances, obstructions and obsessions, of a false view of individuality, of taking things as me and mine. In short, being frightened and afraid of paying attention to all unvirtuous things. Being frightened by such frightening and fearful things as these, I have come to the wilderness. One cannot be freed from such frightening and fearful things as these by living at home, living in the midst of noisy gatherings, living without making efforts and without exerting oneself in yogic practice, and while directing one's attention improperly. For all the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas who have appeared in the past have been liberated from all fear after dwelling in the wilderness, and thus they have attained the fearless state of supreme perfect enlightenment, avoiding contact with others. Moreover, O eminent householder, the renunciant Bodhisattva should not be in close contact with many people. He should think to himself as follows: I should not bring forth the roots of goodness for just one being, rather, I should bring forth the roots of goodness for all beings. Nonetheless, O eminent householder, the Tathagata has permitted the following 4 kinds of association to the renunciant Bodhisattva. And what are the 4? To associate with others in order to listen to the Dharma, to associate with others in order to mature as beings, to associate with others in order to worship and revere the Tathagata, and to associate with those whose spirit of omniscience is uncontaminated. O eminent householder, the renunciant Bodhisattva is permitted these 4 kinds of association by the Tathagata. O eminent householder, this being the case, the renunciant Bodhisattva should be free of all other kinds of association. The ordination of Yugra and his friends. Then with one voice Yugra and the other eminent householders praised the words of the Blessed One, and spoke to the Blessed One as follows: It is amazing, O Blessed One, how the Blessed One has spoken so well about the faults, obligations and activities of the household life, and about the advantages of the good qualities of the renunciant. O Blessed One, now that it has become clear to us the extent of the faults and bad qualities of the household life and the endless advantages of the qualities of the renunciant, O Blessed One, please let us go forth and receive full ordination in the well-taught Dharma and Vinaya taught by the well-gone one. When they had spoken thus, the Blessed One replied: O eminent householders, the renunciant life is decalled, one must keep one's conduct perfectly pure. When he had spoken those words, the eminent householders replied: O Blessed One, it may be true that the renunciant life is decalled, but we ask the Blessed One to allow us to go forth We ask to be allowed to exert ourselves in the Blessed One's teachings. And the Blessed One allowed them to go forth. Then the Blessed One said to the Bodhisattva Maitreya and the Bodhisattva Sarvakara Visutta, good men, cause these eminent householders to go forth and ordain them. When the Blessed One had spoken, the Bodhisattva Maitreya presided over the going forth of 9,000 eminent householders, while the Bodhisattva Sarvakara Visutta presided over the going forth of 7,000 eminent householders. And upon the teaching of this Dharma text, 1,000 living creatures brought forth the spirit of supreme, perfect enlightenment. Translated by Jan Nadia from a critical edition of the Tibetan. Based on the following versions: Otani, equals Beijing, no 76019. Dirge number 63, Nartan number 51, Stoke Palace no 1119, and the London manuscript Kanjur. 30. Making new monastic rules. Some Buddhist texts and doctrines traveled from India to other parts of Asia more easily than others. One genre of texts that did not make the transition without difficulty was the codes of monastic discipline, especially in their movement to China. Chinese monks faced the initial problem of not knowing what rules they should follow. A complete version of the rules of monastic discipline was not translated into Chinese until the beginning of the FTH century. Prior to that time, foreign monks served as role models for the Buddhist monastic life in China, but the leaders of Chinese monastic communities were often forced to improvise rules. The various descriptions of infractions, especially the more minor infractions, contained cultural references and vocabulary that were often impossible to translate into Chinese. Some Sanskrit terms had no correlate in Chinese and were simply rendered phonetically. The ethical codes also described situations and practices that were inapplicable, simply because they did not exist in China. To further confuse the situation, there were a number of Buddhist monastic codes in India and they differed on many points. When these texts were translated into Chinese and the differences became apparent, it was unclear which version should be regarded as orthodox. As the monastic tradition became well established in China, it became clear that the Indian codes of conduct, required for all true monks, required supplementation. Additional regulations were formulated to govern the daily life of a monastery, regulations that the monks of that monastery were expected to follow while maintaining their monastic vows. These local regulations, often dealing with more practical matters in the life of the community, were more widely known and understood than the often arcane Indian code, even for monks who had received full ordination. One of the more famous sets of regulations appears in a text called Establishing Monastic Regulations, Li's Haifa, written by the great Chinese masters II in 597, see chapters 32 and 40. It provided a set of basic disciplinary guidelines for his Xiaoshan monastery on Mount Tiantai. This work is one of the earliest examples of an integrated code for monastic procedure in China, making it a predecessor to the distinctive genre of pure rules, monastic codes that gained such prominence during the Song period, 960 to 1279. Zai's work served as a model for a distinctive style of Tiantai monastic life and institutions that came to be spelled out in detail in later, more elaborate Tiantai monastic codes. It serves here as an example of the trend towards the localization of the Buddhist mendicant ideal in the institutional form of the monastery that became so basic to later East Asian Buddhism. The text reacts the very practical concerns of a growing monastic community. One will note that Zai looks back with some nostalgia on the early days of his community when no rules were required, and laments the quality of the new monks, whose misbehavior has necessitated the formulation of the regulations he set forth. It is said that in the early days of the Sangha in India no rules were necessary because all the members of the Sangha were destined for nirvana and their behavior was, therefore, naturally correct. It was only when the Sangha grew that the Buddha decided it was necessary to establish a monastic code. A new robe that has no holes needs no stitching to repair it. When virtues planted in former lives have already begun to ripen, it is pointless to try to increase them with threads of punishment. From the time when IRST entered the Buddhist path, through the period of my residence in the capital at Jinling, down to the time when IRST withdrew to Mount Tiantai, the devotees of the Dharma who came to me took responsibility for their own practice of the way. They did not even need soft words to encourage their progress, how much less the imposition of SPCC rules to discipline them. However, upon my recent return to Mount Tiantai I and that students who have come lately are like wild monkeys and horses. If you do not tether them RMLY they grow worse by the day and month. In my or to make something of them I lose two for every one that I tame. That I choose to apply the whip is merely to teach them shame, not because I personally delight in causing them pain. In the tract below I have outlined 10 basic points to guide students in their training. Henceforth should irregularities arise the assembly of monks should take up the matter collectively and amend these regulations as it sees fit. Item 1. Spiritual capacities are not all the same. Some individuals achieve a way through practicing alone. Others attain liberation by resorting to practicing in a monastic community. 4. Those who choose to rely on the monastic community, 3 courses of practice are open. The RST is seated meditation according to the collective routine of the community's halls. The second is individual practice of repentance in a separate sanctuary, removed from the regular community routine. The third is service. As an administrator of monastery heirs, persons engaged in these 3 modes of practice must be in full possession of the requisite equipment of a Buddhist mendicant, such as the 3 robes and 6 items. So long as they are willing to take up one of these activities, they will be allowed to enter the community. If they are lacking with respect to any of the robes or mendicant's equipment or they refuse to have anything to do with these 3 activities, they may not remain with us. Item 2. Monks who choose to resort to the community's hall basically take the daily schedule of 4 periods of seated meditation and 6 intervals of ritual veneration of the Buddhas as their regular routine. It is not permitted to miss any of these 10 scheduled periods of veneration and meditation. Monks who have just completed a period of separate retreat practice may recuperate for 3 days, but beyond that they must return to the 10 intervals of the community's routine. A person who arrives late for worship of the Buddhas is to be punished with 3 prostrations and confession before the assembly for each interval violated. If the entire service is missed, the punishment is 10 prostrations and confession before the assembly. Anyone who misses all 6 periods is to be punished with a period of service under the direction of the preceptor. The same applies for the 4 periods of seated meditation. Incapacity due to illnesses accepted, but punishment will be withheld only if the managerial monks have been informed beforehand. Item 3. For the 6 periods of ritual worship of the Buddhas, full monks must wear the robe for formal assembly. Since this robe should be free of all geometric or animal motifs, robes bearing any kind of decorative pattern are unacceptable. The monks should gather in the hall before the 3rd bell has sounded, proceed to set out there seating, and, taking incense censer in hand, kneel with both knees before them. Persons unfamiliar with the chants may not take part in the recitations. Those without express permission to do so are forbidden to wander about or talk. If one is out of time in snapping the angers for homage or in touching the head to the ground in prostration, or one is inattentive in stowing one's footwear or in moving to and from one's seat, a punishment shall be assigned of 10 prostrations and confession before the assembly. Item 4. The purpose of practice in a separate sanctuary is to allow persons to zealously apply themselves to the 4 forms of samadhi when they enter the regime of the community to be too slack. Should it be discovered that someone has entered the retreat sanctuary under false pretenses, with no real intention to conform to the aims of retreat practice, the punishment will be 1 term of service under the direction of the preceptor. Item 5. The duty of the administrative monk is basically to promote the stability and vanity of the community at large. Instead, they often do it harm. They pilfer from the community to gorge and enrich themselves, taking it upon themselves to do just as they please. If even a hair's breadth of this sort of violation is committed, even if one has acted for the general welfare but failed to inform others, should the truth be discovered, the perpetrator is to be expelled from the community. Item 6. At the time of the 2 morning and noon meals, anyone who is not currently sick, who is indisposed but not gone to bed, or who has been ill but has recently improved, must without exception come to the refectory. They are not permitted to request that meals be brought to them. Only 2 types of vessel are permitted to be used in the community: begging bowls, meal bowls of iron and pottery, and vessels for sauce and oil. Cups, side bowls, chopsticks, and spoons are prohibited. Anyone possessing objects made of bone, horn, bamboo, wood, gourd, lacquer, leather, or shell shall not be allowed to enter the hall. Also, making noise by clattering one's bowl or slurping, talking with one's mouth full, seeking special portions, and privately helping oneself to sauce and vegetables are all forbidden. Anyone who breaks these rules is to be punished with 3 prostrations and confession before the community. Item 7. Any full monk who has received the Hinayana precepts is expressly forbidden to take leeks, and pungent herbs and liquor on the sly, regardless of whether he is traveling nearby, far away, in residence within the monastery, or outside the monastery. Persons who violate this prohibition or who eat at the unappointed times, i.e., afternoon, will not be permitted to remain in the community if they are discovered. The only exception to the rule shall be persons who are acutely ill, who have been prescribed forbidden substances by a physician, or persons who have left the temple to seek cure elsewhere. They are not to be punished. Item 8. The term Sangha means joined in harmony. Harmony exists when people are deferential and accepting. Unity exists when they uphold a common ideal of righteousness. Quarreling, angry outbursts, scurrilous accusation, and scandalmongering and dirty looks are all prohibited. If a conIct breaks out between 2 people, each is to be punished with 30 prostrations and confession before the assembly. Anyone who refuses to be drawn into a quarrel or GHT picked by another will not be punished. If there is any contact of body or limb, regardless of whether it is light or severe, the perpetrators will not be permitted to remain in the community. However, persons who refuse to raise a hand in response will be exempted from punishment. Item 9. Grave infractions of the precepts are to be handled according to the Vinaya codes. Should a person be tricked into committing an infraction, the party deceived shall not be punished, but the one responsible for the deception shall be expelled from the community. The head of the community is not to accept any practitioner known to have committed a grave infraction prior to his arrival, for the reason that such an individual is by definition no longer considered to be a member of the monastic Sangha. If a person is admitted to the community on personal claims to be a bhikkhu but is later discovered to have deceived others about his prior violations, then the punishment shall be the same as above. Item 10. Relying on the sutras we set up the norms of practice. Diagnosing the illness we prescribe the medicine for cure. But for those who would reject the norm and spit out the medicine, these things are no use whatsoever. When someone has publicly professed contrition for breaking the 9 items described above, but after repeated infractions and confessions shows no real thought of remorse and refuses to reform himself, then this is the kind of person who spits out the medicine. It is fitting to drive such a person from the community. If he is later able to reform himself, his return may be considered. When a person ignorantly defies the regulations and stubbornly refuses to repent, then this is one who rejects the norm. Anyone who is not willing to accord with the norms of the community must not be permitted to remain. Translation by Daniel Stevenson of Lishafa by Tiantai c. 597. C. Contained as document number 1 in Kyoking Belu, edited by Guanding, T. 1934, volume 46, pages 793b-19, 794-17. 31. Lives of eminent monks and nuns. Stories of renowned monks and nuns are told throughout the Buddhist world, but it was in East Asia, beginning in China, that compilations of the lives of eminent monks and nuns developed into a Sinicant literary genre. There is little evidence of such works in India, suggesting that these Chinese works developed from indigenous traditions of biography and historiography. Although there are references to previous works, the earliest such collection to survive was compiled by the learned monk Huijiao, 497-554. He set out to record the lives of eminent monks, those who concealed their great achievement, rather than the lives of famous monks, those of little virtue who happened to gain notoriety. His lives records accounts of 257 men from 67 to 519 CE, with appended accounts of 259 others, spanning the period from the RST decades of Buddhism in China to that of his own contemporaries. The biographies follow a standard formula, beginning with an account of the circumstances of ancestry, birth, and ordination, and ending with an account of the monk's death, generally noting the piety of the monk and any supernatural occurrences that may have attended his passing. The middle portion recounts various events in the monk's life, some of which we would regard as miraculous, yet presented in the same sober tone. The biographies provide a great deal of valuable historical detail, while at the same time identifying what constituted eminence, that is, the monastic ideal in China. Huijiao's accounts are categorized under 10 major headings: translators, Yujing, exegetes, Yuja, theurgists, Shinai, meditators, Zikan, disciplinarians, Minglu, self-immolators, Yichin, cantors, Songjing, promoters of works of merit, Xingfu, hymnists, Jingxi, and sermonists, Changdao. The genre was not restricted to monks. Biographies of nuns, by Kayunis 1, was compiled by the monk Bao King around 516. The genre continued in subsequent centuries. In 982, the distinguished Scholar Zanning, 919 to 1001, was instructed by the emperor himself to compile a new edition, resulting in the famous song biographies of eminent monks, Song Jiao Seng Swan. The various lives were widely read, copies were kept in monastic libraries and also often owned by individual monks. New editions preserved the stories from the old, while adding biographies of monks from a period or a region that a previous compiler had neglected. The motivations for compiling these biographies included not only those of traditional Chinese historiography, but more distinctly Buddhist concerns as well. As Buddhist monks, the authors clearly wished to demonstrate the virtue of Buddhist monks and nuns, both to propagate the Dharma and to provide exemplars for ordinary monks and nuns to venerate and emulate. At the same time, it is clear that these works were also intended for the court. The fortunes of Buddhism in China depended to a large extent on the support and patronage of the emperor, and royal attitudes towards the Buddhist saga actuated widely over the course of Chinese history. The biographies thus seek to demonstrate the great learning, virtue, piety and miraculous powers of eminent monks and nuns. 4 biographies are included here, beginning with a monk who died around 396 CE and ending with a nun who died in 1922. Biography of the Jin monk Bo Sengguang of Hermit Peak in Shan. The background of Bo Sengguang, whom some called Tangguang, is not known. After practicing meditation as a youth, at the beginning of the Yanghe era c. 345 of the Jin, he traveled to Jiangdong, taking up residence at Mount Qishan in Shan. The people of the mountain said that the area had been devastated by wild animals, brought on by a violent mountain spirit, and that no one had lived there for years. Showing not the least sign of fear, Sengguang hired a man to cut a path for him and, shouldering his STA, proceeded up the mountain. After he had gone several li a measure of distance, approximately a third of a mile, a great storm suddenly burst forth, and packs of tigers began to howl. On the southern side of the mountain Sengguang spotted a cave. There he sat in meditation with his palms pressed together, determined to settle in this cave. By dawn the next day the rain had stopped. Sengguang entered the village to beg for food and the following night returned to the cave. After 3 days had passed, the spirit of the mountain appeared to him in a dream. At times the spirit assumed the shape of a tiger and at times the shape of a snake, each coming to haunt Sengguang, but he was not frightened in the least. After 3 more days he dreamed again of the mountain spirit, who explained that it had moved there from Mount Hanji in Jiangnan district. The spirit then aired Sengguang the cave. After this, gifts of Ruwu came pouring in from the faithful, and monks and lay alike paid reverence to Sengguang. Students of meditation erected thatched huts beside the cave, so that it eventually developed into a monastery. From this time the mountain was called Hermit's Peak. Whenever Sengguang entered into meditation, he would not arise. For 7 days, he lived on the mountain for FTY 3 years and lived to the age of 110. At the end of the Taiyuan era c. 396 of the Jin he covered his head with a cloak and died while sitting peacefully. The monks of the assembly assumed that he had entered meditation as usual, but after 7 days they thought it strange that he had not yet arisen. When they went to look at him, they discovered that while his countenance was normal, his nostrils emitted no breath. Even long after he had died, his remains did not deteriorate. In the second year of the Xiaojian era 455 of the Song, when Guo Hong assumed a post in Shan, he entered the mountain to pay his respects. When he tried to poke at the chest of the corpse with a Rui scepter, a wind whipped up, blowing the cloak away and leaving behind nothing but the monk's white bones. Terry Ed, Guo tidied up the cave, sealed the entrance with bricks and mortar, and painted an image of the monk which exists to this day. Biography of the Tang monk Dajian of the Linjian Monastery. In Kishu, Shi Dajian, originally surnamed Feng, was from Wu Commandery. The details of his early history are unknown. He eventually settled at Linjianshan Monastery in Lixia, leaving traces divine and wondrous. He was an unfathomable monk. During the Yuan era 806 to 820 there was a certain student, Feng, who was also from Wu Commandery. Having received the degree in classics, Feng had not yet been assigned a post, and was staying temporarily in Chang'an. One day, Feng saw an old monk, who came to his home and said, "You share my surname." The two then became friends and stayed together. After a little more than a year, Feng was given the post of commandant for Eastern Yu. When Feng had just finished packing his things, Dajian came to him with his STA on his shoulder to say farewell. Feng asked, "Where are you going, master?" "My room," replied Dajian, "is behind the western lodge at Linjian in Kishu. Today it is exactly 10 years since I left there to travel to the capital. I have been fortunate enough to have spent time with you, but now I must return to my former home, and so I have come to bid you farewell. As you have been appointed commandant of the Yu region, your road will pass by the Linjian monastery. You must come to visit." Feng agreed, saying, "It would be an honor." After several days, Feng departed through the eastern pass on the way to his new post. When he arrived at the gates of the Linjian monastery, he rested his horse, looked up and said, "This must be the monastery in which Master Dajian lives," and then went in to see him. Encountering a monk in the courtyard, Feng asked, "Where is the room of the Reverend Dajian?" "There is no Dajian in this monastery," replied the monk. Feng was puzzled, thinking to himself, "Dajian is an honest man. How could he lie to me?" And so he wandered through the monastery, alone, walking to the place below the western lodge. Suddenly he came upon a wall painting of a monk that looked just like Master Dajian. Feng sighed in amazement, saying, "Master Dajian was truly an extraordinary man. He descended from among the divine to befriend me." After some time, he noticed a cartouche beside the portrait that said, "Son of the Feng family of Wu Commandery." At the age of 10 he studied the Buddha's Dharma. Famous for his practice of the way, he died at the age of 78. Only on reading the cartouche did Feng realize that the statement, "You share my surname," was in fact true. One source says that near Suzhou, some 20 li from the city, was one Linjianshan monastery. Below the lodge in the northeastern quarter of the monastery was a painting of Irema, a Buddhist ascetic. It was said that in the 15th year of the Tianjian era of the Liang 516, a traveler dressed as a layman passed through the mountain monastery. While spending the night there, he borrowed a brush and inkwell from the monastery cook. None of the monks took any notice of him. The following day, the monks searched everywhere for him, but he was nowhere to be found. In the corner of one of the halls they discovered a painting of an Indian monk. His features were prominent and distinctive, and the color of his skin shot black. His eyebrows were long and drooping, while his pupils darted like lightning, with black and white clearly distinguished. His nose turned upward above a square mouth, and his teeth were exposed between his lips. His great clenched STS rested on his right shoulder. 1 Jong, ve Kun tall. He wore a coarse, patched Kai robe and was barefoot, with a great bracelet around his arm. When the assembly saw the painting, they were startled and frightened. No one knew where it had come from. People came from near and far, some of them to burn incense and pay homage, others to ask for good fortune and protection against calamity. Once, on a clear night, the crunch of footsteps was heard in the hall. From that time on, birds did not dare sully the space between the rafters and beams. Henceforth, some of the villagers called him Reverend Linjian, while others called him the holy monk of Linjian. Once, he appeared to an old woman, saying, I am fond of wild rice cakes. Convinced that he was a holy man, the woman wrapped some rice cakes in a mat and brought them into the hall the next day as an O-earring to the portrait. To this day, on the 3rd day of the 3rd month of every year, the people compete to make O-earrings of rice cakes. They wrap sticky wild rice in leaves and cook them. The people of Wu call them wild rice cakes. During the Tang, in the 2nd year of the Xiantian era 713, the son of Lu Lugong took ill. The doctor's treatments were inactive, and Lu grew increasingly anxious. When a monk appeared at the gate asking for alms, Lu invited him in. The monk took up a water vessel, led his mouth with water and spat on the sick boy, who was promptly cured of his illness. The delighted Lu O-aired extravagant gifts to the monk, but he would not so much as look at them. Lu then asked, At what monastery do you live? Reverend. I live in Linjian Monastery, the monk replied, west of Wu district in Suzhou. You will be appointed to an OCE in the Jiangbiao region. I hope that you may come to the monastery to look for me. So saying, the monk departed. Before long, Lu was promoted to minister of the Bureau of Sacri CES. He was then transferred to Gizhu to act as an investigation commissioner. He often thought of the year the monk saved his son. While taking a detour through Suzhou, he went to the Linjian monastery to look for the old monk. When he described the monk's appearance, the monks in the monastery said, There is no one like that here, but Lu wondered about the monastery, reluctant to leave. Suddenly, inside a hall, he saw the image of a holy man, and exclaimed, This is the monk who cured my son. The monks in the monastery narrated the history of the monk in the painting, saying he had magical powers and was difficult to fathom. Lu donated tens of thousands in cash to the monastery to pay for incense and lamps. Only after staying for 10 days and making O-earrings did he leave. Whenever the acolytes placed candles and lamps before the image, they would add some oil to help the candles burn. Once, one of them pilfered the oil to rub on his hair. After only a short while, his hair dried, curled up and fell out. Those close to him advised him to pay homage to the image and confess. When he did this, also buying hemp oil for the candles, his hair returned to normal. Another incident occurred when Emperor Wuzong was about to launch an attack on Buddhism. Once, a certain Lucian, living near the monastery, dreamed of a holy man who said to him, I have received O-earrings from you for many years. Now I must depart and return to India. Lu immediately ordered a craftsman to paint the holy man's likeness. Only in the FTH year of the Huizhang era 845, when the monastery grounds were destroyed, did he understand the meaning of the monk's departure. In the 7th year of the Xiantong era 866, there was an invasion of locusts. They covered the skies stretching from eld to eld, eating the sprouts in the elds and creeping into people's homes to eat goods made of silk. The commoners were at a loss, and none knew what to do. At that time, one of the people, Wu Yanrang, led thousands of the elderly to the image, where they burnt incense and wept. On that very day, the vermin knew away from the region. In the FTH year of the Kinfu era 878, the monastic assembly decided to send someone to the palace to request a bell for the monastery. And so they dispatched a monk on a selected day to set for the palace. But the holy man had entered the bureau for the army of inspired strategy of the right and made the request. When the monk who came to request the bell was granted an audience, the Ojale thought it strange, saying a monk came several days earlier, saying that he belonged to the Linjian monastery in Suzhou. But I have no traveling companion, the monk replied. Later, when the assistant to the armies of the right traveled to Wu on Ojale business, he saw the wall painting and said, This is the monk that came to my OCE in the 7th month to discuss plans for the bell. After this, the reputation of the numinous wonder of the image grew in the Wu region, though no one could trace its origins. Once an Indian monk who came to the monastery paid homage to the painting and said, How is it that the Bodhisattva Siji, Sanskrit, Pratipadnika is here? Then he gave a long sigh. From this time on, the image was called the response body Sanskrit, Nirmaka of Siji. Addendum. Historical sources often supply us with varying accounts. If we look closely at the accounts given here, both describe monasteries named Linjian, and both describe paintings of monks. But in one, the prefecture is given as Lixia, while in the other it is Suzhou. In one case the one who encountered the holy man is called Lu, and in the other, Feng. This probably stems from irregularities in what people saw or heard, resulting in different recorded accounts. The response body of a holy man may appear in the south or in the north. He may be Chinese, or foreign. He may take the shape of an ordinary person, or of a strange being. Thus the accounts inevitably vary, and as the story spreads the accounts naturally increase. It is like the errant people looking at the sun or moon from the errant positions 1,000 li apart. The sun and moon are the same, but the differences in the clouds and surroundings make them appear different. An unfathomable manifestation, Dejian appeared, according to the conditions of the moment, so that it is unlikely that accounts of him would be the same. We can characterize the case with the phrase, different words used to relate a single tale. Biography of the nun Zhizheng of the Fujian Monastery. The family of Zhizheng, whose original surname was Su, was from Chang'an, but had lived in Kuiji for 3 generations. At the age of 6, she accompanied her grandmother on a trip to the Wagwan monastery outside the capital. On seeing the ordered, stately monastery with its decorations and ornaments, she wept profusely and pleaded to be allowed to take the tonsure. When her grandmother asked her what this was all about, she explained her intention. But her grandmother did not allow it, saying that she was too young. The song was a period of great difficulties in which many lost their livelihoods. As events came one after the other, the years wore on. Hence, only when Zhizheng reached the age of 20 was she now able to become a nun and take up residence at the Fujian monastery. Incomparable in her practice, she was removed from the world of dust and difficult to emulate. After hearing the great Nerva scripture once through, she memorized it completely. Later, as she researched the writings of the monastic regulations, she had no need to be taught anything twice. Her reputation for memory was an astonishment to all. She herself composed a commentary in several tens of fascicles. Her writing is concise yet of great profundity, her interpretation subtle and her reasoning exquisite. The blackest dye could not stain her, the hardest pestle could not grind her down. During the darning era 457 to 464 a man propositioned her with devious intent. He transgressed the rules of propriety and would not yield. Yet the depths of Zichen's resolve were deep and her integrity held RM. With grave countenance, she reported everything to the assembly, who drew up a document and submitted it to the authorities. She maintained the purity of the precepts like one protecting a precious pearl. At that time, because the monks Senzong and Suanku, disciples of the Dharma master Tenbin of the Zhuangjian monastery, were lax in their duties as custodians of the Buddha hall, a theft occurred, and the Bodhisattva's necklace was lost along with the 7-jeweled bathing bowl. Tenbin's room, with the exception of his robe and alms bowl, looked as if it had been cleaned out entirely. With no means to replace these things, Tenbin became despondent and suspended his lectures, closing himself in his room for 3 days. Jizhong announced this to monks and nuns, laymen and laywomen, and within 10 days the necessary funds were collected. Such was the way in which she moved others with her virtue and inspired others to action. Hearing of her anti reputation, Emperor Wen Hui of the Qi invited Jizhong for an audience. Every time she entered the palace, Jizhong spoke on the scriptures. The Minister of Education and Prince of Jingling, Wang Xuan, admired and respected her all the more. Zichen's resolve was as pure as southern gold, her heart as pristine as northern snow. Her administration of the assembly of nuns earned the esteem of all. She was appointed abbess of the convent on imperial order, and all of the assembly respected her as if she were one of their elders. Jizhong received the Bodhisattva precepts from the Dharma master Sen Yuan of the Dinglan monastery. Sen Yuan always kept an incense censer beside his seat. When Jizhong dropped incense into the censer, Sen Yuan stopped her, saying, "The Re has been out for 2 days." But at that moment, the incense she had dropped in began to smoke and fume. All marveled at this miraculous response to her solemn piety. During the Yongming era 483 to 493, Jizhong prepared a vegetarian feast in honor of the holy monk Pindala. While in the midst of prayer, she heard the sound of injures snapping in admiration in the air, whereupon she pressed her palms together and bowed her head to listen. Jizhong lived in this convent for 30 years, never once going to a religious feast or visiting either commoner or noble. Whenever she had a moment of leisure, she would sit in a tranquil place and collect her thoughts. It is for this reason that her reputation did not spread further than it did. Emperor Wen Hui made special efforts to support her, his gifts arriving regularly. Buildings were thereupon constructed, and the convent decorated. Jizhong donated her own robe and bowl, selling them so that stone Buddhist statues could be constructed at the Sheshan monastery in honor of the 7 emperors of the Song and Shi dynasties. In the 10th year of the Yongming era 492, Jizhong took ill and was condemned to bed. She suddenly saw the golden chariots and jade palaces of the Pure Land coming to welcome her. On the FTH day of the 4th month of that year, she bid farewell to her disciples, saying, "Today I will depart." As her disciples wept, she pulled aside her robe, exposing her chest on which could be seen the character F of Buddha written in grass script. The character was bright white, clear and shiny. At noon on the 8th day Jizhong died. She was 66 years old. Her remains were buried on Zhong Mountain. Emperor Wen provided ointments, and all of the other expenses for the funeral were also supplied by the state. Biography of the Republican period nun Lian Zhen of a convent in Taizhu. Lian Zhen was a daughter of the Dan Tuzhao family. As a child she studied together with a cousin. The two fell in love and secretly vowed to marry. The cousin had lost his parents at an early age and the family was poor. It was for this reason that he was raised by the Zhaos. Lian Zhen's parents had always been preoccupied with material concerns and, because the boy was poor, they never considered him a suitable match. When they learned that their daughter had promised herself to him, they became furious and drove the boy from the house. Saddened and angered, he went to a barber and had his queue cut off. Wrapping it in paper, he gave it to a servant girl along with a letter to take to Lian Zhen, and then set out for the Jinshan monastery where he took the tonsure and became a monk. When Lian Zhen received the letter and hair, she sighed and said, "He has not betrayed me. How can I betray him? I originally planned to thank him by taking my life. Now that he has become a monk, I know where I must go." That night she ran away, ending her way to a convent in Taizhu. Going before the seat of the nun Yuang's inn, Lian Zhen insisted that she administer the tonsure. The master took pity on the girl and granted her request. Then, on the 20th day of the 8th month of the 20th day of the Guangxu era, 1899, the master gave Lian Zhen the tonsure and ordained her as a nun. At that time she was 17 years old. Lian Zhen demonstrated an aptitude for the vocation of the nun. She cultivated herself with great diligence, chanting the Amitabha scripture 40 times every day without fail, and reciting the name of the Buddha tens of thousands of times as well. Even when ill she did not neglect this practice. After receiving the precepts, she returned home to see her parents. Her parents were delighted, but tried to force her to grow back her hair and give up her life as a nun. Lian Zhen vowed to die before she would do so. After staying at home for a month, she returned to the convent, and from this time on practiced with even greater vigor. On the night of the 29th of the 7th month of the 11th year of the Republican period 1922, after burning incense to the Bodhisattva Zhang, she suddenly felt a headache and went directly to bed. The next day when she arose, her disciple Yueshan brought her some porridge, but Lian Zhen said that won't be necessary. Prepare a bath for me. When I have bathed, shave my head. Then bring me clean garments and a kaya. This would be appropriate. When the nuns in the assembly heard the news, they all came. Lian Zhen pressed her palms together and bowed 3 times to her master Yuang's inn, saying, "Master, I am departing." Then she bowed to the other nuns in the assembly and said farewell. When she had finished speaking she closed her eyes and passed away. This was in the 3rd hour of the afternoon on the RST day of the 8th month of the Rongxi year. She was 40 years old and had passed 24 years as a nun. Translated by Zhang Kishnik. The biography of Bo Sen Guang is from the Practitioners of Meditation, Zikin, section of the Biographies of Eminent Monks, J.O. Sen Zwan 11, T 2059, Volume 50, p. 395 c. Compiled at the beginning of the 6th century by Wijio. 497 to 554. The biography of Dajian is from the Wonder Workers. Gantong, chapter of the Song Biographies of Eminent Monks, Song. Jo Sens 118, T 2061, Volume 50, pages 824c, 825c, completed in 988 by Zanning, 919 to 1001. The addendum at the end of the biography was probably composed by Zanning himself. The biography of the nun Jizhong is from the biographies of nuns. Baikayunis 13, T 2063, Volume 50, pages 942c, 943a, compiled c 516. By Bao Kang. The biography of Lian Zhen is from the further biographies of nuns, Subikayunis 16, completed in 1939 by Zhenhua, 1909 to 1947, Zhenjiang Zilin SI edition, reprinted in Jo Sens 1 EG, Shanghai, Shanghai Guji Chubanshi, 1991, p. 1011. 32. The Nine Patriarchs of the East. For a tradition that traces its origins to an enlightened master, the notion of the transmission of the master's teachings is crucial. What is the root whereby the master's teachings made their way to the present? And how can the authenticity of that root be assured? Has the line of transmission ever been interrupted or tainted by subsequent interpolations? Such questions have been central to Buddhist traditions across Asia, each of which seeks to trace its origins back to the Buddha himself and his original circle of disciples. Numerous traditions approach these questions in the language of lineage, a line of teachers and disciples that stretches back to the Buddha and forward to the present. Sometimes, as in Tibet, this line may be that of the incarnations of a single teacher, dying in one lifetime to be reborn and identified by his disciples in the next, over the generations. More commonly, both in Tibet and elsewhere, in the Buddhist world, the lineage is represented as an ancestral lineage, not a bloodline of fathers and sons, but a spiritual line of teachers and students. Although lay people appear in these lineages, they are typically made up of monks. In order for these lines to be regarded as authentic, they must pass unbroken across mountains, oceans, and centuries, and survive famines, wars, droughts, and the competing claims of other lineages. The various schools of Buddhism have, therefore, devoted much energy and many words to recounting the history of their own lineages. One of the most famous such accounts is that of the Chan and Zen schools, which look back to a moment when the Buddha silently held up our only his disciple Mahakajapa understood that at that moment the Buddha was making the mind-to-mind transmission. Yet the Chan accounts are careful also to describe how this mental transmission was physically transported from India to China by the monk Bodhidharma. The passage below is drawn from a lineage history of the famous Tiantai school of China entitled Comprehensive Record of the Buddhas and Patriarchs, Fozutongji, compiled by the Tiantai monk Zipan in 1269. It is a massive historical and hagiographical compendium that traces the trunk and branches of the Shintai school, as envisioned in the late Song dynasty. Adopting the familiar Chinese language of ancestral lineage, it begins with a description of 23 or 24, depending on the reckoning, Indian patriarchs, beginning with the Buddha himself and ending with a guru named Siha. This is then followed by biographies of the so-called nine patriarchs of the East, that is, of China, the major Chinese gurus responsible for founding and bringing to maturation the teachings of the Shintai school. The preface to the latter set of biographies and the biography of the greatest of the nine Chinese patriarchs, the third patriarch, Zai, is translated here. The lineage of 23 Indian patriarchs is drawn from a 6th century translation of an Indian work known as The Circumstances of the Transmission of the Dharma Treasure, Fu Fei Zhang Yunyun. Swan, which includes many of the most important pillars of Indian Buddhism, including Nagarjuna, regarded as the founder of the Madhyamaka tradition, and Asaka and Vasubandhu, regarded as founders of the Yogacara tradition. But unlike that of the Chan school, the continuous face-to-face succession comes to an end in India with Siha's untimely death. No patriarch transports the lineage from India to China. The Tiantai school was famous for its dedication to study and exegesis. It is therefore perhaps appropriate that the question of lineage focuses on the transmission of the Buddha's received word, that is, the scriptures and their interpretation, rather than on the more personal lineage of enlightenment. It is the conviction that scripture is the authoritative ground of tradition that bridges the gap between the Western patriarchs Siha and the Eastern patriarchs, the historical founders of the Tiantai school in China. The lineage history below describes how, although far removed from the age and homeland of the Buddha, the Chinese founders of the Tiantai school, through a combination of extensive scholarship and meditative genius, recovered the original mind or intention of the Buddha from a being array of texts. As masters of both the received and transcendent dimensions of the Buddha's wisdom, they were able to bring his words back to life, reconstitute the broken patriarchal succession, and establish the true Dharma in China. It is said of Wiban, the RST of the Chinese Tiantai masters, although he did not know Nagarjuna in person, he knew his mind. Zipan's preface to the biographies of the nine patriarchs of the East. The enlightenment of the Buddhas and patriarchs is transmitted from mind to mind. Why should it further wait for verbal explanations? Even though sanction may take place at the moment of the enlightening encounter, there still must be a tangible act of bestowing and receiving as a formal protocol for transmission of the way. Thus the 24 saints of the Golden Mouth patriarchal transmission all personally received verbal determinations from their masters and relied on them to express to others the marvel of the mind transmission in the form of teachings. This practice of leaving behind verbal discourses can be justified by the need to bring unity to antiquity and the present, to differentiate right from wrong, to clarify wisdom and its object, and to distinguish the essential teaching from its manifest applications. From the time the sutras and commentaries RST made their way to the East, i.e., China, their teachings have always been replete with the elixir of absolute truth. But the masters of this land of ours, lamenting people's inability to apprehend it, concentrated their efforts exclusively on lecture and exegesis as the means for eking out the central thesis of the tradition. In the process, they became preoccupied with its minor points and lost sight of the major ones, seized on partial truths and neglected the perfect or complete picture. Thus the means to reveal and disseminate the marvel of mind transmission were never made available, and those who would pursue the path to enlightenment were left yearning for the birth of a saint to guide them through spontaneous manifestation of his endowments from former lives, and without relying on personal transmission from a teacher. The venerable Wiban of the northern Chi awoke mysteriously to Nagarjuna's teaching of the mutual identity of the truths of emptiness, provisional existence, and the middle way, making it the core of a method for contemplation of the mind. He taught the procedure to Nanyu Huizi, 515 to 577. Master Nanyu practiced it and realized purikatayana of the sixth sense faculties. He in turn transmitted it to Zai 538 to 597. By applying this technique, Zai became enlightened to the profound meaning of the Lotus Sutra and went on to open anew the great enterprise of the Buddha, giving his name to this particular school of ours. Zai devised a saying to the EECT that transmission of the way lies in practice as well as in preaching. Consequently, he sketched out the VE periods of the Buddha's career and elaborated in detail the 8 teachings. On the basis of this system of doctrinal classification, he synthesized the miscellaneous treatises of the Buddhist canon and grounded their essential design in the Lotus Sutra. In his treatise on the profound meaning of the Lotus Sutra, Phawaswanyi, he laid out the VE divisions in order to elucidate the deep meaning of the sutra's title, and in his words and phrases of the Lotus Sutra, Phawawenju, he distinguished the fourfold system of exegesis to synthesize the meaning of its individual lines and paragraphs. Having brought full clarity to the Buddhist doctrinal preachings, the principles of meditative practice still required clarikatayan. These he also addressed through his singular treatise on the great calming and contemplation, in which he expounded the practices that he had applied to his own mind. He introduced the work with 6 chapters that set forth the conceptual understanding of meditative calming and contemplation, and followed them up with additional chapters that established concrete practice on the basis of this understanding. The 20 VE methods serve as the preparatory expedients for calming and contemplation, while the 10 modes of discernment constitute the main practice. In his discussion of the simultaneous inherence of the 3,000 realms, absolute principle and phenomenal airs within a single instant of thought, Zai refuted the 100 schools of his age and surpassed both ancient and contemporary interpretations. Thus the great calming and contemplation is the basis from which the world at large illuminates the Buddhist teachings. At that time there was the great Hyena master Zhangyan Guanding. He was extremely erudite, a quality which also owed its inspiration to sublime enlightenment. Attending Zai's lectures, he took up the brush and recorded his words, after which he compiled them into treatises and commentaries in order to convey their lucid insights to future students. However, worldlings who delighted in unusual theories, such as the VE teachings and 3 periods, concentrated exclusively on their particular biased interests. Even though each occasion for the Buddhist preaching of the Dharma had its particular aims and reasons, in the long run, their individual study is not adequate for comprehending the entirety of the Buddhist strategy for training others or for reaching the ultimate design of the Lotus Sutra. One should know that the roles of the eternal Dharma are continent of Jambudvipa, and the followers who wear the mendicant's robe are more numerous than sprouts of spring bamboo. And yet, if Tiantai Zai had not been born, if the classificatory system of the VE periods and the 8 doctrinal teachings had not been disseminated, and if the path of meditation not been clarified, then we must surmise that the Buddhist Dharma would have long since disappeared. Zhangyan Guanding therefore took up this great tradition and, in turn, transmitted it to Phwa Huibai. Phwa during his day had more than 700 followers who became lecturers, but only Tiangong Jiwei truly continued his legacy. Countless numbers of persons sought the way at Tiangong's gate, but Zhuoxi Xianlang alone inherited his mantle. Zhuoxi was a prolific teacher, and his students were even more numerous than those of his predecessors, flocking to his door and crowding his room from distant lands and nearby districts alike. The 3 generations descended from Phwa all continued the school's essential teaching and preserved its texts, but focused their efforts on nothing more than super-chale lecturing. By the time of Jingxi Zanran, the tradition had fallen into decline and was under considerable duress. When traders stealthily came forth to deprecate the Tiantai teachings, Zanran composed the Diamond Scepter Jinggongbei and the meaning of the great calming and concentration topically arranged Zidwen Ili to counter them, so that they were compelled to take them as a basis of discussion. When students steered over the wording of the Tiantai texts, the master composed his sub-commentaries to the school's key treatises, so that they had no recourse but to look to them for guidance. In this way he clarified the orthodox teaching of our school to provide a model for later generations. By comparison, his contribution to the propagation of our school exceeds that of Zhangyan Guanding. The summary epilogue states, there is a saying attributed to Zhangyan Guanding to the EECT that Zai says in his treatise on contemplating the mind, I entrust my life to the master Nagarjuna. This proves that he regarded Nagarjuna as the master who was our high ancestral progenitor. Zanran's treatise for assisting the practice of the great calming and contemplation explains this passage saying, according to secular conventions of genealogy, Zai should speak of Nagarjuna as the grand ancestral master, since the Buddha himself would properly be the high ancestral progenitor. But, if one takes high to signify eminence and esteem, then Zai's original usage becomes like that of the ruling houses of the Han and Shi, who all designate the founding ancestor of their dynasties as their high ancestor. It simply means that his merit is unsurpassed, for which he is posthumously called high. The Tiantai school of the present day still regards Nagarjuna as its founding patriarch. Hence, it is fitting that Zai designate him the high ancestral patriarch. Now, the school that advocates transmission of the Buddha mind, i.e., the Chan school popularized the idea of a continuous lineage of the way. Taken with this idea, later people have applied the term patriarchal ancestor generically to the masters of our own school. As such, the 24 sages of the Golden Mouth patriarchal transmission are all honored with the title of ancestral patriarch. Coming down to the masters of this land, the succession of 9 patriarchs also has this idea behind it. But here, one should realize that our use of the term high ancestor is actually in keeping with Jingxi Zanran's idea of one's merit being unsurpassed. It is not the same as the use of the titles high and grand in secular traditions of genealogy. Biography of Tiantai Zai. At age 20 Zai stepped forward to receive the full precepts, after which he studied the Vinyasa and learned the rite for the Vapili repentance under Master Hui Guang. Later he went to Mount Daxian, in the southern reaches of Hangzhou, to recite the Lotus Sutra, the Sutra of illimitable meanings and the Sutra for the contemplation of Bodhisattva universal worthy. Within the space of 20 days he memorized the 3 works perfectly. Then he took up practice of the Vapiliya. All the most sublime omens appeared to him. The retreat sanctuary Daokang took on the image of a vast and magnificently adorned altar, even though it was crammed with a confusion of scriptures and images. His body remained RMLY on the high seat for ritual recitation and his feet entwined in lotus posture on the rope couch for meditation, while his mouth engaged in constant recitation of the Lotus Sutra and his hands remained poised in reverence before sutra and icon. Having become fully versed in the Vinyasa and having tasted constant delight in the joys of meditation, Zai began to lament the fact that there was no one in the Hangzhou area who was to Consult for spiritual guidance. During the RST year of the Tianjia era of the Chen Emperor when 560 CE, the Taina master Huizi settled at Mount Desu in Guangzhou. Learning of this fact, Zai went there to pay him homage. Huizi said to him, in former days, you and I listened to the Lotus Sutra together on Vulture Peak, where the Buddha originally taught it. In pursuit of this connection from former lives, you have come to me once again. Thereapon he showed Zai to the sanctuary for Bodhisattva, universal worthy, and taught him the method of the four easeful practices of the Lotus Samadhi. Day and night Zai labored painfully at the practice, disciplining his mind as he had been instructed. He chopped up cedar wood to use as incense. When the cedar was gone, he continued his O-earrings using millet. At night he rolled up the curtains to allow moonlight into the sanctuary, and when the moon set, he burned pine wood for light. 14 days into the retreat, while reciting the Lotus Sutra, he came upon the line that reads, such pure zeal as this is as the true O-earring of Dharma to the Tathagatas. His body and mind suddenly became quiescent, and he slipped into meditative absorption. Powers of drew magical spells, in turn, manifested from this condition of tranquil samadhi. He luminously comprehended the whole of the Lotus Sutra, like a high beacon that shines over a dark valley, and he penetrated the true nature of the Dharmas, as a long wind sweeps freely through the void. When he went to seek confirmation of his enlightenment from his master, Huizi helped him to extend it further, through the combination of his own inner enlightenment and what he received in additional instruction from his teacher. Zai's progress in the space of 4 nights exceeded what would ordinarily take a lifetime of 100 years. Nanyu praised him, saying, if not for you there would be no realization, if not for me, there would be no one to recognize it. The samadhi that you have experienced is the preparatory expedient to the Lotus Samadhi. The truth that you have manifested is the dharni of the RST turning that is mentioned in the Lotus Sutra. Even if a crowd of 1,000 masters of the written text were to come to test your eloquence, none would be able to exhaust it. Truly you are the foremost among preachers of the Dharma. Translated by Daniel Stevenson from Hippan's Fosutongji, T 2035. Volume 49. The preface is found at pages 177c17, 178b10, the biography of Zai at pages 181b1, c9. 33. Taking the Vinaya across the sea. Buddhist nations have long counted the ordination of monks and the founding of monasteries among the significant moments in their histories. The rules of monastic discipline, Vinaya, require that a novice seeking to become a fully ordained monk, bhikkhu, receive ordination from a group of 10 fully ordained monks. If the ordination is to take place in a remote region, only VE monks are required. When Buddhism has moved from one land to another, that movement has often been marked by the ordination of the RST monks of the new land. But such ordination has sometimes been difficult because of the number of monks required to perform the ordination ceremony, and those foreign monks who make the journey to the new land to bestow ordination are regarded as heroes in the history of the tradition. In Japan, the monk most remembered for his heroic efforts is the Chinese master known as Genjin. His Chinese name was Jianzhen. Although there was considerable interest in the Vinaya in the early Japanese schools of the Nara period, 710 to 796, there were not enough fully ordained monks to perform proper ordination. The Chinese monk Daoxuan arrived in Japan in 738, where he taught not just Vinaya but also Chan, Zen, Huiyan, Qigong, and Tiantai, Tente. Even after Daoxuan's arrival, however, proper ordination still could not be conducted in Japan because the required number of 10 fully ordained senior monks were not present. Some schools developed their own ordination practices, including self-ordination. Other monks traveled to Korea to receive full ordination. The Emperor Shohu sent 2 monks to China to study the Vinaya and determine the best means of properly establishing a saga of fully ordained monks in Japan. They eventually met the Vinaya master Genjin and invited him to return with them to Japan. Genjin agreed to make the journey, despite the many obstacles he would face. His decision was seen as a sign of his heroic dedication to the Dharma. Chinese monks were prohibited by the state from traveling abroad, making it necessary to elude government ochales before setting out to sea, where a frightful array of dangers, both natural and supernatural, awaited. Genjin and his party failed BE times over the course, often years, swearing shipwreck and attack by pirates, before arriving in Japan in 753. The following account contains excerpts from a work written shortly thereafter. It is entitled Biography of the High Bishop, Chief Dharma Administrator Jianzhen of Tang China, who journeyed eastward across the sea, Homuzo Deizaho to Genjin, Kakai Tose Den, and was composed in 779 by Genkai, 722 to 785. Based on records compiled by Genjin's disciple Shichuo, Japanese Shitaku, who had accompanied his teacher on the voyages. Part Adventure Story, Part Travelogue. The account describes the repeated attempts of Genjin and his disciples to make the perilous journey to Japan and fulfill his promise to bring the Vinaya there. Despite his imperial welcome at the capital of Nara and the grand ordination ceremony he conducted at the Toteiji temple, monastic ochales at court, who had controlled the ordination system prior to his arrival, did not grant Genjin full authority over the ordination of monks. Genjin resigned from the OCE bestowed upon him just VE years after his arrival. The question of who ordained monks and what constituted ordination has remained a persistent theme throughout the history of Buddhism in Japan. Genjin agrees to go to Japan. During the FTH year of the Tempia period 733, the Rema Buddhist ascetics Yoai and Fusho and others accompanied the Japanese ambassador Taja Hinohiro Nari 739 to Tang China to study Buddhism. In China it was the 20 RST year of the Kaiwan period. In all the Buddhist monasteries of China the scripture masters and great worthies regarded ordination with the precepts of the Vinaya as the correct entrance to the Buddhist path. Anyone who lacked the precepts could not be counted among the Saga, Yoai, and Fusho thereby realized that no one had transmitted the Vinaya ordination procedures to their own kingdom. They persuaded the Rema Deoxuan Japanese, Dosen, 702 to 760, a Vinaya master of Daifuxian Temple in the eastern capital Loyang, to travel aboard the ship of the returning adjunct ambassador Nakatomi Asen, Nashiro D 745, so that Deoxuan might be the RST to teach Vinaya in Japan. After Yoai and Fusho had studied Buddhism in the Tang Empire for 10 years, they wanted to return home as soon as they could, without waiting to accompany another ochale emissary. They requested assistance from the monks Diahang and Chengguan of the western capital Chang'an, modern Xi'an, from the monk Diking of the eastern capital, and from the Korean monk Yui. Diahang introduced them to Li Linzong, the brother of the minister Li Linfu, who helped them obtain an order, which they sent to Lekang, Linzong's nephew in Yangzhou, requesting that a ship be constructed and stocked with provisions. Yoi and Fusho along with Genro and Genpo, 2 other Japanese monks who also had been sent to China to study Buddhism, traveled to Yangzhou. It was the middle of winter, RST year 742 of the Chinese Tianbao period. At that time the great Upatyaya master instructor, Genjin, Chinese, Jianzhen, 688 to 763, was lecturing on Vinyasa at the Darning Temple in Yangzhou. Yoi and Fusho went to Daming Temple, bowed at the feet of Genjin and told him in detail of their mission. The Buddhist Dharma has owed east to the kingdom of Japan. Although the Dharma exists in Japan, there is no person who can properly transmit the Dharma via ordination with the precepts of the Vinyasa. Long ago in Japan there was a prince named Shotoku Taishi, 574 to 622, who predicted that in 200 years hence, the holy teaching would be made to Arish in Japan. Now that time has come, we request that the great Upatyaya travel to the east to cause Buddhism to Arish. Genjin replied, I once heard that after Chan Master Huazi, 515 to 577, died he was reborn as Shotoku Taishi in Japan where he promoted the Buddhist teachings to save living beings. I also heard that your prince Nagata D 729 was a devout Buddhist. He presented the virtuous saga of Japan with a donation of 1,000 kai robes on which was embroidered this verse, mountains and rivers der in each region. But the wind and the moon are the same throughout the heavens. Give to all the sons of the Buddha and produce good future karma. Reacting on these stories, I know that your kingdom truly has good karmic conditions for the origin of Buddhism. Genjin then turned to his assembled disciples and asked, now, who among this Dharma community will respond to this request from afar and travel to Japan to transmit the Dharma? The entire assembly was silent, not a single person replied. Finally, after a long while, the monk Xianjun stepped forward and spoke, that land is extremely far away. The journey would cost us our lives. Not even 1 out of 100 people who try can make it across the raging seas. As the scripture says, it is difficult to attain birth as a human, it is difficult to attain birth in the central kingdom. We have not yet made sufficient progress in our training. We have not yet attained the fruits of the Buddhist path. For these reasons everyone has remained silent without replying. Genjin spoke, this journey is for the sake of the Dharma. How can anyone begrudge losing his life? If you refuse, then I will go myself. Xianjun replied, if the great Upatyaya goes, then I will follow you. Genjin 6 attempts to reach Japan. Details of the RST voyage are omitted. During the 12th moon of the second year of Tianbao 743, Genjin's group of disciples, Buddhist artisans, and sailors, totaling 80 people boarded ship, hoisted sails, headed east down the Yangtze River, and traveled into Langu Bay. In the open sea, a vicious wind stirred up whitecaps which smashed over the ship. Everyone was washed up onto the rocky shore. Then the tide came in, and the water rose as high as a man's waist. Only Genjin could enter refuge amidst some reeds. Everyone else stood in the water, exposed to the unrelenting cold winter wind. They suired. After their ship was repaired, they set out for a third attempt. They made it as far as Daban Island, but could not enter any place to drop anchor. They drifted back to Zayu Island where they waited 1 month for a favorable wind. Next they reached Sangzi Island, but strong winds and high seas prevented them from navigating past the island's rocks. There was no way to plot a course. Just as they made it past some lofty crags, they ran aground. Both the men and the ship were stuck on an underwater ridge. They exhausted their supplies of food and water and became hungry and thirsty. 3 days later the winds died down and the seas became calm. A Sherman found them and gave them food and water, saving everyone. 5 days later a Coast Guard ship came to investigate. They were taken back to the mainland and turned over to the magistrate of the Ming district, who had them conned to the king. Azoka Monastery Ao Wang Si. That monastery has a stupa pagoda erected by King Azoka. About 100 years after the Nirvana of the Buddha there was an iron wheel turning king, Kakravartin, named Azoka. He enlisted fairies to erect 84,000 stupas, of which this is one. This stupa is not gold, not jade, not stone, not earth, not bronze, and not iron. Its dark purple relief carvings are most unusual. One side depicts the Bodhisattva i.e. Sakyamuni during the lifetimes before he became a Buddha sacrificing his body to feed hungry tiger cubs. One side depicts him losing his eyes. One side depicts him wearing his brains. Another side depicts him saving a dove. Its top umbrella lacks a dew basin, but in the middle there hangs a bell. Originally, no one knew of the stupa because it had become buried in the earth. There was only the square foundation, several fathoms high, but covered in weeds and moss. Rarely would anyone look to see what it was. Then, during the Jin dynasty, RST year of Taishi 265, a hunter from Lichi named Lusa he died and went to hell. Yama, the king of hell, told him of the buried stupa and ordered him back to earth to uncover it. Since that time down to the present Tang dynasty many stupas and monasteries have been built there. On the mountain ridge to the southeast of the monastery there is a stone with the Buddha's right footprint. To the southwest there is a Buddha's left footprint. Both footprints are 1 foot 4 inches long, ve and 8/10 inches wide at the ball of the foot, and 4 inches wide at the heel. Their 1,000-spoked wheel and sh symbols are clearly visible. People say that they are the footprints of the Buddha. Kejapa of the previous Ian. 2 li to the east beside the road. There is a holy well. It is only 3 feet deep, but its water is pure and sweet. Even in the most severe rain it does not run over, even in the most severe drought it does not run dry. In the well there lives a sh 1 foot 9 inches long. People call it the guardian of the king. Azoka stupa. People make earrings of incense at the well, and if their fortune is good, then they will be able to see the sh. But if their fortune is bad, then they are unable to see it even if they try year after year. Details of their connement at King Azoka Monastery, of their walk back to Yangzhou, and of their 4th voyage are omitted. The FTH voyage in the spring of the 7th year of Tianbao 748, Yoi and Fusho arrived at Kongfu Monastery in Yangzhou, where the great Upatyaya Genjin was residing. Genjin had already arranged for the construction of a ship, the purchase of gear and the supply of provisions. Traveling with Genjin were a total of 30 VE people, including 14 monks Xianjun, Shenkang, Guanjun, Dunwuo, Rujeo, Diking, Raiwo, Yoi, Fusho, Sichuo, etc. and a crew of 18. On the 26th day of the 6th moon, they set out from Kongfu Monastery, walked to the new canal, boarded their ship, and traveled downriver as far as the Langshan Delta. From that point, strong winds and rough seas forced them to circle among the 3 deltas. The following morning a favorable Wind carried them to Trippointment Island, where they waited for 1 month. Another favorable wind brought them to Shifeng Island, where they waited one more month. On the morning of the 16th day of the 10th moon, Genjin said, "Last night in my dream I saw 3 Ochales. One of them wore scarlet and the other 2 wore green. They bowed farewell from CLIS. I know they were apparitions of the gods of this place. There can be no doubt that this time we will make it across the sea." Shortly thereafter the winds arose, and they set sail for Xianjian Island, i.e., the last coastal island before the open sea. At one point they had sighted land on the horizon. They traveled all day in that direction, but the land disappeared and they realized it had been a mirage. As they traveled further from land the winds became stronger and the waves rougher. The sea turned black like charcoal. When the ship pierced through the crest of a wave, it was like being on top of a mountain. When the ship crashed down into a wave's trough, it was like being in a deep valley. Everyone became very seasick and could do nothing but call upon Avalokitesvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion. Then one of the sailors called out, "The ship is going to sink. Get rid of excess cargo." He picked up a trunk LED with incense and was about to throw it overboard when a voice in the sky commanded, "Stop. Do not throw it out." The sailor stopped. That night one of the sailors said, "Do not be afraid. The 4 divine kings are here, wearing their armor and holding their STAS. 2 are at the bow and 2 are at the mast." Hearing this, everyone became reassured. For 3 days they crossed a sea of eels. The eels were between VE and 10 feet long and spotted in color. The surface of the water was LED with their coils. For 3 days they crossed a sea of ying birds. The white birds covered the skies with their wings, which measured 1 foot across. One day they crossed a sea of ying sh. Once birds as large as a man landed on the ship. With the added weight of the birds, the ship seemed as if it was about to sink. When the monks tried to shoo them away, however, the birds bit their hands. For 2 days nothing occurred, just strong winds and high seas. By now everyone had collapsed from fatigue. Only Fusho was able to measure out a small portion of rice for each day's ration and distribute it. There was no water left aboard ship, so everyone had to eat dry rice. It stuck in their throats. They could not swallow it, nor spit it out. If they drank salt water their bellies swelled up in pain worse than they had ever experienced before. In the ocean, there suddenly appeared 4 pairs of golden sh, each one about 10 feet long, which circled around the ship. The following morning, the winds calmed, and the crew sighted land. Everyone was so thirsty. Everyone was facing death. Yoai's complexion suddenly returned to normal and he looked happy. He explained to the others, "I dreamed I saw an Ochale. He asked me to administer the rites of repentance and precept ordination. I told him that I was very thirsty and wanted water. The Ochale fetched some water and gave it to me. It looked like milk, and tasted so sweet that it made my heart clear and refreshed. I told the Ochale that there are more than 30 people aboard ship who have not had any water to drink for many days and who are dying of thirst. I asked, 'Patron, please bring water quickly.' Thereupon, the Ochale summoned the old men who command the rains. He scolded them, 'You're in charge of this matter. Hurry up and bring the rains.' That is what I saw in my dream. Now the rains will come. Everyone, gather bowls to collect the rain." When his shipmates heard this news, everyone rejoiced. The following day, clouds arose in the southwestern skies, moved over the ship and poured rain. Everyone held up bowls to catch the rain and drank it. The next day it also rained, so everyone had his LL. The following day they came upon land. 4 white sh appeared and pulled the ship straight into an inlet where they could lay anchor. The sailors took bowls and raced ashore to search for fresh water. On the other side of a small hill they found a pond with clear and delicious water. They battled to get the most water until each one had drunk his LL. They decided to return later to LL more containers, but when they went back the following day they found only land where the pond had been. Everyone was disappointed. They then realized that the pond had appeared through the magical power of the gods. It was now the 11th moon in the middle of winter, but in that land the agars were in full bloom, the trees were full of leaf, and young bamboo shoots appeared just as if it were still summer. They had drifted at sea for 14 days before reaching that place. They set out to search for an inhabited inlet. Eventually they came across 4 traveling merchants, and called them over to the ship. The 4 merchants all spoke at once, "Great Upadhyaya, you are so fortunate to have encountered us. Otherwise, you could have been killed. The people in this region are cannibals. Leave as quickly as you can." Then, the merchants shoved to their own boat and departed. That night the monks saw one native with disheveled hair and a knife. They all were very frightened, but once they presented the native with food he left. That night they set sail. After 3 days they arrived at Zhenzhou on the southern tip of Hainan Island, where they dropped anchor at the mouth of a small river. The traveling merchants had gone ahead to report to the district OCE. The district prefect, Feng Changjai, sent more than 400 soldiers to meet Genjin's group and escort them to the main settlement. Once they arrived, the prefect came out to address the group. "I had been expecting you. Last night I dreamed that a monk named Feng Tian would arrive and that he is a relative of mine. Is there a monk named Feng Tian among you?" The monks replied, "No, there is not." The prefect said, "Even if there is not a monk named Feng Tian with you, surely the Upadhyaya must be my relative." Thereupon he invited Genjin to his home for a vegetarian meal and sponsored a lay precept ordination ceremony at the district headquarters. The prefect housed the monks at the nearby Daun temple. The Buddha hall at that temple had been in ruins for many years. The monks were put to work repairing the Buddha hall with the Buddhist works of art they had intended to take to Japan. After 1 year they completed its reconstruction. Details of the remainder of their stay in Hainan, of their trek across the mountains of Canton, and of Yuai's death are omitted. Genjin's group stayed in Guangzhou for 1 year until spring. Then they set out for Xiaozhou. The townspeople accompanied them far out of town to bid them farewell. They walked more than 700 li upstream until they arrived at Shenzhou Temple in Xiaozhou, where they rested 3 days. The magistrate of Xiaozhou next housed them in Feiquan Temple. Feiquan is the monastery that Empress Station Wu 623 to 705 had constructed in honor of Huaneng, the 6th Chan patriarch. It still houses an image of Huaneng. Later Genjin's group moved to Kaiwan Temple. Fusho thereupon decided to leave the group and head north back to the King Azoka monastery. It was the 9th year of Tianbao. 750 Genjin took Fusho's hand. Crying tears of sadness, he Reassured Fusho, I made a vow to cross the sea to transmit the vinyasa. I will not give up on my vow until I reach Japan. There. Feelings were beyond description. Genjin developed a fever, which burned his forehead. His eyesight became dim. A barbarian who lived nearby said that he knew how to treat eyes. He applied his treatment, but Genjin lost his sight. Later that same year while traveling on the river to Jizu, the monk Xianjun sat up in a meditation posture on the deck of the boat. He asked Sichuo, is the great Upadhyaya still asleep or has he awoken? Sichuo replied, he is still asleep. Xianjun said, I am about to die. Sichuo woke Genjin to inform him. Genjin lit incense and brought out a small bench for Xianjun to lean upon. They faced him towards the west to invoke the name of Amitabha Buddha. Xianjun said the name once, and then his upright seated Gur became still and silent. Genjin cried out, Xianjun. Xianjun. His grief and anguish was limitless. Details of the journey back to Yangzhou and of the sixth successful voyage to Japan are omitted. Genjin arrives in Nara, the capital of Japan. On the fourth day of the second moon of 754 Genjin arrived at the capital Nara. The government representative of the junior fourth grade named Eizokeo greeted Genjin's group outside the Reizaiman gate to the inner city and guided them to the great eastern temple, Todaiji. On the FTH day the Chinese Vinyasa master Deoxuan and the Indian monk Bodhisattva came to welcome Genjin. The Prime Minister Sizo, the Minister of the Right, the Councillor of State, Dainagon, and all the other government officers also came to greet Genjin. A few days later the court Ochail Kibi no Meikabai 695 to 775, who had spent 19 years studying in China came to speak with Genjin. He told him, the great Upadhyaya crossing the distant seas to arrive in our kingdom assists our court's plans. Our pleasure is beyond description. The court constructed this massive great Eastern temple 10 years ago with the desire of erecting an ordination platform for the transmission of the Vinyasa precepts. There has not been a day or night when we have forgotten this plan. Now all the senior virtuous monks of Japan are coming from distant provinces in order to receive Vinyasa ordination in accordance with our wishes. Henceforth you will be responsible for all details of the ordination procedures. In addition, Bishop Robin 689 to 773 was charged with the task of presenting the court with a census of all the monks who had accompanied Genjin. Within days the court instructed Bishop Robin to award each of them with the title of Great Dharma Masters who transmit the flame. By the fourth moon of that year, an ordination platform had been constructed in front of the colossal image of Vairocana Buddha within the Great Eastern Temple. The heavenly sovereign Shomu 701 to 756 was the RST to ascend the platform and receive ordination with the Bodhisattva precepts. His queen and his princes followed him in receiving ordination. Next, the novice Shoshu and more than 440 others received ordination. According to the Vinyasa. Next, more than 80 senior Japanese monks, such as Raiwu, Kenyo, Shisu, Zenko, Don, Hayatoku, Ningi, Zinsha, Gyosen, Jionin, etc., renounced their previous self-ordinations and received new ordinations from Genjin. Beginning in the second year of Tianbao 743, on VE occasions, the great Upadhyaya had braved the hardships and dangers of crossing the sea to transmit the precepts. Although he was forced back each time, he did not abandon his vow. On his sixth voyage across the sea he reached Japan. 36 of his companions, impermanent as are all things, perished along the way. More than 200 others quit the mission. Only the great Upadhyaya, the scholar monk Fusho and the Tiantai monk Sichuo participated in all 6 voyages from start to finish. After 12 years of travel, Genjin fulfilled his vow by arriving in Japan and transmitting the holy precepts of the Vinyasa. His accomplishment tests to the fact that, in his compassion for saving living beings, in his store of karmic fortune, and in his willingness to sacrifice his own life, Genjin had perfected many virtues. Details of Genjin's subsequent career in Japan are omitted. Translation by William Bodiford of Tadeiwajo Tose Den, full title. Homyuzo Deizaho to Genjin Kakai Tose Den, in Dainyon. Bukiyazincho, Volume 113, Tokyo, Bus Hokankokai, 1912-22. 34. Zen for National Defense. The various schools and sects that have developed and, in some cases, disappeared over the history of Buddhism have not occurred in a simple, linear progression. New movements have arisen among existing schools. And, if they are to succeed, it is necessary that they distinguish themselves from their contemporaries. In order to gain followers, patrons, and, especially, royal sanction, new schools have needed to proclaim both their authenticity, typically portrayed in terms of lineage, and their vanities. Such vanities usually include not only the attainment of enlightenment, but other, perhaps more mundane, rewards to those who owe their support. Zen was one of the last major schools of Buddhism to become established in Japan. Contact with China, from which the previous schools of Japanese Buddhism had derived, had diminished by the time. The 10-day monk Isai, 1141-1215, whose previous training had focused on tantric practice, visited China at the age of 28. His visit was brief, and he returned with 60 volumes of Tiantai texts. However, while in China, he had observed the popularity of Chen, the Chinese term translated into Japanese as Zen. Some 20 years later, he sailed to China again, this time hoping to travel to India. Prohibited from doing so, he remained in China, studying at a Chan monastery, where he received permission to transmit the Zen teachings. His study also included the Vinyasa, which had been denigrated in his 10-day sect as a Hinayana practice. After 4 years in China, he returned to Japan. Zen teachings were not unknown in Japan prior to Isai's return. The teachings of Bodhidharma were known and practiced within 10-day, but previous efforts to establish Zen as an independent school were met with disfavor, both by the established schools and the imperial court. Isai therefore needed to establish his own authority as a Zen master, and to seek imperial approval. He did so in his major work, written in 1198, entitled, Saini Kandli, Promote Zen to Protect This Kingdom's Rulers. Kozen Goku Kuran, excerpts from which appear here. He submitted it to the military dictatorship based in Kamakura. Here he defended Zen as an authentic teaching of the Buddha, recounting the story of the mind-to-mind transmission from the Buddha to Mahakajapa, and then tracing the lineage of Zen from India to China and, eventually, to himself. He defends Zen as an appropriate teaching for the degenerate age and for Japan, citing sutras to support his argument. He also answers the charges that Zen practice is little more than attachment to emptiness. But he is equally concerned to demonstrate the importance of monastic discipline. It was believed that the security and prosperity of Japan depended on a variety of deities who had the power to protect the islands from natural calamity and foreign invasion. In order to maintain the favor and support of these deities, the appropriate offerings and prayers had to be performed. The efficacy of such rituals depended on the purity of those who performed them. Isai argued that the ethical discipline of Zen monks made them the most potent practitioners of the rituals for the protection of the state. Isai is best remembered in Japan, however, for something else he brought back from China, tea, which Chinese monks drank to stay awake during their hours of meditation. Isai wrote a 2-volume treatise called Drink Tea for Health, Kiseyahoki. Promotes and to protect this kingdom's rulers. Preface. The great hero Sakyamuni is holding up power and thereby conveying his mind dharma to the golden Buddha ascetic, i.e., to his disciple Mahakajapa is known as the special transmission outside the teachings, beginning with their turned heads on Vulture Peak, Drika and their smiling faces inside Kakalake Cave where Sakyamuni and Mahakajapa conducted the dharma transmission ceremony. Sakyamuni's raised aura has blossomed into thousands of O-shoots and the mystical fountainhead has LLET 10,000 streams. In India and China the Zen lineage is known for its tightly linked succession of proper dharma heirs. Thus has the true dharma, propagated by the Buddhas of old, been handed down along with the dharma robe. Thus have the correct ritual forms of Buddhist ascetic training been made manifest. The substance of the dharma is kept whole through master-disciple relationships, and confusion over correct and incorrect monastic decorum is thereby eliminated. Why then do Buddhists in this kingdom discard the BE family lineages of Zen? Many malign this teaching, calling it the Zen of blind trance. Others doubt it, calling it the evil of clinging to emptiness. Still others consider it ill-suited to this latter age of dharma decline, saying that it is not needed in our land. To refute them I have compiled an anthology of the Buddhist Scriptures that record the essential teachings of our lineage for consideration by today's pundits and for the vanity of posterity. This anthology is titled Promotes and to Protect This Kingdom's Rulers in accordance with the basic idea of the Benevolent King Sutra. It consists of 10 chapters. 1. Causing the Buddhist Dharma to abide forever. 2. Protecting this kingdom's rulers. 3. Resolving doubts. 4. Evidence that ancient worthies practiced Zen. 5. My spiritual bloodline. 6. Scriptural evidence to increase faith. 7. Basic tenets that encourage Zen practice. 8. Establishing Zen facilities. 9. Zen legends from the continent. And 10. Transferring merit and making vows. Causing the Buddhist Dharma to abide forever. The Storehouse of Buddhist Morality Sutra Japanese, but Suzuki says, the Buddha preached, Saraputra. That kind of person has discarded the unsurpassed Dharma jewel and fallen into perverse views. That kind of Rama Buddhist ascetic has become a Kala untouchable. Saraputra. My pure Dharma will gradually disappear because of such circumstances. The Dharma of Bodhi, wisdom, for which I long transmigrated in Sastra and endured every swearing in order to perfect, will be destroyed in the future age of such evil people. I would not permit them to receive even a drop of water. The Brahmanet Bodhisattva Precept Sutra says, whoever violates the proper moral precepts must not be allowed to receive any earnings from Vinapati patrons, must not be allowed to walk on the king's land, and must not be allowed to drink the king's water. 5,000 great demons always obstruct such a one's way. The demons say, you great thief. If you set foot in a room, in a town, or in a house, we will sweep your footprints away. And so forth, down to the words, one who violates the Buddhist precepts is a beast. The Great Perfection of Wisdom Sutra says, Saraputra. After I pass into Nirvana, during the latter 100-year periods, the profound prajna i.e., perfection of wisdom sutras will cause Buddhism to flourish in northeastern regions i.e., in China, Japan, and Korea. Why should this be so? Because it is what all Tathagatas profoundly value and what they protect in their memory. They will prevent the sutra from disappearing in that region. The above passages clarify the principle that it is the Zen Dharma of promoting the Vinaya that causes the Buddha Dharma to endure. Protecting this kingdom's rulers. The Benevolent King Sutra says, Buddhas entrust Prajna to all present and future kings of small kingdoms as a secret kingdom. Protecting jewel. The Prajna mentioned in this passage is the essence of Zen, Zenchu. The Ragama Sutra says, the Buddha preached, Ananda. Uphold these 4 moral rules i.e., against sexuality, stealing, killing and falsehood so that you will be as pure as white snow. Wholeheartedly chant my Mahendra white parasol magical spell. Select a morally pure person to be your leader. Wear new, clean robes. Light incense and seclude yourself. Chant this magical spell, which has been revealed by Buddha mind itself, 108 times. Whoever chants this spell cannot be burned by Re and cannot be drowned in water. And if the chanters attain mental absorption, then no malicious spells or unlucky stars can cause any evil to arise. Within a radius of 12 yojana, not a single disaster or calamity could ever occur. Zen temples constantly practice the white parasol dharma taught in this text. It is our ritual for protecting our kingdom's rulers. Resolving doubts. Question 1. Some people say that during the latter 100-year periods, people have become dull and stupid. Who can practice this doctrine? Answer. The Lotus Sutra says, later, during the NAL age when the Dharma is about to disappear, whoever receives and upholds this Lotus Sutra should arouse a mind of great compassion towards both lay people and monastics. They should arouse a mind of great compassion towards whoever is not a Bodhisattva. And so forth, down to the words, they should know that when I attain Bodhi awakening, regardless of where those people might be, I will use the magical power of my wisdom to lead them to abide in the Dharma. The passage is cited above all concern the last age. Moreover, the Perfection of Wisdom Sutra, the Lotus Sutra and the Nirvana Sutra all teach techniques for contemplation by sitting Zen. If this practice was not suitable for people in the last age, then the Buddha would not have taught it in these texts. For this reason, Zen is practiced throughout the Great Song Empire i.e., China. Only people who are not aware of that fact can think that Zen practice is not characteristic of the age when the Buddha Dharma disappears. In the previous quotation, where the Perfection of Wisdom Sutra mentions northeastern regions, it refers to China, Korea, and Japan. Zen already has been transmitted to China and the fine lineage of Zen has already been transmitted to Korea. When national teacher Deshao Japanese, Takuso, 891-972 of the Tang Empire sought missing Tiantai Japanese, 10-day texts from Korea and Japan, Zen was flourishing in Korea. It continued to flourish in Korea for 300 years after his death. In Japan, during the Tenpyo period, Daioxuan Japanese, Dosen, 702-760 came from Tang China and taught Zen to the Upadhyaya Gitya, 722-787, at the temple of Great Peace Dainji. I sigh, lament that Deoksuin Zen lineage died out in Japan. Based on my faith in the Buddha's true teaching concerning the latter V100-year periods, I want to revive this lost Zen lineage. In terms of both geographic region and temporal period, it accords with the Buddhist predictions. How can you say that it is not suitable for present-day Japanese? Question 2. Some people say that because Zen does not rely on words and letters it cannot be trusted. If it lacks scriptural basis, then a king cannot have faith in it. Moreover, you are a bastard. Why should you be permitted access to the sovereign's ear? Answer. The Benevolent King Sutra says, right now with my VE kinds of vision I clearly see all kings of the past, present, and future. Every one of them became king by means of past karma generated by having served VE100 Buddhas. From this passage know that all kings upon hearing the true Dharma will accept it and have faith in it. Kings who already worship the Buddha are even more likely to have faith. What king has ever RST sought proof and only afterwards donated alms? The great kings who rule over the lunar regions, i.e., India, hear of 3 monks being distressed and immediately build a Sikrama monastery for them. Is the holy king of the solar region, i.e., Japan, going to allow the complaints of one monk to prevent him from issuing a single-page proclamation promoting Zen? Your criticisms are the kinds of circumstances that destroy the Buddha Dharma and destroy the kingdom. Don't say such things. The Buddha has already entrusted the unsurpassed true Dharma Prajna to the kingdom's rulers. They can decide for themselves what to promote. Why should your extreme jealousy prevent them? Because I want to revive the expired Zen lineage, you try to end fault with me. Even if I am a bastard, how can that be a fault of Zen? Question 10. Some criticize you, asking what makes you think this new Zen lineage will cause Buddhism to flourish forever? Answer. Moral precepts and monastic discipline cause Buddhism to flourish forever. Moral precepts and monastic discipline are the essence of Zen. Therefore, Zen causes Buddhism to flourish forever. Question 16. What about those who mistakenly refer to the Zen lineage as the Dharmashu? They teach, there is nothing to practice, nothing to cultivate. Originally actions klisa do not exist. From the beginning actions are bodhi. Therefore, moral precepts and monastic rituals are of no use. One should merely eat and sleep as needed. Why must anyone labor to recall the Buddha? Nambutsu, to worship relics, or to observe dietary restrictions? What about their teaching? Answer. There is no evil that such people will not do. They are the ones the sutras denounce as nihilists. One must not talk with such people nor even sit with them. One must avoid them by 1,000 yojana. My spiritual bloodline. The blood lineage of Zen is the mind seal. From the 7 Buddhas of the past down to the present, the mind seal of Zen has been transmitted intimately without ever being interrupted. The history of the rise of Zen Japanese, Zenchukoyo says, regarding the Zen lineage, it began with the Buddhas of the past countless eons ago. The Durga Agama Long Discourses of the Buddha says, since unknowable eons ago, there have been 1,000 Buddhas who have appeared in this world. And so forth, down to the words, the last 3 of these Buddhas were the RST of the past 7 Buddhas. Each of the 7 Buddhas entrusted the mind seal to the next. The 7 Buddhas are 1. Vipassana, 2. Sekin, 3. Visvabhu, 4. Krakachanda, 5. Kanakmuni, 6. Kajyapa, 7. Sakyamuni. During his 49th year after attaining the way, on Vulture Peak, Druga in front of the many stupas and before the great assembled audience, Sakyamuni promoted his disciple Mahakajyapa to share his seat and announced, I take the pure Dharma, the marvelous mind of Nirvana, the true form of no form, the subtle, marvelous true Dharma, and entrust it with you. Keep it well. The Flower Hand Sutra Kusalamula Saparigraha says, the Buddha commanded, come well, Mahakajyapa. For a long time we have known one another. Share half of my seed. As the Buddha shifted his body, the earth shook 3,000 ways. Mahakajyapa said, I could not even sit where the Buddha places his robe or his bowl. The Buddha is a great teacher. I am his disciple. Long ago you gave me your Sagi monk's robe, but out of deep respect I have never worn it. Since that time, I have never had a thought of desire. At the moment I took possession of my Lord's robe, I completed my learning, i.e., became a perfected Arhat. I followed the Buddha's teaching and received the Tathagata's robe, but I never became high-minded, i.e., arrogant. I touched the robe only with my hands, never with any other part of my body. If I have not washed my hands, then I do not pick it up. I could not even use it as a pillow for my head. The king of the Dharma, i.e., the Buddha, who attained complete awakening on his own without a teacher, cannot be likened to Sravakas or Pratyeka Buddhas. The Buddha replied, good, good. It is as you say. The Buddha then said to Mahakajyapa, sit here and question me about any doubts. I will preach for you. Mahakajyapa thereupon rose from his seat, bowed his head at the Buddha's feet, and sat next to him. The Zen ancestors of India are 1. Mahakajyapa, 2. Ananda, 3. Apsa, 4. Upagupta, 5. Theka, 6. Mikekot, 7. Vasumitra, 8. Bhutanandi, 9. Buddhamitra, 10. Parasva, 11. Puyayas, 12. Abhyawa, 13. Kapimala, 14. Nagarjuna, 15. Kadiba, 16. Rahukita, 17. Saknandi, 18. Gayasata, 19. Kumarata, 20. Jada, 21. Vasubandhu, 22. Manarita, 23. Hakalna, 24. Saha, 25. Vajrayasata, 26. Puyamitra, 27. Prajanatara, 28. Bodhidharma. The great teacher Bodhidharma, long ago during the Liang dynasty, Pudong period, year 8, junior year of the sheep, sailed across the South Seas and arrived in Guangzhou. During the 12th moon of that same year, he arrived in the city of Luoyang. It was the Wei dynasty, Tahi period, year 10. He resided at the Shaolin monastery. There he saw Wick and told him, since long ago, the embodiment of the true Dharma Isho Bogenzo that the Buddha had entrusted with Mahakajyapa has been passed down from generation to generation until it reached me. I now entrust it with you. Keep it well. He also bestowed his Kai robe on Wick as evidence of his Dharma lineage. The Zen ancestors of China are 29 Wick, 30. Senkin, 31. Doxin, 32. Hungran, 33. Huaneng, 34. Huazang, 35. Dei, 36. Huihei, 37. Ziwan, 38. Yuchuan, 39. Kunjiang, 40. Huiong, 41. Yenzhou, 42. Shenyan, 43. Shanzhou, 44. Zhuiyuan, 45. Huanan, 46. Zuxin, 47. Weking, 48. Shaozhou, 49. Jiashan, 50. Tanbai, 51. Zongjin, 52. Huaichang, 53. Isai. During the Song Dynasty, Junior Rishi year 14 of the Zhengzi period, I traveled to the 10,000-year Wanyan Zen monastery on Mount Tiantai. I became a student of that temple's abbot, Zen teacher Xian Huaichang Japanese, Koan Isho, from whom I studied Zen and inquired of the way. He taught me the Linji Japanese, Rinzai tradition, the precepts of the four-part vinyasa, and the Bodhisattva precepts of the Brahma Net Sutra. That is all. Finally, during autumn of Shaoxi junior medal year of the Boar 7th moon, I returned to Japan. When I took leave of my teacher, he wrote the following certificate of my mastery of Zen. The Dharma Master Isai of the Cloister of a Thousand Lights Senkoin, Kingdom of Japan, having been born with mystical bones i.e., good karmic background, immediately abandoned the deep-rooted love and action of the secular world. He became a tunzered follower of the Buddha, Danda and strictly adhered to the Buddhist Dharma. Thinking nothing of a thousand li, he crossed the sea to our Song Empire to seek religious truth. During the Gondeo period, senior Earth year of the Rat 1168, he RST visited Mount Tiantai. Seeing its landscape, its superior training halls and its purity, he was LLED with spiritual joy. He donated pure treasures as alms for the bodhisattvas of the 10 directions who study prajna i.e., for Zen monks. Then he went to this mountain stone bridge and, with earrings of incense, and he worshipped the 100 great arhats who abide in this world. Finally he returned to his own kingdom. For 20 years he dreamed and dreamed, never hearing a word of news, but always clearly remembering the old monks on this mountain. Now, out of fondness for his previous trip, he has repeated it. His karmic connections to this place are deep. His aspirations are profound. He is the type with whom one simply must share Dharma instruction. Long ago when old Sakyamuni was about to enter complete nirvana, he took the marvelous mind of nirvana, the embodiment of the true Dharma Isho Genzo, and entrusted it with my Hakkajapa. Since that time it has been transmitted from generation to generation down to me. I now entrust it with you. Keep it well. Take this ancestral seal back to your own kingdom to propagate Zen during the NALH. Show it to living beings so that the life i.e., Zen lineage of the true Dharma might continue. I also present you with my Kaya. Long ago, the great master Bodhidharma transmitted his robe as evidence of his Dharma lineage and to show that originally there is not a single thing. The sixth ancestor, Huanan, however, ended the transmission of the robe and that custom died out. Now, as evidence of my Dharma lineage in a foreign land, I will give you my Sagi. I also bestow the Bodhisattva precepts, my STA, my eating bowls and my Monkyish implements without holding a single one back. Listen to my Dharma transmission verse. Text of verse omitted by Isai. From the time of the sixth ancestor, Huanan, this lineage gradually separated into branch Dharma lineages, which now pervade all the lands between the four seas. During the span of the 20 generations which separate Isai from Huanan, it has grown into VE family lineages, the Fine Hagen, the Linji Rinzai, the Giyang, Igyo, the Yunman Unman and the Kadong Soto. Today the only one that still ours is the Linji lineage. From the 7 Buddhas of the past to Isai there have been a total of 60 generations. Each Dharma heir inherited this bloodline from a previous Dharma heir. Truly this lineage constitutes the Ojale Surti Katayan of the Buddha Dharma. This chart omitted from Isai's text shows all the generations in a single line with branch lineages indicated. It is called our clan's spiritual blood lineage. Kechimayahu. Translated by William Bodiford from Kozen Goko Quran, in Ishikawa. Hakugen, Arya Yoshitaka, and Yanagita Season, EDS, Shuzei Zank. No Shiso, Nyan Shiso Tekei, Tokyo, Iwanami Shoten, 1972. 35. How a monk freed his mother from hell. It is sometimes assumed that when a Buddhist renounces the world to become a monk or a nun, all communication and concern with his or her family ceases. However, there is ample evidence from India that monks and nuns maintained contact with their families and were concerned with the welfare of their departed parents, dedicating merit for their happy rebirth. In China, the practice of leaving the family, shaving the head and taking a vow of celibacy were often regarded as unleal acts, both to one's parents and to one's ancestors, because practitioners failed to continue the family line with their progeny. Buddhist apologists in China were therefore compelled to demonstrate the benignity that a monk could provide to his family. The most famous illustration of the special powers of the Sangha to protect the family is found in the Alamana Sutra, a work of either Indian or Chinese origin. Here, Magdalayana, referred to by his Chinese name Mulian here, the disciple of the Buddha renowned for his supernormal powers, traveled through the realms of rebirth in search of his deceased mother. He was alarmed to empty her as a hungry ghost, and brought her a bowl of rice. However, it was his mother's fate that whatever food she tried to place in her mouth turned into aiming coals. The Buddha explained that it was impossible to OER her food directly. He instructed Mulian to prepare a great feast of food, water, incense, lamps, and bedding on the 15th day of the 7th month, and OER it to the monks of the 10 directions. At that time, all of the great bodhisattvas and arhats would appear in the form of ordinary monks. If the food was OER to them as they assembled at the end of their rains retreat, then his parents, 7 generations of parents, and various relatives would escape rebirth as an animal, ghost, or hell being. If the parents were living at the time of the OERing, they would live happily for 100 years. The Buddha proclaimed that this OERing would be efficacious not simply for Mulian, but for anyone, of high station or low, monk or lay person, who performed it. The Buddha advised that it be performed annually. The reciprocal nature of the relationship between the laity and the clergy is evident here. The Buddha explains to Mulian that his magical powers, although they surpass those of all other monks, are insouciant to the task of freeing his mother from her infernal fate. If one of the Buddha's chief monastic disciples cannot free his own mother from swearing, there is no possibility that a lay person could do so. Instead, the laity must make OERings to the monastic community on behalf of their dead relatives. Only then can the departed be spared the tortures of the lower realms. It is a standard element of Buddhist doctrine, in fact, that laypersons are incapable of making OERings directly to their deceased relatives. Instead, they must make OERings to the Sangha, who will, in turn, transfer the merit of their gift to the deceased. This mediation by monks has been one of the primary functions of the Sangha, and the gifts given as raw materials by the laity have been a primary source of their sustenance. It is noteworthy that the Buddha explains that these gifts are to be given by the laity to monks at the end of the annual rains retreat, a traditional time for the lay community to oer gifts to the Sangha. The Alambana Sutra makes clear that the traditional Chinese practice of making oerings to the ancestors is not efficacious. Instead, Buddhist monks are essential agents in the rituals, and hence the life of the family. And Chinese commentators argued that the 7 generations of parents referred not to a biological lineage of ancestors, as it would typically be understood in China, but to one's parents in 7 previous lifetimes. In this sense, the practice taught to Mulian Reedness and extends the notion of the family, while granting to the Sangha the role of its sole protector. This practice continues today in what is commonly referred to as the annual summer ghost festival in East Asia. Thus have I heard, once the Lord Buddha was residing in the Jita grove of Anthopyata in the city of Sravasti. Mahamoggalyayana Mulian had just succeeded in obtaining the 6 supernatural powers, wishing to save his father and mother and to repay the debt of having taken his mother's milk. He surveyed the world realm with the supernatural eyesight and found his deceased mother reborn among the hungry ghosts. Neither food nor water were to be seen anywhere, and she was nothing but walking skin and bone. Grieved at this sight, Mulian led his bowl with rice, and said, "Oh," to give it to his mother. When his mother saw the bowl, she seized it with her left hand and scooped up the rice with her right. But no sooner did the food reach her mouth than it turned into aiming coals, making it impossible for her to eat. Mulian wailed in anguish, and with tears streaming down his cheeks, he rushed back to the Buddha and told him all that he had experienced. The Buddha said to him, "The roots of your mother's sins are deeply knotted, indeed. It is not something that you, alone, have the power to do anything about. Even the word of your leal devotion may shake heaven and earth, the gods of heaven, the gods of the earth, depraved demons, the masters of heterodox teachings, and the 4 divine kings and their spirits would also be unable to help her. It will require nothing less than the awesome spiritual power of the monastic Sangha of the 10 directions for her to get free. I will now teach you a method that will relieve her plight, and that will cause all beings who are beset with difficulty to be delivered from their suerings and have their sinful obstacles eliminated." The Buddha told Mulian, "When the monastic assembly of the 10 directions releases itself from the summer rains retreat on the 15th day of the 7th month, you should prepare on behalf of past parents of 7 generations and any living parents who are currently experiencing crisis all manner of cooked delicacies, fresh fruits, vessels for bathing and ablution, aromatic oils, lamps and candles, couches and bedding, all being of the best and most agreeable quality in the world. Place them with the alambana bowls and oer them to the greatly virtuous monks of the universal Sangha. On that day, the entire assembly of saints, whether absorbed in meditation deep in the mountains, or having obtained the 4 fruits of the path, whether they be engaged in walking meditation beneath the trees, or Sravakas or Pratyeka Buddhas, engaged in teaching and converting by means of the 6 supernatural powers, or whether they be greatly accomplished Bodhisattvas of the 10 stages who, as an expedient device, take on the appearance of bhikkhus, all gathered together in the grand assembly, and with one and the same mind, they receive the bowls and array of foods, being perfectly observant in the pure precepts. The religious powers of this assembly of saints are like a vast ocean. Whoever should give oerings to these monks who have allowed for disclosure of their sins and have been newly released from retreat, their present mothers and fathers and their mothers and fathers for 7 generations back, along with the 6 degrees of kin, will thereby escape the torment of the 3 lower destinies. Then and there they will be released from their plight, with food and clothing supplied spontaneously to them as needed. If the donor's parents are still alive, they will enjoy a full 100 years of good fortune and happiness. If it is a deceased parent within 7 generations, he or she will be reborn in the heavens. Taking birth by spontaneous transformation, they will enter the sublime and be our radiance of the heavens, where they will enjoy countless pleasures. At that time, the Buddha ordered that the universal Sangha should always begin by making benedictory prayers on behalf of the 7 generations of parents from the households of the donors. Then, after having concentrated their minds in meditation, they may nally accept the meal. When the bowls are brought to the Sangha, one should place them in front of the stupa. Only after the monastic assembly has finished making benedictory prayers may they help themselves to the food. At that time, the Bhikkhu Mulian and this grand gathering of the Bodhisattva Sangha all rejoiced. The sound of Mulian's endless tears and grief now faded away. For at that moment, Mulian saw that his mother, on that very day, had gained release from an aeon of torment as a hungry ghost. Thereupon, Mulian again addressed the Buddha, saying, "This has all come to pass because your disciples' mother and father have been enfolded in the merit power of the 3 jewels and the awesome spiritual power of the monastic Sangha. If, in future times, there are disciples of the Buddha who wish to discharge their leal devotion, they also should oer these alambana bowls. But will it be possible for them to deliver their current parents and parents back as far as 7 generations?" The Buddha replied, "Excellent. I am delighted that you ask. I was just about to preach on the very question that you now raise. Good son, if there are bhikkhus, deacons, kings, princes, grand ministers, counselors, members of the 3 levels of duke or the 100 OCES, or even commoners from among the populace at large who wish to carry out their leal obligations and love for their parents, they should in all cases alambana bowls with the myriad delicacies and, on the 15th day of the 7th month, the day when the Buddhas rejoice and the day when the Sangha confesses and releases itself from the summer rains retreat, should donate them to the newly released Sangha of the 10 directions on behalf of the parents who bore them in this current life, and parents of 7 generations past. They should pray that their present parents will thereby enjoy a lifespan of 100 years, free of all illness and calamity, and that 7 generations of past parents may escape suering as a hungry ghost and enjoy the peerless delights and good fortune that come with being born among humans and gods." The Buddha told the good sons and good daughters that, should such a disciple of the Buddha wish to cultivate leal devotion to his parents, he should constantly bear in mind the thought of his current parents and his parents of 7 generations back. Every year on the 15th day of the 7th month, he should lovingly recall to mind, with devotion and leal action, the parents who bore him in this lifetime, down to those parents of 7 generations past. He should fashion alambana bowls on their behalf, and donate them to the Buddha and the monastic Sangha, in order to repay the debt of his parents' constant nurturing and love. Any and every disciple of the Buddha should uphold this teaching. Having heard what the Buddha preached, Mulian and the 4 classes of followers joyfully received and put it into practice. Translation by Daniel Stevenson of the Yulon T 685, Volume 16. P 779a, c. 36. Living in the Degenerate Age. The Buddha had said that, whether or not Buddhas appear in the world, the nature of the Dharma remains the same. He also said, however, that the Dharma would disappear. These two statements are not contradictory. The RST would seem to mean that the nature of reality is unchanging, regardless of whether Buddhas appear in the world to reveal, or, perhaps more accurately, rediscover, that reality. The second would seem to refer to the duration of the specific teachings given by Buddha. Numerous predictions of the Dharma's decline and disappearance appear throughout Buddhist literature. Among the most famous is the Buddha's prediction that, as a result of his decision to admit women to the order, his Dharma will last for only 500 years. Discussions of the disappearance often include descriptions of the sad state of Buddhist practice. Sometimes these descriptions take the form of prophecies about future decline and prescriptions of how to avoid them. Scholars regard many of the prophecies as rhetorical devices in which the author is, in fact, criticizing contemporary monks, but couching the criticism in terms of a prediction. Other descriptions are more straightforward laments about just how bad things have become since the time of the Buddha. The poem below is such a work. Accounts of the Buddhist teachings are replete with reports that, after hearing a single sermon, any number of people attain some level of enlightenment. With the passing of the Buddha there must certainly have been a sense that it would now be more difficult to complete the path, and a certain nostalgia for times now past. It is no longer possible to sit at the Buddha's feet and receive his instruction. The Buddha is also no longer present to monitor the life of the Sangha, and laments about the present state commonly include ridicule of lazy monks who do not keep their vows and who care only for their own pleasure, disgracing the Dharma. In the work below, an ascetic living in the woods recalls the discipline and dedication of the original followers of the Buddha, who cared little for their own comfort, living simple lives in which all of their energies were devoted to the destruction of the asavas, the contaminants that pollute the mind. Such monks annihilated the asavas, and annihilated rebirth and swearing in the process. They have now achieved their goal and passed into nirvana. But with the passage of time, it is unclear whether the author is referring to a distant past or a time of recent memory. The virtues that they embodied have also been lost, and the Buddhist teaching has been destroyed. Noting that a remnant of the true Dharma remains for those devoted to a life of seclusion, the author then begins an extended diatribe against the indolent monks who care only for worldly pleasures, making no attempt to maintain the discipline of the Sangha. The poem ends on a somewhat more hopeful note as the ascetic remembers that, despite the sad state of the Sangha, it is still possible to attain the undying state of nirvana. He therefore does so, never to be reborn again. The poem below appears in the famous Pali work the Therigatha, Verses of the Elders. It is a collection of 1,279 verses, collected in poems and attributed to 264 Theras or senior monks, including many of the most famous disciples of the Buddha. Like some other Pali verse collections, it is organized by the length of the poem. Thus, all of the poems of one verse come RST, followed by all those of two verses, etc. The title of the poem is the name of a monk, usually the monk to whom the verses are attributed. It is difficult to determine whether the words recorded were indeed spoken by these monks, but the evidence suggests that the Therigatha is an early collection, composed and compiled during the 3 centuries after the death of the Buddha. The poem below is assigned to a monk named Paraparya. It is not a RST person narrative, like many works in the collection, but is presented instead as the reactions of an ascetic living in the forest. A narrator provides the RST and last verses, setting the scene in the RST, and informing the reader of the ascetic's attainment of nirvana in the last. A thought came to the ascetic in the great wood, when it was in hour, when he was seated, intent, secluded, meditating. The behavior of the Bhikkhus now seems different from when the protector of the world, the best of men, was alive. There was protection from the wind, a loincloth as covering for their modesty. They ate moderately, satisfied with whatever came their way. If it were rich food or dry, little or much, they ate it to keep alive, not being greedy, not clinging to it. They were not very eager for the necessities of life, for medicines and requisites, as they were for the annihilation of the asavas. In the forest at the foot of trees, in caves and grottos, devoting themselves to seclusion, they dwelt making their aim devoted to lowly things, of frugal ways, gentle, with unstubborn minds, uncontaminated, not careless, intent upon thinking about their goal. Therefore their gait, eating and practices were pious, their deportment was smooth, like a stream of oil. Now those elders with asavas completely annihilated, great meditators, great benefactors, are quenched. Now there are few such men. Because of the complete annihilation of good characteristics and wisdom, the conqueror's teaching, endowed with all excellent qualities, is destroyed. This is the time of evil characteristics and developments, but those who are ready for seclusion possess the remainder of the true doctrine. Those developments, increasing, enter many people, they sport with fools, I think, as demons do with the mad. Those men, overcome by developments, run here and there in the divisions of development, as if their own private battle with Mara has been proclaimed. Having abandoned the true doctrine they quarrel with one another, following after false views they think, this is better. Having cast aside wealth and sons and wife they go forth, they cultivate practices which are not to be done, even for the sake of spoon alms. Having eaten their LL, they lie down, lying upon their back. When awake they tell stories that were condemned by the teacher. Thinking highly of all the artisans' crafts they train themselves in them, not being calm inside. This is the goal of the ascetic state. They present clay, oil, and powder, water, lodgings and food, to householders, desiring more in return. Tooth cleaner, and kapiha fruit, and hours, and food to chew, palatable alms, and mangoes and myrobalans they give. In medicines they are like doctors, in their various duties like householders, in adornment like courtesans, in authority like cadis rulers. Cheats, frauds, false witnesses, unscrupulous, with many stratagems they enjoy the things of the ash. Running after pretexts, arrangements, stratagems, aiming at a livelihood they accumulate much wealth by a device. They cause the assembly to meet for business purposes, not because of the doctrine. They preach the doctrine to others for gain, and not for the goal. Those who are outside the order quarrel about the order's gain, being quite shameless they are not ashamed that they live on another's gain. Not applying themselves, in this way, some with shaven heads and wearing the outer robe desire only reverence, being bemused by gain and honor. When various things have thus turned out, it is not now so easy either to attain the unattained or to keep safe what has been attained. As one might go shoeless in a thorny place, if he summoned up mindfulness, so should a sage go in a village. Remembering the former sages, recollecting their behavior, even though it is the last hour, one may attain the undying state. Thus speaking in the cell wood, the ascetic with developed faculties, the Brahmin, the seer, was quenched, with renewed existence annihilated. From the Elders verses I, Therigatha, trans. K.R. Norman, Polytext. Society Translation Series Number 38, London, Luzak and Company Ltd. 1969, pages 86 to 8. Meditation and Other Rituals. 37. The Direct Path to Enlightenment. Buddhist meditation classically is divided into two forms, which might be referred to as stabilizing meditation and analytical meditation. The former involves the development of deepening levels of mental concentration, while the latter involves the development of insight into the nature of reality. The precise relation of these two forms of meditation, and the value of one without the other has been the subject of extended debate throughout the history of Buddhism, see chapter 39. In the Theravada tradition, there is an extensive literature on the 40 objects that one might choose to develop deep states of concentration. States which, if developed in this life, may result in rebirth in the heavens of the form realm or the formless realm in the next life. There are also extensive discussions of the nature of reality, often explained in terms of the three marks of existence, impermanence, suering, and no self. And there is also a technique in which concentration and insight are developed together. This is set forth in one of the most famous texts in the Theravada canon, The Foundations of Mindfulness, Satipatthana Sutta, an excerpt from which appears here. This is one of the most widely commented upon texts in the Pali canon and is one which continues to hold a central place in the modern Vipassana, Vipajjana movement. Only the briefest of comments can be provided here. In the text, the Buddha sets forth what he calls the Akayana Magga, translated here as direct path, but which might also be rendered as the only path or the one way. The Buddha describes four objects of mindfulness. The RST is the mindfulness of the body. The second is the mindfulness of feelings, which here refers to physical and mental experiences of pleasure, pain, and neutrality. The third is the mindfulness of the mind, in which one observes the mind when enhanced by deorant, positive and negative emotions. The fourth is the mindfulness of dharmas, translated here as mind objects, which involves the contemplation of several key categories, including the VE aggregates, skandhas, and the four truths. The RST of the four objects of mindfulness, the mindfulness of the body, translated in its entirety here, in fact involves 14 exercises, beginning with the mindfulness of the inhalation and exhalation of the breath. Mindfulness, sati, a term that also means memory, is an undistract watchfulness and attentiveness. Mindfulness of the breath is followed by mindfulness of the four physical postures of walking, standing, sitting and lying down. This is then extended to a full awareness of all activities. Thus, mindfulness is something that is meant to accompany all activities in the course of the day, and is not restricted to formal sessions of meditation. This is followed by mindfulness of the various components of the body, a rather unsavory list that includes nails, bile, spittle and urine. Next is the mindfulness of the body as composed of the four elements of earth, the solid, water, the liquid, the warm, and air, the empty. This is followed by what are known as the charnel ground contemplations, mindfulness of the body in 9 successive stages of decomposition. The practice of the mindfulness of the body is designed to induce the understanding that the body is a collection of impure elements that arise and cease in rapid succession, utterly lacking any kind of permanent self. This insight into the three marks of existence, impermanence, suering, and no self, in turn leads to nirvana, and as the Buddha states at the end of the sutta, the practice of the four foundations of mindfulness can lead to nirvana very quickly. Thus have I heard. On one occasion the Blessed One was living in the Kuru country at a town of the Kurus named Kamasadama. There he addressed the Bhikkhus thus, Bhikkhus, Venerable Sir. They replied. The Blessed One said this. Bhikkhus, this is the direct path for the Purikatayana of being, for the surmounting of sorrow and lamentation, for the disappearance of pain and grief, for the attainment of the true way, for the realization of nibbana, namely, the four foundations of mindfulness. What are the four? Here, Bhikkhus, a bhikkhu abides, contemplating the body as a body, ardent, fully aware and mindful. Having put away covetousness and grief for the world, he abides, contemplating feelings as feelings, ardent, fully aware and mindful. Having put away covetousness and grief for the world, he abides, contemplating mind as mind, ardent, fully aware and mindful. Having put away covetousness and grief for the world, he abides, contemplating mind objects as mind objects, ardent, fully aware and mindful, having put away covetousness and grief for the world. And how, Bhikkhus, does a bhikkhu abide contemplating the body as a body? Here a bhikkhu, gone to the forest or to the root of a tree, or to an empty hut, sits down, having folded his legs crosswise, set his body erect and established in mindfulness in front of him, ever mindful he breathes in, mindful he breathes out. Breathing in long, he understands, I breathe in long, or breathing out long, he understands, I breathe out long. Breathing in short, he understands, I breathe in short, or breathing out short, he understands, I breathe out short. He trains thus, I shall breathe in, experiencing the whole body of breath. He trains thus, I shall breathe out, experiencing the whole body of breath. He trains thus, I shall breathe in, tranquilizing the bodily formation. He trains thus, I shall breathe out, tranquilizing the bodily formation. Just as a skilled turner or his apprentice, when making a long turn, understands, I make a long turn, or, when making a short turn, understands, I make a short turn, so too, breathing in long, a bhikkhu understands, I breathe in long, he trains thus, I shall breathe out, tranquilizing the bodily formation. In this way he abides contemplating the body as a body, internally, or he abides contemplating the body as a body, externally, or he abides contemplating the body as a body both, internally and externally, or else he abides contemplating in the body its arising factors, or he abides contemplating in the body its vanishing factors, or he abides contemplating in the body both its arising and vanishing factors, or else mindfulness that there is a body is simply established in him to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness, and he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That is how a bhikkhu abides, contemplating the body as a body. Again, bhikkhus, when walking, a bhikkhu understands, I am walking. When standing, he understands, I am standing. When sitting, he understands, I am sitting. When lying down, he understands, I am lying down, or he understands accordingly, however his body is disposed. In this way he abides contemplating the body as a body, internally, externally, and both internally and externally. And he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That too is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body as a body. Again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu is one who acts in full awareness when going forward and returning, who acts in full awareness when looking ahead and looking away, who acts in full awareness when exing and extending his limbs, who acts in full awareness when wearing his robes and carrying his outer robe and bowl, who acts in Full awareness when eating, drinking, consuming food and tasting. Who acts in full awareness when defecating and urinating? Who acts in full awareness when walking, standing, sitting, falling asleep, waking up, talking and keeping silent? In this way he abides contemplating the body as a body. Internally, externally, both internally and externally. And he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That too is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body as a body. Again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu reviews the same body up from the soles of the feet and down from the top of the hair, bounded by skin, as full of many kinds of impurity. Thus, in this body there are head hairs, body hairs, nails, teeth, skin, sinews, bones, bone, marrow, kidneys, heart, liver, diaphragm, spleen, lungs, large intestines, small intestines, contents of the stomach, faces, bile, phlegm, pus, blood, sweat, fat, tears, grease, spittle, snot, oil of the joints and urine. Just as though there were a bag with an opening at both ends full of many sorts of grain, such as hill rice, red rice, beans, peas, millet, and white rice, and a man with good eyes were to open it and review it thus: this is hill rice, this is red rice, these are beans, this is millet, this is white rice. So too, a bhikkhu reviews this same body, as full of many kinds of impurity. Thus, in this body there are head hairs, and urine. In this way he contemplates the body as a body internally, externally, and both internally and externally. And he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That too is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body as a body. Again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu reviews the same body, however it is placed, however disposed, as consisting of elements. Thus, in this body there are the earth element, the water element, the re element, and the air element. Just as though a skilled butcher or his apprentice had killed a cow and was seated at the crossroads with it cut up into pieces, so too, a bhikkhu reviews the same body, as consisting of elements. Thus, in this body there are the earth element, the water element, the re element, and the air element. In this way he abides contemplating the body as a body, internally, externally, and both internally and externally. And he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That too is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body as a body. Again, bhikkhus, as though he were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, 1, 2, or 3 days dead, bloated, livid, and oozing matter, a bhikkhu compares the same body with it thus: this body too is of the same nature, it will be like that, it is not exempt from that fate. In this way he abides contemplating the body as a body, internally, externally, and both internally and externally. And he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That too is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body as a body. Again, as though he were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, being devoured by crows, hawks, vultures, dogs, jackals, or various kinds of worms, a bhikkhu compares the same body with it thus: this body too is of the same nature, it will be like that, it is not exempt from that fate. That too is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body as a body. Again, as though he were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, a skeleton with ash and blood, held together with sinews, a ashless skeleton smeared with blood held together with sinews, a skeleton without ash and blood, held together with sinews, disconnected bones scattered in all directions, here a hand bone, there a foot bone, here a shin bone, there a thigh bone, here a hip bone, there a backbone, here a rib bone, there a breast bone, here an arm bone, there a shoulder bone, here a neck bone, there a jawbone, here a tooth, there the skull. A bhikkhu compares this same body with it thus: this body too is of the same nature, it will be like that, it is not exempt from that fate. That too is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body as a body. Again, as though he were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, bones bleached white, the color of shells, bones heaped up, more than a year old, bones rotted and crumbled to dust. A bhikkhu compares the same body with it thus: this body too is of the same nature, it will be like that, it is not exempt from that fate. In this way he abides contemplating the body as a body, internally, or he abides contemplating the body as a body, externally, or he abides contemplating the body as a body both internally and externally. Or else he abides contemplating in the body its arising factors, or he abides contemplating in the body its vanishing factors, or he abides contemplating in the body both its arising and vanishing factors. Or else mindfulness that there is a body is simply established in him to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. And he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body as a body. Asterisk. Instructions on the other 3 foundations of mindfulness. Feelings, mind, and mind objects, follow. Bhikkhus, if anyone should develop these 4 foundations of mindfulness in such a way for 7 years, one of 2 fruits could be expected for him, either nal knowledge here and now, or, if there is a trace of clinging left, non-return. Let alone 7 years, bhikkhus. If anyone should develop these 4 foundations of mindfulness in such a way for 6 years, for ve years, for 3 years, for 2 years, for 1 year, one of 2 fruits could be expected for him, either nal knowledge here and now, or, if there is a trace of clinging left, non-return. Let alone 1 year, bhikkhus. If anyone should develop these 4 foundations of mindfulness in such a way for 7 months, for 6 months, for ve months, for 4 months, for 3 months, for 2 months, for 1 month, for half a month, one of 2 fruits could be expected for him, either nal knowledge here and now, or, if there is a trace of clinging left, non-return. Let alone half a month, bhikkhus. If anyone should develop these 4 foundations of mindfulness in such a way for 7 days, one of 2 fruits could be expected for him, either nal knowledge here and now, or, if there is a trace of clinging left, non-return. So it was with reference to this that it was said, bhikkhus, there is a direct path for the purikatine of beings, for the surmounting of sorrow and lamentation, for the disappearance of pain and grief, for the attainment of the true way, for the realization of nibbana. Namely the 4 foundations of mindfulness. From the middle-length discourses of the Buddha, a new translation of the Majjhima Nikaya, trans. Bhikkhu Amali and Bhikkhu Bodhi. Boston, Wisdom Publications, 1995, pages 145-9, 155. 38. Wisdom and Compassion. Modern descriptions of the Mahayana Sutras, a huge collection of texts that began to be composed in India around the beginning of the Common Era, often focus on 2 topics, the wisdom of emptiness, sunyata, and the compassion of the Bodhisattva. Such descriptions are in some ways misleading. The Mahayana Sutras are a heterogeneous collection, dealing with myriad doctrines and practices, and the wisdom and compassion of the Bodhisattva are set forth in the literature of the non-Mahayana schools of Indian Buddhism as well. However, wisdom and compassion are indeed common themes in many of the most famous Mahayana sutras, including the sutra quoted here. It is entitled the Kajapa chapter, Kajapa Parivarta, and is found now in the large corpus of dozens of Mahayana sutras, known as the Great Pile of Jewels, Maratnika. The Kajapa chapter, so named because the Buddha's interlocutor is his famous disciple Kajapa, is regarded by scholars as one of the earliest texts in this larger collection, dating from perhaps the RST century CE. The Kajapa chapter is widely quoted in later Mahayana treatises, especially on the topics of the qualities of a bodhisattva and on the nature of emptiness. The qualities of bodhisattvas are outlined in groups of 4, 2 of which appear in the opening passages below, where the false bodhisattva and true bodhisattva are compared. The bodhisattva described in the text is not the celestial savior known from other sutras, but is instead the ordinary disciple of the Buddha who has vowed to achieve Buddhahood in order to liberate all beings from suffering. See chapter 43. This vow is indeed quite extraordinary, but in the Kajapa chapter and other Mahayana sutras, it is presented as the path that all should seek to follow. The bodhisattva is no longer the rare individual of each age who strives for the welfare of others, while others seek only the cessation of their own suffering. Instead, all who traverse the path to Buddhahood must develop extraordinary compassion and extraordinary wisdom, yet there is an apparent contradiction between these two. Compassion leads to a dedication to provide assistance to other persons, yet wisdom brings the understanding that ultimately there are no persons because there is no self. The Kajapa chapter acknowledges this, but proclaims the compatibility of compassion and wisdom, stating that everything is empty, yet actions are efficacious. He is RMLY convinced of emptiness, yet he has faith in the law of the fruition of acts. He tolerantly accepts non-self, and yet has great compassion towards all beings. The next excerpt from the sutra, sections 56 to 67, OERS one of the more systematic discussions of emptiness in the Mahayana Sutras. In this oft-cited passage, the middle way between two extremes is described. In his RST sermon, the Buddha had described a middle path between the extremes of self-indulgence and asceticism, both of which he had experienced prior to his enlightenment. Here, and in other Mahayana sutras, especially those of the perfection of wisdom, Prajnaparamita genre, the notion of the middle way between extremes is given a more philosophical sense, as an inexpressible reality between the extremes of permanence and impermanence, self and no self. If that reality could be expressed, it might be called emptiness. But emptiness is not an ultimate reality, eternal and autonomous. Emptiness is itself empty, and those who reach emptiness and become attached to it commit a grave error. Emptiness is like a medicine that, having cured the illness, must not be clung to. Yet emptiness is not nothingness, it is not something to be feared. It is the natural state of things, and there is no more reason to fear it than there is to fear the empty space around us. The objects of our experience are falsely imagined to be more real than they in fact are. A false reality is projected onto the world by our ignorant minds, and then we respond to those projections with desire and hatred. The sutra describes this as being similar to a painter who paints a picture of a demon and then faints in fear when he looks at his work. The next excerpt describes the false and the true ascetic. It is noteworthy that, despite the language of emptiness, the sutra does not in the least discount the proper conduct of monks, who should comport themselves properly and eschew fame. The best of ascetics, however, do this within the understanding of emptiness, knowing that even the Buddha, his teachings, and the community of monks, as well as sastra and nirva, are empty, and thus to be regarded without attachment. The excerpts conclude with a description of the extraordinary Bhaini to be received by anyone who would uphold even one verse from this sutra, called Hiratnika, pile of jewels. Scholars speculate that many of the Mahayana sutras had their own circle of devotees who regarded their text as the supreme teaching of the Buddha. It is common for these sutras to conclude with a description of the Bhaini of devotion to the text, see chapter 5, which here extend even to the moment of death. These 4, Kajapa, are counterfeit bodhisattvas, which for 1. The one who seeks for material proti and honors, not who seeks for the Dharma. 2. The one who seeks for fame, renown and celebrity, not who seeks for good qualities. 3. The one who seeks for his own happiness, not who seeks for the removal of the suffering of beings. 4. The one who seeks for a group or company, not who seeks for solitude. These, Kajapa, are the 4 counterfeit bodhisattvas. 15. These 4, Kajapa, are the genuine bodhisattva good qualities of any bodhisattva, which for 1. He is RMLY convinced of emptiness, yet he has faith in the law of the fruition of acts. 2. He tolerantly accepts non-self, and yet has great compassion towards all beings. 3. His intention is already abiding in nirva, and yet his active application abides in sastra. 4. He gives gifts in order to mature beings, and yet he has no expectation of any fruition of the act of giving for himself. These, Kajapa, are the 4 qualities, which are the genuine bodhisattva good qualities of any bodhisattva. 16. To uphold the idea of permanence, this, Kajapa, is one extreme. To uphold the idea of impermanence, this, Kajapa, is a second extreme. The middle between these two, permanence and impermanence, is immaterial, cannot be designated, does not appear, is not informative, unsupported and placeless. This, Kajapa, is spoken of as the middle way, as true comprehensive examination of things. 56. To uphold the idea of self, this, Kajapa, is one extreme. To uphold the idea of non-self, this, Kajapa, is a second extreme. The middle between self and non-self, is spoken of as the middle way, as true comprehensive examination of things. 57. To uphold the idea that the mind is real, this, Kajapa, is one extreme. To uphold the idea that the mind is unreal, this, Kajapa, is a second extreme. That in which, Kajapa, there is no mind, no volition, no mentation, no consciousness, this, Kajapa, is spoken of as the middle way. 58. To uphold the idea of existence, this, Kajapa, is one extreme. To uphold the idea of non-existence, this is a second extreme. 60. It is not, Kajapa, that emptiness leads to the annihilation of personhood. Persons themselves are empty and emptiness itself is empty, absolutely empty, empty in the past, empty in the future, empty in the present. You must rely, Kajapa, on emptiness, not on the person. However, those, Kajapa, who rely on emptiness with an objecti catain of emptiness I speak of as lost and vanished from This teaching, the speculation on the existence of the person in which one's reliance has been placed, be it as great as Mount Sumeru, is indeed better than the speculation on emptiness into which the conceited have settled. Why? Emptiness is the way out for those who engage in items of wrong speculation on the person, but by what means will they empty a way out who hold to the speculations on emptiness? 64. It is just like this, Kejapa. Should some man be sick, and should a physician give medicine to him, and should that medicine, having evacuated all his diseases, not itself come to be cleared from his viscera, what do you think, Kejapa? Shall that sick man be freed of that sickness if that medicine, having evacuated all the diseases, settled in his viscera, would not itself depart his viscera? Kejapa said, no, blessed one. The disease of that man would be more serious if that medicine, having evacuated all the diseases, was settled in all his viscera and would not depart. The blessed one said, just so, Kejapa, emptiness is the remedy for all items of wrong speculation, but then, Kejapa, one for whom emptiness itself becomes a wrong speculation I speak of as incurable. 65. It is just like this, Kejapa. Were a man frightened of empty space, to howl beating his chest, and were he to say get rid of this empty space, what do you think, Kejapa? Is it possible to get rid of empty space? Kejapa said, no, blessed one, it is not. The blessed one said, just so, Kejapa, I call those ascetics and Brahmans who are fearful of emptiness tremendously mentally confused. Why? Since they, Kejapa, live fully in emptiness and yet they are afraid of that very emptiness. 66. Suppose a painter were to himself create a terrifying image of a yaka, and frightened and scared by it falling face down were to lose consciousness. Just so, Kejapa, all foolish common people themselves create material form, sound, smell, avur and tactile objects, and do to those they wonder in sastra and they do not understand those things as they truly are. 67. People use the term ascetic, Kejapa. In how many ways, Kejapa, do they use the term ascetic? These ascetics, Kejapa, are of 4 types. Which are the 4? Namely, 1. The one who is an ascetic by virtue of his gur, outward form, distinguishing marks, and appearance. 2. The one who is an ascetic deceitful while guarding good behavior. 3. The one who is an ascetic interested in fame, renown, and celebrity. 4. And the one who is an ascetic engaged in real, correct practice. These, Kejapa, are the 4 ascetics. 121. Now, Kejapa, who is the one who is an ascetic by virtue of his gur, outward form, distinguishing marks, and appearance? Here, Kejapa, there will be someone who possesses the gur, outward form, distinguishing marks, and appearance of an ascetic. He is clothed in a monastic robe, with shaven head, grasping in his hand any begging bowl, yet his conduct is characterized by impure bodily acts, impure vocal acts, and impure mental acts. He is unrestrained, unliberated, untamed, unpacified, unguarded, undisciplined, greedy, lazy, of wrong behavior, and he conducts himself in sinful ways. This, Kejapa, is called the one who is an ascetic by virtue of his gur, outward form, distinguishing marks, and appearance. 122. Now, Kejapa, who is the ascetic who is deceitful while guarding good behavior? Here, Kejapa, there will be some ascetic who is accomplished in acting well behaved. He behaves circumspectly in all 4 modes of deportment, consumes coarse food and drink, is satisfied with the 4 saintly attitudes, does not mix with householders or renunciants, is one of little speech and few words. But those modes of deportment are feigned with deceit and boasting about his spiritual accomplishments. They are not for the sake of the poricatine of the mind, nor for calming, nor for tranquility, nor for training. And he is one who holds to wrong speculations on objecticatine, and hearing that things are inconceivable because of emptiness, he feels as if he has confronted an abyss. And he is displeased by monks who speak about emptiness. This, Kejapa, is called the ascetic who is deceitful while guarding good behavior. 123. Now, Kejapa, who is the ascetic interested in fame, renown, and celebrity? Here, Kejapa, some ascetic upholds the discipline, having calculated how may others know me to be an upholder of the discipline. He preserves what he has learned, having calculated how may others know me to be very learned. He lives in a wilderness, having calculated how may others know me to be a wilderness dweller. Calculatingly, he dwells with few desires, satisfied, apart. But he acts merely to deceive others, not for the sake of cultivating aversion to the world, not for the sake of destruction of lust, not for the sake of cessation, not for the sake of tranquility, not for the sake of complete awakening, not for the sake of attaining the state of a true ascetic, not for the sake of attaining the state of a true Brahma, not for the sake of nirvana. This, Kejapa, is called the ascetic interested in fame, renown, and celebrity. 124. Now, Kejapa, who is the ascetic engaged in real, correct practice? He is that monk, Kejapa, who is disinterested in his own body and even in his own life, not to mention in proti, reverence, or fame. Hearing the teaching of emptiness, the sunless and the wishless, he is delighted at heart. He has understood thusness and he lives a life of purity, being disinterested even in nirvana, not to mention in the delights of the triple realm. He is disinterested even in wrong speculations on emptiness, not to mention in wrong speculations on a self, living being, life force, human or person. He takes the teachings as his refuge. He seeks the inward liberation from delusions. He does not run around outwardly. He sees all things as intrinsically extremely pure, unte-led. And he is an island unto himself. He is without any other island. He does not see the Tathagata even as the embodiment of the teachings, not to mention in a physical body. He is not attached to the teachings even as being free from lust, not to mention as being expressible within the scope of speech. And he does not imagine the monastic community of the saints even as unconditioned, not to mention as a gathering of assemblies. He does not exert himself for the removal of anything at all, nor for the cultivation, nor for the realization. He does not grow forth in sastra. He does not delight in nirvana. He does not seek liberation, nor the bondage of this world. Knowing that all things are intrinsically in the state of parinirvana, he does not circle in rebirth, nor does he enter parinirvana. This, Kejapa, is called the ascetic engaged in real, correct practice. One should exert oneself towards attaining the state of a true ascetic through real, correct practice. One must not allow oneself to be injured by being called by the name ascetic. These, Kejapa, are the 4 ascetics. 125. Then again the Reverend Maha Kejapa said this to the Blessed One. It is wondrous, blessed one, it is wondrous, Shugita, how Bainichale. This king of sutras the Maratnika is to those gentle sons and gentle daughters who have just set out in the Mahayana. How much merit, blessed one, will that gentle son or gentle daughter produce? Who would teach even a single verse from this king of sutras, the Ratnika? 157. When thus asked, the Blessed One spoke as follows to the Reverend Maha Kajyapa, that gentle son, Kajyapa, or gentle daughter might smash into atomic dust particles world realms as numerous as the sands of the river Ganges, and having smashed them might disperse just so many of them, and ling all of the world realms, so many as those particles of dust, full of the 7 jewels he might give them, as a gift to the Tathagatas, Arhats, perfect and complete Buddhas. And for each one of those Tathagatas among the Buddhas, blessed ones, as many as the sands of the river Ganges, he might make monasteries, as many as the sands of the river Ganges. 158. And he might serve the community of innumerable auditors of each one of those Tathagatas among the Buddhas, blessed ones, as many as the sands of the river Ganges, with all the requisites for happiness. For eons as many as the sands of the river Ganges. And in order to devoutly serve those Buddhas, blessed ones, throughout his whole life with pleasing bodily acts, vocal acts, and mental acts he might smash world realms as numerous as the sands of the river Ganges, into so many atomic dust particles, and having smashed them might disperse just so many dust particles, and ling all the world realms, equal to that number full of the 7 jewels he might give them as a gift to the Buddhas, blessed ones. And in order to devoutly serve them throughout his whole life with pleasing bodily acts, vocal acts, and mental acts he might reverence, respect, honor, and worship so many Buddhas, blessed ones, even as numerous as the sands of the river Ganges. And when they have entered nirvana he might construct stupas for them made of the 7 jewels. Yet, if a gentle son or gentle daughter would take even one verse from this king of sutras preached by all the Buddhas, the Maratnika, and would uphold it, then the massive merit of the former activity does not approach even 100th part or even a 1000th part or 100,000 billionth part of the massive merit of this latter act. It is not liable to calculation, or measure, or reckoning, or comparison, or to likening. And if one might hear it, and having heard it might not reject it, then this would produce a tremendously great mass of merit. And if a woman were to hear it, or were to have it written down, or were to master it, she would never fall into unlucky existences. Her current existence would be her last as a woman. 159. And when this discourse on the doctrine, the Ratnika, is expounded or taught or written or copied or exists in book form on a certain spot of earth, then that spot of earth becomes a shrine for the world together with its gods. And should one hear or take up or copy or comprehend this discourse on the doctrine from a certain preacher of the teaching, then he must generate such a respectful attitude towards that preacher of the teachings, just like Kajyapa towards the Tathagata. One who will reverence, respect, honor, and worship a preacher of the teaching will, at the moment of his death, be able to see the Tathagata. 160. Through seeing the Tathagata he will obtain 10 purities of bodily action. What are the 10? They are, namely, 1. He will die with a mind not overcome by painful feelings. 2. He will not experience quivering of the eyes. 3. He will not undergo trembling of the hands. 4. He will not undergo trembling of the feet. 5. He will not void excrement. 6. He will not void urine. 7. He will not sweat from his chest. 8. He will not clench his STS. 9. He will not clutch at empty space. 10. He will abandon the vital principle in a sitting position. He will obtain those 10 purities of bodily action. 161. He will obtain 10 purities of vocal action. What are the 10? They are, namely, 1. Melodious speech. 2. Smooth speech. 3. Sweet speech. 4. Pleasing speech. 5. Gentle speech. 6. Uncontradicted speech. 7. Agreeable speech. 8. Commendable speech. 9. Speech deserving of being received by gods and men. 10. Speech deserving of being received by the Buddha. He will obtain these 10 purities of vocal action. 162. He will obtain 10 purities of mental action. What are the 10? They are, namely, 1. He will not be angry. 2. He will be free from rancor. 3. He will not conceal his own transgressions. 4. He will not be tormented by regret. 5. He will not be pleased by faults of others. 6. He will not be pleased by being hostile. 7. He will not have perverse ideas. 8. He will be vigilant in exertion. 9. He will grasp the Puri Ed Buddha with an intrepid mind. 10. Without pride or arrogance he will obtain the concentration which is the complete realization of all the Buddhist teachings. He will obtain those 10 purities of mental action. 163. Whoever, Kajyapa, wishes to reverence me with all the requisites for happiness, wishes to worship me with all forms of worship, should take up this discourse on doctrine, the Maratnika, should master it, should write it down, should recite it, should explain it. Then, Kajyapa, this will become the unexcelled worship of the Tathagatas, Arhats, perfect and complete Buddhas. 165. Translated by Jonathan Silk from Baron Alexander Wilhelm von Stale-Holstein, ed. The Kesaya Parivarta, a Mahayana Shitra of the Ratnika class, edited in the original Sanskrit in Tibetan and in Chinese, Shanghai, Commercial Press, 1926. 39. Serenity and discernment. Throughout the history of Buddhism in India, expositions of meditation typically group practices under 2 headings, those with the goal of deep concentration and those with the goal of insight into the nature of reality. Although certain practices, such as the foundations of mindfulness set out in chapter 37, claim to achieve the 2 goals through a single process, most expositions considered concentration and insight separately. The practice of concentration involves the selection of an object of concentration, either material or immaterial, that is then used as the focus of sustained attention. A wide variety of such objects are prescribed, including mindfulness on the breath, on the foulness of the human body, and on love, in the sense of the wish that others be happy. The process of developing concentration is described in great detail, with various pitfalls, and their antidotes, enumerated. As the mind gains in strength, concentration on the object increases and distraction decreases, until a state called serenity, samatha, is attained. This is regarded as the minimal level of concentration required for the achievement of enlightenment, but it is only the RST of many states of ever-deepening mental focus. One may proceed to levels called the concentrations. Dhyana, translated as contemplations below. This practice of concentration is not regarded as an innovation of the Buddha. Various renunciates at the time of the Buddha were said to be adept in the practice. The Buddha himself learned it during his years of Yogic training from the teachers Rakalama and Udrakaramaputra. See chapter 14. Thus, non-Buddhists may also attain these states. What the Buddha understood was that these states, although sublime, are still located within Sastra and are not to be mistaken for liberation, as his RST teachers had done. In order to be liberated from rebirth, one must have not only concentration, but also wisdom. Here wisdom does not refer to accumulated knowledge, but to a specific insight into the nature of reality. 3 types of wisdom are enumerated. The wisdom arisen from hearing is an understanding derived from study. The wisdom arisen from thinking is a deeper understanding in which the knowledge gained through study is brought into the practice of meditation. The wisdom arisen from meditation refers specifically to insight into the nature of reality by a mind concentrated at the level of serenity or above. It is this wisdom that is able to destroy the seeds of future rebirth. This third type of wisdom is called insight or discernment, vipajana. The practices of serenity and discernment are the subject of the passage below, drawn from a work called Bhavanakrama, Stages of Meditation, by the great 8th century Indian scholar Kamalasala. He is best known for his participation in the famous debate over sudden versus gradual enlightenment that took place in Tibet at the very end of the 8th century. The debate, scholars are uncertain whether a face-to-face confrontation occurred, known variously as the Council of Lhasa and the Samyas debate, pitted the Indian monk, representing the gradual position, against the Chinese monk of the Chan school, Hashang Mohian, representing the sudden position. Most sources agree that Kamalasala was declared the winner, although he was assassinated shortly thereafter. In the passage below, Kamalasala employs the often technical vocabulary of late Indian scholasticism to describe RST, the practice of serenity, and second, the practice of discernment. Although there are various differences in presentation, discussion of the practice of concentration in general, and serenity in particular, remains fairly consistent across the centuries and schools of Indian Buddhism. There is far greater variation in discussions of discernment because there was wide disagreement concerning exactly what the nature of reality might be. Here, Kamalasala evinces the position of what is referred to as the Yogacara Madhyamika, or, more precisely, Yogacara Svatantrika Madhyamika school. The initial analysis of external objects reveals that, like things seen in a dream, they are not real. If there are no real objects of perception, there can be no real perceiver. Therefore, the duality of object and subject, of perceived and perceiver, is shown to be a shin. This would be identified as the Yogacara or Siddhamatra, mind only, element of Kamalasala's view. He goes on to declare that even this non-duality is not ultimately real, demonstrating his allegiance to the Madhyamika or middle way school of Nagarjuna, who declared that nothing is ultimately real, including ultimate reality. The yogin should RST perfect serenity in order to stabilize the mind. Because the mind is unstable like water, it can be stabilized with the dike of serenity. An uncollected mind cannot know things as they truly are. For the Blessed One has said that the collected mind discerns things as they are. Serenity is obtained more swiftly when one is indifferent to desire for gain, loss, etc., when one is RM in the practice of good conduct, when morality is equally pure in fortune and misfortune, and when one has gathered up energy. That is why in texts such as the Sadhai Nirmakana, the perfect virtues, generosity, and the rest, are described in terms of a gradual ascent. Then, once one is thus established in the equipment required for the practice of serenity, which consists in moral behavior, generosity, patient acceptance, and fortitude, one should perfect concentration as follows. One goes to a place conducive to reaction, there pays obeisance to all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, confesses his sins and rejoices in the merit of all living beings. Then, he focuses his mind on compassion with the intention of saving the whole world. Then he sits with body erect in a comfortable posture, with legs crossed. With this end in view, one should RSTX his thought on the object that he proposes to consider, which should be such that it may serve as a summary of all things. Furthermore, this summary object should then be considered under one of two categories, either as material or immaterial. It is advisable that the beginner RST take as objective support the summary object only, so as to avoid the defect of distraction. But, once he has mastered the mental processes of attention, then he will re-ante his contemplation by means of distinctions such as aggregates, bases, etc., and he may even choose a broader objective support. Thus it is said in texts such as the Sadhai Nirmakana that the objective support of yogins can be of many kinds according to the division of emptiness into 18 aspects, etc. Also in this respect, for the sake of attracting different kinds of living beings, the Blessed One has explained in texts such as the Abhidharma the various divisions of the real object into material, immaterial, etc., in summarized forms, in intermediate forms, and in extended forms. Therefore, the real object should be considered in a summarized form, as aggregate, base, etc., in order to avoid falling into the extremes of formation and negation. Thereupon, once one has chosen the object that is to epitomize all things, one should continuously direct his mind to that object alone. But, when the mind is pulled away to externals by other objects, like those that induce passion, disgust, and the like, then, once the distraction is noted, one should counteract it. For instance, if the distraction is pleasurable, one should bring to mind a mental image of the impure and unpleasant, or a similar meditation object. In this way he should bring back his mind to the main object whenever necessary. But the various gradual methods of cultivating the image of the unpleasant and other similar techniques will not be explained here, for fear that we may overextend ourselves. Now, if, on the other hand, the meditator notes that the mind NDS no delight in the object of meditation, then he should cultivate the mind by ending delight in a review of the virtues of concentration, or counteract displeasure directly by contemplating the defects of distraction. Then, again, if the mind is dull and the object is not clearly apprehended because lethargy or torpor dominate the mind, then he should suppress this dullness by attentively bringing to mind the virtues of a Buddha or other objects that may be a motive for rejoicing, or by developing images of light. Thus he will get to apprehend the object ever more RMLY. Then, again, if at another time he notes that the mind is excited by the memory of past moments of pleasure or laughter, then he should suppress this excitement by attentively bringing to mind with intensity the notions of impermanence, sorrow, and the like. Thereupon, he should return to applying the in following the object without any predisposition of the mind. Then, when he perceives that the mind, because it has become free from dullness and excitedness, is proceeding in equilibrium, moved only by its own taste, then it is in perfect equanimity, because exertion has cooled down. If one applies eord as the mind is moving with equilibrium, then the mind will be distracted. But, when the mind moves eordlessly, as it wishes on the object, then one should know that serenity has been perfected. And this is the one universal characteristic of serenity. For the essence of serenity is only one-pointedness of mind, but its object is in no way predetermined. And the path of serenity has been explained by the Blessed One in texts such as the Noble Perfect Wisdom. When serenity is described with 9 words, there the mind stabilizes, establishes, holds back, reconciles, tames, calms, brings to rest, is tied to one point, is collected. The meaning is this: stabilizes, it is bound to the object; establishes, it acts constantly upon the object; holds back, it sees through distraction and avoids it; reconciles, after avoiding distraction it is again accede to the object; tames, it produces delight in the object; calms, it brings to rest displeasure by means of the vision of the defects of distraction; brings to rest, it brings to rest steadiness and torpor when they arise. Tied to one point, it applies effort towards following the object. Effortlessly, is collected, the mind in equilibrium is in equanimity, and gathered in itself. The meaning of these words has been explained by the ancient master Maitreya. In brief, states of concentration may sue from some of the following defects: 1. Indolence; 2. Neglect of the object; 3 to 4. Dullness and excitedness; 5. Lack of exertion; and 6. Too much exertion. One should develop 8 counteragents that bring about the abandonment of these defects, to wit: 1. Faith; 2. Will; 3. Effort; 4. Ease; 5. Mindfulness; 6. Clear awareness; 7. Reaction; and 8. Equanimity. Of these, the RST4 are the counteragents of indolence. 4. In fact, the yogin's earnest desire for the bhanitis of concentration is produced by means of one of these 4, namely, faith, which is the net as total contents. Moved by this earnest desire, he will gather up energy; with the strength of this energy he attains to pliancy of mind and body. Then, with body and mind made pliant, he arrests indolence. Thus should he develop faith and the others in order to abandon indolence. The counteragent to neglect of the object is mindfulness. The counteragent to dullness and excitedness is clear awareness. Because, by means of clear awareness there is a correct perception of dullness and excitedness. But, at the time of bringing to rest dullness and excitedness, the defect may be lack of exertion. Then, as its counteragent one should develop reaction. With the calming of dullness and excitedness, however, the mind may follow esteem. Tranquility; in that case, the defect is too much exertion. Equanimity should be developed as its counteragent. When concentration is accompanied by these 8 factors of relinquishment, it becomes extremely pliant. It produces faculties, such as the supernormal psychic powers, etc. Thus it has been said in the sutra, one who makes the right effort in meditation produces the 4 bases of supernormal psychic powers. And this one-pointedness of mind, as it becomes ever more pliant, and as it is joined to objects and conditions ever more excellent, receives theorent names, such as contemplations, formless attainments, liberations, etc. For, in fact, when collectness is accompanied by a feeling of equanimity, with consideration and discursive examination, then it is called preliminary contemplation. And when it is withdrawn from the thirst of desire, and is accompanied by rapture, bliss, and inner calm, then it is called the RST contemplation. But, again, when this RST contemplation is deprived only of consideration, it is called intermediary contemplation. When it is without both consideration and discursive consideration, withdrawn from the thirst for the level of the RST contemplation, still accompanied by rapture, bliss, and inner calm, then it is called the second contemplation, accompanied by bliss, equanimity, mindfulness, and clear awareness, then it is called the third contemplation. When it is withdrawn from the thirst for the level of the third contemplation, and is neither sorrowful nor blissful, accompanied by equanimity and mindfulness, then it is called the fourth contemplation. In the same way one should construe the divisions into objects, modes, etc., with regard to the formless attainments, liberations, stations of mastery, etc. Once he has thus established the mind upon its object, he should sift the object through discernment. Because, once the light of knowledge appears, one can relinquish altogether the seed of delusion. For otherwise, by means of concentration only, as among the heretics, there would be no relinquishment of the actions. As it has been said in the sutra, even if one cultivates this concentration, if he does not bring to an end apperceptions of self, the actions will be aroused again, as was the case with Udrika. Ramaputra's cultivation of concentration. In this connection, the gradual process of developing discernment has been briefly described in the Lokvatra Sutra as follows. When one assents to the condition of mind only, one does not construct any external object. Once he is RM in the object of suchness, he will go beyond mind only. Having gone beyond mind only, he will go beyond into non-representation. The yogin who is RM in non-representation sees the great vehicle. Once he has purified the serene wordless course, by means of his vows, he sees, by means of non-representation, the supreme knowledge that has no selfhood. The meaning of this passage is as follows. First, the yogin should examine discursively all material dharmas which others imagine to exist as external objects. He reacts, are they different from consciousness itself, or are they only the very consciousness manifesting itself, as in a dream? In this process of analysis he considers them atomically, as if they were external to consciousness. When the yogin examines the atoms in their parts he does not discover external objects anymore. When he cannot discover any object, it occurs to him, all this is mind only, there is no external object whatsoever. This is why the passage says, when he ascends to the condition of mind only, he does not construct any external object. The meaning is that he should give up all imaginative differentiations of material dharmas. He should consider them in terms of their non-apprehensibility, though they are objects endowed with signs of apprehensibility. Once he has put an end to material dharmas, he should in the same way put an end to immaterial ones. He should also consider mind only. Thus, if there is no perceived object, then there can be no perceiver either, because of the dependence of the perceiver on the perceived. Therefore, if mind lacks altogether perceived and perceiver, mind can only be non-dual. Once he is RM in the object of suchness, which is the net as the non-dual, he will go beyond the image of a perceiver. The meaning is that he will be RM in that knowledge of non-duality which is the same as the non-representation of the dual. In the same way, having gone beyond mind only, he will also go beyond this knowledge which is the non-representation of the dual. Since there is no birth for entities either from themselves or from another cause, he will examine discursively. Thus, the reality of this knowledge is likewise without foundation, because it cannot be independent from the falsity of the perceived and the perceiver, which it rejects. The meaning is that here too he should give up all obstinate worrying in the idea of a real thing as applied to the knowledge of non-duality, that he should be RM in a knowledge, which is the non-representation of this very knowledge of non-duality. When he achieves this, he becomes RM in the full practice of the absence of intrinsic reality in all dharmas. He who is established in this, since he has penetrated into ultimate reality, has entered into the concentration without imaginative differentiations. Thus, when the yogin is RM in the knowledge which is the non-representation of the knowledge of non-duality, since he is established in ultimate reality, he perceives the great vehicle. Translated by L. O. Gomez, from the edition of Kamalasalas R.S.T. Babanakrama, in G2G's Minor Buddhist Texts, Part 2, Rome, Is. MEO, 1958, pages 205 to 11. 40. On the relation of study and meditation. Each of the traditions of Buddhism in Asia has thousands of texts, some originating in India and translated into the local language, others produced locally but presented in the guise of Indian texts, yet others written in the vernacular to comment in some way on the Indian corpus. What, if anything, do these texts have to do with the practice of Buddhism and the path to enlightenment? Almost all of these texts would claim, in one sense or another, to set forth that path, but their articulations of it are often at odds with one another. There has long been a tension in Buddhism between study and practice, especially the practice of meditation. This is perhaps not surprising in a tradition whose dining images of the Buddha in silent meditation, the same Buddha who would teach the Dharma for the remaining 40 VE years of his life. There were tensions in the early tradition between those who saw enlightenment in deep states of concentration and those who saw enlightenment in the understanding of a species and philosophically sophisticated reality. And as the tradition grew, it became increasingly difficult for any single monk to master the vast and growing body of doctrine. Specialties had to be developed in the monastic community simply to preserve what the Buddha had taught. There is reference, for example, to the reciters of the long discourses and to the reciters of the medium-length discourses. Meditation also became a monastic speciality. In the Theravada nations of Sri Lanka and Southeast Asia, there has been a long tradition of dividing the monastic practice of monks into two categories, the vocation of texts and the vocation of meditation. In commentaries dating from as early as the FTH century, a preference was expressed for the former. Strong and able monks were expected to devote themselves to study, with meditation regarded as the vocation of those who were somehow less able, especially those who became monks late in life. No one would claim that enlightenment could come about through study alone. But in the history of Buddhism there have been many who condemned study as mere book learning in favor of the pure experience of meditation. The classic solution, typically urged by those of a more scholastic bent, was to argue for the compatibility of study and meditation. Alone neither is capable of leading all the way to Buddhahood, only together can the path be traversed to its ultimate goal. One of the more eloquent expressions of this view was made by the Chinese monk Zai, see chapters 30 and 32, of the Tiantai sect, in his magnum opus, called The Great Calming and Contemplation. Mohis Higwan. Calming refers to the practice of developing mental serenity, called samatha in Sanskrit. Contemplation refers to developing insight, vipajjana, into the nature of reality. In the RST 6 chapters of his book, Zai surveys a wide range of Buddhist texts, both sutras and scholastic treatises, in an effort to determine the meaning of calming and the meaning of contemplation. In the 7th chapter, he moves on to consider how to actually practice calming and contemplation. The 7th chapter, in a sense, marks a turning point in the text. The study section has been completed and the practice part is about to begin. Although this section of the work is also highly scholastic, the introduction to the 7th chapter thus affords Zai an opportunity to re-ECT Bri on the mutual importance of study and practice. That introduction is translated here. At the end of the passage, he criticizes those teachers who have not studied sufficiently and are able to teach only one practice to their students. He compares them to the incompetent physician in a parable in the Nirva Sutra. The physician prescribes the exceedingly virulent medicine of milk to all his patients, regardless of their malady, because he believes it is the most potent drug. Many of his patients are poisoned. Some are cured, but such cures are mere coincidences. Later, a skilled doctor arrives and explains how a medicine's effectiveness derives from matching the medicine to the disease. The parable extols the skillful methods of the Buddha, who teaches his disciples what is most appropriate for them. The knowledge of such methods for those who teach the Dharma can only be gained through study. Introduction to Chapter 7, Doctrinal Learning and Meditative Practice as the Jewel of the Nation. In the previous 6 chapters we relied upon the teachings of the sutras in order to elucidate the wondrous principle of calming and contemplation. Now, on the basis of this wondrous understanding, we will establish the correct practice of calming and contemplation. The tallow that serves as the lamp's fuel and the brightness that comes from its burning are mutually dependent. Eyes and feet assist one another. When practice and theoretical understanding become truly earnest, the 3 obstacles, 1, the root actions of desire, hatred, and ignorance, 2, negative deeds, and 3, negative acts of deeds. And the 4 maras, 1, the root actions, 2, the VE aggregates. Skandhas, 3, death, 4, the demon king Mara rise in chaotic profusion. The thick darkness of ignorance enshrouds the radiant light of wisdom, and mental turmoil riles the stability of meditative quiescence. One must neither give in to them, nor fear them. Giving in to them will lead you into evil paths of rebirth. Fearing them will impede your progress in cultivation of the true Dharma. Instead, you should discern this darkness by means of contemplation. Thereupon, the darkness itself will be seen as bright. Still the turmoil with calming, and the turmoil will itself be experienced as quiescent. In this manner, the actions themselves can further the practice of calming and contemplation. Just as the picks that rub against the gold mountain cause the gold mountain itself to become more lustrous, or the myriad rivers pour into the ocean, but the ocean itself does not change, adding sticks makes a reed blaze more earthly, and the tiny karakara bug, when touched by the wind, grows bigger and bigger. This contemplation, which is as RM as diamond itself, will mow down the legions of the actions. Its strong and nimble feet will carry you beyond the eld of birth and death. Insight acquired from theoretical learning for ES practice, and practice promotes insight, illuminating and enriching, guiding and penetrating. They reciprocally beautify and embellish one another. They are like the 2 hands of a single body, which, working together, keep it clean. This synthesis of learning and practice is not just a matter of clearing away obstacles in order to advance inwardly towards your own personal enlightenment. You must also achieve a thorough comprehension of the sutras and treatises so that you can outwardly reveal to others what they have not heard before. When you combine your own training with the training of Others, vanity is then complete. If one such as this is not the teacher of humankind and the jewel of the nation, then who is? Moreover, upon learning that the Buddha's loving kindness and compassion allows no room for stinginess, one preaches this calming and contemplation of the mind to others, thereby opening wide the door of the treasury, pouring forth its cash, and bringing out the wishful gem for others to use. This gem emits glorious radiance and also rains down all manner of precious jewels. It illumines the darkness, enriches the needy, lights up the night and saves the destitute. Galloping forth on a chariot with 2 wheels, one can travel far. Soaring on 2 wings, one is able to fly high. Rich and lustrous, like rare jade, how it surpasses words. Even if you should grind your bones to powder in the fragrant city like the Bodhisattva Praraditha, or throw yourself from the snowy peaks like the lad of the Himalayas, how could either be sufficient to repay its blessings? The swift horse takes to the right road with but a glimpse of the whip's shadow. But stupid persons, deeply infected with noxious ignorances and bereft of their native faculties, are obtuse beyond description. Being themselves unbelieving, they cannot be tamed. Since they have never been exposed to the trainer's hook of religious instruction, they listen to the Dharma but cannot understand. Lacking the eye of wisdom, they are incapable of distinguishing true from false. Their entire body paralysed with indecision, they struggle to move but do not advance a step. Unenlightened and completely incognizant of their plight, they are people who pile up great sins. Why should one labor to preach to such persons as this? If they are people who despise the world and delight in the inferior vehicle of the Hinayana, they will end up chasing after branches and leaves, becoming like the dog that befriends a poor man as his master, the Buddha who worships a monkey believing it to be the god Indra, and the idiots who squabble over shards of tile thinking them to be jewels. How can one possibly discuss the way with such a benighted person as this? Furthermore, there is a kind of meditation master who, without scrutinizing the capacities of others, instructs them all with the milk medicine of ultimate truth, directly identifying with the essence of mind, suppressing the mind in formless purity, harmoniously melding mind and object, maintaining wakeful awareness of the formless nature of mind, or seeking directly for the essence of mind. All of these techniques of meditation promote but a single approach, regardless of whether they strive to ease the mind in quiescence or comprehend the mind as suchness. The masters who teach these methods confuse and fail to recognize the vast range of obstacles that attend the path. No sooner do they experience an unusual sign in their practice, than they conclude that this is the true way. Themselves unteed to be vessels of the Dharma, they also lack the ability to teach others. Blind to the exigencies of the path and crippled in their own spiritual practice, master and disciple together fall to their doom. Stumbling and groping their way through the darkness, they are pitiable to the extreme. One should not expound this calming and contemplation to persons of this sort. Translated by Daniel Stevenson from Zai, Mohis Higwin, in T 1911. Volume 46, pages 48-28, 49-26. 41. Both sudden and gradual enlightenment. The question of sudden versus gradual enlightenment was a sustained concern in East Asian Buddhism. One of the more sustained elaborations of the problem was that of the Huayan and Chan masters Zongbai, 780. 841, who explored the possible combinations of sudden and gradual. Gradual cultivation followed by sudden enlightenment was like gradually chopping down a tree until it suddenly falls. Sudden cultivation followed by gradual enlightenment was like immediately discerning the target and then gradually learning how to hit it with an arrow. Gradual cultivation and gradual enlightenment was like ascending a 9-story tower, one's vista expanding with each upward step. Sudden enlightenment and sudden cultivation was the most rare of cases, and depended on having practiced gradual cultivation in a previous life. Sudden enlightenment followed by gradual cultivation was like the birth of an infant who has all its limbs but must slowly learn how to use them. This NAL model was preferred by Zongbai. The sudden versus gradual problem was also taken up in Korea by perhaps the most important guru in the Chan tradition of Korea, the monk Chinul, 1158-1210. Like Zai, see chapter 40, Chinul was renowned as both a scholar and a meditator, and he exhorted monks to devote themselves to both study and practice. He encouraged monks to leave the corruption of city monasteries and depart for mountains where they should direct their energies to the cultivation of concentration and wisdom. Chinul brought the insights of Huayan thought to Chan practice in Korea, making the Korean sun, the Korean pronunciation of Chan, distinct from its Chinese forebear. On the question of sudden and gradual enlightenment, Chinul argued that sudden enlightenment followed by gradual awakening was not only the preferable model, but was indeed the path followed by all the Buddhas of the past, present, and future. He makes this case below in a passage from a work entitled Secrets on Cultivating the Mind, Suzim. Kill. Now, there are many approaches to the path, but essentially they are included in the twofold approach of sudden awakening and gradual cultivation. Although sudden awakening/sudden cultivation has been advocated, this is the entrance for people of the highest faculties. If you were to probe their pasts, you would see that their cultivation has been based for many lives on the insights gained in a previous awakening. Now, in this life, after gradual permeation, these people hear the Dharma and awaken. In one instant their practice is brought to a sudden conclusion. But if we try to explain this according to the facts, then sudden awakening/sudden cultivation is also the result of an initial awakening and its subsequent cultivation. Consequently, this twofold approach of sudden awakening and gradual cultivation is the track followed by thousands of saints. Hence, of all the saints of old, there were none who did not have an awakening, subsequently cultivated and, nally, because of their cultivation, gain realization. Question: you have said that this twofold approach of sudden awakening/gradual cultivation is the track followed by thousands of saints. But if awakening is really sudden awakening, what need is there for gradual cultivation? And if cultivation means gradual cultivation, how can you speak of sudden awakening? We hope that you will expound further on these two ideas of sudden and gradual, and resolve our remaining doubts. Chinul, first let us take sudden awakening. When the ordinary man is deluded, he assumes that the four great elements are his body and the false thoughts are his mind. He does not know that his own nature is the true Dharma body. He does not know that his own numinous awareness is the true Buddha. He looks for the Buddha outside his mind. While he is thus wandering aimlessly, the entrance to the road might by chance be pointed out by a wise advisor. If in one thought he then follows back the light of his mind to its source and sees his own original nature, he will discover that the ground of this nature is innately free of development, and that he himself is originally endowed with the non-out wisdom nature, which is not a hair's breadth different from that of all the Buddhas. Hence it is called sudden awakening. Next let us consider gradual cultivation. Although he has awakened to the fact that his original nature is no different from that of the Buddhas, the beginningless habit energies are extremely difficult to remove suddenly, and so he must continue to cultivate while relying on this awakening. Through this gradual permeation, his endeavors reach completion. He constantly nurtures the sacred embryo, and after a long time he becomes a saint. Hence it is called gradual cultivation. This process can be compared to the maturation of a child. From the day of its birth, a baby is endowed with all the sense organs just like everyone else, but its strength is not yet fully developed. It is only after many months and years that it will now become an adult. Question: through what expedients is it possible to trace the radiance of one's sense faculties in a single thought and awaken to the self-nature? Chinul, the nature is just your own mind. What other expedients do you need? If you ask for expedients to seek understanding, you are like a person who, because he does not see his own eyes, assumes that he has no eyes and decides to empty some way to see. But since he does have eyes, how else is he supposed to see? If he realizes that, in fact, he has never lost his eyes, this is the same as seeing his eyes. And no longer would he waste his time trying to empty a way to see. How then could he have any thoughts that he could not see? Your own numinous awareness is exactly the same. Since this awareness is your own mind, how else are you going to understand? If you seek some other way to understand, you will never understand. Simply by knowing that there is no other way to understand, you are seeing the nature. Question: when the superior man hears the Dharma, he understands easily. Average and inferior men, however, are not without doubt and confusion. Could you describe some expedients so that the deluded too can enter into enlightenment? Chinul, the path is not related to knowing or not knowing. You should get rid of the mind which clings to its delusion and looks forward to enlightenment, and listen to me. Since all dharmas are like dreams or phantoms, deluded thoughts are originally calm and the sense spheres are originally void. At the point where all dharmas are void, the numinous awareness is not obscured. That is to say, this mind of void and calm, numinous awareness is not obscured. It is also the Dharma seal transmitted without a break by all the Buddhas of the 3 time periods, the successive generations of patriarchs, and the wise advisors of this world. If you awaken to this mind, then this is truly what is called not following the rungs of a ladder. You climb straight to the stage of Buddhahood, and each step transcends the triple world. Returning home, your doubts will be instantly resolved and you will become the teacher of men and gods. Endowed with compassion and wisdom and complete in the twofold Bainiti, you will be worthy of receiving the O-earrings of men and gods. Day after day you can use 10,000 taels of gold without incurring debt. If you can do this, you will be a truly great man who has indeed niched the tasks of this life. Translated by Robert Buswell from Susan Keel. The translation appears in his The Korean Approach to Zen, the collected works of Chinul, Honolulu, University of Hawaii Press, 1983, pages 143 to 542. Reciting the name of the Buddha. It is prophesied in numerous texts that the teachings of the Buddha will one day disappear from the world. The prophecies are on how long the Dharma will remain after the death of the Buddha. Some say only the 100 years, some say 2000. But all describe a gradual process of decline, not in the quality of the doctrine but in the quality of the disciples. The monks will be lax in their maintenance of their vows. The lay people will be complacent, and the general fortitude and intelligence of practitioners will decline. In China, Buddhists often despaired of their ability to make sense of the mass of disparate texts, doctrines, and practices that reached them from India. From the 5th century onwards, the decline of the Dharma became a consistent concern of Chinese Buddhist thought and practice. Some concluded that they were living in the last stage of the decline of the Dharma and thus were constitutionally incapable of making progress on the path that the Buddha had set forth. Perhaps the most influential response to the disappearance of the Dharma in East Asia was Pure Land practice. Devotion to Amitabha and the prayer to be reborn in his Pure Land was a common element of many Chinese Buddhist schools. However, in the 6th century, some monks began to argue that in the time of the decline of the Dharma it was no longer possible to follow the path traversed by the great arhats and bodhisattvas of the past. The monk Daozuo, 562 to 645, said that there were 2 paths, the path of sages and the path of rebirth in Amitabha's land of bliss, see chapter 8. Only the latter was accessible to beings living in the degenerate age because Amitabha had made a vow to deliver all who sincerely sought it. The central practice in China was called Nianfo, a term that means Buddha contemplation, Buddha intonation, and Buddha invocation. It is a translation of the Sanskrit term Buddhasamti, literally mindfulness of the Buddha. This practice had clear Indian antecedents and took a number of forms. The Sutra on the Contemplation of the Buddha in Night Life, Guanwu Liang Shaojing, presented as an Indian sutra, but in fact of Chinese or Central Asian origin, prescribes 10 moments of single-minded and sustained recitation of the Buddha's name. Popular preachers such as Chandeo, 613 to 681, extolled the practice and organized mass recitations of Amitabha's name in the capital. In Japan, the practice of reciting Amitabha's name, called Nembutsu in Japanese, was one of a number of meditative and ritual practices to secure rebirth in his Pure Land espoused by the various Buddhist sects. Honen, 1133 to 1212, a learned monk of the Tendai sect, inspired in part by reading Shandeo, became convinced that the recitation of the name in the phrase Namu Amida Butsu, homage to Amitabha Buddha, was the most appropriate form of Buddhist practice for the degenerate age. He set forth his views in a work called On the Nembutsu selected in the Primal Tao, Senshaku Hongan Nembusashu, selections from which appear here. The title refers to the vow made eons ago by the Bodhisattva Dharmakara, called Dharma Repository here, that he would become the Buddha Amitabha, create the land of bliss, and deliver there those who called upon him. Honen cites Shandeo on a number of important points. For example, he contrasts right practice and the practice of sundry good acts. The former are all forms of worship of Amitabha, the most important of which is the recitation of his name. The latter are ordinary virtuous deeds Buddhists are enjoined to perform, but which clearly lack the ikaki of right practice, and ikaki that derives from the grace of Amitabha. Indeed, the power of his vow is so great that those who sincerely recite his name do not need to dedicate their merit towards rebirth in the land of bliss, although both the shorter and longer sutras seem to say so. Recitation naturally results in rebirth there. Honen goes on to explain that each bodhisattva makes specific vows about the particular practice that will result in rebirth in his Buddha eld. Some Buddha elds are for those who practice charity, others for those who construct stupas, others for those who honor their teachers. Amitabha, while he was the Bodhisattva Dharmakara, compassionately selected a Very simple practice that would lead to rebirth in his land of bliss, the recitation of his name. Honen regarded these teachings to be dangerous if widely espoused, and instructed that this work not be published until after his death. He allowed only his closest disciples to read it and copy it. His teachings gained popularity in a number of influential circles, but were considered anathema by the existing sects of Buddhism in Japan because of his promotion of the sole practice of reciting the name. His critics charged him with denigrating Sakyamuni Buddha, with neglecting virtuous deeds, other than the recitation of the name, and with abandoning the meditation and visualization practices that should accompany the chanting of the name. Some years after Honen's death, the printing blocks of the text were confiscated and burned as a work harmful to the Dharma. However, by that time the teachings of Honen had gained a wide following among both aristocrats and the common people. On the Nembutsu selected in the primal Tao, Teoswo established the division of the Buddhist teachings into two gateways, the path of the sages and the path of birth into Amida, Buddha's pure land. His intent was to encourage people to abandon the former and pursue the latter. There are two reasons for this. First, we are now far removed from the time when the great sage Sakyamuni was alive. Second, the truth is profound, but the capacity of beings to apprehend it is now meager. The master Shandeo states that although numerous forms of practice may lead to birth in the pure land, they may all be distinguished as either right practice or practice of sundry good acts. Right practice may be grasped by RST disclosing it as VE specie forms of practice, then grouping these into two basic types. The VE forms of right practice are recitation of Pure Land scriptures, contemplation of Amida and the Pure Land, bowing in worship, utterance of the name of Amida, and praise of Amida's virtues and making O-earrings. The two basic types of right practice are the right action and the auxiliary actions. The right action is utterance of the name. The fourth of the VE forms of right practice, it is called the act by which attainment of birth is truly determined, for it is in accord with Amida Buddha's primal Tao. Question: why is only one of the VE forms of right practice, saying the Nembutsu, taken up as the truly determining act? Answer: because saying the Nembutsu is in accord with Amida Buddha's primal Tao. It is the practice taught in the vow. Hence, if one performs it, then carried by the Buddha's vow one will unfailingly attain birth. The distinction between right practice and practice of sundry good acts may be clarified using a V-fold contrast. 1. Intimate versus distant. Intimate means that persons who perform the truly determining act and the auxiliary actions are in a relationship with Amida Buddha of great closeness and intimacy. Shandeo states, when sentient beings give rise to practice and constantly say Amida Buddha's name with their lips, Amida hears them. When they constantly worship and revere Amida Buddha with their bodies, Amida sees them. When they constantly think on Amida Buddha with heart and mind, Amida apprehends them. When sentient beings are mindful of Amida, Amida is mindful of them. The acts of the Buddha and beings in each of the three modalities, bodily, verbal, and mental, are mutually inseparable. This is what is meant by intimate. Distant refers to the performance of sundry good acts. When sentient beings do not say Amida Buddha's name, Amida does not hear them. When they do not worship Amida Buddha with their bodies, Amida does not see them. When they do not think on Amida Buddha with heart and mind, Amida does not apprehend them. When sentient beings are not mindful of the Buddha is not mindful of them. The acts of the Buddha and beings in the three modalities always stand isolated from each other. This is characterized as distant. 2. Near versus separated. Near means that persons who perform the truly determining act and the auxiliary actions are right beside Amida Buddha. Shandeo states in his commentary, when sentient beings aspire to see Amida Buddha, Amida, in response to their thoughts, appears before their eyes. Hence, near dot separated refers to the practice of sundry other good acts. When sentient beings do not aspire to see Amida Buddha, Amida does not appear before them. 3. Uninterrupted versus discontinuous. Uninterrupted means that persons who perform the truly determining act and the auxiliary actions are mindful of Amida Buddha without interruption. Discontinuous means that persons who perform sundry good acts always interrupt their mindfulness of Amida Buddha. 4. No necessity of directing one's merit versus the necessity of directing merit. For persons who perform the truly determining act of saying the name and the auxiliary actions focused on Amida Buddha, these naturally become acts resulting in birth in the pure land even though the practitioners do not undertake the directing of the merits towards that end. Hence Shandeo states, the Contemplation Sutra states, performing 10 voicings of the Buddha's name. Such utterance of Namo Amida Butsu is possessed of both the aspiration and the practice that are requisite for following the path, both accomplished tenfold. How does this come about? Namo manifests the taking of refuge in Amida's vow. Its sign is awakening aspiration for birth and turning one's heart to the pure land. Amida Butsu manifests the practice. Because the Nembutsu possesses this meaning, persons who say it unfailingly attain birth. The necessity of directing one's merit means that, for persons who perform sundry good acts, these acts become the cause, resulting in birth in the pure land only when they deliberately undertake to direct the resulting merits. Thus, if they do not purposely direct their merits towards birth in the pure land, their good acts do not become the cause for attainment of birth there. 5. Authentic versus commingled. Authentic means that, for persons who perform the truly determining act and the auxiliary actions, these are purely the practice for birth in the land of bliss. Commingled means that the acts are not practices purely for birth in the land of bliss. They are common to birth into the realms of human beings and devas, and also into the conditions of the three vehicles. They are also common to birth into the various pure lands of the Buddhists throughout the 10 quarters. Hence such practices said to be commingled. Consequently, practitioners who aspire for Amida's land in the western quarter should abandon practice of sundry good acts and perform the truly determining act of saying the name. The larger sutra states, if, when I attain Buddhahood, the sentient beings of the 10 quarters, with sincere mind entrusting themselves, aspiring to be born in my land, and saying my name even but 10 times, should not be born there, may I not attain the supreme enlightenment. In his methods of contemplation on Amida Buddha, Shandeo interprets this passage in a paraphrase, if, when I attain Buddhahood, the sentient beings of the 10 quarters aspire to be born in my land and say my name even 10 times, entrusting themselves to the power of my vow, and yet should not attain birth, may I not attain the supreme enlightenment. Each Buddha makes two kinds of vows, those common to all and those specie to themselves. Those in common are the 4 universal vows. The specie are, for example, the BE 100 great vows of Sakyamuni or the 12 superior vows of medicine teacher Buddha. The 48 vows are the specie vows of Amida. The large sutra of Amida Buddha states, the Buddha world sovereign looks for Raja selected qualities from the good and bad. of the devas and humans in all the 21 billion Buddha lands, and from the comeliness and disagreeableness of the lands themselves, in order that Bodhisattva Dharma repository Dharmakara might select the vows for what he desired in his heart. The term select in this passage implies adopting, on the one hand, and discarding, on the other. The Bodhisattva Dharma repository who became Amida Buddha discarded the reprehensible qualities of the humans and devas of the 21 billion pure lands of the Buddhas and adopted their good qualities. He discarded the disagreeable qualities of the lands and adopted their comeliness. The meaning of selection and adoption may be discussed with regard to each of the 48 vows. Concerning the 18th vow of birth through the Nembutsu, among the lands of the various Buddhas, there is one for which charity is the practice resulting in birth there, and another for which it is observance of precepts. There is a land for which patience is the practice for birth there, another for which it is perseverance, another for which it is meditation, and yet another for which it is wisdom. There are lands for which erecting stupa towers and creating Buddha images, or almsgiving to mendicants, or leal piety and veneration of teachers and elders are each the practice resulting in birth there. Thus, a variety of practices result in birth in the Diarent lands. It is impossible to state them in detail. The Bodhisattva Dharma repository selected out and discarded the various practices mentioned above, charity, precepts, leal piety, and so on, and selected out and adopted the wholehearted saying of the Buddha's name. Hence the term selection. Question: It is reasonable that in each of the vows the Bodhisattva Dharma repository should discard what is coarse and reprehensible, and adopt what is good and excellent. But why, in the 18th vow, did he discard all the diverse practices and select and adopt only the single practice of saying the Nembutsu, making it the primal vow of birth in his land? Answer: The Buddha's sacred intent is hard to fathom, it is not easily to be grasped. Nevertheless, an attempt may be aired here, utilizing two concepts, the contrast between superior and inferior, and the contrast between difficult and easy. Regarding the RST contrast, the Nembutsu is superior and other practices are inferior. This is because myriad virtues have come to reside within Amida's name. All the virtues possessed by Amida Buddha, all the inwardly realized virtues such as the 4 wisdoms, 3 bodies, 10 powers, and 4-fold fearlessness, and all the outwardly functioning virtues such as a Buddha's marks and features, the light of wisdom, the teaching of Dharma to beings, and the beneating of living things, have been gathered into Amida Buddha's name. Thus, the virtues of the name are wholly superior. Other practices are not so. They each prop up but a portion of merit. Hence, they are said to be inferior. Regarding the second contrast, saying that Nembutsu is easy, while other practices are difficult. Since the Nembutsu is easy, it is accessible to all. Other practices, being difficult, are not available to every being. It was surely to bring all sentient beings to birth in the pure land without any discrimination that the Bodhisattva Dharma repository discarded the difficult and adopted the easy, making the latter the core of the primal vow. Had the making of images and the erection of stupa towers been made the core of the primal vow, the poor and destitute would have been left without any hope of birth. And yet the wealthy and highborn are few, while the poor and lowly are numerous. Had wisdom and lofty capacities been made the core of the primal vow, the dull and foolish would have been left without any hope of birth. And yet the sagacious are rare, while the foolish and ignorant are many. Had study and broad learning been made the core of the primal vow, those of little knowledge would have been left without any hope of birth. And yet the learned are few, and those without learning many. Had observance of precepts been made the core of the primal vow, those who failed to uphold or receive precepts would have been left without any hope of birth. And yet keepers of precepts are few, while violators are many. This applies to all the other forms of practice. Know that had the various practices mentioned above been made the core of the primal vow, those attaining birth would have been few, while those unable to be born would have been numerous. For this reason, Amida Buddha, in the distant past, as the Bodhisattva Dharma repository, was moved by undiscriminating compassion, and sought to embrace all beings universally. In order to do so, he declined to make the various forms of practice such as creating images and erecting stupa towers the practice resulting in birth in the primal vow. Rather, he made the single practice of simply saying the name of the Buddha the core of his primal vow. Translated by Dennis Hirota from Honen, Senshaku Hongan. Nembutsushu, in Ahashi Shundo, ed. Honen Ippen, Nihon Shiso. Teikei, Volume 10, Tokyo, Iwanami Shoten, 1971. 43. The Bodhisattva vow. A bodhisattva is someone who vows to achieve Buddhahood in order to free all beings in the universe from suffering. In the early tradition, the term was used to refer to the Buddha in his millions of lives from the time that he made such a vow himself, see chapter 15, to his achievement of enlightenment. With the rise of the Mahayana, Buddhahood, and hence the aspiration of the Bodhisattva, became a more universal goal. Some sutras would claim that all beings in the universe would eventually traverse the Bodhisattva path and become Buddhas. But Buddhahood, according to most accounts, was far away. What could be developed now was the aspiration to achieve Buddhahood for the sake of all beings. This aspiration was called Bodhisattva. It was widely extolled in Mahayana texts, and techniques for its cultivation were set out. The development of Bodhisattva was considered the essential starting point for the long path to Buddhahood, the practice of the Bodhisattva path and of the 6 perfections of giving, patience, ethics, concentration, and wisdom could take place only after the aspiration to Buddhahood had been created. But Bodhisattva was an attitude, an aspiration, an interior state. It was manifested verbally in the form of a vow. The taking of vows has long been central to Buddhist practice, see chapter 26, both for the identity of the individual and the identity of the community. In addition to taking refuge in the 3 jewels, lay people might take up to VE vows. Not to kill, not to steal, not to engage in sexual misconduct, not to lie about spiritual attainments, and not to use intoxicants. Some lay people would take 8 vows, which they would maintain for 2 days or 4 days each month. Fully ordained monks and nuns held many more vows. Under one of the codes, monks held 253 vows, nuns 364. They were to gather each fortnight to confess any infractions. Similar rituals developed in the Mahayana, and people took the Bodhisattva vow, promising publicly to achieve Buddhahood in order to liberate all beings from sastra. A more formal code of conduct was also developed, derived from a number of sources, with, like the monastic vows, categories of root infractions and secondary infractions. The Bodhisattva vows, however, could be taken equally by lay people and monastics, men and women, and formal ceremonies are set forth in a number of Mahayana treatises. Instructions from one such ceremony appear below. It is taken from a text called Ornament for the Sage's Mind, Muna Madhukra. Perhaps the last great compendium of Indian Buddhist thought and Practice, composed by Abhayakara in the 11th or 12th century. The text covers a wide range of topics in setting forth the path to enlightenment. It is noteworthy that the text begins with the passage translated below, in which the author explains how to take the Bodhisattva vow, whether in a public ceremony from a Quali-Ed guru, or, if such a teacher is not available, then alone, seated before an image of the Buddha. It is certain that sentient beings have not lost the good fortune to abandon the two obstructions. Yet, because they lack a virtuous guide, they are mistakenly attached to things that lack intrinsic existence, and as a result, they do not understand the three thoroughly iced things, actions such as ignorance, action, and birth, before, later, or in the middle. They naturally descend into the depths of the well of Sastra, from the peak of existence to the Nal abyss. No matter how they rise through toil, they are saddened each day by the sewering of pain and the sewering of change. They are absorbed in actions and actions that are like reactions, and they fall, made destitute by momentary impermanence and by objects whose foundation is like the reaction of the moon in swiftly moving water. Due to the power of compassion, bodhisattvas who have understood the emptiness of intrinsic nature feel destitute themselves because sentient beings are made destitute by impermanence. They wish to attain Buddhahood, the cause of the arising of the perfect essence of the ambrosia of the excellent doctrine, antidote to all mistaken conceptions, whose nature is one of friendship to all beings. Inspired by that wish and not thinking of themselves, they seek only to benefit others. As a result, they undergo great hardship and become completely exhausted in amassing the collections of merit and wisdom over a long time. It is said, through engaging in hardship, they completely amass the collections over a long time and are certain to attain the state of omniscience. Therefore, it is said, completely gripped by compassion and great compassion, the root of the qualities of a Buddha, the blessed Buddhas and the omniscience and act for the welfare of all beings. Therefore it is great compassion alone that causes the blessed ones not to abide in nirvana. As the Madhyamaka Kavatara I.2 says, just mercy is seen as the seed, as water for growth, and as the ripening to a state of enjoyment for a long time. The Pramabhartika 299 says, those with great mercy act only on behalf of others. Furthermore, through becoming constantly familiar with all sentient beings who abide in three realms, i.e., compassion will increase. Thus, through the power of cultivating great compassion, you will promise to rescue all sentient beings, thus creating the aspiration to enlightenment bodhisattva. Because bodhisattvas, endowed with great compassion and possessing the lineage of complete, perfect enlightenment, sui are at the sewering of others. Ananda, I say that whoever goes for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha and correctly maintains and fully protects the VE basis of practice not to kill, steal, lie, engage in sexual misconduct, or use intoxicants, the merit of that virtue is inconceivable and immeasurable. I say that Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, even to the point of nirvana, are unable to take its measure. By hearing of such vanitas, great joy is created. By saying, I go for refuge until enlightenment to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Community, one is saying, relying on refuge in the form body, the truth body and community of irreversible bodhisattvas, I will become a complete and perfect Buddha, having extricated everyone in this world from sewering, I will place them in complete and perfect Buddhahood. With this brief statement, those of the sharpest faculties create the nature of the bodhisattva vow. Regarding this vow, beginners and those who follow the customs of lay people should take the vow from a guru who knows the right for taking the vow properly. In his absence, one should imagine oneself to be in the presence of the Buddhas and bodhisattvas and take the vow. If it is done in full form, place an image of the Tathagata in front, Ananda, whosoever, with the mind most clear, makes a mala for the Tathagata in the shape of a square or a half moon, in the shape of a circle or a chariot, will, in accordance with the number of O-earrings, become the Lord of Guru in the north, Videha in the east, Godaniya in the west, and Jambudvipa in the south. At death, in accordance with the number, one will be born in the heavens of 33, free from combat, joyous and liking emanation. By following such statements in the Kagrat Sutra, anoint the mala and properly OER the VE O-earrings, O Ananda. I will protect completely any sentient beings whosoever who join their palms and make obeisance, saying, I bow down to the blessed Tathagata. Such vanitas are set forth. Properly create great clarity towards the Buddhas and bodhisattvas of the 10 directions and bow down. Then make a mala and so forth in front of the Guru and then humble yourself by sitting or kneeling and joining your palms and then request 3 times, Son of good lineage before me, I wish to receive the bodhisattva vow. Therefore, if I am worthy to receive it, because of your mercy for me, please bestow the vow of the bodhisattvas. Ethics. To this, the Guru says 3 times, do you aspire to enlightenment? In my presence, will you receive the foundation of training in the ethics of the bodhisattvas? Promise saying, I will maintain them. Repeat after the Guru, I beseech the blessed Buddhas and bodhisattvas gathered from the realms of the 10 directions to consider me. I beseech the Master to consider me. I, so, and so, confess all of the sins, no matter how small, that I have performed, ordered others to perform, or admired, with my body, speech and mind, against the Buddhas and bodhisattvas, my parents, and other sentient beings, in this lifetime or in another existence. I am aware of them, remember them, and do not conceal them. Say this 3 times. Then say 3 times, I, so and so, from this day until the essence of enlightenment, go for refuge to the best of Bhikts, the blessed Buddha, endowed with great compassion, the all-knowing, the all-teaching, who has transcended all enemies and all fear, the great being, endowed with an immutable body, endowed with an unsurpassed body. I go for refuge to the Dharma, the supreme peace of those who are freed from desire. I go for refuge to the supreme of assemblies, the community of irreversible bodhisattvas. Just as bodhisattvas in the past, present, and future create the aspiration to enlightenment and have gone, go, and will go to Buddhahood in order to liberate, rescue, and completely protect limitless realms of sentient beings from the sewerings of Sastra and in order to establish them in the unsurpassed knowledge of omniscience, and just as all the Buddhas know and see with the knowledge of a Buddha and the eye of a Buddha, which is unobstructed, and just as they have understood and continue to understand the reality of phenomena, so I, so and so, through this right, in the presence of the Master so and so and in the presence of all the Buddhas and bodhisattvas create the aspiration to unsurpassed, complete, perfect enlightenment. Say that 3 times. I dedicate the roots of virtue produced from my confession of sins, going for refuge to the 3, and creating the aspiration to enlightenment to unsurpassed, complete, perfect enlightenment. In a World without protection, without refuge, without a home, without friends and without a haven, I will be a protector, a refuge, a home, a friend and a haven. I will free all those sentient beings who have not crossed the ocean of existence. I will take completely beyond sorrow those who have not passed completely beyond sorrow by leading them beyond sorrow to the unobstructed Dharmadhatu. I will quell the sewering of those whose sewering has not been quelled. Say that 3 times. I, so and so, by creating the aspiration to enlightenment in that way, will hold each in the realm of limitless sentient beings to be my mother, father, sister, brother, son, daughter, relative, or half-brother or sister. Holding them in that way, I will begin to multiply roots of virtue to the limit of my ability, my power, and my capacity. From this day forward, no matter how small, I will give gifts, guard ethics, enhance patience, work with the Ord, enter into concentration, analyze with wisdom and study skillful methods, all for the sake of the welfare, vanity and happiness of all sentient beings. I will follow, in accordance with the Mahayana, those endowed with great compassion who, beginning with the aspiration to unsurpassed, complete, perfect enlightenment, entered into the great Bodhisattva levels. Therefore, I will train to be a Bodhisattva. From this day forward, I, called Bodhisattva, asked to be cared for by the Master. Say that 3 times. Thus, in the presence of the image of the Tathagata, bow down and ask all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to be aware of your earlier dedication of merit, of your holding beings to be family members, of your amassing of the collections in order to protect them, and of your following of the Mahayana. The Guru says, in my presence, this person has correctly received and holds the vow of the ethics of the Bodhisattva. If you take it yourself without such a Guru, leave out, I beseech, the Master to consider me and in the presence of the Master named so and instead of saying, from this day forward I, the Bodhisattva so and so beseech the Master to care for me, say, from this day forward I, the Bodhisattva so and so, beseech the blessed Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to care for me. Immediately upon beseeching them, one is praised by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Think about this constantly in order to increase virtue. Translated by Donald Lopez from the Munamatlak Abhayakaragupta, Dirge edition of the Tibetan Canon, To 3908. Buma, Volume A, 73b6, 76b1. Tibetan Tripitaka, Type A edition, Volume 36. Type A, SMC Publishing, 1991, pages 377/147, 6, 378/152, 1. 44. Freeing birds and fish from bondage. Much Buddhist practice is the practice of restraint, especially the restraint of body, speech, and mind in order to avoid the performance of negative deeds that will result in swearing in the future. Refraining from non-virtue, whether it be physical, verbal, or mental, is said to produce merit, especially when it is motivated by a vow to refrain from non-virtue. However, merit may also be produced by more active deeds of virtue, especially those inspired by the Bodhisattva's vow, and one of the most interesting of such deeds is the practice of releasing life. Fan Shen Yi, one of the mainstays of late Chinese Buddhism. In Buddhist literature, the plight of animals is a common theme. Beings from the other realms of rebirth, such as gods, ghosts, and hell beings, are only rarely seen by humans, but animals and their plight are ubiquitous. Their swearings are many, compelled as they are to seek food constantly, while at the same time seeking to avoid becoming food. They sui are also from ignorance, with their inability to speak and to understand language preventing them from taking refuge in the 3 jewels and deriving vanity from Buddhist teachings, despite living in the presence of the Dharma. A famous story tells of a frog who was accidentally stepped on while the Buddha was preaching the Dharma, and was reborn in the heaven of the 33. Animals are therefore special objects of Buddhist compassion. Releasing life involves gathering animals held in captivity, often by purchasing them from butchers and schmungers, and setting them free. In China, the release of animals was performed at both the local and the imperial levels. A decree of 759 established 81 ponds for the release and protection of sh. Public ceremonies for the release of creatures were held to commemorate the Buddha's birth. Local lay societies for releasing living beings were founded, often inspired by the preaching of famous monks. Birds, turtles, and sh. were more popular for release than domesticated animals because they required no further assistance upon release into the water or air. The physical release of animals was not considered fully efficacious, unless some attempt was made to ensure their spiritual release as well. In the Sutra of Golden Light, see Chapter 5, it is explained that the previous Buddha Ratnabhava had made a vow that any being dwelling in the 10 directions who chanced to hear his name would ascend to rebirth in the heaven of the 33. A young man named Jalavahana, Sakyamuni Buddha in a previous life, came upon 10,000 dying sh. After filling their dry pond with water, he recited 10 epithets of Ratnabhava, causing the sh to be reborn in heaven. Ceremonies to accompany the liberation of the animals were devised by eminent Buddhist monks. The one translated below is among the most famous. The ogiating priest begins by asking the 3 jewels to purify the assembled creatures of the mental developments that prevent them from comprehending what is about to be said. The priest then bestows refuge in the 3 jewels and recites the epithets of Ratnabhava so that the animals will be reborn in their next life in the heaven of the 33, and, eventually, achieve enlightenment. This is followed by a lecture on the 12-fold chain of dependent origination, one of the more difficult of Buddhist doctrines even for humans, then a confession of the animals' sins, and now a prayer for rebirth in the Pure Land. The text translated below is entitled Rite for Releasing Living Creatures, Fan Shen Yi, and it was composed by the Chinese monk Yun Kai Zhuang, 1535-1615, based on a tract by the Tiantai master Siming Zili, 960-1028. Zhuang's liturgy for releasing life has been the authoritative manual for such ceremonies since the early Qing dynasty. Rite for releasing living creatures. I have consulted the existing tract by the Dharma master Zili of Siming, to which I have made slight adjustments for the purpose of making it more simple and easy to perform. Its ending I have altered by substituting the prayer for rebirth in the Pure Land, to which I have also added a passage from the Avatasaka Sutras chapter on transference of merits to bring it to a conclusion. The idea here is that one RST achieves rebirth in the realm of highest bliss of Amitabha Buddha, and after that one enters the arcane gate of the lotus treasury realm of Vairocana Buddha. Moreover, when the weather is hot, you should do the requisite recitations and promptly release those creatures that have arrived or been brought RST. If more continue to arrive after the main rite has been performed, continue to release them accordingly. Simply intone the spell of great compassion once, recite the spell of rebirth 3 times, recite the name of Amitabha, and let them go. It is not necessary to be absolutely uniform in all of this, for by drawing things out too long you will end up doing harm to the creatures. If creatures still continue to arrive after that, just handle it as before. Preparations. At the location where the release of creatures is going to take place, set out an incense tray with willow sprig and poiriad water. The congregation should look upon the bound creatures with the eye of loving kindness, pondering their plight and arousing a profound empathy for their being mired deeply in the cycle of Sasra. They should furthermore re-ECT on the fact that the three jewels possess an immense and awesome power that is capable of delivering them from their condition. Having performed this meditation, the lead Dharma master should take the basin of holy water in hand and silently re-ECT as follows: with all my being I reverently request that the vastly efficacious Bodhisattva, Guanxin, loving father of the 10 directions, descend to join us in this ritual sanctuary and empower this water, so that, infused with great meritorious powers, I might sprinkle it over the deer and species of creatures, enabling their bodies and minds to be poiriad and made to hear the marvelous Dharma. He thereupon intones the spell of great compassion once, while sprinkling them 2 or 3 times with the poiriad water. After that, he takes up the handheld incense censer and announces as follows: invitation of the deities. I reverently announce our intention to the 3 jewels throughout the 10 directions, to our original teacher Sakyamuni Buddha, to our loving father Amitabha, to the Tathagata Ratnabhava, and to the Bodhisattva Guanyin, to the elder son Jalavahana, to all the illustrious former progenitors of this rite, such as Tiantai Zai and Yongming Yanchao, with the sole wish that, out of their kindness and compassion, they bear witness to our right and guard over us. Today there are various creatures of the air, water, and land who have been captured by others and are about to enter death's door. We, Bhikkhu so-and-so and lay disciple so-and-so, intent on carrying out our Bodhisattva practice, arouse a heart of loving kindness and compassion and prepare to be the cause that will grant them long life. Through this act of releasing life we redeem for them their bodies and lives, releasing them to wander in ease and freedom. Moreover, in compliance with the teaching of the Vaipilya Scriptures of the Mahayana, we will bestow on them the 3 refuges, proclaim for them the 10 epithets of the Buddha, Ratnabhava, and preach for them the doctrine of the 12-fold chain of dependent origination. However, because the obstacles of their evil karma are so heavy, their cognitive faculties thereby being benighted and deluded, we reverently beseech the 3 jewels to mysteriously empower them with their awesome sustaining power, have mercy on them and receive them. Administering of the 3 refuges. These sentient creatures that stand before us now, of species different from our own, hereby profess refuge in the Buddha, profess refuge in the Dharma, profess refuge in the Sangha. Repeat 3 times. These sentient creatures that stand before us now, of species different from our own, hereby profess that they have taken refuge in the Buddha, have taken refuge in the Dharma, have taken refuge in the Sangha. Repeat 3 times. From this day forward, they will proclaim the Buddha as their master, and will never again look to or trust in depraved demons or teachers of heterodox paths. Repeat 3 times. Reciting the 10 epithets of Buddha Ratnabhava. Now that you disciples of the Buddha have taken refuge in the 3 jewels, we will forthwith proclaim for you the merits of the 10 epithets of the Tathagata Ratnabhava, so that upon hearing them you will obtain rebirth in the heavenly realms in a manner no dearant from the rebirth of the 100,000 she's released by Jalavahana. Homage to the Tathagata Ratnabhava, he to whom O earrings should be made, he who possesses perfect and universal wisdom, he who has completed the accumulations of illumination and meritorious practice, he who has perfected the good, he who has achieved liberation from the world, he who is the peerless master, the virile hero who subdues all others, teacher of gods and humans. Buddha, world-honored one. Preaching the 12-fold chain of dependent origination. Disciples of the Buddha. We will now preach for you the details concerning arising and cessation of the 12-fold chain of dependent origination, so that you may thereby know the doctrine of the arising and cessation of swearing. When you become enlightened to the truth that things neither arise nor cease, you will be identical with the Buddhas and you will realize the great nirvana. Ignorance conditions volitional impulses, impulses condition consciousness, consciousness conditions name and form condition the 6 sense accesses, the 6 sense accesses condition sensory contact conditions perception, perception conditions attachment, attachment conditions grasping, grasping conditions being or becoming, becoming conditions birth, birth conditions old age, death, and the actions of pain and grief. When ignorance ceases, then impulses cease. When impulses cease, consciousness ceases. When consciousness ceases, name and form cease. When name and form cease, the 6 sense accesses cease. When the 6 sense accesses cease, sensory contact ceases. When sensory contact ceases, perception ceases. When perception ceases, attachment ceases. When attachment ceases, grasping ceases. When grasping ceases, being or becoming ceases. When being or becoming ceases, birth ceases. When birth ceases, old age, death, and the actions of grief and swearing cease. Confession of sins. You disciples of the Buddha, we have now finished bestowing on you the 3 refuges, the 10 epithets of the Tathagata Ratnabhava, and the meaning of the 12-fold chain of causation, all in accord with the exceedingly profound and wonderful meaning of the Mahayana Sutras. Standing in the presence of the 3 jewels, we will now confess sins and seek mercy and repentance on your behalf, praying that your sinful karma might be instantly eliminated and that you will thereupon achieve rebirth in good locations, come near to the Buddhas, and receive their prophecy. You should repent along with us in utmost sincerity. All the evil deeds that I have committed in the past, evinced by beginningless craving, hatred, and delusion, and born, respectively, from body, speech, or mind, all of them I now repent, without exception. Repeat 3 times. Glory to the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas of the land of clear and cool dedication of merits and final vow. We pray that, after the ceremony releasing life forward, you will never again meet with evil demons, to sui are the fate of being seized in nets or gulped down by evil demons. May you live out your natural span, wandering in freedom. And when that life comes to an end, may you be reborn in the heaven of the 33 or be reborn in the human realm, through recourse to the power of the 3 jewels and the loving power of the original vow of Ratnabhava. Buddha. May you keep the moral precepts, engage in practice, and never again commit evil deeds. May you faithfully think of and recite the Buddha Amitabha's name, and make the vow to be reborn in the Western Pure Land. Moreover, the disciples of the Buddha, so-and-so, who have released these living creatures, from this day forward may their practice and vow to achieve perfect enlightenment increase in brightness with each successive moment, that they constantly think of delivering other beings from swearing as they would themselves. Through these causes and conditions may they be reborn in the land of succor and ease, i.e., the Western Pure Land. See. Amitabha and the saintly hosts, attain early enlightenment to the Truth of non-origination, develop the power to multiply their bodies through realms as numerous as motes of dust, widely save sentient creatures, and together with them attain to the perfect enlightenment of Buddhahood. The congregation with voices united recites the marvelous passage from the Avatasaka Sutra on the dedication or transfer of merits and the divine spell for rebirth in the Pure Land. Passage from the sutra follows, then the spell for rebirth is recited 3 times. We dedicate the merits from the release of living creatures that we have just performed towards universal repayment of the 4 debts of gratitude and towards nurture of the 3 kinds of being. May sentient beings throughout the universe together perfect the same omniscient wisdom that knows all modalities of existence. Hail to the Buddhas throughout the 3 times and 10 directions. Hail to all the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. Mahaprajna Paramita. Translated by Daniel Stevenson from Zhuhong, Fan Shenyi, in Lian Kadashi Quanji, Taipei, Dongshi Chubanshi, 1992, pages 33-33. 42. 45. Against animal sacrifice. Contrary to common assumptions, not all Buddhists are vegetarians. The consumption of meat was not prohibited even for monks and nuns in the early tradition. The Indian monastic code stated instead that monks and nuns may not eat the flesh of an animal that was slaughtered specifically to feed them. The promotion of a vegetarian diet seems to have developed in Buddhism some centuries after the death of the Buddha, and is extolled in such famous Mahayana texts as the Lokvitra Sutra and the Nirva Sutra, both of which were very unusual in East Asia, where a strict vegetarian diet was required of monks and nuns and encouraged among the laity. In other Buddhist societies, such as Tibet, however, those sutras were also known, but meat was widely consumed by monks and nuns who could afford it. The promotion of vegetarianism was impeded in China by the pre-Buddhist practice of animal sacrifice, referred to in the translations below as blood sacrifice. The killing of animals was a standard element of many ritual occasions, both grand and modest, from imperial commemorations to birthday celebrations. Blood sacrifice was also considered essential for the sustenance of departed ancestors, as well as for placating evil spirits. Thus, Buddhist monks who spoke out against the killing of animals had not only to condemn a venerable practice but were required also to provide alternative means of assuring the well-being of the ancestors and of dealing with evil spirits. Among the many virtuous practices proposed was a vegetarian feast, in which a layperson would invite a group of monks and nuns to a vegetarian meal for a certain number of consecutive days, often 7, with the merit accrued through this owing dedicated to a particular purpose, such as the cure of a family member or the welfare of a departed ancestor. Many tracts were composed on the topic by monks for the laity, 2 of which, composed BE centuries apart, appear here. The RST work is an excerpt from one of the more famous and celebrated of these lay tracts. It is entitled Verses on Resolving Doubts and Replacing Blood Sacrifice with Vegetarian Feasts and Fasts, and was composed by the monk Sayun Zunchi, 964-1032. He is revered not only as a reviver of the Tiantai school, but also as an active evangelist of the lay populace, renowned for his efforts to promote vegetarianism. He compiled a number of Buddhist ritual tracts and homilies that were designed to convert the local populace from traditional forms of blood sacrifice to Buddhist observances. His work takes the ancient Chinese form of questions and answers. He begins with questions about ghosts, the evil spirits who were said to haunt those who did not OER them. Blood sacrifice. Do such ghosts exist? He answers that ghosts do exist. The realm of ghosts is one of the places of rebirth. However, they cannot harm humans. Instead, they seek to frighten humans into making oerings to them by causing supernatural events, anomalies. Such events should simply be ignored. Some may assume that a sacrifice is efficacious because a negative situation ended after its performance. However, this is simply coincidence. It is virtuous deeds done in the past, and not the sacrifice of animals, that bring about present happiness. Once convinced of the sinfulness of animal sacrifice, one would naturally be concerned about all of the negative karma one and one's family had accumulated in the past prior to learning that it is an evil practice. How can such karma be eliminated? In a section of the text not included below, Zunchi counsels each household to produce a handwritten copy of the Sutra of Golden Light, enshrine it in the home, and make oerings to it, dedicating the merit of doing so to the animal slain. If the members of the family recite the names of the 3 jewels and recite the name of the Sutra, they will be safe and their prosperity will increase. The second work, simply entitled Tract Against Taking Life, was composed by Yunkai Zhuhong, 1535-1615, the author of the Rite for Releasing Life that appears in the previous chapter. Zhuhong's tone is very different from that of Zunchi. Instead of citing Buddhist texts against blood sacrifice, he proceeds through the various ordinary occasions in which it is common to sacrifice an animal, a birthday, the birth of a son, an oering to the ancestors, a marriage, a meal for a guest, to a bird, calamity, or in the occupation of a hunter or butcher. In each case, he provides a reasoned argument why killing is unnatural and inappropriate. His essay concludes, as many such tracts do, with an admonition to the reader to disseminate the tract widely, describing the many vanities that will result for all concerned. Verses for resolving doubts about replacing sacrifice with vegetarian feasts and fasts. Recently we have seen many people turn from rites of blood sacrifice and to cultivate meritorious blessings through vegetarian feasts and fasts, or choose to give up meat and desist from taking up life in favor of true faith and recitation of the Buddha's name. Truly this is an extraordinary thing. Yet among these persons there are some who, not yet knowing what makes the difference between vanity and harm, perversely set out to undermine their faith, claiming that sacrifice to the local gods historically came RST among the common people. Others say that vegetarian fasts and the observance of moral precepts cannot deliver one from crises. When they spy other people keeping a vegetarian diet or reciting the Buddha's name, they question how future generations of descendants could possibly vanity from wholesome karmic roots acquired through individual restraint of the mind and listening to accounts of good and evil retribution. Persons whose faith is not yet deep end up being misled and confused by these people, so that many lapse from their initial resolve. Here I have drawn clear proof from the scriptures in order to resolve their doubts. I have also composed homilies to go along with them, so that people may remember them easily. They should rely on these sincere and true words and not believe in depraved and heterodox preachings. And yet, faced with the fact that ordinary people's doubts and speculations are beyond count, I have here merely distilled the essential ones and sketched out Briwaye set, often verses 4 of which are translated here. First doubt, do ghosts exist or not, and if so can they cause fortune or misfortune? Explanation, the sutras teach that ghosts or demons constitute one of the 6 realms of existence. How could one think that there are no ghosts? The Agama Sutras state that all inhabited places such as houses, streets, alleys, paths, city wards and markets, as well as abandoned places such as graveyards and mountains, are LLED, with ghosts, demons, and spirits. However, they cannot visit vanity or harm on human beings. The sutra of the parable states that ghosts and spirits of this world can neither kill people nor extend their lives, nor can they bring people wealth and nobility, poverty, or meanness. However, taking advantage of a person's degenerate or base character, they will create awe-inspiring anomalies in the hope of obtaining sacri-chelo earrings from them. If one seeks good fortune through such practices, it will deniedly never come. But incognizant of the fact that such practices are pointless, common people are easily taken in, some going so far as to kill living creatures and commit evils in the hope of realizing blessings from the spirits. The verse reads, ghosts and spirits are to be found everywhere, tricking and deceiving ordinary people. Owing sacri-ces to ghosts brings no blessings whatsoever, but merely increases the evil karma of killing other creatures. Second doubt, even today one NDS people who have obtained relief from illness and calamity through owing blood sacri-ce. How can you say that it brings no blessing or good fortune? Explanation, the poverty, illness, natural calamity, and blessings that are experienced by ordinary people are all the product of karmic cause and EECT. They are not something that ghosts or demons can EECT. The misfortune that the ghosts and demons do cause people is invited on them by the spurious seeking brought on by their own depraved religious beliefs. The treatise on distinguishing the orthodox says that older ghosts teach new ghosts to create anomalies in order to obtain food from sacri-chelo earrings. Initially they will go to one or two households and create disturbances. If a household worships the Buddha, its members will not place any credence in these anomalies. Later the ghosts may enter a household given to depraved beliefs, causing its white dog to rise up and move about in the air. The family considers it an extraordinary event, kills the dog, and sets it out as food for the spirits. Through means such as this the ghosts obtain nourishment. You should know to have faith in the Buddha and not put your trust in anomalies. Should anomalies occur, just recite the Buddha's name with concentration, and the anomaly will disappear by itself. The verse reads, with correct faith in the protection of the gods and dragons, what can depraved spirits possibly do to you? If you simply know to maintain mindfulness or recitation of the Buddha, disasters and anomalies will vanish of their own accord. Third doubt, after a member of one's household has died, will they or will they not obtain food and nourishment in the afterlife? Through the practice of sacri-ce. Explanation, if one falls into the realm of hungry ghosts, in some cases one will be able to obtain nourishment through sacri-chelo owing. But if one is reborn among the aiming-mouthed hungry ghosts, one will be unable to obtain food even if sacri-ce is owered. The Agama Sutra say, if one distributes owerings to one who has died, the deceased will be able to receive them if he or she has been reborn among the hungry ghosts. But if he has been reborn any place else, he will not. The deerrent species of creatures within the 6 realms of rebirth experience physical retribution deerrently. When parents die, how could they unilaterally be born as hungry ghosts? Not recognizing this fact, common people oer sacri-ce to them exclusively. This is pointless in the extreme. The verse reads, when a person dies, he rises or sinks among the 6 destinies, depending on the valence of his prior deeds. What good does it do to make owerings indiscriminately, when the ordinary person is utterly ignorant of the deceased's rebirth? Fourth doubt, the practice of blood sacri-ce is discussed widely in the Confucian classics of ritual. Shrines for 7 generations of ancestors are specie for the emperor, shrines up to VE generations for marquises and other feudal lords, ministers of state and scholar ochales, down to the commoners, all likewise engage in sacri-ce, from the round dome of the heavens and the square quarters of the earth to the hills and the swamps, owering. Sacri-ce to the gods above and below has always been the accepted norm of the state. How can you urge people to give up sacri-chelo owering? Won't this do terrible harm to the customs of our land? Explanation, the rites of sacri-ce come from profane religious texts. The idea of prohibiting the practice of blood sacri-ce is based on the Buddhist Scriptures. The profane religious texts have yet to avoid the problem of taking life. The Buddhist Scriptures place sole esteem in the values of loving kindness and compassion. If one takes life or does harm to others, one will sue retribution in the 3 destinies. By practicing loving kindness and compassion, myriad virtues are ultimately realized. By persuading them to renounce evil for good and leading them from the shallow to the profound, this is how the Buddha delivers living beings. At no point have things ever been deerrent from this. Having now become a faithful adherent of the Buddha's teaching, it is proper that one practice the Buddha's loving kindness. It is not permissible to go on killing sentient beings and still call oneself a disciple of the Buddha. To make matters worse, the vulgar people of today do not con any themselves to owing sacri-ce to their ancestral forebears. There is no spirit or god that they won't worship. Truly this can be called excessive cult, when one does not even cultivate Confucian luminous virtue but only engages in rituals that involve taking life. It is pitiful in the extreme. It is difficult to exhaust this subject in such a brief discussion, but it is for this reason that Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty ordered that the realm give up sacri-ce and put an end to the taking of life. How can one claim that this esteeming of Buddhism is something unique to the present day? Fortunately we have the orthodox and excellent blessings of vegetarian feasts, the practice of which is perfectly suited to the task of beneating the deceased, and will also enable one to avoid doing harm to other creatures. Why should one belabor oneself with future misery by clinging to the Confucian ritual canon? The verse reads, for want of slaughtering an ox one is ashamed of the lowly sacri-ce, thinking that sorghum or millet are in themselves not sufficiently fragrant. Vegetarian fast and recitation of scriptures are the true bright virtue of which the Confucians speak. Why cling so stubbornly to the Confucian canons of ritual? Translated by Daniel Stevenson from Saiyun Zunji, Geiji Zaozai. Shui Song, from Jinyuunji, published in Wanzi Suzangjing. Facsimile reprint of Dai Nippon Zokuzokia. Taiwan, Zinwenfen. Chubanshi, Volume 101, pages 125a, 127a. Tract against taking life. When ordinary people of today eat meat, they consider it just as a natural principle of things, and so they indulge freely in taking life, accumulating extensive karma of resentment and ill will. Through mutual habit it soon becomes customary, to the point where people are no longer aware that it is wrong. People of former times had a saying, when something is truly painful you will weep and wail endlessly with grief. This truly is the case. In order to point out how deludedly attached we have become to this practice, I have sketched out the following 7 points. Any other applications can be inferred from their example. Whatever has sentient awareness must share a common substance tangti, so people's habit of eating meat is a very strange thing, indeed. Yet, through received family practice, the idea to not regard it as strange eventually becomes the norm. Neighboring villages begin to imitate it, and it becomes common custom. Once its practice has been customary for so long, people will not even be aware that it is wrong but instead think it is right. Isn't this stranger still? If a person today were to murder a human being and eat him, it would be a shocking thing, indeed, and the offender would be summarily put to death. Why? Because it is not a customary practice. Should murder not be prohibited, after a few years of this sort of practice the world would be LLED with households whose kitchens were stocked with human ash. Thus I say that, when the whole world kills by custom, and does not awaken to the error of it, this is what we mean by something so painful that one weeps and wails endlessly with grief. Point 1. Birthday celebrations are not suitable occasions for taking life. The Book of Odes says how grievously our parents sui are in order to give us life. For the hour that our own life begins marks another day that they slide towards death. On such an occasion it is right to refrain from taking life. Instead one should keep a vegetarian fast and sponsor virtuous activities in order to ensure that parents already deceased will achieve speedy salvation or to increase the blessings and extend the lives of parents still alive. How could one be so callous as to forget a mother's pain and take the life of living souls? Above, the sin accrues to your parents, and below, it provides no benignity to you. The fact that the whole world engages in this without realizing it's wrong can surely be considered something so painful that one weeps endlessly with grief. Emperor Taizong of the Tang was lord and master of 10,000 chariots, but on the occasion of his birthday he still would not engage in celebrations. Old men from the neighboring elves gathered bushels of grain, and guests airing felicities LLED his gate, providing festivities that went on for days. However, he never thought himself entitled to it. When there are birthdays today, some people choose to provide meals to monks, recite sutras, and do good deeds. They are the virtuous ones. Point 2. It is not right to kill living creatures in order to celebrate the birth of a son. Nearly everyone is sad when they don't have a son and is happy when they do have one. They do not stop to think that every bird and beast also loves its son. How could one rest comfortably with the idea of celebrating the birth of one's own child by causing the death of another's? When a child comes into the world they don't strive to accumulate blessings for it, but instead create evil karma through taking life. It is the height of stupidity. Indeed, the fact that the whole world engages in this without realizing it's wrong could be considered a second example of something so painful that one weeps endlessly with grief. There was a hunter who one night became exceedingly drunk. When he spied his young son he mistook him for a roebuck. He sharpened his knife and prepared to kill him. His wife pleaded tearfully with him, but he would not listen. Finally he slit open the boy's abdomen and took out his intestines as though to dress his carcass. When he was finished he went peacefully to sleep. At the break of day he awoke and called for his son to go to the market to sell the roebuck meat for him. His wife, weeping, said, "The creature you killed last night was your own son." The father lung his body to the ore and his viscera burst into pieces at the grief. Alas! Humans and animals, different though they be, are united in heart by the love for their children. How could one condone killing? Point 3. It is not appropriate to take life in order to make sacrificial offerings to ancestral forebears on death anniversaries. And at the spring and autumn graveside offerings, one should refrain from killing in order to provide blessings in the netherworld. Taking life in sacrificial offering merely increases evil karma. Nothing more. When the 8 precious objects are arrayed before you, how are you ever going to raise their bones from the 9 springs and enable them to eat it? This kind of offering is utterly without benignity, and in fact causes harm. Those who are wise do not engage in it. The fact that the whole world engages in this without realizing its error is surely a third example of something so painful that one weeps endlessly with grief. Some say that Emperor Wu of the Yang replaced live animal sacrifice with dough. The world jeered at his refusal to allow the royal ancestors to partake of blood offering. Alas, bloody foods are not necessarily precious. Vegetarian foods are not necessarily evil. In discharging one's obligations as a son, it is far more noble to neglect the offerings to ancestors for assiduous cultivation of one's person. This is true goodness. Why must we hold to the idea that sacrifice necessarily requires use of blood? The Confucian classic of Changes and Record of Rights claim that to perform the lowly use sacrifice which uses nothing but millet is superior to slaughtering an ox under inappropriate ritual circumstances. If we are ready to alter received inclinations in the interest of clarifying moral instruction, then animal sacrifice should be seen as more unlegal still. Even the Confucian sages commended this line of reasoning. Why must one cling to the idea that sacrifice requires the use of blood? Point 4. In marriage celebrations it is not appropriate to take life. From the preliminary rite of asking names, to betrothal and nally, to the wedding, innumerable creatures are killed for these ceremonies. Now marriage is the beginning of reproduction of human life. To practice taking life at the beginning of life is simply contrary to principle. Moreover, marriage rites are auspicious rites. To use inauspicious actions on an auspicious day, isn't this also cruel? The fact that the whole world engages in this practice without realizing its error, surely this could be considered a fourth example of something so painful that one weeps endlessly with grief. Whenever a person gets married, it is required by custom to OER prayers that the husband and wife will grow old together. But if we wish human couples to grow old together, does this mean that animals wish that they should die RST? When a girl is sent to her husband's house in marriage, her household does not extinguish her lamp for 3 days out of grief for her departure. But if we consider mutual parting to be a painful thing, are animals to consider parting a happy thing? You should RMLY believe that it is not right to take life on the occasion of marriage. Point B. It is not appropriate to take life in order to entertain guests. When you have a timely occasion with lovely setting, a virtuous host and honorable guests, even vegetarian fare and a broth of greens will not hinder the pure rapport. What need to destroy so many lives in quest of rich and exotic avours? People gorge themselves from cup and tray to the music of reed pipe and song, as butchered animals scream on the chopping block. Alas! Could anyone with a human heart be so insensitive as this? That the whole world engages in this without realizing its error, surely this is a FTH example of something so painful that one weeps endlessly with grief. When you know that the creatures on your tray come, struggling and squealing, from the chopping block, then you are making their extreme anguish your greatest delight. You would never be able to get them down, even if you tried to eat them. Is it not the height of insensitivity? Point 6. It is not appropriate to take life when praying to avert disaster. When ordinary persons are faced with a crisis they kill animals in spurious offering to the gods, all in the hope of seeking blessings and protection. They do not consider the fact that through their sacrifices to the spirits they themselves hope to avoid death and seek life. This amounts to taking the lives of others in order to seek extension of one's own. Nothing is so contrary to heaven or so in violation of principle as this. Now, if the gods become gods by being upright and correct, since when would the gods be so sh? Life surely cannot be extended by blood sacrifice, and the evil karma of taking life remains in its stead. The multitude of perverse cults are all of this sort. The fact that the whole world engages in it, without realizing its error, surely this could be considered a sixth example of something so painful that one weeps endlessly with grief. The Sutra of the Medicine Buddha says, if you slaughter animate beings in order to dispatch petitions to the gods or to invoke lowly sprites, all for the purpose of seeking blessings and protection in the hope of extending your life, in the end it will come to naught. This is what we mean by saying that life cannot be extended and that evil karma remains in its stead. When followers of perverse and depraved cults take life to seek sons, take life to seek wealth, take life to seek OCE, should they happen to obtain sons, obtain wealth, obtain OCE, in all cases it is something that is determined by one's karmic endowments and not something brought about by demons and spirits. And yet, when people end their prayers full LLED, they rush about claiming that such and such God is potent. Their faith becomes even better, their practice more fervent than ever, and their depraved views blaze like a conflagration, to the point where nothing can save them. It is pitiful to the extreme. Point 7. It is not appropriate to take life in order to make one's living. In the quest for food and clothing, some people may take up hunting, others fishing, others the slaughtering of oxen, sheep, pigs, dogs in order to make food and clothing, all with the thought of obtaining a regular livelihood. And yet, I envy that persons who do not engage in such professions still have clothing and still have food to eat. By no means are they fated to die of exposure or starvation. To make one's living by taking life is something that in principle is condemned by the gods. There is not one person in 100 who has received prosperity and divine help from killing. On the contrary, there is no more certain means than this when it comes to planting the seeds for rebirth in the hells and evil retribution in lives to come. How could you face such pain and not seek a decent livelihood? The fact that the whole world engages in this, without realizing its error, surely this can be considered a seventh example of something so painful that one weeps endlessly with grief. I have personally seen butchers of sheep who, on the deathbed, have made bleeding sounds from their mouths, or the heads of eel sellers writhe and gasp like eels as they near their end. These two events took place right in this very neighborhood, so they are not a matter of hearsay. I tell you people that, if you have no other means to make a living, it is far better to beg for your meals. To live by killing is no match for bearing your hunger and dying of starvation. How could you not restrain yourself? The points laid out above go strongly against common sentiment. But when religiously accomplished persons peruse them, they are sure to consider them sound reasoning. Should one be able to keep the precept S in full, there is nothing better than this. But for those who are not up to it, they should assess their abilities and reduce their sins as best they can. Perhaps they can forswear 4 or v such occasions for killing, or prohibit 2 or 3. With each activity eliminated, one occasion for karmic sin is abolished. By taking one less life, they forestall the creation of one more, not of resentment. If you are not renouncing fresh meat altogether, then at least you should begin by buying prepared meat from the market, and not slaughter it yourself. In doing so you will also avoid great transgression. As you build up and nurture a heart of loving kindness, you will gradually enter a truly wonderful condition. Persons who obtain this tract should strive to pass it on repeatedly to others, thereby promoting one another's mutual reform. If you are able to encourage one person to renounce killing, it is equivalent to actually saving the lives of a million creatures. Encourage 10 or 100 persons to give up killing and it will reach to 1,000 or 10,000 millions. Your unpublicized good deeds will be vast, and the rewards you reap will be inexhaustible. But you must embrace this practice with faith and absolutely not be deceptive about it. With each new year you should write out the names of the 12 months and paste the sheet on the wall of your room. For each month that you refrain from taking life, write the words I did not kill beneath the respective month. If you refrain from taking life for 1 month, it constitutes a lesser or inferior good. If you refrain from taking life for a whole year, it amounts to a middling level of good. If you avoid killing for an entire lifetime, it is the highest degree of good. If, for successive generations, a family refrains from taking life, it is the most excellent of moral excellences. I pray that all will refrain from taking life, and that household after household will observe vegetarian fasts. The Buddhas will be LLED with joy, and the myriad gods and spirits will extend their protection to you. Armed con ICT will forever cease, punishments may never need be applied, the hells will be emptied, and people will forever depart from the causes that produce the ocean of miseries. Translated by Daniel Stevenson from Zhuang, Jiesha Wen, from a longer tract known as Jiesha Fans Hongwen, in Lian Kadashi. Zhuang, Lian Kadashi Quanji, Taipei, Dong Shuchubanshi, 1992. Pages 3345 to 54. 46. Feeding hungry ghosts. As described in Chapter 1, ghosts who are from hunger and thirst. They are constantly seeking food and drink, and when they end it they encounter obstacles. The Sanskrit term that is rendered here as ghost, preta, means departed, suggesting that these ghosts are the wandering spirits of departed ancestors whose families have failed to make the proper earnings for their sustenance in the next life. Buddhist monks and nuns, who, at least theoretically, have renounced the responsibilities of family life, have traditionally taken it as their task to feed the hungry ghosts. In the 8th century a text appeared in China that would gain wide popularity. It was entitled Sutra for the Spell That Brought Deliverance to the Flaming Mouth Hungry Ghost, Fo Shuokwa Yang Kao Igui. Tuolunijeng. In the text, Ananda was sitting in contemplation when he was approached by a hungry ghost of horrifying visage, named Flaming Mouth. The ghost informed Ananda that he would die in 3 days, to be reborn as a hungry ghost. Ananda asked whether there was anything he could do to avoid this horrible state. The ghost told him that the next day he must distribute 1 bushel of food and drink to hundreds of thousands of ghosts and to hundreds of thousands of Brahmins. If he did so, Ananda's lifespan would increase and Flaming Mouth would be released from the realm of ghosts and be reborn as a god. It was impossible for Ananda to prepare such a feast in such a short period of time. However, the Buddha explained another method, involving the recitation of long mantras or dra. An elaborate ritual based on this story, sometimes taking hours to perform, became popular in China. The feeding of hungry ghosts became a standard responsibility of Buddhist monasteries in China, and a daily, and much briefer, ritual would be performed as part of the worship service each evening, when ghosts were known to wander. One of the most widely practiced versions of that daily rite appears below. It is known as the Mengshan rite, named after a monastery in Sichuan province. Its authorship is traditionally attributed to the Daima Master Ganlu, Budong, of the Zixia, 1032-1227, and Song. Periods, c. 960-1279, although portions of the rite are clearly taken from older sources. Evidence indicates that the particular arrangement here may date back as far as the Yuan dynasty, 1260-1368. In the text below, the words to be recited are indented. Tradition holds that this rite was compiled by the foreign Dharma Master Ganlu Amta after he settled from his wanderings as a mendicant at Mengshan in Sichuan. Fierce residential blaze vigorously illuminating the iron city of the hells. Inside the iron city, it scorches the solitary souls. If those orphan souls should wish to gain birth in the Pure Land, they should listen to this reciting of the half-verse from the Avatasaka Sutra. If you wish to know all the Buddhas of the three times, you should contemplate the Dharmadhatu as, by nature, being entirely the creation of the mind. Recite the mantra for breaking open the hells. Recite the mantra for conjuring or summoning all wandering souls. Recite the mantra for untying the knots of resentment. Homage to the great Vaipulya Avatasaka Sutra. Homage to the eternally abiding Buddha, Dharma, Sangha of the 10 directions. Homage to our original teacher, Buddha Sakyamuni. Homage to the Bodhisattva Guanxiyin, the greatly compassionate one. Homage to the Bodhisattva Dazang, who delivers beings from the tribulations of the netherworld. Homage to the Venerable Ananda, who inspired creation of this teaching. The Ojin comes forth from his or her station and prostrates to the Buddhas 3 times. Accordingly he or she visualizes that, by dint of their original vows, the 3 jewels, Sakyamuni, Guanyin, Dazang, and Ananda all here are intoning of their names and manifest in the air, in order to alleviate the swearings of the hungry ghosts. I take refuge in the Buddha, I take refuge in the Dharma, I take refuge in the Sangha. I take refuge in the Buddha, the most revered among two-legged creatures. I take refuge in the Dharma, the teaching that transcends worldly desires. I take refuge in the Sangha, the most exalted of all communities. Refuge in the Buddha has been taken, refuge in the Dharma has been taken. Refuge in the Sangha has been taken. All evils committed by 1. Children of the Buddha, 2. Sentient beings, 3. Solitary souls, that have been generated by body, mouth, and mind, under the unions of beginningless craving, hatred, and delusion, all of them do 1. Children of the Buddha, 2. Sentient beings, 3. Solitary souls accordingly confess and repent. Sentient beings without limit I vow to deliver. Actions without end I vow to sever. Approaches to Dharma beyond count I vow to master. Buddhahood without peer I vow to achieve. Sentient beings that are identical with my own original nature I vow to deliver. Actions identical with my original nature I vow to sever. Approaches to Dharma identical with my original nature I vow to master. Buddhahood that is identical with my own original nature I vow to attain. Recite the mantra that extinguishes determinate karma. Recite the mantra that extinguishes karmic obstacles. Recite the mantra that opens the throats of hungry ghosts. Form mudra gestures, sketch Sanskrit syllables in the air. Recite the mantra of the Samaya precepts. Take the water vessel in your left hand holding it between thumb and second and third fingers, dip the ring finger of the right hand. Stir the water, remove and nick the droplets abroad with the finger. Recite the mantra for food transformation. Take the vessel of food in the left hand, touch the index finger of the right hand to its lip. Visualize as follows, I now recite this excellent draught of sovereign blazing radiance that is endowed with inestimable merits, and thereby I empower this food. One single meal thereupon becomes countless meals. Yet those countless meals all coalesce in this single meal. They are neither one nor are they countless, and at the same time they are both one and countless. From this single meal, countless meals are reproduced, over and again, until they all space and extend throughout the universe of the Dharmadhatu. There they alleviate all hunger and destitution, causing beings everywhere to depart from swearing and to experience happiness. Recite the mantra of the ambrosial water. Visualize as follows, this water, empowered by the spell, is now perfectly poured. Extending throughout the universe, it causes the throats of all hungry ghosts to open automatically. Creatures throughout the Dharmadhatu at one and the same instant all obtain this ambrosial food and drink. Recite the mantra of the single-syllable water wheel. Recite the mantra of the milk sea. Homage to the Tathagata many jewels. Homage to the Tathagata bejeweled excellence. Homage to the Tathagata body of marvelous form. Homage to the Tathagata body of vast extent. Homage to the Tathagata deliverer from fear. Homage to the Tathagata king of ambrosia. Homage to the Tathagata Amitba. With these divine spells we empower this 1. Pure food of Dharma, 2. The food of Dharma distribution, 3. Ambrosial waters, which we charitably distribute to multitudes of 1. Children of the Buddha, 2. Sentient beings, 3. Solitary or orphan souls as countless in number as the sands of the Ganges River. May they all receive their LL and forswear craving and attachment, speedily be set free from the netherworld and be reborn in the Pure Land. May they thereby take refuge in the 3 jewels, arouse the resolve to achieve Buddhahood, and ultimately achieve supreme perfect enlightenment. For all time to come, may the illimitable merits of this rite of bestowing food on hungry ghosts extend to and enable all 1. Children of the Buddha, 2. Sentient beings, 3. Solitary or orphan souls to share in the food of Dharma. At this juncture the Ojin takes the pure food outdoors and places it on the pedestal for beings. It should be divided into 3 portions, 1 for species of the waters, so that they may protect human beings and beings of the air, a second for furry beings, so that they may protect the Dharma, and a third for beings of the other regions. He or she should pray that all will be satiated and led thereby to realization of the unoriginated nature of all things. If there is no pedestal for beings, place the food on pori at ground. A large stone will also succeed, but do not place it at the foot of either a pomegranate or peach tree. Spirits and demons will be afraid and will not be able to eat it. The text of Master Yun Kaizuhong does not contain instructions for dividing the food into 3 parts, which would seem to be more appropriate. But here we follow the established custom. Listen all you, 1. Children of the Buddha, 2. Sentient beings, 3. Solitary souls. We have now distributed to you this airing of food, which has to be used universally throughout the 10 directions, reaching all 1. Children of the Buddha, 2. Sentient beings, 3. Solitary souls together. We pray that the merits of this airing will extend universally to all beings everywhere, that those who have charitably distributed the food and all you, 1. Children of the Buddha, 2. Sentient beings, 3. Solitary souls who have received it will all realize Buddhahood together. Recite the mantra of universal airing. Recite the Heart Sutra once. Recite the spell of rebirth 3 times. Recite the mantra for the universal dedication of merits. May the day be auspicious. May the night be auspicious. May the 6 periods of day and night be altogether auspicious. May every moment be auspicious. May all exalted teachers take pity on and receive us. May all the 3 jewels take pity on and receive us. May all Dharma protectors always watch over and keep us. Translated by Daniel Stevenson from the popular Chinese Buddhist Breviary, Chanman Risang, Daily Recitations for Chen Practitioners. Type A, Zinwenfen Shubanshi, 1988, pages 34a, 36b. 47. A Sutra for Long Life. As we have seen in chapters 5 and 38, it is typical for a Mahayana Sutra to conclude with a description, often of considerable length, of the extraordinary benefits to be received by those who in some way revere the Sutra. In the body of the Sutra, the Buddha will have set forth the Dharma, expounding various doctrines and practices, sometimes telling parables, sometimes describing distant universes, sometimes recounting events of the distant past, sometimes predicting the future. The Sutra will then conclude with the proclamation of the virtues of maintaining the Sutra in any number of ways, from teaching it to others to wearing it out. Scholars have speculated that in many cases these concluding sections have been inserted into the text at some point after its original composition. Yet we also encounter Mahayana sutras whose entire contents are devoted to the benefits of their worship. The Sutra on Unlimited Lifespan, Aparimateo Sutra, translated in its entirety here, is such a text. The text begins with the Buddha explaining to the assembly that there is a distant realm presided over by a Buddha named Aparimateo or Jnanashuvinasatages, which might be rendered as unlimited lifespan, brilliant analytical wisdom, and who may be referred to more briefly as Aparimataos, unlimited lifespan, later in the text. He then explains that anyone who pays homage to the Sutra that he is at that moment expounding, and he enumerates many ways of paying homage, will live for 100 years. He goes on to provide Idra, a kind of long mantra in 108 syllables, which one can also write down with similar results. This is essentially the content of the sutra, and it is important to note that the Buddha does not discuss the nature of reality or describe the stages of the Bodhisattva path, or condemn the Hinayana. The text appears to have a much more straightforward and simple purpose, to bestow long life and other worldly benefits on those who hear it. Yet the sutra concludes with verses on the 6 perfections, Paramita, known also as the Bodhisattva deeds, charity, discipline, patient acceptance, vigor, concentration, and wisdom. Homage to noble Avalokitesvara. Homage to all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Thus have I heard on one occasion the Blessed One was dwelling in Sravasti, in the Jetavana, in the grove of Anthapiyata, together with a large assembly of monks, 1200 NFTY monks, and a great many Bodhisattvas and Mahasattvas. At that time the Blessed One spoke to the Crown Prince Manjusri. There is, Manjusri, in the upper region or world realm called immeasurable collection of good qualities, and there at present dwells the Tathagata, Arhat, complete and perfect Buddha, the one, complete in knowledge and good conduct, Shugita, knower of the worlds, unsurpassed, leader of beings who are to be trained, teacher of gods and humans, Buddha, blessed one, named Aparimateo or Jnanashuvinasatages. There he remains, abides, and teaches the teaching to beings. Listen, Crown Prince Manjusri. These human beings of the Jambu continent will be short-lived, and will have lifespans of only 100 years. Untimely deaths are foretold for many of them. But those beings, Manjusri, who will write down or have others write down the discourse on the teaching called extolling the good qualities and fame of the Tathagata Aparimateos, or who will hear, retain, and recite even its mere name, up to, who will just keep it as a book in the home, worship it with hours, incense, lamps, scents, garlands, unguents, aromatic powders, cloth, umbrellas, banners, bells, and AGS, they, their lifespan exhausted, will once again come to have a full lifespan of 100 years. And again, Manjusri, those beings who will hear, retain, and recite the 108 names of the Tathagata, Arhat, complete and perfect Buddha Aparimateo or Suvinasatejaraja will increase their lifespan as well. Thus, Manjusri, gentle sons or gentle daughters who, wishing for a long lifespan, will listen to the 108 names of the Tathagata Aparimateos, write them down or have others write them down, will come to have the following meritorious benefits. The 108 syllable dra. Onamo Bhagavate Aparimateo or Jnanashuvinasatejaraja Tathagata Samyak Sabutya Tadyatha Opwipwe Mopwe Aparimatapwe. Aparimatapwe on Asamrapesai Osarvesa Scraparayudat Harmate Gaga. Asamagate Svabhavavisad Mahane Aparavar Svaha. Whosoever, Manjusri, will write down this litany of the 108 names of the Tathagata, have others write it down, just keep it as a book in the home, or recite it, they, their lifespan exhausted, will once again come to have a full lifespan of 100 years. After they have died they will be reborn in the Buddha Eld of the Tathagata Aparimateos, and will have an unlimited length of life Aparimateos in the world realm. Immeasurable collection of good qualities. Dra. On that occasion once again 99 billions of Buddhas spoke this Aparimatao Sutra with single mind and single voice. Dra. On that occasion once again 84 billions of Buddhas spoke this Aparimatao Sutra with single mind and single voice. Dra. On that occasion once again 77 billions of Buddhas spoke this Aparimatao Sutra with single mind and single voice. Dra. On that occasion once again 60 billions of Buddhas spoke this Aparimatao Sutra with single mind and single voice. Dra. On that occasion once again 50 billions of Buddhas spoke this Aparimatao Sutra with single mind and single voice. Dra. On that occasion once again 40 billions of Buddhas spoke this Aparimatao Sutra with single mind and single voice. Dra. On that occasion once again 36 billions of Buddhas spoke this Aparimatao Sutra with single mind and single voice. Dra. On that occasion once again 20 billions of Buddhas spoke this Aparimatao Sutra with single mind and single voice. Dra. On that occasion once again as many Buddhas as there are sands in 10 Ganges rivers spoke this Aparimatao Sutra with single mind and single voice. Dra. Whosoever will write down or have others write down this Aparimatao Sutra as spoken, even if his lifespan is gone, comes to have a full span of 100 years. He once again will increase his lifespan. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatao Sutra or have others write it down will never be reborn in the hells. He will never be reborn among the beasts, nor even in the world of Yama, the king of the dead. In whatsoever circumstances he is reborn, he will everywhere have the memory of his former lives. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatao Sutra or have others write it down will thereby have brought about the writing down and preservation of the 84,000 volumes of the teachings. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatao Sutra or have others write it down will thereby have brought about the creation and preservation of the 84,000 masses of the teachings. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatau Sutra or have others write it down will have his actions of the BE types leading to immediate retribution come to an end. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatau Sutra or have others write it down, neither Mara, nor gods belonging to Mara's entourage, nor Yakas, nor Rakasas, nor untimely death or disasters will end in opportunity to attack. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatau Sutra or have others write it down, 99 billions of Buddhas will at the moment of his death present with a vision face to face, and 1,000 Buddhas will OER him their hands. They themselves will lead him from one Buddha to another. In this regard there must be no doubt, hesitation or uncertainty. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatau Sutra or have others write it down, the four great guardian kings, constantly following behind him, will protect, guard and defend. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatau Sutra or have others write it down will be reborn in the world realm Sukhavati, the Buddha of the Tathagata Amitabha. Dra. On whatever spot of earth they write down or have others write down this precious Aparimatau Sutra, that spot of earth will become a true shrine, worthy of honor, worthy of veneration, worthy of worship. All animals whatsoever, whether beasts or birds, upon whose ears it so much as falls will become XED from back, sliding in the path. They will awaken to unexcelled perfect awakening. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatau Sutra or have others write it down will never be born a woman. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatau Sutra or have others write it down will never be born poor. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatau Sutra or have others write it down, who donates even one small coin of charity in the name of this discourse on the teaching, becomes thereby one who has given charity equal to 3,000 times many thousands of world realms LLED with the 7 jewels. Dra. Whosoever will zealously worship this Aparimatau Sutra thereby will have done worship of all the entire complete teachings. Dra. It is possible to calculate the amount of the massive merit produced by worship of the 6 Buddhas of the past and Sakyamuni, namely the Tathagatasvipassine, Sekan, Visvabhu, Krakachanda, Kanapmuni, Kajyapa, and Kaisahawithan, O-erring LLED with the 7 jewels, but not to calculate the amount of the massive merit of the Aparimatau Sutra. Dra. It is possible to calculate the amount of the massive merit produced by giving in charity a heap of jewels equal to Sumeru, the king of mountains, but not to calculate the amount of the massive merit of the Aparimatau Sutra. Dra. The 4 seas may be LLED with water, and it is possible to calculate one by one the number of drops of water they contain, but not to calculate the massive merit of the Aparimatau Sutra. Dra. Whosoever will write down this Aparimatau Sutra or have others write it down, and zealously worship it, will thereby worship and honor all Tathagatas in all the Buddha elves of the 10 directions. Dra. Then the Blessed One at that time spoke these verses. A Buddha arises through the power of charity. The lion of men realizes the power of charity. The cry of the power of charity is heard when one has entered into the city of compassion. A Buddha arises through the power of discipline. The lion of men realizes the power of discipline. The cry of the power of discipline is heard when one has entered into the city of compassion. A Buddha arises through the power of patient acceptance. The lion of men realizes the power of patient acceptance. The cry of the power of patient acceptance is heard when one has entered into the city of compassion. A Buddha arises through the power of vigor. The lion of men realizes the power of vigor. The cry of the power of vigor is heard when one has entered into the city of compassion. A Buddha arises through the power of concentration. The lion of men realizes the power of concentration. The cry of the power of concentration is heard when one has entered into the city of compassion. A Buddha arises through the power of wisdom. The lion of men realizes the power of wisdom. The cry of the power of wisdom is heard when one has entered into the city of compassion. Dra. The Blessed One proclaimed this, and glad at heart the monks, Bodhisattvas and Mahasattvas, that whole assembly, and the world, with its gods, humans, Asuras, Garus, and Gandharvas rejoiced in the preaching of the Blessed One. The Arya Aparimatau Nama Mahayana Sutra is completed. Translated by Jonathan Silk from Maxwell Lasser, ed. Aparimatau. Jainana Mahayana Sutram, Nakai Nepalisiskan Sanskrit. Handschrift MIT der Tibetiskan UND Chinesiskan Version. Sitzungsbericht der Heidelberger Akademie der Wissenschaft, Philosophy. Hist. Class, Jahrgang 1916, Band 7, 12. Abhandlung, Heidelberg. Karl Winters Universitätsbuchhandlung, 1916. 48. Transforming Death into Buddhahood. The famous Tibetan Book of the Dead sets forth a technique for using death and rebirth to progress on the path to enlightenment. Here, death is followed by something called the intermediate state, Bardu in Tibetan. A period in which consciousness wanders in search of the next place of rebirth, a period that can last as long as 49 days. The intermediate state is followed by the next lifetime. Each of these 3 stages, death, the intermediate state and rebirth, can, with proper instruction, be transformed from the path of Sastra into the path of achieving Buddhahood. There are many such instructions in the schools of Tibetan Buddhism, and they share a conception of the process of death, a conception developed in the tantric traditions of India. According to one tantric physiology, during the process of death, the winds or subtle energies that serve as the vehicles for consciousness withdraw from the network of 72,000 channels that course throughout the body. Among all these channels, the most important is the central channel, which runs from the genitals upward to the crown of the head, then curving down, according to some systems, to end in the space between the eyes. Parallel to the central channel are the right and left channels, which wrap around it at several points, creating constrictions or knots that prevent wind from moving through the central channel. At these points of constriction, there are also networks of smaller channels that radiate throughout the body. These points are called wheels, chakras. These are often enumerated as 7, at the forehead, the crown of the head, the throat, the heart, the navel, the base of the spine, and the opening of the sexual organ. As death approaches, the 4 elements of the human body, earth, water, and wind, begin to dissolve in the sense that they can no longer support consciousness. With each dissolution, the dying person undergoes a deodorant sensation. By the end of this process, the sense consciousnesses have ceased to operate. At this point, conceptual consciousnesses dissolve. The winds from the channels that course through the upper part of the body have further withdrawn from the right and left channels and have gathered at the crown of the head at the top of the central channel. When these winds descend through the central channel to the heart will, what appears to the mind of the dying person changes from a burning butter lamp to a radiant whiteness, described as being like a pure autumn night sky before dawn, pervaded by moonlight. This appearance of whiteness is caused by the downward movement of the white drop of semen received from the father at the moment of conception. Next, the winds from the lower part of the body enter the central channel at the base of the spine and ascend to the heart. This produces an appearance of a bright red color, like a clear autumn sky. pervaded by sunlight. This appearance of redness is caused by the upward movement of the red drop of blood received from the mother at conception. The red and the white drops surround what is called the indestructible drop located in the center of the heart chakra. This drop, white on the top and red on the bottom, encases the most subtle wind, and the most subtle form of consciousness, called the mind of clear light. At the seventh stage, the winds that have gathered above and below enter into the heart center, bringing about an appearance of radiant blackness, like a clear autumn sky in the evening after the sun has set and before the moon has risen, pervaded by thick darkness. Here, it is said that the dying person loses mindfulness, swooning in the darkness into unconsciousness. Finally, in the last stage, the mind of clear light dawns, with the natural color of the sky at dawn, free from sunlight, moonlight, and darkness. This is death. If this mind of clear light can be recognized at this moment of death and used to contemplate the nature of reality, called emptiness, then death can be transformed into the truth body, Dharmakaya, of a Buddha. The intermediate state can then be transformed into an enjoyment body, Sabhakakya, of a Buddha. And rebirth can become the emanation body, Nirmakya. Death is a harrowing experience, and, in order to make this vital transformation, extensive practice is required. There are thus numerous texts that provide instructions on how to transform death, the intermediate state and rebirth into the three bodies of a Buddha. The RST section of one such text is presented here. It was written by B.L. Obzang, Chas Kyr Shilchen, 1570-1662, a famous scholar who was named the RST Panji Lama by his disciple the FTH Dalai Lama. The Panji Lama's text is a commentary on instructions by Tsongkhapa, 1357. 1419, considered the founder of the DGE Lug sect of Tibetan Buddhism. Since the Panji Lama's commentary assumes that its reader has memorized the manual of the practice, translations of relevant passages from Tsongkhapa's manual are supplied in a number of places below. Instructions for transforming the process of death into Buddhahood typically focus on one of a number of tantric Buddhas. Here, the wrathful Buddha Vajrabharava is the focus of the practice. He is RST, invited with his retinue from his Buddha eld. Next, at A2 below, the meditator performs a standard sevenfold practice, which is not included in the text because it would be known by anyone performing the instructions. It consists of prostrations, oerings, confession of sins, rejoicing in the merit of others, dedicating one's merit towards the enlightenment of all sentient beings, taking refuge in the three jewels and generating the mind for enlightenment. This is followed by taking the tantric vows and meditating on the four immeasurables of love, compassion, joy, and equanimity. The process of death is then simulated, ending with the dawning of the mind of clear light. This most subtle form of consciousness is used to contemplate emptiness through the use of two mantras. In this tradition, the truth body of a Buddha is denoted as the omniscient consciousness of a Buddha in direct realization of emptiness, and this is what the practitioner is seeking to replicate with the entire ordinary universe. Dissolved into emptiness, that emptiness can then serve as the foundation of a new identity, the body of a Buddha enthroned in a mala palace. Prior to this stage, it is necessary to construct a protective enclosure around the side of the mala, and the excerpt here concludes with instructions on how this enclosure is to be created, with wrathful gods posted as guardians in the 10 directions, explaining the yoga of taking death as the dharma body, together with the preparatory ancillaries for the practice of accomplishment. A. The method of accumulating the accumulation of merit which corresponds to the formation of the meritorious karma that serves as a cause for obtaining rebirth as a person in Jambudvipa, born from a womb and endowed with the 6 constituents of the physical and subtle bodies, who is a receptacle for practicing tantra. 1. The method of inviting the assembly field of Vajrabharava and his entourage. While there are many methods for invitation, such as invitation from the natural place, for instance inviting the aspect of the form body from the very nature of enlightened wisdom of indivisible bliss and emptiness, or invitation from a particular place, such as Akaniha, etc. For this occasion there is a particular method for performing it. Visualize yourself as Vajrabharava with one face and 2 arms. At your heart are a lotus and sun and moon discs. From the letter H that abides there at your heart emanates a ray of light that illuminates limitless Buddha elds of the enjoyment bodies in the 10 directions, and invites into the space in front of you Vajrabharava surrounded by countless peaceful and wrathful enlightened beings that abide there in those Buddha elds. The ray of light then dissolves back into your heart. 2. The method of accumulating the accumulation of merit through offerings to that assembly field. B. The method of meditating on the emptiness of the ground of enlightened wisdom which corresponds to the actualization of the clear light of death. 1. Explaining the basis of purification. There is a method for actualizing the clear light of death by a person of Jambudvipa who is born of a womb and endowed with the 6 bodily constituents. At the time of his or her death, at RST when the earth dissolves into water, as an outer sign there is a sensation that the body sinks, and as an inner sign there arises an appearance resembling a mirage. When the water dissolves into re, as the outer sign the lips and tongue become dry and residue is formed on the teeth, as the inner sign there arises an appearance resembling smoke. When the re dissolves into wind, as the outer sign the bodily warmth retracts from the extremities, and as the inner sign there arises an appearance resembling re-ies. When the wind dissolves into the consciousness, the movement of the outer breath ceases, as an inner sign arises an appearance resembling a burning butter lamp. On the occasion of appearance, when the winds which stir the conceptual thoughts dissolve into appearance, there arises the appearance of whiteness, which is like the clear autumn sky pervaded by moonlight. On the occasion of increase, when appearance dissolves into increase, there arises the appearance of redness, which is like the clear autumn sky so used by sunlight. On the occasion of near attainment, when the increase dissolves into near attainment, there arises the appearance of blackness, resembling the clear autumn sky pervaded with the pitch darkness of night. On the occasion of clear light, when the near attainment dissolves into clear light, there arises the appearance resembling the empty color of the sky itself at dawn, devoid of the 3 ornaments which create contamination. By means of these the clear light of death is actualized. 2. The method of meditating on emptiness which corresponds to this. A. Explaining the actual method of meditation on emptiness by means of contemplating the meaning of the 2 mantras. The RST mantra is O Svabhavadho Sarvadharm Svabhavasatoham. The meaning of this mantra is the 3 components of the O, AU, and symbolize the 3 vajras of the body, speech, and mind. That these 3 become one symbolizes the indivisibility of the 3 vajras. Svabhava is nature, Ud is pure, Sarvadharm is all phenomena, and together pure by nature are all phenomena, comprised by the grasp the object. Then, Svabhavasato is as before, and Aham is I, and together pure by nature are all phenomena comprised by the grasp of the subject. In short, this Mantra indicates the emptiness of all phenomena comprised by both the grasp and the grasper that are pure by nature. The second mantra is O Sunyata Jnana Vidrasvapavat Mako. Ham. O has been explained already. Sunyata is emptiness, Jnana is enlightened wisdom, Vidra is indivisible, Svabhava is nature, Atmaka is essence, and Aham is I. That indivisible essence of both emptiness, the objective sphere, and the great bliss enlightened wisdom, the subjective sphere, is I. While contemplating this, set your I principle at the Dharma body, the mind of the victorious one, and meditate. By means of thinking on the meaning of both mantras, the assembly eld, to which O airings have been made is united with emptiness. In this way, the phenomenal entities of oneself, the assembly eld, and all things beside these, are empty by nature, devoid of essence, and free of the four extremes such as eternalism and nihilism, being dependent on their own basis of imputation. They are mere labels. Be explaining the method of applying the correspondences to the basis of purification. This method of meditation on emptiness by means of contemplating the meaning of the two mantras is called the yoga of taking death as the Dharma body. With regard to the basis of Purikatayan, this meditation on emptiness corresponds to a person in Jambudvipa, born from a womb and endowed with the six constituents, who has dissolved successively the 20 VE course elements as in the dissolution at death described above, and has actualized the clear light of death. At the time of fruition, this meditation on emptiness corresponds to the Dharma body, the mind of the victorious one in which the objective realm endowed with the two purities and the subjective great bliss innate enlightened wisdom free from obscurations, are fused into one taste. By making such a fruition into the path, you will be established in the special capability of actually being the Dharma body. In this case there is a reason for calling the meditation on emptiness the ground of enlightened wisdom. As after emptying the previous vessel world at the basic state, that very space that abides as total emptiness gives rise to the receptacle of the latter vessel world, also the emptiness that is meditated upon here is the basis for generating the successively piled elements together with the mala of the residence and its residents. Therefore the meditation on emptiness is called the ground of enlightened wisdom. The main purpose for meditating on emptiness here is treading the path in which death is taken as the Dharma body. Furthermore, after accumulating the accumulation of merit with regard to the assembly held above, through meditation on emptiness here, the accumulation of wisdom will be accumulated. This union of the accumulation of merit and the accumulation of wisdom would serve for generating the special yoga of non-dual profundity and clarity that arises as the mala of the residence and its residence, which appears after objectifying the realization of emptiness. See the method of generating the malas of the four elements and meditating on the wheels of protection for the sake of averting opposing circumstances. 1. The method of generating the malas of the four elements. From such a state of emptiness, generate the four seed syllables ya, ra, ba, la. From these, generate the malas of the four elements wind, re, water, and earth respectively as appears in the practice manual. The practice manual states, from the state of emptiness appears the seed syllable ya that transforms into a smoke-colored wind mala shaped like a bow and decorated with victory banners. On top of that appears the seed syllable ra that transforms into a red triangular remala, adorned with vidra ornaments forming a blazing garland. On top of that appears the seed syllable that transforms into a white circular water mala decorated with a vase. And on that appears the seed syllable la that transforms into a yellow square earth mala decorated with vidras. There is a way of correlating this meditation on the malas of the four elements with the basis of Purikatayan. It corresponds to the formation of the later vessel world at the basic state, after emptying the former vessel world, that begins with the creation of the successive malas of the four elements, wind, and so on. 2a. The method of meditating on the common will of protection. The practice manual states on top of that earth mala appears H that transforms into a double vidra decorated at its hub with H. From that, rays of light emanate downwards forming a vidra basis, emanating to the sides, they form a vidra fence, emanating upwards, they form a vidra tent. Beneath the tent, and on the fence there is a vidra canopy. All these are in the nature of blazing vidras, in a single unit without gaps. Surrounding this is a VE-colored configuration like the destroying re at the end of the Ian, spreading into the 10 directions. The purpose for meditating on the common protection will is so that the hindrances of the obstructors would not arise during the meditation following the proceedings. 2b. The method of meditation on the uncommon will of protection. You need to meditate on the will of protection accompanied by the 10 wrathful ones. The method of forming the protection will is in this case as follows. At the center of the fence appears a yellow BHR that transforms into a yellow will of the teaching, with 10 spokes and a hub. Both upper and lower spokes are like hollowed spears that meet at their bases. The tips of the 8 spokes in the 8 directions beginning with the east have the form of double-edged swords. You should meditate that on each of the following, at the hollow space of the hub, the hollow space of the upper and lower spokes, and the tips of the 8 spokes in the 8 directions beginning with the east, are laid seats of variegated lotus, moon, and sun, without quite touching these spokes. The reason that the seats do not touch the spokes of the will is because the last chapter of the Guhya Samaha teaches that the will revolves unshakably. You should meditate that while the will revolves quickly clockwise, the wrathful ones are exceed at their own directions without moving. This is the method of placing the wrathful ones on the wheel. First meditate on yourself at the center of the hub as Samvaraja together with consort. From the H at the heart of this embracing Father Mother emanates a ray of light that hooks the 10 wrathful ones and draws them into your mouth. Having dissolved, they enter the lotus of the mother through the vidra path of the father. Then they transform into 10 drops and again into 10 long Hs, and then they become the 10 wrathful ones. Then when you recite H, they are sent forth from the lotus of the mother, and are placed on the seats on the spokes of the wheel. Translated by Yale Benter from the first Panchen Blama, BLO. Bzang Chas KYI Archilmchen, 1570-1662, RD Overjay Jigspot. KYI Pskide Rim Dian Goes Grub KYI Sinyamagan Collected Works Volume 2. New Delhi, 1973, pages 733-89, this extract at pages 739-750. The practice manual is by Tsongkhapa, BLO Bzang Gregspa, 1357. 1419, RD Overjay Jigspot Chenpo Is Grub Tab Stud Toms. Cad Lasranam PA Archil BA in Collected Works Volume 15, New Delhi. 1975, pages 498-532. Enlightenment. 49. A lay master of meditation. Despite the fame of the monks, the majority of the Buddhist followers did not become monks or nuns, but remained in lay life. In the parlance of the tradition, they did go forth from the home to homelessness, but remained householders. The order of monks and nuns could not survive without them, for they provided material support, most modestly in the form of daily alms, with the more wealthy owing properties and dwellings that would become the RST monasteries. The common pattern in the literature was that monks would meditate in search of deep states of concentration and the attainment of nirvana, while lay people accumulated merit through their generous deeds in the hope of rebirth as a god or human in the next life. But there were also lay people who became master meditators. One was named Siddha, a wealthy merchant who donated an entire forest to the Sangha. He was regarded by the Buddha as one of his exemplary lay disciples, renowned both for his ability to teach the Dharma and for his skills as a meditator. There are 10 suttas about Siddha in the Sutta Nikaya, one of which appears below. Here, Siddha encounters an old friend who, 30 years before, became a naked ascetic, a practitioner of one of the yogic traditions of the day, possibly a Jain, but clearly not a follower of the Buddha. Siddha and his friend compare notes on the levels of attainment they have achieved over the years, with the ascetic stating quite unabashedly that he has nothing to show for his efforts, despite having renounced the life of the householder so long ago, apart from his naked body and shaved head. Siddha, on the other hand, has remained a householder, yet, by following the teachings of the Buddha, has attained through his meditation the blissful states of the 4 levels of concentration, jhana. Further, if I were to die before the Blessed One does, it would not be surprising if the Blessed One were to declare of me, there is not fetter bound by which Siddha the householder could return to this world. This is interpreted to mean that Siddha has attained the third of the 4 stages of the path, that of the non-returner, Anagamin, who will never be reborn in this world again but will be reborn in a more exalted realm, from whence he will enter nirvana. The conversion of non-Buddhists to the fold is a central theme in accounts of the early tradition, and such conversion need not be conducted by the Buddha himself. Noting that a Buddhist layman has achieved far more than a non-Buddhist yogin, Siddha's friend decides that he should become a monk. He does so, and soon becomes an arhat. Now on that occasion the naked ascetic Kassapa, who in lay life had been an old friend of Siddha the householder, had arrived in Maxiksak. Siddha the householder heard about this and approached the naked ascetic Kassapa. He exchanged greetings with him and, when they had concluded their greetings and cordial talk, he sat down to one side and said to him, "How long has it been, Venerable Kassapa, since you went forth?" "It has been 30 years, householder, since I went forth." "In these 30 years, Venerable Sir, have you attained any superhuman distinction in knowledge and vision worthy of the noble ones, any dwelling in comfort?" "In these 30 years since I went forth, householder, I have not attained any superhuman distinction in knowledge and vision worthy of the noble ones, no dwelling in comfort, but only nakedness, and the shaven head, and the brush for cleaning my seat." When this was said, Siddha the householder said to him, "It is wonderful indeed, sir. It is amazing indeed, sir. How well expounded is the Dhamma in that, after 30 years, you have not attained any superhuman distinction in knowledge and vision worthy of the noble ones, no dwelling in comfort, but only nakedness, and the shaven head, and the brush for cleaning your seat. But, householder, how long has it been since you became a lay follower?" "In my case too, Venerable Sir, it has been 30 years. In these 30 years, householder, have you attained any superhuman distinction in knowledge and vision worthy of the noble ones, any dwelling in comfort?" "How could I not, Venerable Sir? For to whatever extent I wish, secluded from sensual pleasures, secluded from unwholesome states, I enter and dwell in the RST jhana, which is accompanied by thought and examination, with rapture and happiness born of seclusion. Then, to whatever extent I wish, with the subsiding of thought and examination, I enter and dwell in the second jhana. Then, to whatever extent I wish, with the fading away as well of rapture, I enter and dwell in the third jhana. Then, to whatever extent I wish, with the abandoning of pleasure and pain, I enter and dwell in the fourth jhana. Further, if I were to die before the Blessed One does, it would not be surprising if the Blessed One were to declare of me, there is not fetter bound by which Siddha the householder could return to this world." When this was said, the naked ascetic Kassapa said to Siddha the householder, "It is wonderful indeed, sir. How well expounded is the Dhamma, in that a layman clothed in white can attain a superhuman distinction in knowledge and vision worthy of the noble ones, a dwelling in comfort. May I receive the going forth in this Dhamma and discipline, may I receive the higher ordination." Then Siddha the householder took the naked ascetic Kassapa to the elder Bhikkhus and said to them, "Venerable sirs, this naked ascetic Kassapa is an old friend of ours from lay life. Let the elders give him the going forth, let them give him the higher ordination. I will be zealous in providing him with robes, alms food, lodging and medicinal requisites." Then the naked ascetic Kassapa received the going forth in this Dhamma and discipline, he received the higher ordination. And soon, not long after his higher ordination, dwelling alone, withdrawn, diligent, ardent and resolute, the venerable Kassapa, by realizing it for himself with direct knowledge, in this very life, entered and dwelt in that unsurpassed goal of the holy life for the sake of which clansmen rightly go forth from the household life into homelessness. He directly knew, destroyed his birth, the holy life has been lived, what had to be done has been done, there is no more for this state of being. And the venerable Kassapa became one of the Arahants. From the Connected Discourses of the Buddha, a new translation of the Sutta Nikaya, Volume 2, Trans. Bhikkhu Bodhi, Boston, Wisdom. Publications, 2000, pages 1328-30. 50. Nuns triumph over evil. The Buddha had many female disciples, and many of them joined the order of nuns, Bhikkhuni and Pali. These included his own stepmother, as well as former queens, princesses, courtesans, and the wives of men who had become monks. A woman named Kisagotama joined the order of nuns after the Buddha helped her overcome the death of her infant son. Knowing of his great powers, she brought the body of her child to the Buddha and begged him to bring him back to life. He promised to do so, saying that he only required a single mustard seed from a household that had known no swearing. She set out from door to door, asking for a mustard seed, and hearing from each family a dearent tale of sorrow. She slowly understood the universality of swearing, laid her child to rest, and became a nun. Many nuns, including Kisagotama, became arhats, and their experiences are collected in 2 works, one entitled Songs of the Female Elders, Therigatha, and another whose title might be translated as Discourses Connected with Nuns, Bhikkhansayutta, Selections, from which appear below. Some of the same verses appear in both, suggesting that the verses may be older than the prose portions. The Discourses Connected with Nuns describes 10 encounters, 3 of which are included here, with Mara, the deity of desire and death, who seeks to discourage the nuns in their meditation, just as he had done with Prince Siddhartha. He is equally unsuccessful here. His Derisive words to the nuns here indicate contemporary attitudes to women, seeing them as lustful and intellectually inferior to men. There is disagreement about the meaning of the term to engeared wisdom. Below, some say it is a reference to cooking, testing whether rice is cooked, others say it refers to sewing. In each case, the nuns counter Mara's characterizations, and he leaves them to meditate in peace. Thus have I heard. On one occasion the Blessed One was dwelling at Savatthi in Jita's Grove, and Thapikayas Park. Then, in the morning, the Bhikkhuni dressed and, taking bowl and robe, entered Savatthi for alms. When she had walked 4 alms in Savatthi and had returned from her alms round, after her meal she went to the blind men's grove seeking seclusion. Then Mara the Evil One, desiring to arouse fear, trepidation and terror in the Bhikkhuni, desiring to make her fall away from seclusion, approached her and addressed her in verse. There is no escape in the world. So what will you do with seclusion? Enjoy the delights of sensual pleasure. Don't be remorseful later. Then it occurred to the Bhikkhuni, Avaika, now who is it that recited the verse, a human being or a non-human being? Then it occurred to her, this is Mara the Evil One, who has recited the verse desiring to arouse fear, trepidation, and terror in me, desiring to make me fall away from seclusion. Then the Bhikkhuni with Makron, Avaika, having understood, this is Mara the Evil One, replied to him in verses. There is an escape in the world, which I have closely touched with wisdom. O Evil One, kinsman of the negligent. You do not know that state. Sensual pleasures are like swords and stakes. The aggregates like their chopping block. What you call sensual delight has become for me non-delight. Then Mara the Evil One, realizing, the Bhikkhuni knows me, sad and disappointed, disappeared right there at Savatthi. Then, in the morning, the Bhikkhuni so dressed and, taking bowl and robe, entered Savatthi for alms. When she had walked for alms in Savatthi and had returned from her alms round, after her meal she went into the blind men's grove for the day's abiding. Having plunged into the blind men's grove, she sat down at the foot of a tree for the day's abiding. Then Mara the Evil One, desiring to arouse fear, trepidation and terror in the Bhikkhuni Soma, desiring to make her fall away from concentration, approached her and addressed her in verse. That state so hard to achieve, which is to be attained by the seers, can't be attained by a woman. With her to engeared wisdom. Then it occurred to the Bhikkhuni Soma, now who is this that recited the verse, a human being or a non-human being? Then it occurred to her, this is Mara the Evil One, who has recited the verse desiring to arouse fear, trepidation, and terror in me, desiring to make me fall away from concentration. Then the Bhikkhuni Soma, having understood, this is Mara the Evil One, replied to him in verses. What does womanhood matter at all? When the mind is concentrated well. When knowledge out steadily. As one sees correctly into Dhamma. One to whom it might occur. I'm a woman or I'm a man. Or I'm anything at all. Is T for Mara to address. Then Mara the Evil One, realizing, the Bhikkhuni Soma knows me, sad and disappointed, disappeared right there at Savatthi. Then, in the morning, the Bhikkhuni Sagatam addressed. And, taking bowl and robe, entered Savatthi for alms. When she had walked for alms in Savatthi and had returned from her alms round. After her meal she went to the blind men's grove for the day's abiding. Having plunged into the blind men's grove, she sat down at the foot of a tree for the day's abiding. Then Mara the Evil One, desiring to arouse fear, trepidation and terror in the Bhikkhuni Sagatama, desiring to make her fall away from concentration, approached her and addressed her in verse. Why now, when your son is dead, do you sit alone with tearful face? Having entered the woods alone, are you on the lookout for a man? Then it occurred to the Bhikkhuni Sagatama, now who is this that recited the verse, a human being or a non-human being? Then it occurred to her, this is Mara the Evil One, who has recited the verse desiring to arouse fear, trepidation, and terror in me, desiring to make me fall away from concentration. Then the Bhikkhuni Sagatama, having understood, this is Mara the Evil One, replied to him in verses. I've got past the death of sons. With this, the search for men has ended. I do not sorrow, I do not weep. Nor do I fear you, friend. Delight everywhere has been destroyed. The mass of darkness has been sundered. Having conquered the army of death, I dwell without delinquents. Then Mara the Evil One, realizing, the Bhikkhuni Sagatama knows me, sad and disappointed, disappeared right there. From Bhikkhansayutta, in the Connected Discourses of the Buddha. A new translation of the Samyutta Nikaya, Volume 1, trans. Bhikkhu. Bodhi, Boston, Wisdom Publications, 2000, pages 221-4. 51. The perfection of wisdom. The rise of the movement referred to as the Mahayana, some 400 years after the Buddha's death, is sometimes marked by the appearance of new sutras that were called the perfection of wisdom. Prajnaparamita. Like many other Mahayana sutras, the perfection of wisdom texts were not systematic treatises that set forth philosophical points and doctrinal categories in a straightforward manner. Instead, they strike the modern reader as having something of the nature of revelations, bold pronouncements proclaimed with certainty, rather than speculative arguments developed in a linear fashion. The perfection of wisdom that the sutras repeatedly praised was often identified as the knowledge of emptiness, sunyata, and it was this knowledge that was required for all who sought to become Buddhas. This emptiness was often presented in a series of negations, with statements like that which is a world system, that is said by the Tathagata not to be a system. In that sense the term world system is used. The precise meaning of such statements would be explored by generations of commentators in India, East Asia and Tibet. Many of the perfection of wisdom sutras came to be known by their length, hence the perfection of wisdom in 8,000 stanzas, the perfection of wisdom in 20,000 stanzas, the perfection of wisdom in 100,000 stanzas, the perfection of wisdom in one letter. Others had titles, the most famous of these being what has come to be known in the West as the Heart Sutra and the text known as the Diamond Sutra, probably composed in Sanskrit sometime between the 2nd and 4th centuries of the Common Era. The latter was to become one of the most famous and most commented upon of the Mahayana Sutras. Yet much of its meaning remains elusive, beginning with the title. In Sanskrit, it is Vajraketika. Prajnaparamita. The Sanskrit term Vajra refers to a kind of magical weapon, sometimes described as a thunderbolt or discus, and which is said to be hard and unbreakable, like a diamond. Thus, the title might be rendered into English as the perfection of wisdom that cuts like a thunderbolt. The present selection is from the manuscript of the sutra unearthed at Gilgit, in modern Pakistan. It represents roughly the last half of the sutra, often considered the more difficult half. The sutra opens with the Buddha residing in the Jita Grove with 1,250 monks and a large number of bodhisattvas. After returning from his begging round and eating his meal, the Buddha is approached by the great Arhat Subhuti, who asks him about the practice of the Bodhisattva. The Buddha says that a Bodhisattva must vow to lead all beings in the universe into nirvana, with the knowledge that there are no beings to be led into nirvana. If Subhuti, a conception of a living being were to occur to a Bodhisattva, a conception of a personal soul, or a conception of a person, he is not to be called a Bodhisattva. This is one of many famous statements in the sutra, regarded by commentators as setting forth the doctrine of emptiness, although the term sunyata or emptiness does not appear in the sutra, that all phenomena are falsely imagined to have a self, a soul, an own being, a reality which they, in fact, lack. Any meritorious deed, from the giving of a gift to the vow to free all beings, is not a deed of a Bodhisattva if it is tainted with the misconception of self. The Buddha asks Subhuti whether the Buddha is to be seen by the possession of the 32 physical marks of a Superman that adorn his body. Subhuti says that he is not, because what the Buddha has described as the possession of marks is in fact the possession of no marks. This formula of question and response, with the correct answer being A, is in fact not A, therefore it is called A is repeated throughout the text. But the sutra is not simply a radical challenge to the ordinary conception of the world, of language, and of thought. It is also a Mahayana Sutra, seeking, like others, see chapter 5 and 38, to declare its supremacy and to promise rewards to those who exalt it. It is noteworthy that here, as in many other perfection of wisdom sutras, the Buddha's interlocutor is not a Bodhisattva, but an Arhat, the wise Subhuti, suggesting that even those who have completed the path to nirvana still have more to learn. The Buddha predicts that the sutra will be understood far into the future, into the period of the last 100 years that his teaching remains in the world. At that time, anyone who has even a moment of faith in the sutra will be honored by millions of Buddhas. Indeed, even now, long before this point in the distant future, anyone who would teach just 4 lines of the sutra to others would win incalculable merit. In a statement that appears in other perfection of wisdom sutras, the Buddha declares, on whatever piece of ground one will proclaim the sutra, that piece of ground will become an object of worship. That piece of ground will become for the world together with its devas, men, and azure as a true shrine to be revered and circumambulated. Scholars have seen in this statement the possibility that the perfection of wisdom sutras were something of a cult of the book, in which the sutra itself was worshipped, serving as a substitute for more traditional sites of worship, such as stupas. And the sutra suggests that such practices were not always condoned by others. The Buddha goes on to say that those who worship the sutra will be ridiculed for doing so, but by swearing ridicule they will destroy the great stores of negative karma accumulated over many lifetimes. The Buddha's exhortation seemed to have been taken to heart. The recitation and copying of the sutra was widely practiced, and miracle tales of the vanities of so doing were told across Asia. The sutra is, above all, a discourse on the wisdom that shatters our ordinary conceptions, returning again and again to the negation of the fundamental elements of the Dharma, suggesting that it is the very absence of self that is their true nature. Folio 5a. The Blessed One said, the number, Subhuti, of particles of dust in a world system of 3,000 great thousand worlds. Is that great? He said, it is great, Blessed One. That particle of dust is said to be not a particle by the Tathagata. In that sense, a particle of dust is used. Also, that which is a world system, that is said by the Tathagata not to be a system. In that sense, world system is used. The Blessed One said, what do you think, Subhuti? Is a Tathagata to be seen through the 32 characteristic marks of a great man? He said, no, Blessed One. Why is that? Each of the 32 characteristic marks of a great man is said to be not a characteristic mark by the Tathagata. In that sense, the 32 characteristic marks of a great man is used. The Blessed One said, but again, Subhuti, if a woman or a man were to give away their person as many times as there are sands in the river Ganges, and if someone else, after taking from this discourse on doctrine a verse of even 4 lines, were to teach it to others, the latter alone would on that account produce great merit, immeasurable and incalculable. Then, indeed, the venerable Subhuti, through the shock of the doctrine, burst into tears. Wiping away his tears, he said this to the Blessed One, it is astonishing, O Blessed One, it is truly astonishing. O Shugata, how this discourse on doctrine was spoken by the Tathagata, as a consequence of which knowledge has arisen for me. I have never heard this discourse on doctrine before. They, Blessed One, who will produce a true conception when the sutra is being taught here will be possessed by the greatest astonishment. And that, Blessed One, which is a true conception, that indeed is not a conception. On that account the Tathagata says 5 be a true conception, a true conception. Blessed One, it is not astonishing to me that I am prepared for the teaching of this discourse on doctrine, since I have been intent upon it. Blessed One, those living beings who will take up this discourse on doctrine, and master it will be possessed by the greatest astonishment. But again, Blessed One, a conception of a self will not occur to them, nor a conception of a living being, nor a conception of a personal soul, nor a conception of a person. And why is that? Because the Buddhas, the Blessed Ones, have walked away from all conceptions. The Blessed One said, that is so, Subhuti. Those who, after hearing this discourse on doctrine, will not be terror-ed, will not tremble, will not be overcome by dread, they will be possessed by the greatest astonishment. And why is that? This, Subhuti, has been declared by the Tathagata to be the greatest perfection. And that which the Tathagata declares the greatest perfection is declared as well by immeasurable Buddhas and Blessed Ones. In that sense, greatest perfection is used. But again, Subhuti, that which is the perfection of patience of the Tathagata, just that is not a perfection. And why is that? When Subhuti, an evil king, hacked the ash from all my limbs, there was for me on that occasion no conception of a self, no conception of a living being, no conception of a personal soul, no conception of a person. Nor, moreover, could there have been a conception of injury for me at that time. Subhuti, I remember 100 births in the past when I was a seer who taught patience. Then too there was for me no conception of a self, no conception of a living being, no conception of a personal soul, no conception of a person. Therefore, Subhuti, a Bodhisattva, a Mahasattva, having abandoned all conception, folio 6 is missing. Those who will take up this discourse on doctrine, will preserve it, will declare it, will recite it, will master it. 7a. All those living beings will carry my awakening on their shoulder. And why is that? It is not possible for this discourse on doctrine to be heard by living beings who have but little resolve. Nor is it possible for it to be heard, taken up, or mastered, by those who have a view of a self, nor by those who have a view of a living being or a personal soul or a person. That situation simply does not occur. But again, Subhuti, on whatever piece of ground one will proclaim the sutra, that piece of ground will become an object of worship. That piece of ground will become for the world together, with its devas, men, and azures a true shrine to be revered and circumambulated. Subhuti, those sons and daughters of good family, who will take up sutras such as these, and master them, they will be ridiculed, severely ridiculed. But, through that ridicule, their demeritorious actions in former lives which should lead to rebirth in an unfortunate destiny will here and now come to be exhausted, and they will obtain the awakening of a Buddha. Subhuti, I remember that in the past, during incalculable and more than incalculable eons, before the time of the Tathagata, Arhat, fully and completely awakened one Bekara, there were 84 hundreds of thousands of millions of billions of Buddhas, who were attended to by me and, having been attended to, were not neglected. 7 BF, Subhuti, after having attended to them, all those Buddhas were not neglected by me, and if in the NAL period, when the last VE 100 years have begun, someone will take up these sutras, and master them, then, Subhuti, the quantity of merit resulting from the former does not approach even 100th part of the quantity of merit of the latter, nor a 1,000th part, nor a 100,000th. That quantity of merit is not open to enumeration, nor measure, nor calculation, nor comparison, nor likening. Subhuti, those living beings, those sons and daughters of good family will acquire then such a quantity of merit that if I were to declare the quantity of merit of those sons and daughters of good family, living beings who heard that declaration would go mad. They would be totally disoriented. But again, Subhuti, this discourse on doctrine is unthinkable, unthinkable indeed is its EECT. He said, how, blessed one, should one who has set out on the way of a bodhisattva stand? How should he actually practice? How should he direct his thought? The blessed one said, here, Subhuti, one who has set out on the way of a bodhisattva should produce a thought in this manner, all living beings should be led by me to NAL Nirva in the realm of Nirva which leaves nothing behind. But after having led living beings thus to NAL Nirva, there is no living being whatsoever who has been led to NAL Nirva. And why is that? If, 8a Subhuti, a conception of a living being were to occur to a bodhisattva, a conception of a personal soul, or a conception of a person, he is not to be called a bodhisattva. And why is that? Subhuti, that which is called one who has set out on the way of a bodhisattva, that is not a thing. What do you think, Subhuti? Is that something which was awakened to by the Tathagata, in the presence of the Tathagata, Bekara, as the utmost, full, and perfect awakening? He said, blessed one, that which was awakened to by the Tathagata, in the presence of the Tathagata Bekara, as the utmost, full, and perfect awakening is not something. He said, because of that was I assured by the Tathagata Bekara, you, young man, will be at a future time a Tathagata Arhat, fully and perfectly awakened one named Sakyamuni. And why is that? Tathagata, Subhuti, that is a designation for thusness. Subhuti, someone might speak thus, the utmost, full, and perfect awakening is fully and perfectly awakened to by the Tathagata. But that which is the utmost, full, and perfect awakening fully and perfectly awakened to by the Tathagata is not something. Subhuti, the thing which is fully and perfectly awakened to by the Tathagata, in that there is neither truth nor falsehood. On that account the Tathagata says all characteristics are the characteristics of a Buddha. All characteristics, Subhuti, all those are not characteristics. In that sense all characteristics is used. Suppose, for example, Subhuti, there would be a man endowed with a body, a great body. Subhuti said, that which 8b the Tathagata has called a man endowed with a body, a great body, he, blessed one, is said to be without a body by the Tathagata. In that sense endowed with a body, a great body is used. The blessed one said, just so, Subhuti, the bodhisattva who would speak thus, I will lead beings to NAL Nirva, he is not to be called a bodhisattva. And why is that? Is there, Subhuti, some thing which is named bodhisattva? He said, no indeed, blessed one. The blessed one said, on that account the Tathagata says all things are without living being, without personal soul, without person. Subhuti, a bodhisattva who would speak thus, I will bring about wonderful arrangements in my sphere of activity, he too is not to be called a bodhisattva. And why is that? Wonderful arrangements in one sphere of activity, wonderful arrangements in one sphere of activity, Subhuti, those have been said by the Tathagata not to be wonderful arrangements. In that sense, wonderful arrangements in one sphere of activity is used. Subhuti, that bodhisattva who is intent on saying without itself are things, without itself are things, he is declared a bodhisattva, a bodhisattva by the Tathagata, Arhat, fully and perfectly awakened. 1. What do you think, Subhuti? Does the physical eye of the Tathagata exist? He said, so it is blessed one. The physical eye of the Tathagata exists. The blessed one said, what do you think, Subhuti? Does the divine eye of the Tathagata exist, the eye of wisdom, the eye of Dharma, the awakened eye? He said, so it is blessed one. 9a the divine eye of the Tathagata, the eye of wisdom, the eye of Dharma, the awakened eye, exists. The blessed one said, what do you think, Subhuti? There could be as many Ganges rivers as there are sands in the river Ganges. And there could be as many world systems as there are sands in that many rivers. Would those world systems then be many? The blessed one said, Subhuti, I could know the various streams of thought of living beings as numerous as those in that many world systems. And why is that? Stream of thought, Subhuti, that has been said by the Tathagata not to be a stream. In that sense stream of thought is used. And why is that? Subhuti, a past thought is not apprehended. A future thought is not apprehended. A present thought is not apprehended. What do you think, Subhuti? He who, after having led this 3,000 great thousand world system with the 7 precious things, would give it as a gift, surely that son or daughter of good family would, as a result, produce much merit. He said, much, blessed one, much, Shugita. The blessed one said, so it is, Subhuti, so it is much. That son or daughter of good family would, as a result, produce much merit. If, Subhuti, there would have been a quantity of merit, the Tathagata would not have said quantity of merit, quantity of merit. What do you think, Subhuti? Should the Tathagata be seen through the perfect development of his physical body? 9b. He said, no blessed one. It is not through the perfect development of his physical body that the Tathagata is to be seen. And why is that? A perfect development of the physical body, a perfect development of the physical body, that is said to be not a perfect development by the Tathagata. In that sense perfect development of the physical body is used. The Blessed One said, what do you think, Subhuti? Should the Tathagata be seen through the possession of characteristic marks? He said, no Blessed One. It is not through the possession of characteristic marks that the Tathagata is to be seen. And why is that? That which is the possession of characteristic marks is said to be not the possession of characteristic marks by the Tathagata. In that sense possession of characteristic marks is used. The Blessed One said, what do you think, Subhuti? Surely it occurs to the Tathagata, not by me has a doctrine been taught. He, Subhuti, who would speak thus, by the Tathagata a doctrine has been taught, he, Subhuti, would falsely accuse me by taking something up from what is not there. Why is that? A teaching of doctrine, Subhuti, that is not something which receives the name a teaching of doctrine. He said, Blessed One, will there be any living beings at a future time who, after hearing such doctrines being taught, will believe? The Blessed One said, they, Subhuti, are neither living beings nor non-living beings. Why is that? All living beings, Subhuti, they are said to be not living beings by the Tathagata. In that sense 10a. All living beings is used. What do you think, Subhuti? Surely that which was awakened to by the Tathagata as the utmost, full, and perfect awakening is some thing. He said, Blessed One, that which was awakened to by the Tathagata as the utmost, full, and perfect awakening is not some thing. The Blessed One said, so it is, Subhuti, so it is. Not even the most minute thing exists or is found there. In that sense utmost, full and perfect awakening is used. But again, Subhuti, that thing is the same, there is no difference. In that sense utmost, full and perfect awakening is used. Through the fact of there being no personal soul, no living being, no person, that utmost, full and perfect awakening is fully and perfectly awakened to as identical with all meritorious things. Meritorious things, meritorious things. Subhuti, but just those are said by the Tathagata not to be things. In that sense meritorious things is used. But once again, Subhuti, if someone, after collecting piles of the 7 precious things as large as the kings of mountains, the Sumeras, here in this 3,000 great thousand world system, were to give them as a gift, and someone else, after having taken from this perfection of wisdom a verse of even 4 lines, were to teach it to others, Subhuti, the quantity of merit from the former case does not approach 100th part of the quantity of merit of the latter. 10b it is not open to comparison. What do you think, Subhuti? Surely it occurs to the Tathagata. Living beings are released by me. Not, again, Subhuti, is it to be seen thus? Why is that? That which is released by the Tathagata is not some living being. If again, Subhuti, there would have been some living being who was released by the Tathagata, that indeed would have been for him the holding on to a self, the holding on to a living being, the holding on to a personal soul, the holding on to a personal entity. Holding on to a self, Subhuti, this is said by the Tathagata to be not holding on, but it is held on to by simple, ordinary people. Simple ordinary people, Subhuti, these are said by the Tathagata not to be people. In that sense simple ordinary people is used. What do you think, Subhuti, should the Tathagata be seen through the possession of characteristic marks? He said, that is so, Blessed One. The Tathagata is to be seen through the possession of characteristic marks. The Blessed One said, but if, Subhuti, the Tathagata were to be seen through the possession of characteristic marks, a will turning King Cakrabarton would also be a Tathagata. He said, as I understand the meaning of what was said by the Blessed One, the Tathagata is not to be seen through the possession of characteristic marks. Then, again, on that occasion the Blessed One spoke these verses. Those who saw me through form, those who associated me with sound, 11a. They have engaged in a misguided eord. Those people will not see me. The awakened one is to be seen from the doctrine. The Tathagata is the body of doctrine. But, indeed, the substance of the doctrine is not to be understood. Nor is it possible for it to be understood. What do you think, Subhuti? Is the utmost, full, and perfect awakening fully and perfectly awakened to by the Tathagata through the possession of characteristic marks? Again, Subhuti, it is not to be seen thus. The utmost, full, and perfect awakening, Subhuti, is not fully and perfectly awakened to by the Tathagata through the possession of characteristic marks. If, again, Subhuti, it should occur thus, by someone set out on the way of a bodhisattva the destruction of something is taught, or its annihilation, again, Subhuti, it is not to be seen thus. The destruction of something, or its annihilation, is not taught by someone who has set out on the way of a bodhisattva. If, again, Subhuti, a son or daughter of good family, afterling, world system similar in number to the sands of the Ganges with the 7 precious things, were to give them as a gift to the Tathagata, Arhat, fully and perfectly awakened one, and if a bodhisattva were to achieve composure in the midst of things that have no self, the latter would indeed produce much greater merit than the former. However, Subhuti, a quantity of merit is not to be acquired by a bodhisattva. He said, a quantity of merit, Blessed One, is to be acquired. Surely. The Blessed One said, is to be acquired, Subhuti, not is to be held on to. In that sense is to be acquired is used, 11b. But once again, Subhuti, if someone were to speak thus, the Tathagata goes, or he comes, or he stands, or he sits, or he lies down, he does not understand the meaning of what I said. Why is that? A Tathagata, Subhuti, has not come from anywhere, has not gone anywhere. In that sense Tathagata, Arhat, fully and perfect awakened one is used. And if again, Subhuti, a son or daughter of good family were to grind into powder as many world systems as there are particles of dust in this 3,000 great thousand world system so that there would be just a pile of the nest atoms, what do you think? Subhuti. Would that pile of atoms be huge? He said, that is so, Blessed One, that would be a huge pile of atoms. And why is that? If, Blessed One, there would have been a pile, the Blessed One would not have said a pile of atoms. Why is that? That which is said to be a pile of atoms, that is said by the Blessed One not to be a pile. In that sense a pile of atoms is used. That which the Tathagata calls 3,000 great thousand world system, that is said by the Tathagata not to be a system. In that sense 3,000 great thousand world system is used. Why is that? If, blessed one, there would have been a system, just that, blessed one, would have been the holding on to a solid mass. And that which is said by the Tathagata 12a to be the holding on to a solid mass is said to be not holding on. In that sense holding onto a solid mass is used. The blessed one said, and holding on to a solid mass is itself. Subhuti, a thing not open to verbal expression, it cannot be put into words. It, however, has been held onto by simply ordinary people. Why is that? If, subhuti, someone were to speak thus, a view of a self was taught by the Tathagata, a view of a living being, a view of a personal soul, a view of a person, would he indeed, subhuti, speak correctly? He said, no, blessed one. And why is that? Blessed one, that which is said by the Tathagata to be a view of a self, that is said by the Tathagata to be not a view. In that sense a view of a self is used. The blessed one said, in this way, subhuti, one who has set out on the way of a bodhisattva should know all things, should be intent on them. And he should be intent on them in such a way that even the conception of a thing would not be present. Why is that? Conception of a thing, subhuti, that is said by the Tathagata not to be a conception. In that sense conception of a thing is used. And again, subhuti, if a bodhisattva, mahasattva, having LLET, immeasurable, incalculable world systems with the 7 precious things, were to give them as a gift, and if a son or daughter of good family, having taken up from this perfection of wisdom a verse of even 4 lines, were to preserve it, were to teach it, were to master it 12b, the latter certainly would produce immeasurable, incalculable merit, much greater than the RST. And how would he fully cause it to appear? In such a way that he would not cause it to appear. In that sense fully cause it to appear is used. A shooting star, a fault of vision, a lamp, an illusion and dew and a bubble, a dream, a ash of lightning, a thundercloud. In this way is the condition to be seen. The blessed one said this. Delighted, the elder subhuti, and the monks and nuns, the laymen and women, and the world with its devas, men, asuras and Gandharvas rejoiced in that spoken by the blessed one. The Vajrakritaka Prajnaparamita is concluded. Translated by Gregory Skippon from the manuscript of the Vajrakritaka found at Gilgit. The translation was RST published in Luis O. Gomez and Jonathan A. Silk, eds, The Great Vehicle, 3. Mahayana Texts, Ann Arbor, Center for South and Southeast Asian Studies, 1989, pages 123 to 31. 52. In praise of reality. Buddhism is renowned for the doctrine of no self, the assertion that among the constituents of the person there is nothing that is permanent, independent, or ultimately real. It is said that the mistaken belief in an autonomous self is the most fundamental form of ignorance, and hence the root cause of all swearing, and that the understanding that there is no self is the highest form of wisdom, leading to liberation from swearing. The early doctrine of no self developed in some of the Mahayana Sutras into the doctrine of emptiness, sunyata, as seen in the previous chapter, which declares that just as there is not self in the person, so all phenomena in the universe are devoid of any essence or intrinsic existence. Indeed, it is the very absence of such an essence that is the true nature of things. Emptiness was expounded most famously by the Indian monk Nagarjuna, who probably lived in the 2nd century CE, in such works as his treatise on the middle way, Madhyamaka Kasastra. Nagarjuna's followers called themselves Madhyamaka, followers of the middle way. This was not the simple middle way between indulgence and asceticism recommended by the Buddha in his RST sermon, but the middle way between existence and non-existence. There also developed in the Mahayana a doctrine that appears to be at odds with the notion of emptiness, generally referred to as the Tathagatagarbha or Buddha nature. It holds that all beings, or, according to some interpreters, most beings, possess within them the seed of enlightenment. In many texts, this Buddha nature is described as something real and substantial, something very much like a self. This problem was evident to a number of the great Indian commentators, who went to some lengths to explain why the Buddha nature was not a self. Some stated that it was the very absence of a self that was the true Buddha nature. There were other terms in the Buddhist lexicon to name the nature of reality. One of the most famous is dharmadhatu, a decult term to render into English. Dharma, as we have seen, carries a wide range of meanings, including phenomenon, doctrine, and law. Here it seems to mean reality or truth. Dhatu can mean element, realm, or sphere. Thus, dharmadhatu might be translated as sphere of reality, that truth, which, when understood, brings enlightenment. The proponents of the Madhyamaka tended to regard dharmadhatu as another synonym for emptiness, while others saw it as a more substantial reality, eternal and pure, something worthy of devotion and praise. A renowned text extolling the dharmadhatu is translated below, entitled simply Dharmadhatu Statra, or Dharmadhatu Stava, hymn to the Dharmadhatu. Those who regard him as the relentless critic of all forms of essentialism may be surprised to know that this hymn is attributed to Nagarjuna. Scholars are divided as to whether this text is, in fact, also the work of the author of the treatise on the middle way. In Tibet, however, there is no controversy on the matter of authorship. Instead, a long and often contentious debate sought to reconcile Nagarjuna's 6 works on emptiness, referred to as his logical corpus, with this and 4 other hymns, referred to as his devotional corpus. Regardless of its authorship, the hymn to the Dharmadhatu is a famous and widely quoted work, especially in Tibet. It is also a decult text, written in ornate poetry, made all the more decult because only a few passages from the original Sanskrit are extant as quotations in other texts. The translation below is from the Tibetan version. The difficulty and richness of the text preclude any possibility of adequate commentary here. Yet even without comment, the text remains evocative of the hidden, yet indestructible reality that is said to lie within each being in the universe, waiting to be uncovered. Hymn to the Dharmadhatu. Homage to the youthful Manjusri. Homage to the Dharmadhatu, which surely abides in all sentient beings, who, completely ignorant of it, wander in the 3 realms, 1. And to the purity that comes from cleansing the cause of sastra, just that is nirva, just that is also the dharmakaya. 2. Because it is mixed with milk, the essence of butter is not evident. Because it is mixed with the actions, the dharmadhatu is not seen. 3. By purifying milk, the essence of butter becomes untainted. By purifying the actions, the dharmadhatu becomes utterly untainted. 4. A lamp placed in a pot is not perceptible. The dharmadhatu placed in the pot of the actions is not seen. 5. Wherever you make holes in a pot, the nature of light appears in that direction. 6. When the pot is broken with the diamond of samadhi, it shines to the limits of space. 7. The dharmadhatu is not produced, it never ceases, it is unized at all times, it is stainless in the beginning, middle, and end. 8. Although the Vaidurya jewel is always luminous, its light does not shine if it is inside a stone. 9. In the same way, although the Dharma obstructed by the actions is utterly unstained, the light does not shine in Sastra, the light shines in Nirvana. 10. If the element is present, through the art of digging you will see the purest gold. If the element is absent, it only causes pain. 11. Because it is covered by the husk, the unhusked grain is not asserted to be the rice. Because they are covered by the actions, they are not called Buddhas. 12. When it is freed from the husk, the rice appears. When it is freed from the actions, the Dharmakaya shines fully. 13. The banana tree has no essence is used as an example in the world. But just as we eat its sweet fruit, which is its essence. 14. So, when one is separated from the cage of the actions in essenceless Sastra, the essence, which is its fruit, becomes ambrosia for all embodied beings. 15. In this way, then, from every seed comes a fruit similar to its cause. What intelligent person could prove that there is a fruit without a seed? 16. That very element which serves as a seed is held to be the basis of all the qualities of a Buddha. Through gradual purikataya one attains the rank of a Buddha. 17. Although the sun and moon are stainless, they are blocked by the VE obstacles, such as clouds, mist, smoke, eclipses and dust. 18. In the same way, the mind of clear light becomes blocked by the VE obstructions. Desire, enmity, laziness, agitation, and doubt. 19. When a reproof garment, stained by various stains, is placed in the stains are burned but the garment is not. 20. In the same way, the mind of clear light is stained by desire. The stains are burned by the of wisdom, just that clear light is not. 21. All the sutras setting forth emptiness spoken by the teacher turn back the actions. They do not impair the element. 22. Just as the water in the earth remains untainted, wisdom is within the actions, yet remains unstained. 23. Because it is the Dharma, it is not self, not female, not male. Free from all conceptions, how could it be construed to be the self? 24. All phenomena are free from attachment, among them, female and male are not perceived. In order to subdue the blindness caused by desire, the terms female and male are taught. 25. The mind is purified by contemplating the three, impermanent, suering and empty. The quality that purifies the mind best, however, is the absence of intrinsic nature. 26. Although there is a child in the belly of a pregnant woman, it is not seen. The Dharma, covered by the actions, is not seen. 27. The four conceptions, the conceptions of I and mine, and those due to the recognition of names and to signs, arise from the primary and the secondary elements and can therefore be removed. 28. Even the prayers of the Buddhas are invisible and signless, they are fused with analytical knowledge. A Buddha has the nature of eternal reality. 29. The horns on the head of a rabbit are imagined but do not exist. All phenomena are imagined but do not exist. 30. The horn of an ox also does not exist because its nature is subtle particles. As it was for the former the horn of a rabbit, so it is for the latter the horn of an ox. What difference can be discerned? 31. Because of arising dependently and ceasing dependently, not one thing exists as imagined by fools. 32. With the example of the horns of a rabbit and an ox, the Shugata proves that all phenomena are in the middle between extremes. 33. The form of the sun, moon, and stars are seen reacted in a clear vessel of water. The perfect nature of all things is like that, that is, appearing but not existent. 34. That which is virtuous in the beginning, middle, and end, which is infallible and constant, that is cell. How can one imagine that to be I and mine? 35. In the summertime you say that water is warm but in the winter you say that the very same water is cold. 36. So when covered by the nets of the actions, it is called sentient being, when just that is free from the actions, it is called a Buddha. 37. Independence on the I and the form, a stainless perception occurs, through non-production and non-cessation the Dharma is known. 38. Independence on sound and the ear, there is pure consciousness, the Dharma without characteristic, is heard conceptually. 39. Independence on the nose and fragrance, there is smell, the example of the formless. In the same way, the nose consciousness discerns the Dharma. 40. The nature of the tongue is emptiness, the constituent of taste is also absent, because it has the Dharma as its nature, the tongue consciousness is without location. 41. The entity that is the pure body and the sign of the tangible object that serves as a condition, when freed from conditions are called the Dharma. 42. Abandoning conceptions and designations about phenomena that commonly come to mind, meditate on the lack of intrinsic nature of phenomena as the Dharma. 43. When the yogin understands seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching and phenomena in that way, the characteristics of the Dharma are complete. 44. The six pure sources of eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and, likewise, mind, just this is the characteristic of reality. 45. The nature of the mind is seen in two ways, as the mundane and the supramundane. When it is taken to be the self, sastra, where there is analytical knowledge, reality. 46. Through the extinction of desire, nirvana, through the extinction and cessation of hatred and obscuration, Buddhahood, the refuge of all embodied beings. 47. Through understanding and not understanding, everything is in this very body. Through one's own conceptions, there is bondage, through knowing reality, there is liberation. 48. Enlightenment is not far and not near, it neither goes nor comes, just this, encaged in the actions, is seen or is not seen. 49. Through abiding in the light of wisdom, one becomes supremely serene. Therefore, it is stated in the collection of sutras, always abide in oneself. 50. By virtue of the 10 powers, childish beings are blessed. Like the new moon, eyes. Sentient beings do not see the Tathagata. 51. Just as hungry ghosts see the ocean to be dry, so the ignorant, due to obstructions, imagine that the Buddhas do not exist. 52. What can the Tathagata do for descient beings of descient merit? It is like placing a precious jewel in the hand of a blind man. 53. For sentient beings who create merit, the clear light and glorious 32 marks blaze, they stand before the Buddha. 54. The form body of the protector abides for many eons and then passes away. In order to tame disciples, the single Dhatu appears to be the errant. 55. Having understood the objects of the mind, awareness enters into that Dharma. When analytical knowledge is pure, the Bodha stages of the Bodhisattva path abide in nature of that Dharma. 56. The sublime form of the great Lord, i.e., Sabhagakya, his pure land of beautiful Akanista, and the consciousness of his attending Bodhisattvas, I declare that these three are mixed into one. 57. All that is known among childish beings, the variety of attainments among Aryans, the lifespan of eons of the great Lord Amateos. What is the cause of these? 58. What is it that protects the life that lasts for eons in the outer realm of sentient beings? What is the cause of living beings remaining alive? 59. It is the inexhaustible Dharma to itself, whose EECT is inexhaustible. One enters into it for the sake of wisdom, specifically through non-perception. 60. Do not think that enlightenment is far away, do not think that it is near. When the 6 objects are not perceived, one comes to know reality just as it is. 61. A goose drinks the milk from a vessel in which milk and water are mixed, it does not drink the water, which remains. 62. In the same way, wisdom is covered by the actions and remains as one with them here in this body, the yogin extracts the wisdom and discards the ignorance. 63. One thinks, I and mine, and so imagines that there are external objects. Seeing the 2 types of selflessness, the seeds of existence are destroyed. 64. The Dharmadhatu is the basis of Buddhahood, nerve, a, purity, permanence and virtue. Fools imagine them to be 2. Therefore, yogins abide in their non-duality. 65. Various ascetic deeds of giving, ethics gathering the welfare of sentient beings. Patience beneathing sentient beings, these 3 increase the element. 66. Enthusiasm for all doctrines, placing the mind in concentration, constant steady. Wisdom, these increase enlightenment. 67. Wisdom together with method, pure prayers, wisdom which abides in power, these are the 4 qualities that increase the element. 68. It is wrong to say, I do not bow down to Bodhisattva. Where there are no bodhisattvas, there will be no dharmakaya. 69. There are those who want pure sugar but hate the sugarcane seed. Without the sugarcane seed, there will be no sugar. 70. Through protecting the sugarcane seed, attending and establishing it, sugarcane, juice, sugar and rened sugar will come from that. 71. Similarly, through protecting Bodhisattva, attending and establishing it, the Arhats, Pratyeka Buddhas, and Buddhas are born and arise. 72. As a farmer protects the rice seed, those who aspire to the supreme vehicle are protected by the leaders. 73. On the 14th day of the waning moon, the moon is just barely visible. So the body of the Buddha barely appears to those who aspire to the supreme vehicle. 74. The new moon is seen to increase by intervals. So those who abide on the Bhuma see the Dharmakaya increase stage by stage. 75. On the 15th day of the waxing moon, the moon becomes full. So on the Nal Bhumi, the Dharmakaya is full and clear. 76. Through steady and constant admiration for the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, they perfectly produce that mind of enlightenment and it comes to be perfectly irreversible. 77. Through completely abandoning the dark base and keeping to the bright base, it is understood with certainty, it is called joyful. 78. That which is constantly stained by various stains, such as desire, is for yet to be stainless, it is called stainless. 79. Through completely ending the nets of action and fully manifesting wisdom of the stainless, because limitless darkness is cleared away, it is called luminous. 80. Constantly illuminating with pure light, it is surrounded by the light of wisdom of one who has abandoned the din of worldly airs. Thus, that Bhumi is asserted to be radiant. 81. Because all the sciences, arts, trades and the various concentrations triumph over the actions so difficult to overcome, it is asserted to be difficult to overcome. 82. When there are the 3 types of enlightenment, the gathering of all that is excellent, and the cessation of production and disintegration, that Bhumi is asserted to be manifest. 83. Constantly playing with webs of life formed into circles, he crosses the swamp of the ocean of Sasra. Therefore, it is called Ganafar. 84. Nightly cared for by the Buddha, abiding in the ocean of wisdom, he wordlessly spontaneous, it is called immovable by Mara's hosts. 85. When the yogin has completed the instructions on spreading the teaching of the Dharma through all 4 analytical perfect knowledges, that Bhumi is called auspicious intelligence. 86. In the body of this Bhumi whose nature is wisdom, stainless, like the sky, and holding the Buddhist teachings, the cloud of Dharma forms. 87. The abode of the Buddhist qualities holds the fruit of practice. Therefore, the abode, completely transformed, is called the Dharmakaya. 88. Freedom from predispositions is inconceivable, the predispositions of Sasra are conceivable. You are completely inconceivable. Who can understand you? 89. I bow down to and praise, as is appropriate, that which is beyond the range of speech, beyond the range of the senses, understood with the mental consciousness. 90. Through this very system of gradual entry, the most renowned children of the Buddha come to see the empty Dharmata with the wisdom of the cloud of Dharma. 91. At that time, because their minds are thoroughly bathed, they pass beyond the cage of Sasra to a cushion whose nature is a lotus. There, they rest. 92. Completely surrounded by many millions of lotuses with desirable anthers with the light of many jeweled petals. 93. Replete with the 10 powers, perfectly satisfied with the fearlessnesses, they do not fall from the inconceivable, inexpressible qualities of a Buddha. 94. Just as the full moon is encircled by stars, those who have amassed merit and wisdom through all the well-done deeds are completely encircled. 95. With stainless jewels blazing in the sun of the Buddha's hand, he bestows consecration to his foremost children. 96. Abiding there, the great yogin sees with the divine eye worldly beings debased by obscuration, disturbed and frightened by swearing. 97. And from his body rays of light spontaneously appear and open the doors of those who abide in the darkness of obscuration. 98. Those in the nirvana with remainder seek the nirvana without remainder. Here, the actual nirvana is the mind which has become stainless. 99. Its sphere is also the unreal nature of all sentient beings. He who sees that is the Lord of Bodhisattvas. He is the completely stainless Dharmakaya. 100. In the stainless Dharmakaya, the ocean of wisdom rolls in bringing a variety of jewels, and so fulfilling the aims of sentient beings. 101. This completes the hymn to the Dharma dated by the Master Arya Nagarjuna. It was translated by the Indian Abbot Kapeda and the translator and monk Shilkrimsarshil B.A. Translated by Donald Lopez from the Dharma de Tustava by Nagarjuna, Dirge edition of the Tibetan Canon, Stach Hogska. 63b5, 67b3, Beijing edition, Stach Hogska, 73a7, 77a. The translator relied in places on the commentary by Sakyam Kogalton. 1428-1507, entitled Chas Kyd being substat pajas by B.A. Ibston. Kos Kyd Nam P.A. Arbjad Pa Chas Kyd beings Nam P.A. Arnjas Pagin. Collected works of Srimdag Pach and Sakyam Kogalton, Volume 7, J.A. Thimphu, Kuntang Tabji, 1975-1978, pages 303, 92. 53. Songs of the Siddhas. The last centuries of Buddhism in India, roughly the 9th to 12th centuries, saw the rise of gurus called siddhas, a term which might be translated as accomplished ones or adepts. Their name derived from their possession of magical powers, sti. The lists of such powers varied, but typically included such things as the ability to extend one's lifespan, to end the buried treasure, to y, to become invisible and to transmute base metals into gold. These would sometimes be classed as mundane powers, in contradistinction to the supermundane power, Buddhahood. They gained these powers through the performance of tantric rites, sometimes performed in cemeteries and other powerful places of pollution. These rites often entailed the eating of esh, the drinking of liquor, and engaging in sexual acts with low-caste women, all considered contaminating deeds in traditional Indian society. Those who are said to have attained these powers came from all strata of Indian society, including the priestly, princely, and merchant castes, but also, and most famously, from outcast groups such as weavers, shearmen, hunters, sweepers, and even tribal peoples. The social class of the siddhas and the deeds they performed suggested, among other things, their disregard for and even transcendence of worldly and monastic conventions of propriety and morality. This was the source of their authority, and their powers attracted the patronage of kings and princes. Stories of their lives circulated widely, and there developed standard lists of siddhas, some of whom were certainly historical gurus, the most famous of which enumerated 84 such masters. Numerous works attributed to the siddhas have been preserved. Some are commentaries on tantric rituals, others are songs. They are often written in the RST person, and in a language other than the perfected language of Sanskrit, in vernaculars like Old Bengali and Abhabhai, as in the selections here. They were also often written in what has been called coded language, Sandhai Pa, in which certain ordinary terms were regarded as having esoteric meanings. Thus, a river might connote the central energy channel that passes from the crown of the head to the base of the spine. Like all codes, however, some are easier to interpret than others, and traditional exegetes have sometimes used the notion of coded language to discover scholastic doctrines in the most outrageous statements, raising the perennial question of authorial intention. Selections from two famous siddhas appear here, drawn from texts called the Doko or Treasury of Songs and Karyajitai, the Songs of Practice. The RST is attributed to the siddha and monk, Kahu. According to one account, died in a violent match of magic with a young girl. He dropped his guard when onlookers protested that Buddhist yogins should not kill others with their spells. More than 60 works are ascribed to him. The other siddha is the famous Saraha, a monk who is said to have been expelled from the monastery for drinking alcohol. He took a young woman of the arrow-making caste as his consort and learned to make arrows himself. He is commonly depicted holding an arrow. He is the author of some 24 works preserved in the Tibetan canon, the most famous of which are his songs, Doha, delivered to a king and queen and to their people. Although the songs selected below are, compared to others of the genre, relatively straightforward, they require far more commentary than can be provided here. They make mention of many of the most important themes of the genre. These include the recognition of the natural purity of the mind, the description of the ultimate reality as innate, sahaja, the goal of achieving great bliss, mahesukha, and the importance of the sexual partner in the path to that goal. Other songs employ coded language, referring to yogic practices in the vocabulary of the boat and of the chessboard. But much here is also apparently familiar, proclaiming, as in the ancient rhinoceros horn sutta, see chapter 28, that all fetters are made by the mind. Here, Ka compares the mind to a camel. When it is bound, it runs in all directions. When it is free, it is still. From Kastoko. If the word of the master enters the heart, it will appear like a treasure in the palm of one's hand. Saraha says, the world is shackled by falsehood. The fool does not look into his own nature. Without meditation, without going forth from the householder's life, one may live in one's own home in the company of one's wife. If one is not released while enjoying the pleasures of sense, Saraha says, what shall you call perfect knowledge? If it can be perceived directly, what is the use of meditation? If it is hidden, one will only fathom the dark abyss. Saraha cries out repeatedly, the nature of the innate sahaja is neither existence nor non-existence. That through which one dies, is reborn, and moves from one life to another, through that indeed one attains the supreme great bliss. Although Saraha speaks these profound and mysterious words, this feral world seems to lack all understanding. What is the use of meditating on that which exists apart from meditation? What is the use of explaining that about which one cannot speak? The whole world is shackled by the forms of existence, so that no one can penetrate his own nature. Not only the mantra or the tantra, meditation, or concentrated states of mind, rather, all of these, O fool, lead you astray. Do not sully with meditation a mind that is already pure. In a condition in which you are already happy, do not cause yourself so much torment. Eating, drinking, enjoying pleasures, bringing errands again and again to the wheel of the mala. With the practice of these dharmas one reaches the world beyond. The world of becoming is crushed under the feet of the master. Where neither mind nor wind roam, where neither sun nor moon enter, there, O fool, bring your mind to rest. This is the teaching imparted by Saraha. Make it be one, do not make it two. Make no distinctions between the vehicles. Paint all of the threefold world with the single color of great pleasure. In it there is no beginning, no middle, no end, no process of becoming and no nirvana. In this supreme great bliss there is no self or other. In front, behind, in the 10 directions, everything you see is reality. If you become free from error today, ask nothing more from others. There where the sense faculties dissolve, where the innate self-nature is shattered. There, my friend, is the body of the innate. Ask clearly of your venerable teacher. Where mind dies, where breath stops, there you will end the supreme great bliss. It is not found elsewhere, says Saraha. One does not know anything but himself. Oh, make no mistake about this. Existence and not existence are the bonds and the good path as well. O yogin, know your own mind exactly as it is like water mixed with water. Oh, why search in vain liberation through meditation? Why do you take on the net of illusion? Believe in the truth of the instruction of the best among the masters. This is the teaching imparted by Saraha. Look at the sky and at RST it seems clear, but the more you look at it the more your sight becomes blurred. In the same way Eeyore is useless, the fool does not realize that the problem is in his own mind. The eye of pride does not allow you to see reality. This is why, like a demon, you vilify all the vehicles. Everyone is led astray by meditation. No one looks into his true nature. One cannot see the ground of mind. In the innate, all three are false. My son, dwell where this arises and ceases. The one who meditates on this groundless reality will attain it through the instructions of his master. Saraha says, you must see that the variegated forms in the circle of existence are a form of mind. Words cannot grasp its true nature. It cannot be discerned by the eye, except with the aid of the master. It does not have an atom of impurity. Both dharma and what is not dharma are made pure and enjoyed. When one has puri at his mind, the master's good qualities enter the heart. Saraha has known all this in his mind, and sings paying no attention to tantra or mantra. One is shackled by karma. When one is free from karma, the mind is free. And he whose mind is free surely gains the supreme nirvana. Mind is the seed of everything, from which sprouts both existence and nirvana. Pay obeisance to it, for, like the wish-fulfilling gem, it gives you the fruit that you desire. If the mind is shackled, one is also shackled. When it is free, one is also free. There is no doubt about this, that which shackles the ignorant liberates the wise immediately. When bound it runs in all directions, but released it stays still. Consider the camel. My friend, to see the same paradox. Saraha. Karyajitai 22. People of the world on their own again and again construct existence and nirvana, creating non-existing shackles for themselves. We cannot understand the inconceivable, how birth, death, and existence come about. As birth is, so is death. Between the living and the dead there is no difference. If one is afraid of birth and death, then one should base his hope on the elixirs of immortality. Those who wander on this earth inhabited by moving and unmoving creatures, and those who wander in the heavens will not be free in any way from old age and death. Does karma arise from birth? Or is it birth that arises from karma? Saraha says, this dharma is beyond understanding. Karyajitai 38. The body is the boat, mind is the oar. Hold steady the rudder, that is your good teacher's instruction. Hold your mind motionless, while steadily steering the ship, O boatman. There is no other way to reach the other shore. The boatman tows the boat with a rope. Leave it behind. Otherwise you cannot approach the innate. This is a dangerous crossing, powerful pirates await. We are aided by the waves of existence. There is one that sails against the swift current by following the shore. Saraha says, he has reached the heavens. Karyajitai 39. Even in dreams, O my mind, you delight in ignorance by some inherent of yours. As the master's words blossom, how can you remain in this state? How wonderful. The heavens arise from age. You have taken a wife in Bengal, and consciousness has gone to the other shore. Oh, the illusion of existence is marvelous. It appears as both self and other. Indeed, the world, like a reaction on water, is an inherently empty self. Although you have ambrosia, you swallow poison. O mind, you are a self at the mercy of others. At home or across the sea, oh, what have you understood? I shall devour the evil ones. Saraha says, it is better to have an empty stable than a bad ox. Oh, alone after I have destroyed the world, I will roam freely. From Kastoka. The whole world is intertwined with body, speech, and mind. It is pervaded from afar. The secret is that the great bliss and nirvana are one and the same thing. One should not chant mantras nor carry out the rituals of the tantras when one takes one's own wife and makes love. Waiting for the wife to enter the house, how much can one enjoy the VE colors? Chanting and making Rio earrings, carrying out the mala consecration, in which practice do you dwell day after day? Without your constant love, O young maiden, how will he attain awakening in his own body? For one who awakens and understands that which is innate in this very instant, what good will the Vedas and the Puras do? He has broken open the whole expanse of the world of the senses. He makes the jewel of the mind immobile when he takes his own wife. Indeed he is the master Vajradhara. This I have said is the ultimate goal. Just like salt dissolves in water, in the same way dissolves the mind of him who takes his own wife. Each instant has the same taste, if he is always with her. From Kas. Karyas Karyajitai 7. The path is blocked by vowels and consonants. Seeing this Ka feels dejected. Where shall Ka go to dwell? The eld where the mind walked is now indifference. They are three. They are three and they are not dearent, says Ka, for whom existence has been cut at the root. The very same that came, are now gone. Ka feels dejected with this coming and going. O Ka, you must see that the city of the conquerors is near. Ka says, it has not entered my heart. Karyajitai 9. Shattered are the solid pillars of the word of thus. Cut are the many bonds. Ka frolics, drunk with wine. He has entered the lotus bed of the innate, he is at peace. As when a bull elephant lusts for the female elephant, the elephant of the mind in rut pursues suchness. Beings in the six destinies of rebirth are all inherently pure. In being and non-being. Not even a single hair is disturbed. Stealing the jewel of the Lord of the 10 powers, tame the elephant of knowledge. You will meet no hindrance in the 10 directions. Karyajitai 12. On the board of compassion play chess with the pawns of existence. With the words of the true master the pawns are defeated. With a double move you crush the king. Moving towards the castle, Oka, the city of the conquerors is near. First, the pawns are destroyed. Then, defeated by the elephant, VE pieces are thrown away. The minister keeps the king in check, rendered powerless, the pawns of existence are overcome. Ka says, I have the upper hand. I have moved through all 64 squares, and have gained possession of the board. Karyajitai 13. He takes the 3 refuges as a ship with 8 compartments. His own body is compassion, emptiness his consort. He crosses the ocean of existence, like a magical apparition or a dream. In the middle of an ocean current he perceives no waves. He takes the VE Tathagatas as his oars. Ka raises the body from a net of magical apparitions. Smell, touch, taste are just the way they are, like a dream without sleep. In the stern of emptiness, mind is the helmsman, with him at his side, Ka has gone to great bliss. Translated by Luis O. Gomez, from the Apabitra text ed. In M. Shahidullah, Les Chants Mystiques de Kaiti de Saraha, Paris. Adrien Maisonneuve, 1928, pages 87, 8,111, 16, 131-9, 229-32. 54. The ultimate couple. The state of enlightenment is often said to be beyond the conception of the unenlightened, and hence beyond expression in language. Yet there have been numerous attempts across the Buddhist world to describe enlightenment in words. Some of the most beautiful and evocative of those descriptions derive from the Nyingma, pronounced Nyingma, sect of Tibetan Buddhism. Buddhism entered Tibet in the 7th century, introduced, according to traditional histories, when the king of Tibet received a Chinese princess and a Nepalese princess in marriage, both of whom were Buddhists. This began a period of royal patronage of Buddhism, from both India and China, that continued into the early 9th century, when a new king suppressed the religion. According to traditional accounts, this king was assassinated by a Buddhist monk in 842. This marked the end of what Tibetan historians refer to as the earlier dissemination of Buddhism in Tibet, with the second dissemination beginning some 150 years later. During the RST period, a large number of tantric texts were translated from Sanskrit into Tibetan. And Tibetans began to compose their own tantras, works that contained elaborate ritual practices as well as sumptuous evocations of the nature of reality. The major sects of Tibetan Buddhism are divided according to this periodization. The ancient Nyingma sect considers the translations of tantras from the earlier period to be canonical, while the new Sarma sects favor new translations of the Indian tantras and consider many tantras of the ancient canon to be apocryphal. The text below derives from a work entitled The Great Tantra on the Lion's Perfected Display Energy, Central Rzog's Chenpoai. Rygyud. It is one of hundreds of tantras contained in the Rygyud of the Nyingma sect, a term that literally means 100,000 tantras, to suggest, hyperbolically, their large number. The passage here begins with a Buddha and his consort in sexual embrace. This image, called Yub-Yum, father-mother, in Tibetan, has long been an object of fascination in the West, with some seeing it as a sign of debauchery and others as a symbol of the union of opposites. It is clear that sexual yoga was an important element of tantric practice in both India and Tibet. It is also clear that this union was a source of rich symbolism, as this passage illustrates. Both the Buddha and his consort speak from the perspective of enlightenment, more specifically, from the state of primordial awareness in which the various distinctions of the conceptual world, including the categories of the Buddhist path, are shown to be illusory. As the consort, named All Good Female, declares, in a single instance of awareness, Sasra and Nirvana are complete. Then awareness All Good Male and Mother All Good Female sat, conjoined, non-dually. Then the Buddha of the class All-Aware Dharma Lord made this request, saying, O thus gone All Good Father, please speak about method and intelligence, expressing the truth of non-dual reality. Then the teacher of reality applied the non-dual truth of Father, Mother in union, and proclaimed to all the Buddhas, indeed, Buddha of the class listen. The understanding of the non-duality of object and mind, or the non-duality of Eld and awareness, abides in the same manner as the non-duality of Father-Mother in union. In the palace of wide open reality there gathers non-conceptual, manifested primordial gnosis. The outer phenomenon is appearance, and the inner phenomenon grasps at it. It is explained. I, unchanging all good male, shall explain the view about the self, appearing of reality. Once I explain it, conceptualizing doubts will be cut off. In the ground of all, apart from habitual traces, awareness manifests without grasping objecti cation. The secret mantra, practice of settling into awareness, is the epitome of view, meditation and behavior. If, within the intelligence that manifests, inside and out, there is no move into mental conceptualizing, this is considered the secret view of secret mantra. The abode of meditative absorption, apart from grasping objecti cation, is in the dharma body of Lion the Triumphant. An intelligence of great equanimity manifests in a view without marks. A lamp that neither illuminates nor obscures manifests in the sky, apart from bifurcated mind. In self-appearance, its seal unbroken. Things manifest spontaneously, complete from the beginning. A point sphere of ended habit traces manifests in the wide open eld of reality that has no narrowness. Self-appearing pure apparitional. Forms manifest in the in-night truth that is unchanging. 5 unmade. Lights manifest in self-produced, non-conceptual emptiness. Since the self-produced has no cause or condition, there is no need to perform constructed dharma practice. Since the dharma body is apart from pleasure and pain, I do not get obscured by hot and cold hells. Since secret mantra is apart from words from the beginning, I do not get obscured with words and letters. Since the eld of reality has had no meditation since the beginning, you won't envy me by doing meditation. Since the self-produced is unfabricated from the beginning, I do not get obscured with doing practice. Since the dharma body is free from views from the beginning, you won't see me by looking with the view. Since birthlessness has no transgression, you won't reach Buddhahood by keeping commitments. Since mala is self-abiding from the beginning, you won't see gods by drawing malas. Since gesture does not change and is complete from the beginning, e-word gestures will dissipate power. Since the core is self-abiding from the beginning, chanting core mantras will rot the seed. Since the palace has been completed from the beginning, visualizing a palace will destroy its self-appearing. Since compassion's light rays are self-shining, meditating on the attributes of a Buddha dissipates its self-truth. Since the assemblage of deities have been self-abiding from the beginning, unborn and spontaneously complete, you don't need to perform the creation stage or the invitation. The assemblage of deities are amused by e-wordful worship and o-earrings. Since the dharma body is free and non-grasping, you won't envy truth by meditating on marks. Since I am a precious jewel, my qualities transcend the extremes of have not. Then that all good female Puri at appearing objects with her awareness and her self-appearance said this. Indeed, Buddha of the class, listen. I, self-appearing all good female, manifest the fruit of the secret mantra path within the primordial gnosis of great equanimity. I, unchanging all good female, display appearance self-manifested as the dharma body. I, inexpressible all good female, display awareness apart from the extremes of conceptualization. In the all-displaying heart of primordial gnosis there is neither a made nor a making, lacking any actually appearing object, where would there be either manifested or obscured appearance. In a single instance of awareness, Sasra and Nirvana are complete. Non-grasping self-appearances, apart from being a phenomenon. Reality, which is apart from thinking, has nothing substantial. The Buddha, being self-radiant from the beginning, is apart from the eye of the 4 elements. Since my, all good females, mind, is the dharma body whose way of being never ceases in primordial gnosis and the archaic body, there is nothing to contemplate but contemplation itself. One sees oneself, self-body manifest. In the wide open expanse of the vagina of all good female, the VE elements are gathered but not grasped. They appear as objects of the intelligence that lacks grasping attachment. I, all good female, unfabricated and self-manifest in the all good female eld, where variety never stops, manifest as unmade all good female. This reality of self-appearing all good female, in the unchanging, unfabricated radiant space of the sky, unproduced awareness is liberated in its own place. The reality of all good female, the expanse of her vagina, is liberated as the unsurpassable Buddha-land of all good female. Apart from hope and fear, I cavort in the space of reality that comes from the Buddha primordial gnosis all good mala. I, all good female, apart from grasping conceptualization, manifest all at once. In the self-appearing unfabricated sky, by virtue of a meditative absorption that does not spread and gather in light rays, adamantine all good female realizes perfectly. For all Buddhas and sentient beings, the precious rosary of all good female stays unchanging within its own face. Since Buddha all good female seeks embodiment from within the eld, body is apart from all Conceptualized extremes. Embodiment is achieved by virtue of body. Radiation. The understanding of all Buddhas is this, unchanging all good. Female emits a distillation from the circle of her heart, and reality. All good female appears as an object. Completely pure all good. Male engages with the object and cavorts in the space of primordial. Gnosis all good female. Awareness enters the eld of all good. Female. Father mother in union, lacking permanence or nihility. Appear purely. Self-appearance all good female seal is unbroken. Realization. All good female gathers into one. Element all good female appears. As self. Intelligence all good male displays as self-appearance. Space. Field all good female does not move, while equanimity all good male has no conceptualization. Collected all good male circles in. 1. Hero all good male settles on the truth. Intelligence all good female gathers in the variety. Precious method all good male appears as awareness. Brilliance all good female has no grasping. Triumphant all good male shines all at once. No grasping all good female stays in own place. Point sphere all good male is empty by essence. Source of phenomena all good female does not act. No. Conceptualization all good male has no distraction. Covered. Truth all good female is the actual seed. Ultimate truth all good male displays any sort of magical emanation. Beautiful. Ornamentation all good female appears as an object. Field. Awareness all good male is the actual dharma body. Way of being. All good female never ceases. Essence all good male has no changing. Compassion all good female appears as whatever. Teacher all good male controls emotional obfuscation. Empty all good male is apart from designation. Manifestation all good female is apart from identication. Father mother in union, both of them, are the all good expanse of awareness. All good female, who shows darkness to be appearance, decisively cuts the cord of the mind of action acting. She doesn't stay in the object of grasping but rather shines forth as self-appearance with ease. With no desire she cuts straight through appearance. Since all good female is the lamp itself, you don't have to search for self-appearing all good female anywhere else. In all good father mother in union, for whom theory and analysis are not to, the fruit, the blissful point sphere, spreads in 10 directions. With no object of activity, there is no grasping. Conceptualizing about manifestation. There is no externally produced, while the internally produced is spontaneous. It is neither, and only the particular meaning is engaged. Not made, it is produced spontaneously. Father all good male is primordial gnosis, displayed as whatever. Mother all good female collects everything into the state. Lacking a marked name, it is the body of all good mind. Lacking grasping mind, self-appearance skillfully cuts through. Unborn realization appears as its own object. I, non-conceptualizing dharma body all good male, look yonder. At the object that is reality, awareness manifested, and thereby see awareness within, apart from the variety. By looking yonder at the many objects that are self-awareness, I the great non-conceptualizing dharma body within. The primordial gnosis of the Buddhas has no partiality from the beginning. Play in the vast primordial gnosis of the enjoyment body. This is the spontaneity that has no action or acting. Realization self-appearing is reality, the Lord of all. It is a reality, which is like a sky which was polluted but is now unpolluted. It is like a crystal ball which was impure but was washed and is now clear. This is the dharma body's non-conceptualizing self-awakened meditation. When you realize the own truth that has no perceivable objects, it will be the great meditative concentration which has neither coming together nor parting. That is the teaching of the great fruit of self-appearance. From the 4th chapter of the Great Tantra of the Lions Perfected. Display energy, displaying the understanding of the two lions in union. Translated by Janet Gatso from the 4th chapter of the Great Tantra on the Lions Perfected Display Energy, Central Chen. Poa Yud, in the Arni Maharjite Bum, volumes 54-63 of the Tibetan Tripitaka, Taipei edition, Taipei, SMC Publishing Incorporated, 1991, volume 56. Pages 197-219. This selection from chapter 4 is drawn from folios 593-602, pages 202-3. 55. Buddhahood in this lifetime. The various texts and ritual techniques encompassed by the term Buddhist Tantra became established in East Asia, China, Korea and Japan, from the 8th century. The various claims of supernormal power and the images of sovereignty that commonly occur in tantric texts RST created great interest in the courts of East Asian kings. But it was the sublime speech of the mantra, the sublime form of the mala, and the sublime mental states of divine possession that are central to tantric practice that were to gain wide unions in the Buddhist traditions of East Asia. The most important gur in the dissemination of Buddhist Tantra in Japan was Kyukai, 774-835. It is important to note, however, that Kyukai and his Chinese teachers did not refer to their tradition with the term Tantra, but rather as esoteric Buddhism, Mikya. Kyukai was not the RST exponent of esoteric Buddhism in Japan, but he was certainly the most famous. Born into an aristocratic family, he was selected by the Japanese court to go to China for an extended period of study. He sailed for China in 804 and proceeded to the Tang capital, where he met the esoteric master Huiguo, from whom he received a series of initiations. Kyukai returned to Japan after 30 months in China, carrying with him a collection of texts and ritual objects. He eventually received the permission of the emperor to establish a new sect, which he called Shinjin, true word, on Mount Koya. After an active career as one of the most important cultural gurs of his age, he is reverentially referred to as Kobo Daishi, great teacher who spread the Dharma. He entered Samadhi on Mount Koya in 835. Although memorial services were performed each week for 7 weeks after his death, no funeral was performed. Kyukai appeared to be alive, and his hair and beard continued to grow. He was sealed inside a mausoleum, where priests continue to change his clothes. His followers believe that he is not dead, but in a state of deep meditation, from which he will rise when the next Buddha, Maitreya, appears. Kyukai was the author of a number of influential treatises in which he set out the theory and practice of esoteric Buddhism. Like other East Asian masters, he regarded esoteric Buddhism as the fulfillment of the Mahayana, owing a special path to the most highly qualified disciples. He set forth a 10-stage hierarchy of disciples, beginning with the goat, like and ending with the proper disciples of Shinjin. He also clearly distinguished between the exoteric teachings and the esoteric teachings. The exoteric required lifetimes of practice on the Bodhisattva path, while the esoteric teachings provided the means for achieving Buddhahood in this lifetime. In the exoteric teachings, the true nature of enlightenment could not be expressed because it was beyond ordinary language. However, the esoteric teachings had their own language, the true words. of mantras which could express the ultimate reality. These teachings were also received from Adhyarent Buddha. One of Kyokai's innovations appears to be his reinterpretation of the term Dharmakaya. As we have seen, Indian Mahayana texts had described three bodies of the Buddha. The Nirmakaya or emanation body was the form of a Buddha that appears in the world. The Sabhagakya or enjoyment body was the form of a Buddha that appears in Pure Lands. The Dharmakaya, literally body of qualities, was not a physical body but a corpus of transcendent qualities shared by all Buddhas. In some texts, it is represented as a cosmic principle. Kyokai claimed that whereas the exoteric teachings had been preached by the Nirmakaya Sakyamuni, the esoteric teachings had been preached by the Dharmakaya, which he identified as Mahabharata, as a direct and unmediated expression of his enlightenment. Esoteric practice is designed to unite the disciple with the Dharmakaya through the transformation of body, through mudra or gesture, speech, through mantra, and mind, through samadhi. The selection below is taken from a work entitled Transforming One's Body into the Realm of Enlightenment, Sakushinyabutsuji. Although the exact date of composition is unknown, many scholars believe that this work was written in the NAL years of the reign of Emperor Saga, R 809 to 823, when Kyokai, having gained the acceptance of his innovative teaching by the Buddhist establishment of his day, began his work of initiating many eminent priests into the esoteric Buddhist discipline. In 822, for example, Kyokai's alliance with Toteiji, the largest temple complex in the ancient capital, Nara, enabled him to build in that temple Kenyoto, Abhaika Hall, the RST Japanese Buddhist structure erected exclusively for performing esoteric Buddhist rituals and ceremonies. In his earlier writings, Kyokai worked to demonstrate the utility of studying esoteric Buddhism for deeper understanding of the exoteric schools. In contrast, his focus in transforming one's body is to provide the theoretical underpinning to his claim that all sentient beings are endowed with the psychosomatic qualities that enable them to transform their bodies into the bodies of Buddhas. Thus, through the mastery of the esoteric meditative ritual system, practitioners are empowered to convert instantaneously their body-mind into the realm of enlightenment. It appears therefore that the work is aimed at those advanced scholar monks who rapidly formed themselves into the RST generation of Japanese esoteric Buddhist initiates. According to the Shingon tradition, transforming one's body was written in conjunction with shoji jisaji, voice, letter, reality, and anjaiki, on the Sanskrit letter H. Transforming one's body, together with these two works, was thus prepared as part of the trilogy on body, speech, and mind that represents the core of Kyokai's philosophy. I have awakened myself to the originally non-arising, leaped far beyond the path of languages, and attained deliverance from all swearing, extricating myself from the chain of causes and conditions. I have understood the emptiness that is just like empty space. The body as the six great elements, the four malas, and the world. This is a verse uttered by Mahabharata Tathagata in the Mahabharata Sutra, the text that gives as one of the Tathagatas seed mantras, a 6 Rah-Kam. The letter corresponds to the originally non-arising in the verse, which is none other than earth, the RST of the six great elements. The letter Va, the Sanskrit character that has to be written RST to yield the Sanskrit character 6 indicates leaping far beyond the path of languages. The function of element water, purity and freedom from swearing is the work of the letter Ra, Re, and not to be captured by karmic causation is the letter Ha, the character that serves as the basis for drawing the letter H, wind. Just like empty space is the letter Ka, space. Finally, I have awakened his consciousness, the sixth element. In another verse Lord Mahabharata proclaims, taking forms analogous to living beings, I skillfully manifest the Dharmanes of all phenomenal existence. Thus established, one after another, are all the world-saving Buddhas, Sravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, heroic Bodhisattvas, all human teachers, then nally the worlds of all sentient and non-sentient beings. What sort of picture does this verse attempt to present? It demonstrates how the six great elements which are the constituents of Mahabharata's body give rise to the four forms of the Dharmakayas malas of worldly appearance, symbols, words and actions, and the three kinds of world of enlightened beings, living beings and material existence. What is called all phenomenal existence in the verse sign es mind, Dharmanes points to forms. That is to say, all phenomenal existence concerns names, commonly shared by diverse things, while Dharmanes indicates differences among things. Therefore the verse says, thus, established, one after another / are all the world-saving Buddhas, Sravakas / Pratyeka Buddhas, heroic Bodhisattvas / all human teachers, then nally the world / of all sentient and non-sentient beings. All phenomenal things means the mala of words, Dharmanes, the malas made of the Dharmakaya symbolic bodies. The beings listed as Buddhas, Sravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, teachers, and sentient beings are the bodies making up the malas of worldly appearance. The world of non-sentient beings provides the ground on which the lives of these beings unfold. The world of non-sentient beings is a general term to refer to the mala made of symbols. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas in the verse correspond to the world of enlightened beings, the sentient beings, the world of living beings, and non-sentient beings, the world of material existence. The one that skillfully manifests these beings of the verse is none other than the six great elements, and those manifested are those analogous to living beings. Namely, they are the four forms of the Dharmakaya and the three kinds of world. In the same scripture, it is also stated by Mahabharata, O Lord of secrecy Vajrasava, there is a method of building malas with all sorts of divinities rightly distributed and positioned, complete with their seed mantras and attributes. Listen clearly, now I explain this to you. He then expounded the following verse, practitioner of mantra, by means of your visualizing exercise place circular altars in your body / generate the great Vajra disc in the area between your feet and navel / then between navel and chest visualize the water disc / above the water disc is the Re disc, and on top of it locate the wind disc. The Vajra disc is formed of the letter A, which is the earth. As for the meaning of the discs of water, Re, and wind, the line already clearly expresses it. The circular altars indicate emptiness. Practitioner of mantra means consciousness, the sixth element. The divinities described in the prose are the Dharmakayas bodies in their worldly manifestations. Their seed mantras are the Dharmakayas bodies made of words, and their attributes, its bodies made of symbols. The Dharmakayas bodies made of action are already ingrained in these three bodies: body, language, and non-duality. According to the exoteric teaching, the four great elements earth, water, Re, and wind are non-sentient existence. However, according to the esoteric teaching, they are none other than Tathagata symbolic bodies. The four great elements do not exist separately from mind, the sixth element. Although mind is distinguished from form, they share the same nature. Form is mind. Mind is forms. They interfuse with one another without difficulty. Therefore, knowing is the objects of knowledge, and the objects knowing. Knowing is reality, reality knowing. Although there seems to be a distinction between creating and the created, they freely intertwine. Because ultimately all things transcend the division between creating and the created, how is it possible for naturally existing reality to be created? All names such as creating and the created are the secret names of esoteric Buddhist divinities. Do not indulge yourself in all sorts of sophistry by attaching yourself to conventional and shallow usage of these terms. All things, consisting of the four great elements, invariably make up Tathagata's bodies, the bodies made up of the six great elements, the essentials of the universe of the Dharma. These bodies constantly interpenetrate with one another, yet grounded RMLY in reality, they remain eternally unchanged, making your body enlightened, a speedy process. It is said in another scripture, each letter of Mahabharata, Buddhist three-letter mantra Obokam is boundless. When you empower your heart by concentrating there the power of this mantra and the mudra attached to it, the mirror wisdom is formed there in your heart, and you will obtain the adamantine vajra body, which is Bodhisattva. When you empower your forehead in the same manner, the wisdom of equality is formed there, and you will obtain the body adorned by all sorts of fortune, the body of a Bodhisattva designated to be the crown prince of Dharma. When you empower your mouth, the wisdom of subtle observation is formed there, and you will obtain the body of the Buddha's wisdom, the body capable of turning the will of Dharma. When you empower the crown of your head, the wisdom of action is formed there, and you will obtain the body of Buddha's miraculous transformation that conquers those evil beings hardest to conquer. Finally, when you empower yourself by means of these mudra and mantra, you will obtain Mahabharata, the Buddha's body as boundless as the entire universe and as empty space, the body which is none other than the wisdom of the essential nature of the universe. According to another scripture, when you immerse yourself in the meditation on the Dharmakaya reality, each and every karmic relation becomes equal to all other karmic relations, and each and every form is equal to all other forms. Just like a space within empty space, they become indistinguishable from each other. When you concentrate yourself in this meditation and practice it incessantly, you will directly enter the RST stage of enlightenment in this very life, and instantly accumulate within yourself merit and wisdom that can normally be collected by a bodhisattva only at the end of his or her countless transmigratory lives across an immeasurably extensive eon. Because multitudes of Tathagatas will shower you with their empowering blessings, you will pass through the NAL stages of bodhisattva's enlightenment and attain transcendental wisdom. Now you will see no difference between yourself and others, because both you and others equally are bodies of Dharmakaya. With unconditioned great compassion you will accomplish great works of Buddhas by providing bhakti to countless living beings. In yet another scripture, it is said, ground your practice on ritual meditation on the innately awakened wisdom expounded by Vairocana Buddha, a self-transformation of the Dharmakaya. Base your knowledge on the wisdom embodied in Vajrayasatva, the great, universally good, another self-transformation of the Dharmakaya. Then, in this life of yours, you will be able to meet a Mala master and have him guide you into the Mala, the realm of enlightenment. Having completed the rite of upholding the esoteric precepts, you will dwell in the samadhi of the Bodhisattva, Samantapetra, the universally good. Then draw Vajrayasatva into your body, the body that is also Samantapetra's body. Because of the miraculous power of the Buddha's blessings protecting you, in an instant you will acquire countless methods of practicing meditation and chanting dra. With a power beyond measure, you will even be able to transfer the karmic seed of cell-sh attachment planted deep in the minds of your disciples. By that time, you will have accumulated in your body merit and wisdom that can normally be collected by a bodhisattva only at the end of his or her countless transmigratory lives across an immeasurably extensive eon. This will mark your rebirth in the family of Buddhas. You will become one who is born from the mind of all Tathagatas, born from Buddha's mouths, born from Buddha's Dharma, born from the teaching of the Dharma. You will become the one who inherits the wealth of Dharma, which is none other than the teaching of manifesting your enlightened mind by means of practice of the three mysteries: body, speech, mind, mudra, mantra, and mala. This line explains the merit you will acquire from your master's ritual empowerment when you receive for the RST time the precepts of the enlightened mind from the master. As soon as you take even a glimpse of the mala, you will instantly generate pure faith, because you will gaze at the divinities in the malas with a mind LLED with joy. You will plant the seed of Vajradeta, the enlightened realm inhabited by Vajra holding divinities in the Alaya, the deepest region of your consciousness. This line describes the merit you will acquire when you observe for the RST time the divinities in the mala, an assembly vast as an ocean. You will then receive Abhika initiation into esoteric teaching, and be given a name as a Vajra holder, i.e., practitioner of esoteric teaching. From this moment on, you will acquire a vast, profound knowledge of esoteric practices that will enable you to leap over the two paths of Hinayana practitioners and the 10 stages of Bodhisattva practice. You incessantly ponder and train yourself in the teaching gate of great Vajrasattva's V-fold secret yoga, the meditative knowledge that transforms the four principal forms of delusion, desire, attachment, love, and great Ikatayan, into four female Bodhisattvas personifying, respectively, aspiration, commitment, compassion, and bliss in beneating beings, the four paths by means of which Vajrasattva's pure enlightened mind engages in its saving activities. As a result, you will free yourself from attachment to the emptiness of both subject and object, reach the RST stage of enlightenment in this life, and continue your spiritual ascent. Having mastered the V-fold secret, you will be neither tainted by nor attached to the dualistic division between Sasra and Nirva. Dividing your body into the bodies of 10 billion beings, you playfully and skillfully enter into the VE transmigratory realms of hell dwellers, hungry ghosts, animals, demons, and humans, to Baniti diverse living beings. With the act of helping them attain enlightenment, you will give yourself proof that you have already reached the spiritual state attained by Vajrasattva. This section explains the inconceivable merit accrued from practicing the rituals prescribed in esoteric Buddhist scriptures and ritual manuals. It is also said elsewhere, with the Vajra of the three mysteries serving as your karmic seed for growth, you will obtain the fruit of enlightenment, namely, the three bodies of Vairocana Buddha, Dharmakaya, Sabhagakya, and Nirmakya. All these scriptures describe the ritual practices of the samadhi that enable you to attain enlightenment with miraculous, inconceivable speed. Therefore, if you resolutely dedicate yourself to practice regularly, day and night, your body will soon be endowed with the VE miraculous powers: universal vision, universal hearing, omnipresence, knowledge of one's own past and future karma and the knowledge of reading the minds of others. Continue your practice, and then without abandoning this body of yours, you will enter the ranks of Buddhas. Translated by Raiwuji from Kabade Shizenju, Volume 1, ed. Hayes. Hashu, Kyoto, Rokide Shinpisha, 1909-1911, 1966, p. 506. 56. The practice of no thought. Buddhist theories of enlightenment might be seen as falling into two categories, a Purikatine model and a recognition model. In the RST, the path is seen as a process of removing the lomas from the mind in order to arrive at the purity of enlightenment. In the second, enlightenment is a natural and inherent quality of the mind. The path is the actualization of this enlightenment through the simple recognition of this natural purity. These two models are not necessarily antithetical, and numerous variations and combinations of the two may be found among the Buddhist traditions. The most famous articulation of the models, see Chapter 39 and 41, have been in terms of gradual enlightenment, which would typically follow the Purikatine model, and sudden enlightenment, which would typically follow the recognition model. The tradition most closely associated with the doctrine of sudden enlightenment and the recognition model is the Chan school of China, which became the Zen school in Japan, and one of the most famous advocates of sudden enlightenment was the monk Shenhui, 684-758. Shenhui was probably a disciple of the great master Shenhui, 606-758, but came to denounce him, referring to him and his followers as the northern school, and to his teaching as one of gradual enlightenment. Against this, Shenhui praised the teachings of Huineng, 638-713, whom he proclaimed as the true sixth patriarch of the Chan school. Shenzhou was a favorite of Empress Wu, and Shenhui's denunciations may have been the reason that he was banished. But he was recalled to the capital a few years later, employed by the government to recruit men to the Sangha by selling ordination certificates, thereby imperial co-ers depleted by the need to suppress a rebellion. Shenhui was a famous orator, and the selection below is regarded as the record of one of his sermons. His purpose is to have his audience create bodhicitta, a term that literally means mind of enlightenment, and is classically understood to be the aspiration to achieve Buddhahood. For the sake of others, that marks the beginning of the Bodhisattva's path. He begins by telling his audience that they are going to hear something they have never heard before. After leading a prayer to the Buddhas and a confession of sins, he turns to the three trainings, called the three learnings below, of morality, concentration, and wisdom. Denying each in negative terms, the non-activation of the false mind is morality, the absence of the false mind is concentration, and the knowledge of the mind's absence of falsity is wisdom. Such restraint should be extended even to the traditional goals of practice. One should not be attached to enlightenment, to nirvana, to emptiness. He next criticizes traditional meditation practice in which the mind is made to abide on an object. In fact, the mind does not abide anywhere, and this absence of abiding is true concentration. To understand that the mind does not abide anywhere is true wisdom. Concentration and wisdom are thus in fact the same. If this concentration and wisdom are naturally present in the mind, then not to activate that mind is to be enlightened. For a sentient being to contemplate non-thought is the wisdom of a Buddha. In this sense, bodhicitta, the mind of enlightenment, traditionally said to mark the beginning of the path to Buddhahood, is identical with bodhi, the end of the path. This is the special teaching that Shenhui wishes to impart, but not without closing with some disparaging statements about other teachers of Chan. His condemnation of expedient means is a reference to the northern school. A platform sermon by Shenhui the Reverend of Nanyang, on directly comprehending the Buddha nature according to the Chan doctrine of sudden teaching and emancipation. The unsurpassable dharma of enlightenment, the Buddhas have profoundly lamented, is inconceivable. Friends, you have all been able to come here so that you can all generate the unsurpassable bodhicitta. It is extremely difficult to encounter the Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and true spiritual compatriots. Today you are going to hear something you've never heard before. In the past you never encountered it, but today you have. Friends, in the mouths of ordinary persons there are immeasurable bad words, and in their minds there are immeasurable bad thoughts, so that they are forever lost in sastra, and do not achieve emancipation. You must each and every one of you generate bodhicitta. Let us all reverence the Buddha so as to repent your past transgressions. We reverence all the Buddhas of the entire past. We reverence all the Buddhas of the entire future. We reverence all the Buddhas of the entire present. We reverence the treasury of sutras of the honored dharma of the perfection of wisdom. We reverence the great bodhisattvas and all the sagely monks. You should each repent in full sincerity, so as to purify your three types of action. In complete sincerity, we now repent any of the four major transgressions committed with body, speech, or mind during past, present, or future, and wish that such transgressions be eliminated, never to arise again. In complete sincerity, we now repent any of the VE contrary transgressions. In complete sincerity, we now repent any of the 7 contrary transgressions. In complete sincerity, we now repent any of the 10 wrong transgressions. In complete sincerity, we now repent any of the serious transgressions. In complete sincerity, we now repent any of all transgressions. Now, friends, now that you have been able to come to this place of enlightenment, you can each and every one generate the unsurpassable bodhicitta and seek the unsurpassable dharma of Bodhi. If you are going to seek the unsurpassable Bodhi, you must have faith in the words of the Buddha and depend on the Buddha's teachings. All the Buddhas of the past have preached as follows: to not perform wrong actions is morality, to undertake good actions is wisdom, and to purify one's intentions is concentration. Friends, only when the equivalents of the three learnings are included can it be said to be the teachings of the Buddhas. What is the equivalence of the three learnings? These are morality, concentration, and wisdom. The non-activation of the false mind is morality, the absence of the false mind is concentration, and the knowledge of the mind's absence of falsity is wisdom. This is called the equivalence of the three learnings. You must each maintain mental and physical abstinence. If you do not maintain this abstinence, you will ultimately never be able to generate all the good dharmas. If you are going to seek the unsurpassable Bodhi, you must maintain this abstinence, only after doing which will you gain entry into Bodhi. If you do not maintain this abstinence, you won't even be able to get the body of a mangy fox in your next life, so how could you possibly acquire the meritorious dharmaka of a Tathagata? Friends, the dharma that you should become inspired to study today corresponds to the perfection of wisdom. It goes beyond that of the Saravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas and is identical to the prediction conferred by Sakyamuni on Maitreya, without any dearance. Since you have already come to this ordination platform to study the perfection of wisdom, I want each and every one of you to generate the unsurpassable bodhicitta both mentally and orally and become enlightened to the cardinal meaning of the middle way in this very place. If you seek emancipation, you should transcend body, mind and consciousness, the BE dharmas, the three self-natures, the eight consciousnesses and the two cell-essnesses, and you should transcend the views of interior and exterior. The 6 generations of patriarchs have transmitted the mind with the mind because of the transcendence of words. The transmission from before has been like this. Friends, you should all take care to listen carefully as I explain. The pure inherent mind. When you hear an explanation of Bodhi, don't create the intention to grasp Bodhi. When you hear an explanation of Nirvana, don't create the intention to grasp Nirvana. When you hear an explanation of purity, don't create the intention to grasp purity. When you hear an explanation of emptiness, don't create the intention to grasp emptiness. When you hear an explanation of concentration, don't create the intention to grasp concentration. To have your mind function like this is quietistic. Nirvana. You should not freeze your mind and make the mind abide. You should also not use the mind to directly observe the mind. You will fall into an abiding of direct observation, which is useless. You should not lower the eyes in front. You will fall into a visual abiding, which is useless. You should not create the intention to concentrate the mind, and you should not look afar and look near. These are all useless. The sutra says, non-contemplation is Bodhi. Since it is without remembering, this is a mind that is empty and serene in its self-nature. Question, are there affirmative and negative in the mind? Answer, no. Question, is there abiding in the mind, or coming and going in the mind? Answer, no. Question, are there blue, yellow, red, and white in the mind? Answer, no. Question, does the mind have a place of abiding? Answer, the mind is without any place of abiding. His Reverence said, the mind is not abiding. Do you understand? The mind's not abiding? Answer, we understand. Question, do you understand it or not? Answer, we understand. I have now inferred from not abiding to posit knowing. How is this? Not abiding is quiescence, and the essence of quiescence is called concentration. The natural wisdom that occurs on the basis of this essence, whereby one can know the inherently quiescent essence, is called sagacity. This is the equivalence of concentration and wisdom. The sutra says, activate illumination on the basis of serenity, and the meaning here is the same. The not-abiding mind does not transcend knowing, and knowing does not transcend non-abiding. If one knows the mind's not abiding, there is nothing else to be known. The Lotus Sutra says, identical to the knowing of the Tathagata, great and profound. The mind is without limit and is identical to the Buddha in its greatness. The Diamond Sutra says, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva should thus generate a pure mind, not abiding in forms does he generate the mind, not abiding in sounds, fragrances, tastes, tangibles, or dharmas does he generate the mind. Without any abiding does he generate that mind. I now infer that without any abiding is your not abiding minds. Does he generate the mind, is to know the mind's not abiding. The original essence is empty and serene. To activate knowing on the basis of this empty and serene essence and to well discriminate the blue, yellow, red, and white of this world is wisdom. To not activate the mind in consequence of this discrimination is concentration. Thus if one freezes the mind to enter concentration, one will fall into a blank emptiness. To activate the mind to discriminate all the conditioned realities of this world after arising from concentration, and to call this wisdom. In the sutras this is called the false mind. This is to be without concentration during wisdom and to be without wisdom during concentration. If one's understanding is like this, one will never transcend the actions. To freeze the mind to enter concentration, to X the mind to view purity, to activate the mind to illuminate the external, and to concentrate the mind to realize the internal, this is not an emancipated mind, but rather a mind that is bound to the Dharma. Don't do this. The Nirvana Sutra says, the Buddha told the Bodhisattva brilliance of Lazuli, good youth, you should not enter the concentration of profound emptiness. Why? Because it renders the great congregation of ordinary followers dull. This is because, if you enter concentration, you will not know all the perfections of wisdom. Just know yourself that the inherent essence is quiescent, empty, and without attributes. It is without abiding or attachment and equivalent to space, with nowhere it does not pervade. This is the body of suchness of the Buddhas. Suchness is the essence of non-thought. Because of this idea, I posit non-thought as my doctrine. If you see non-thought, you will be permanently empty and serene, even though you are possessed of perceptive functions. This is for the 3 learnings of morality, concentration, and wisdom to be simultaneously equivalent, and to be possessed of all the 10,000 practices. This is to be equivalent to the knowing and seeing of a Tathagata, great and profound. You should all apply yourselves totally to bring yourselves to attain the emancipation of sudden enlightenment. This is a combined cultivation of concentration and wisdom, the two of which cannot be separated. Concentration does not der from wisdom, and wisdom does not der from concentration, just as a lamp and its light cannot be separated. When we consider the lamp, it is seen to be the essence of the light. When we consider the light, it is seen to be the function of the lamp. Thus when we consider the light, it does not der from the lamp. When we consider the lamp, it does not der from the light. Concentration and wisdom are the same. This constitutes the combined cultivation of concentration and wisdom, the two of which cannot be separated. Friends, there is a Buddha nature within your body which you have not been able to see completely. Just to not intentionalize, for the mind to be without activation, this is true non-thought. Ultimately, seeing is not separate from knowing, and knowing is not separate from seeing. Audiobook says in The Awakening of Faith, for a sentient being to contemplate non-thought is the wisdom of a Buddha. Just point at the Buddha mind, the mind is Buddha. Although Bodhisattva and the ultimate realization are no derived of these two states of mind, it is difficult to say which is more important. With oneself still unsaved, to RST save others. Thus do we reverence the initial achievement of Bodhisattva. By this initial Bodhisattva one becomes a teacher of humans and gods, superior to the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. With such a Bodhisattva, one transcends the triple realm. Hence, this is called the most unsurpassable. When other masters are asked about this teaching, they do not explain it, but keep it secret. I am completely derived, whether to many persons or few, I always explain it to everyone. If you receive the teachings of Chan from some teacher, you should strive to understand yourselves what you are taught, so that you penetrate its spirit. If you penetrate the spirit of it, then there will be no doctrine in all the sutras and sastras that you do not understand. Friends, if you wish to study the perfection of wisdom, you should read widely in the Mahayana scriptures. But those who teach Chan without admitting of sudden enlightenment, but who teach that enlightenment is only possible through the use of expedient means. This is the mistaken view of the very lowest category of sentient being. Just as a bright mirror can be used to reset one's face, the Mahayana sutras can be used to rectify the mind. This sudden teaching depends entirely on the teaching of the Tathagata, and your practice of it must not be mistaken. Strive diligently. If there are any with doubts, come and ask me about them. Go well. Translated by John McCrae from Hushi, Shenhui Hashan Yuji, Fuhu. Xian Shenzhu Hao de Yanjiu. Taipei, Hushi Jinyangguan, 1968, pp. 225-52 and Suzuki Deisesu, Zenchu, Vols 2-3 and Separate Volume 4, Tokyo, Iwanami Shoten, 1968, Volume 3, pages 290-317. 57. Finding enlightenment in the final age. As noted in chapter 42, many monks in East Asia came to believe that they were living in a degenerate age, the Nal age of the Dharma, a time so far removed from the time of the Buddha that the traditional path was no longer possible. Special modes of salvation were necessary. The Japanese monk Nichiren, 1222-1282, emerged from the Inyenjil Tende, Chinese, Tiantai, school and shared its reverence for the Lotus Sutra as Sakyamuni Buddha's Nal and supreme teaching. Nichiren is known for his message of exclusive devotion to the Sutra as the only vehicle of salvation in the age of the Nal Dharma and for his conviction that faith in the Lotus Sutra can transform this world into the Buddha's Pure Land. Nichiren had both religious and government authority and exhibited great fortitude in the face of the persecutions resulting from his exclusivist truth claim and his harsh criticisms of other forms of Buddhism. The Kenjin Hansen Sho, excerpts from which are translated here, was written in 1273 amid the privations of his exile to Sado Island. It is often considered his most important work, and about 80 commentaries have been written on it. Its full title is Nurimetsugo Gogo Hyakusaishi Kenjin Hansen Sho, the contemplation of the mind and the object of worship RST, revealed in the FTH of the VE 500-year periods following the Nirvana of the Tathagata. As its title suggests, it deals with the mode of contemplative practice and the object of worship intended for the Nal Dharma age, said to begin 2,000 years after Sakyamuni's passing, in which Nichiren and his contemporaries believed themselves to be living. It opens with a quotation concerning the 3,000 realms. In one thought moment, Ikinen Sanzen, set forth by the Tiantai Masters II, 538-597. This complex concept holds that one's ordinary mind, single thought moment, and all phenomena, 3,000 realms, exist at each moment in a mutually inclusive relationship. As the text indicates, the Gur 3000 is the product of multiplying species numerical Dharma categories, the 10 realms of sentient beings, their mutual inclusion, the 10 suchnesses and the 3 realms. More importantly, however, Ikinen Sanzen represents a totalistic view of interdependent reality. The Buddha and ordinary worldlings, body and mind, cause and ECT, subject and object, sentient and non-sentient are mutually encompassed in every moment of thought. The Ikinen Sanzen principle was important to Nichiren in that it established a theoretical basis for the achievement of Buddhahood by ordinary worldlings and the realization of the Buddha land in this world, and also legitimized the use of a physical object of worship. However, both the mode and object of contemplation set forth in the Kenjin Hansen Shodi are substantially from those put forth by Zai and the subsequent Tiantai/Tende traditions of China and Japan, which Nichiren saw as unsuited to ordinary worldlings of the last age. The RST. Two sections of the Kenjin Hansen Sho deal, respectively, with contemplation and its object for the last age. As the text unfolds in question and answer form, a hypothetical interlocutor and DS it hard to believe that our inferior minds are endowed with the Buddha Dharma realm. This questioner may be thought to represent people of the Nal Dharma age, who are not capable of practicing introspection and discerning the identity of the mind with true reality. In this age, Nichiren says, contemplating the mind is not a matter of mind discernment through introspection, but of embracing faith in the Lotus Sutra and chanting its Daimoku or title in the formula Namamai Horenchikyo, homage to the Lotus Sutra. He asserts that this title, the heart of the Lotus Sutra and the seed of Buddhahood, contains all the practices Sakyamuni undertook in the stages of cultivation and the merits he achieved in consequence. One who embraces the Daimoku of the Lotus Sutra thereby naturally receives the merits of the Buddha and is able to realize Buddhahood. Similarly, as the text goes on to clarify, mind contemplation, faith, and chanting of the Daimoku, in the last age takes as its object not the practitioner's own mind, as in traditional meditation, but the heart of the Lotus Sutra, or the original Buddha, the eternal Sakyamuni revealed in the origin teaching, Hanman, or last 14 chapters of the Sutra. These two, Dharma and Buddha, may be understood as two aspects of the same truth. The concrete form of this object of worship, in Nichiren's understanding, was indicated by the Sutra's description of the assembly in open space above the sacred vulture peak, where the core chapters of the origin teaching were preached. In the Nichiren Buddhist tradition, this object of worship is embodied as a calligraphic mala devised by Nichiren, in which the central inscription Namamai Horenchikyo is anchored by the characters for the Buddha Sakyamuni and many jewels. Prabhudaratna, see chapter 7, as well as other gurs representing beings of all 10 Dharma realms present in the Lotus Sutra's assembly. Alternatively, an image of Sakyamuni is used, anchored by images of the 4 leaders of the Bodhisattvas from beneath the earth, who are his original disciples and whose presence shows him to be the eternal Buddha. For Nichiren, the Daimoku and the object of worship together comprise Ikinen Sanzen in actuality, as opposed to the abstract Ikinen Sanzen in principle taught by Zai. The third section of the text deals with the transmission of the Daimoku and the object of worship in the last age. It says that the Buddha transmitted them only to his original disciples, the Bodhisattvas, dwelling beneath the earth, whom he summons in the latter part of the Lotus Sutra and entrusts with its propagation after his nirvana. Nichiren identified his own proselytizing efforts with the mission of these Bodhisattvas. Volume VE of the Great Calming and Contemplation Mohis Higwan of Zai states, now the mind at each moment comprises 10 Dharma realms from hell to the Buddha realm. Each Dharma realm also comprises 10 Dharma realms, giving 100 Dharma realms. One realm comprises 30 kinds of realms, so 100 Dharma realms comprise 3,000 kinds of realms. These 3,000 realms reside within the mind in a single thought moment. Where there is no mind, that is the end of the matter, but if there is even the slightest bit of mind, it immediately contains the 3,000 realms. This is what is meant by the term inconceivable object of contemplation. Question, what is the distinction between the 100 realms and 1,000 suchnesses, and the 3,000 realms in one thought moment? Answer, the 100 realms and 1,000 suchnesses pertain only to the realm of sentient beings. The 3,000 realms in One thought moment include both sentient and non-sentient. Question, but if non-sentient beings also have the 10 such nesses, then do grasses and trees have minds, and can they realize Buddhahood like sentient beings? Answer, this is something hard to believe and hard to understand. Tiantai's identity has two aspects of the Lotus Sutras claim that it is hard to believe and hard to understand. 1. Pertaining to doctrinal understanding and the other 2. Contemplative practice. As for the RST, within the teachings of the same Buddha, those sutras preached before the Lotus say that persons of the two vehicles and Ekantika will never achieve Buddhahood and that the Lord Sakyamuni RST realized awakening in this lifetime, but when it comes to the Lotus Sutra, these two statements are repudiated in its two exegetical divisions, the trace and origin teachings respectively. Who could believe a Buddha who says two things as dear and as water and re? This is a matter hard to believe and hard to understand with respect to the doctrinal teachings that pertaining to contemplative practice concerns the 100 realms and 1,000 such nesses and especially the 3,000 realms in one thought moment, which clarifies that even non-sentient beings have the 10 such nesses and, thus, both physical and mental aspects. Both inner and outer writings permit the use of wooden and painted images as objects of worship, but the reason for this has emerged solely from the Tiantai school. If plants and trees did not possess both physical and mental aspects as well as cause and EECT, it would be useless to rely on wooden and painted images as objects of worship. Question, now that I have learned the source of this doctrine of 3,000 realms in one thought moment, what is meant by contemplating the mind, Kenjin? Answer, contemplating the mind means to observe our mind and see the 10 dharma realms within it. To illustrate, though we can see the 6 sense organs in other people, we cannot see them in our own face and do not know that we possess them. Only when we look into a bright mirror do we see that we ourselves have the 6 sense organs. Similarly, the various sutras may refer here and there to the 6 paths and 4 noble realms, but until we look into the bright mirror of the Lotus Sutra and the great teacher Tiantai's great calming and contemplation, we do not know that we ourselves possess the 10 realms, 100 realms, 1,000 such nesses and 3,000 realms in one thought moment. Question. Even if this is what the Buddha preached, I find it hard to believe. Now when I look repeatedly at others' faces, I see only the human realm. I do not see the other realms. And the same is true of my own face, too. How am I to believe? Answer, when you look repeatedly at another's face, you will at times see joy, at other times rage, and at other times calm. At times, greed will appear, at times foolishness, and at times deviousness. Rage is the hell realm, greed is that of hungry ghosts, foolishness is that of beasts, deviousness, that of asuras, joy, that of devas, and calm, the human realm. The 6 paths are all present in the physical aspect of another's face. The 4 noble realms are hidden and do not appear, but if you investigate carefully, you will see that they are there. Question, although I am not entirely clear about the 6 paths, from listening to you, it would seem that we possess them. But the 4 noble realms cannot be seen at all. How do you account for them? Answer, just now you doubted that the 6 paths exist within the human realm, but when I did my best to explain, you agreed that such seems to be the case. Perhaps it will be the same with the 4 noble realms. Let me apply reason and thus try to explain a small portion of the matter. The impermanence of worldly phenomena is clear before our eyes, so how could the human realm not include the 2 vehicles, the Sravaka vehicle and the Pratyeka Buddha vehicle? Even an evil man lacking in reaction still cherishes his wife and children. His action is part of the Bodhisattva realm. The Buddha realm alone does not readily appear. But because you have the 9 realms, you should be able to believe you have the Buddha realm as well. Do not give rise to doubts. That ordinary worldlings born in the latter age can arouse faith in the Lotus Sutra is because the Buddha realm is present in the human realm. Question, you still have not fully answered my question about how the Buddha can exist in the mind of us ordinary worldlings. Answer, the Sutra of Unfathomable Meanings, Wu Yang Yijing, states, even if they have not yet cultivated the 6 paramithas, Bodhisattva perfections, the 6 paramithas will naturally abide in them. The Lotus Sutra states, they wish to hear the perfectly encompassing way. The Nirvana Sutra states, Sad of the Lotuses. Title, Sadharmapoarka Sutra means perfectly encompassing. The great teacher Tiantai says, Sad is Sanskrit. Here in China we translate it as Miao or perfect Japanese, Myo, also subtle or wonderful. To impose my own interpretation may slight the original texts, but the heart of these passages is that Sakyamuni's causal practices and their resulting virtues are perfectly encompassed in the VE characters Myoho and Ge Kyo. When we embrace these VE characters, he will naturally transfer to us the merits of his causes and EX. The 4 great Sravaka disciples, having understood the one vehicle teaching, said, an unsurpassed precious jewel has come to us of itself, without our seeking. They represent the Sravaka realm. Within our mind, the Buddha stated, my vow of the past, to make all beings equally like myself, without the errance, has now already been fulfilled. I have converted all beings and caused them to enter the Buddha way. Sakyamuni of perfect awakening is our blood and ash. Are not the merits of his causes and EX are bones and marrow. The Fathoming the Lifespan chapter states, since I in fact achieved Buddhahood, it has been immeasurable and boundless hundreds of thousands of myriads of millions of nayotas, of kalpas billions of eons. Sakyamuni within our own mind has manifested the 3 Tathagata bodies since countless dust particle kalpas ago. He is the ancient Buddha without beginning. The sutra states, the lifespan that I Sakyamuni acquired in my former practice of the Bodhisattva path is still not exhausted. Indeed, it will last twice the above number of kalpas. This refers to the Bodhisattva realm within us. The countless Bodhisattvas who emerged from beneath the earth in the Lotus Sutra are the retainers of Lord Sakyamuni within our mind. They are like Taigong and Dan, the Duke of Zhou, ministers to King Wu of the Zhou, who served his heir, the infant King Chen, or the minister Takeshi Yoke, the support of Empress Jing, who also served her grandson, Crown Prince Nintoku. The 4 leaders of these Bodhisattvas, superior conduct, boundless conduct, pure conduct and firm conduct, are the Bodhisattvas within our mind. The great teacher Miluo Zanran, 711-782 says, you should realize that one's person and land are the 3,000 realms in one thought moment. When we attain Buddhahood, in accordance with this principle, our body and mind in that moment pervade the Dharma realm. Now the Saha world of the original time of the Buddhas. Enlightenment is the constantly abiding pure land, freed from the 3 disasters and transcending the cycle of the 4 kalpas. Formation, stability, decline, and extinction. Its Buddha has not already entered nirvana in the past, nor is he to be born in the future. And his disciples are the same. This reality is precisely the three realms of the aggregates, living beings, and the land, included in the 3,000 realms of one's mind. The Buddha did not expound this in the 14 chapters of the Trace teaching. Perhaps because, even though the Trace teaching is part of the Lotus Sutra, the time and his hearer's understanding had not yet matured. And with respect to the VE characters Nimbamaiho range, Kyo, the heart of the origin teaching, the Buddha did not transmit this even to Manjusri or Medicine King, let alone to any bodhisattvas of lesser stature. Instead he summoned countless bodhisattvas from beneath the earth and preached the 8 core chapters 15 to 22, entrusting it to them. As for the form of the corresponding object of worship indicated in this transmission, above the Saha world of the original teacher Sakyamuni, the jeweled stupa resides in empty space, and within the stupa, Sakyamuni Buddha and the Buddha many jewels appear to the left and right of Maiho range Kyo. Sakyamuni is attended by superior conduct and the others of the 4 bodhisattvas leading those who emerged from beneath the earth, while 4 bodhisattvas of the provisional teachings including Manjusri and Maitreya take lower seats as retainers. All the bodhisattvas of the great and lesser vehicles, whether they are disciples of the Buddha in his provisional forms or have come from other worlds, are like commoners on the ground gazing up at lofty nobles. The various Buddhas of the 10 directions likewise remain on the ground, showing that they and their lands are provisional traces of the original Buddha and his land. This object of worship was not previously revealed, because it was entrusted to the countless bodhisattvas from the earth. Having received the Buddha's command, they have been waiting near at hand beneath the great earth. They did not appear in the true or semblance Dharma ages, but if they failed to appear now, in the final Dharma age, they would be great liars, and the prophecies of the 3 Buddhas Sakyamuni, many jewels and the emanation Buddhas, mere empty froth. In this light, we should consider the great earthquake, comet and other recent disasters, such as never occurred in the true and semblance Dharma ages. These are not the activities of Garus, Asuras, or dragon deities, they can only be signs heralding the advent of the 4 great bodhisattvas. Tiantai says, by observing the force of the rainfall, one can know the size of the dragon, and by observing the arching of the lotus blossoms, one can know the depths of the pond. Bilogo comments, a wise man knows why things happen, as a snake naturally knows the way of snakes. When the heavens are clear, the ground is illuminated. One who knows the lotus will also understand occurrences in the world. For those unable to discern the 3,000 realms in one thought moment, the Buddha, arousing great compassion, wrapped up this jewel within the VE characters and hung it from the necks of the immature beings of the last age. The 4 great bodhisattvas will protect these people just as Taigong and the Duke of Zhou aided King Chen, or as the 4 white-haired elders served Emperor Hui. Translated by Jacqueline Stone, based on the critical edition of Nichiren's writings, Shotihan Nichiren Shonin Ibon, ed. Risho. Daigaku Nichiren Kigaku Kankyojo, Minobicho, Yamanashi. Prefecture, Minobu-san Kyuanji, 1952-59, revised 1988, Volume 1, pp. 702-21. Commentaries consulted include Issei Endo, Kenjin Hansen. Sho, Button Koza 38, Tokyo, Deizo Shuppen, 1981, and Komatsu. Konyaki, Kenjin Hansen Sho Yakuku, Tokyo, Sankibo Bus Horan. 1995. 58. The Gift of Faith. Honens, see Chapter 42, most famous disciple was Shinran, 1173. 1262, who set forth the doctrines that would be central to the true pure land sect, Jodo Shinshu, in Japan. His most important work was entitled Teaching, Practice, and Realization of the Pure Land Way. Kijiya Shinsho, a work that he continued to revise until his death. It contains passages from Indian and Chinese texts, as well as treatises and poems by Shinran, selections from which are included here. Like Honen, Shinran was a monk of the Tendai sect, leaving its headquarters on Mount Hiei in 1201 to follow Honen. He was one of the disciples who was defrocked by the government and sent into exile in 1207. Shinran would become a popular teacher of the Nembutsu among the common people, marrying and raising a family. The lineage of the true Pure Land sect is traced through his descendants, although he famously declared that he was neither a monk nor a layman. Shinran made important revisions and elaborations of the Pure Land doctrine that he had learned from Honen, some of which are evident in the passage below. One of the most important of these was the notion of Shinjin. Although translated by some as faith, other scholars regard any simple translation to be misleading. It might be glossed as the Buddha mind realized in the entrusting of oneself to Amitabha's, Japanese, Amida, name and vow. Shinran praises it here in terms that would typically be used for the most exalted categories of Buddhist philosophy. Emptiness, the Dharmakaya, or the Buddha nature. Shinran often would contrast self-power, jirikage, and other power, teriki, with the former, referring to the always futile attempts to secure one's own welfare, and the latter referring to the sole source of salvation, the power of Amitabha's name and vow. Thus, Shinran regarded the Mahayana practice of dedicating merit to the welfare of others to be self-power. The only dedication of merit that was important was that made by the Bodhisattva Dharmakara, who vowed to become the Buddha Amitabha, and established a land of bliss for those who called his name. See Chapter 8. He regarded the deathbed practices advocated by Genshin. See Chapter 9, meant to bring about birth in the Pure Land, to be self-power, and he regarded multiple recitations of Namu Amida Butsu to be self-power. Shinran refers often to the single utterance which assures rebirth in the Pure Land. This utterance does not need to be audible. Indeed, it is not even voluntary, but is instead heard in the heart as a consequence of the single thought moment of Shinjin, received through Amitabha's grace. Thus, as Shinran states below, this salvation has nothing to do with whether one is a monk or layperson, man or woman, saint or sinner, learned or ignorant. He said that if a good man can be reborn in the Pure Land, so much more can an evil man, because the good man remains attached to the illusion that his virtuous deeds will somehow bring about his salvation, while the evil man has abandoned this conceit. Whereas Honen sought to identify the Bani Ts of the Nembutsu in contrast to other teachings of the day, Shinran sought to reinterpret Buddhist doctrine and practice in light of Amitabha's vow. Thus, in the passage below, he states that those who attain Shinjin are comparable to bodhisattvas who attain the RST of the bodhisattva levels, Bhumi, called joy, an exalted station on the Mahayana path. The important Mahayana doctrine of the one vehicle, the Buddha vehicle whereby all sentient beings will follow the bodhisattva path to Buddhahood, is interpreted by Shinran to be nothing more nor less than Amitabha's vow. Indeed, the sole purpose of Sakyamuni Buddha's appearance in the world was to proclaim the existence of Amitabha's vow. Amida Buddha's name manifests the highest virtues of awakening. It is itself wisdom that transforms our evil into good. Vidra like Shinjin is true reality that sweeps away doubt and uncertainty and brings us to attainment of enlightenment. Such is the teaching easy to practice. For small, foolish beings, it is the straight way simple to traverse for the dull and ignorant. Among all the teachings the great sage Sakyamuni preached in his lifetime, none surpasses this ocean of virtues. Let those who seek to abandon the dilettante and aspire for the pure, who are confused in practice and vacillating in faith, whose minds are dark and whose understandings defiant, whose evils are heavy and whose karmic obstructions manifold, let these persons embrace above all Sakyamuni Buddha's exhortations, take refuge without fail in the most excellent direct path, devote themselves solely to this practice of saying the name, and revere only this. Shinjin. Hard to encounter, even in many lifetimes, is the decisive cause of birth in the Pure Land, Amida's compassionate vow to bring all beings to awakening. Hard to realize, even in myriads of eons, is unde-led Shinjin that is true and real. If you should come to realize this practice and Shinjin, rejoice at the conditions from the distant past that have brought it about. But if in this lifetime still you remain entangled in a net of doubt, then unavoidably you must pass once more in the stream of sastric existence through myriads of eons. Wholly sincere, indeed, are the words of truth that one is grasped by Amida, never to be abandoned, the right Dharma all surpassing and wondrous. Hear and re-ECT, and let there be no wavering or apprehension. At the heart of the Pure Land path lies Amida's transference of wisdom compassion to us, which functions in two aspects, for our going forth from sastric existence to the Pure Land, and for our return to this world to work for the liberation of all beings. Within Amida's transference of wisdom compassion to us for our going forth, there is great practice, there is great Shinjin. Great practice is to say the name of Amida, the Buddha of unhindered light. This practice, embodying all good acts and possessing all roots of virtue, is perfect and most rapid in bringing them to fullness in us. It is the treasure ocean of virtues that is suchness or true reality. For this reason, it is called great practice. This practice arises from the vow of great compassion. Saying the name sunders the ignorance of sentient beings and full ls. all their aspirations. It is the right act, supreme, true and excellent. The right act is the Nembutsu. The Nembutsu is Namu Amida Butsu. Namu Amida Butsu is right-mindedness. Let this be known. The Nembutsu is not a self-power practice performed through the calculation and designs of foolish beings or sages. It is therefore called the practice of not directing merit towards reaching enlightenment on the part of beings. Masters of the Mahayana and Hinayana and people burdened with karmic evil, whether heavy or light, should all take refuge in the great treasure ocean of the vow selected by Amida and attain Buddhahood through the Nembutsu. Those who attain the true and real practice and Shinjin greatly rejoice in their hearts. This attainment is therefore called the stage of joy. It is likened to the RST fruit. A sage of the RST fruit, though he may give himself to sleep and to sloth, will still never be subject to sastric existence for a 29th time. Even more decisively will the ocean of beings of the 10 quarters be grasped and never abandoned when they have taken refuge in this practice and Shinjin. Therefore the Buddha is called Amida boundless. This is other power. Concerning the practice and Shinjin that Amida transfers to us for our going forth to the Pure Land, practice may be grasped as one utterance, and Shinjin, one thought moment. One utterance of practice indicates, in terms of the number of voicings of the name, the complete fulfillment in a single utterance of the easy practice that Amida selected for beings in the primal vow. When we have boarded the ship of the vow of great compassion and sailed out on the vast ocean of light, the winds of perfect virtue blow softly so that the waves of our evil undergo transformation. The darkness of our ignorance is immediately broken through, and, quickly reaching the land of immeasurable light, we therewith realize great nirvana and begin carrying out compassionate action in this world. In the expression for Amida's vow, ocean of the one vehicle refers to the great vehicle, the Mahayana or Buddha vehicle. To realize the one vehicle is to realize the highest perfect enlightenment, the realm of nirvana. The realm of nirvana is the ultimate dharma body. To realize the ultimate dharma body is to reach the ultimate end of the one vehicle. There is no Tathagata apart from this, no dharma body apart from this. The Tathagata is itself dharma body. Reaching the ultimate end of the one vehicle is without limit and without cessation. There is no one vehicle other than the one Buddha vehicle, the vow of Amida Buddha. Concerning ocean, ever since the remote past, the waters of rivers and seas have been undergoing transformation. The rivers are the various acts of practice and discipline performed by ordinary people and sages. The seas are the ignorance, measureless as the sands of the Ganges, of those who commit the ve grave offenses, who slander the Dharma, or who lack the seat of Buddhahood. These have been transformed into the great treasure ocean of all true and real virtues, countless as the sands of the Ganges, of the wisdom, compassion of the primal vow. As the sutra states, the ice of self, icing blind passion melts and becomes the water of virtues. Bodhisattva Dharma repository, in his causal stage, under the guidance of world sovereign Buddha, searched into the origins of the Buddhist Pure Lands, and the qualities of those lands and their humans and devas. He then established the supreme, incomparable vow. He made the great vow rare and all-encompassing. In eons of profound thought, he embraced this vow, then resolved again that the name be heard throughout the 10 quarters. Everywhere the Buddha casts light immeasurable, boundless, unhindered, unequaled light, Lord of all brilliance. Pure light, joyful light, the light of wisdom. Light constant, inconceivable, light beyond speaking. Light surpassing sun and moon is sent forth, illumining countless worlds. The multitudes of beings all receive this radiance. The name embodying the primal vow is the act of true settlement. The vow of entrusting with sincere mind is the cause of birth. We realize the equal of enlightenment and supreme nirvana through the fulfillment of the vow of attaining nirvana without fail. Sakyamuni Buddha appeared in this world solely to teach the ocean-like primal vow of Amida. We, an ocean of beings in an evil age of elements, should entrust ourselves to the Buddha's words of truth. When the one thought moment of joy arises in us, the attainment of nirvana is ours without severing blind passions. When the ignorant and wise, and even grave offenders and slanderers of the Dharma, turn about and enter Shinjin, they are like streams that, on entering the ocean, become one in taste with it. The light of compassion that grasps us illumines and protects us always. The darkness of our ignorance is already broken through. Still the clouds and mists of greed and desire, anger and hatred, cover as always the sky of true and real Shinjin. But though the light of the sun is veiled by clouds and mists, beneath there is brightness, not dark. When we realize Shinjin, seeing and revering and attaining great joy, we immediately leap crosswise, closing the evil courses. All foolish beings, whether good or evil, when they hear and entrust themselves to Amida's universal vow, are praised by the Buddha as people of vast and excellent understanding. Such persons are likened to the pure lotus. For evil sentient beings of wrong views and arrogance, the Nembutsu that embodies Amida's primal vow is hard to accept in Shinjin. This most difficult of difficulties, nothing surpasses. The masters of India, who explained the teaching in treatises, and the eminent monks of China and Japan, clarified the great sage Sakyamuni's intent in appearing in this world, and revealed that Amida's primal vow accords with the nature of beings. The ocean of great Shinjan is such that there is no discrimination between noble and common or black-robed monks and white-clothed laity, no differentiation between man and woman, old and young. The extent of evil committed is not considered, the duration of any performance of religious practices is of no concern. It is a matter neither of practice nor good acts, sudden attainment nor gradual attainment, meditative practice nor non-meditative practice, right contemplation nor wrong contemplation, thought nor no thought, daily life nor the moment of death, repeated utterance of the name nor single utterance. It is simply Shinjan that is beyond conception, beyond explication, and beyond description. It is like the medicine that eradicates all poisons. The medicine of Amida's vow destroys the poisons of our wisdom and foolishness. Shinjan may be grasped in terms of one thought moment. One thought moment expresses the ultimate brevity of the instant in which a person realizes Shinjan, which is the vast, inconceivable mind of joyfulness. The larger sutra of the Buddha of immeasurable life states, all sentient beings, as they hear the name, realize even one thought moment of Shinjan and joy, which is transferred to them from Amida's sincere mind, and aspiring to be born in that land, they then attain birth and dwell in the stage of non-retrogression. The word here in this passage means that sentient beings, having heard how the Buddha's vow arose, its origin and fulfillment, are altogether free of doubt and uncertainty. Shinjan is transferred to beings through the power of the primal vow. Joy expresses gladness in body and mind. One thought moment means that Shinjan is free of calculation or double-mindedness, that it is the mind that is single. The mind that is single is the true cause of birth in the pure, full LLED land. When we realize the Vajra like true mind, we transcend crosswise the paths of the VE courses and 8 hindered existences and unfailingly gain 10 TS in the present life. What are these 10? 1. We are protected and sustained by unseen powers. 2. We are possessed of supreme virtues. 3. Our karmic evil is transformed into good. 4. We are protected and cared for by all the Buddhas. 5. We are praised by all the Buddhas. 6. We are constantly protected by the light of the Buddha's heart. 7. We have great joy in our hearts. 8. We are aware of Amida's benevolence and respond in gratitude to the Buddha's virtue. 9. We constantly practice great compassion. 10. We enter the stage of the truly settled, when foolish beings possessed of the self-action of blind passion, the multitudes trapped in birth and death and led by evil karma, realize the mind of Shinjan and the practice that Amida transfers to them for their going forth, they immediately join the truly settled of the Mahayana. Because they dwell among the truly settled, they necessarily attain nirvana. To necessarily attain nirvana is eternal bliss. Eternal bliss is ultimate tranquility. Tranquility is supreme nirvana. Supreme nirvana is uncreated Dharma body. Uncreated Dharma body is true reality. True reality is Dharma nature. Dharma nature is suchness. Suchness is non-duality. Amida Buddha comes forth from suchness to manifest various bodies, full LLED, accommodated, and transformed. Translated by Dennis Hiroda from Shinran, Kenjodo Shinjitsu. Kijiyasho Manrui into Hanshinran Shonen Zenju, Volume 1, Kyoto. Hosoken, 1969, and in Shinshisho Zenjo, Volume 2, Kyoto, Oyajai. Kabundo, 1941. 59. A Zen master interprets the Dharma. The Buddha is said to have preached the Dharma unceasingly, from the time of his enlightenment at the age of 30 VE to the time of his passage into Nirvana at the age of 80. He was renowned for adapting his teachings to the interests and abilities of his audiences. After his death, it was left to his disciples to collect what he had taught and to somehow systematize it, while preserving his words as the teachings of an enlightened being who could never be wrong, who could never contradict itself. This dilemma was exacerbated in the centuries after his death by the appearance of all manner of sutras, and later tantras, which claimed to be the words of the Buddha himself. The various Buddhist schools of Asia thus devoted much scholastic effort to determining, amidst all of these teachings, which represented the Buddha's most profound and NAL view. When that question was answered, and a great many answers have been provided over the history of the tradition, it then became necessary to interpret all of those statements of the Buddha that seemed to deviate from that view, in order to preserve the notion that the Buddha is an enlightened being and thus free from self-contradiction. These apparent contradictions needed to be explained, often by recourse to identifying what the Buddha really had in mind when he gave a particular teaching. The Chan and Zen traditions of China and Japan appear at RST to be immune from this endless task of exegesis by virtue of their famous 4 phrases, attributed to Bodhidharma. A special transmission separate from the teachings, not relying upon words and letters, pointing directly at the human mind, seeing one's own nature and becoming a Buddha. Yet, despite their fame as a special transmission outside the teachings, that does not rely on words and letters, Chan and Zen generated vast quantities of words and letters in order to explain what these 4 phrases mean, producing, in EECT, their own canon of scriptures. The irony of this did not escape the masters of the tradition, who felt compelled to explain what it truly meant not to rely on words and letters. A particularly engaging conversation concerning this question is found in a work by the Japanese Zen master Basui Takusho, 1327-1387. Basui, a member of the Rinzai lineage, was a popular teacher among monks and nuns as well as lay people. In 1386, some of his lectures were written down, in colloquial Japanese, by one of his disciples and published under the title Muddying the Water, Enzen Wadei Gasui. Shu. In addition to the question of not relying on words and letters, in the selections here Basui explains what it means for a Zen master, who, at least in Zen lore, was not known for his strict adherence to ethical codes, to follow the precepts of not to kill, steal, lie, engage in sex, or use intoxicants. In the NAL selection, Basui explains the true location of the western pure land of Amitabha. A layman came and asked, supposedly Zen consists of a special transmission separate from the teachings, one which does not rely on letters. In fact, however, visiting a teacher to inquire of the way occurs much more frequently in Zen than among those who specialize in the teachings of Buddhist sutras. How can Zen be called separate from teaching? Moreover, in reading the recorded sayings of old Zen teachers 1 and DS that they frequently comment on the words spoken by their predecessors. How can this be called not relying on letters? In light of these facts, the so-called special transmission separate from teaching by directly pointing means what? The master immediately called out, "Dear lay person." The man nodded his head. The master asked, "From what teaching did you acquire that gesture?" The man bowed down in respect. The master instructed, "When you wanted to come, you yourself came." When you wanted to ask, you yourself asked. You did not depend on another person's power. You did not rely on the teachings of the Buddhas and Zen ancestors. That mind which acted of itself is the entire essence of a special transmission, separate from the teachings, which does not rely on letters. That mind is none other than the Tathagata's pure Zen. This Zen lies beyond the reach of secular wisdom and investigation, written words and language, logic and principles, or analysis and understanding. Only if you actively get to the bottom of self-nature, Jisho, without becoming ensnarled by words, without being tainted by the scent of the Buddhas and ancestors, and walk the one road that leads to the beyond without falling into cleverness, will you attain it. Moreover, it is certainly not the case that the study of letters and mixing up the phrases of the Buddhas and ancestors is what is referred to as the teachings, nor is it the case that not knowing letters is what is referred to as the Zen of the special transmission separate from the teachings, which does not rely on letters. This doctrine of a special transmission separate from the teachings is not a dharma that was RST established by the Buddhas and ancestors. From the very beginning, it has been possessed by all people. Perfected in each one, it is the original guise of all Buddhas and of all living beings. A newborn baby moves his hands and feet due to the marvelous functioning of his original self-nature. Likewise, birds eating, rabbits hopping, the sun rising, the moon waxing, winds blowing, clouds moving, and all things undergoing transformations consist of the turning of the true Dharma will that is originally possessed by each and every living thing self-nature. It is not the preaching of someone else's teaching, nor does it rely on another's power. My own preaching in this way just now is the turning of my true Dharma wheel. The fact that all of you listen in this way is the marvelous functioning of your Buddha nature. Buddha nature in its totality resembles an enormous ball. If you awaken it, then gain and loss, right and wrong, life and limb, all disappear. Sasra and Nirva become yesterday's dream. The great universe of worlds as numerous as grains of sand becomes foam on the sea. And the wordy teachings of the Buddhas and ancestors become as egg of snow landing on a red-hot hearth. At that very moment, there is neither Dharma bonds binding nor Dharma liberation. Rather, like a wooden puppet thrown into a re, though your whole body is ablaze, you yourself seemingly cannot feel the heat. Only when you have thoroughly penetrated in this way, without leaving behind any traces of cultivation or realization, will you be called a Zen person. People who become intimate with Zen teachers resemble those who lose their spirits in a conflagration and then regain life. Being incinerated in the cave of ignorance causes an extraordinarily great functioning to arise, just as dull steel placed in a forge suddenly becomes a jeweled sword. Herein lies the usefulness of Zen people visiting Zen teachers to inquire of the way. How could this be known by theorists? Question: if all the dharmas preached by the Lord Sakyamuni can be reduced to the one practice of becoming a Buddha by seeing nature Kensho Yabutsu, then would not the practice of conforming to the appearance of morality become superuse? Answer: regarding the distinction between conforming to or violating the moral power of the precepts Kaitai, know that principle Ri and phenomena G are not two, and both nature show and appearance so provide the same vehicle of salvation. A person who has not yet seen nature drowns in a sea of thinking, thereby killing his own mind. Buddha of all forms of killing, this is the worst. Therefore, true observance of the precept against killing is seeing nature and awakening to the way. When confusion arises, it damages dharma assets and destroys merit. That is theft. When confusion arises, it cuts Buddha seeds and furthers the karmic causes of transmigration in sastra. That is improper sexuality. Because the dharma body, our venerable and auspicious body, is obscured by confused thoughts, one forgets it and designates mirages as being one's own body. That is false speech. Because one's innate great wisdom is rent asunder by confused thoughts, one loses it and becomes crazy. That is consuming intoxicants. The meaning of the remaining moral precepts can be explained similarly. For these reasons, when you delude your own mind, you violate all the precepts. When you see nature Kensho, then all the precepts are simultaneously perfected. When the power of seeing nature eliminates confused thinking and thereby animates Buddha nature, i.e., that power is the precept against killing. When the power of seeing nature makes you forget confused thinking and poise the six senses so that the six traitorous modes of perception cannot arise, it is the precept against stealing. When the power of seeing nature illuminates confused thoughts so as to interrupt the continuity of rebirth into the realm of living beings, it is the precept against improper sexuality. When the power of seeing nature illuminates confused thoughts so that your innate great wisdom arises and you thereby stop referring to secondary techniques as real vehicles of salvation and stop referring to phantom bodies as your real body, it is the precept against false speech. At the moment you attain insight into self-nature, the wisdom of prajna becomes clear and you sober up from the intoxication of ignorance and mental actions. In this respect, it is the precept against consuming intoxicants. Therefore, Buddha nature is the moral power of the precepts, and morality is the function of Buddha nature. If the moral power becomes complete, then its function cannot be lacking. If you wish to ascend the real precept platform for ordination, then you should stand on your own innate ground. This is the meaning of the story in the Chinese Zen histories that once the novice Cao became a Buddha, he did not want to become ordained with the precepts. This is why an ancient poet Yang Jie Xiao, 675-713, wrote, "The moral pearl of Buddha nature is the seal of the mind ground. If you receive and obey this precept, then in accordance with the doctrine that once obtained it can never be lost throughout the infinite future, you can never violate it. If you wish to obey this indestructible Vajra diamond precept, then you should merely examine self-nature. To clarify self-nature, you must RST focus your meditative power. Firm meditative power in which one does not engage in miscellaneous knowing or miscellaneous understanding can be likened to observing the precept against eating after noon. The activities of sometimes knowing and sometimes not knowing are both like eating snacks. Obtaining even the scent of Buddhas or the scent of ancestors is violating the afternoon fast. The true afternoon fast is embodying the way of no-minding Mushin so that outside and inside are smashed at together. Therefore a sutra says, eliminating both false thoughts and the appearance of proper precepts is the precept of purity. For disturbing one's ability to attain trance and for causing the commission of sins, nothing is worse than consuming intoxicants. Therefore, we are taught intoxicants are causal conditions for the arising of sins. A sutra says, a person who hands a cup of alcohol to another person for him to drink will be reborn 100 times without hands. But for one who drinks it himself, the retribution will be far more dreadful. Therefore, you should outwardly refrain from consuming physical intoxicants and inwardly transcend occurrence. of transmigration in sastra without becoming drunk on nirva. That is the precept against consuming intoxicants. Regarding the distinction between conforming to or violating morality karatsu, it encompasses both outside and inside, both body and mind. Therefore, no matter what, if thoughts do not arise, there can be no violation of any physical precepts. If your physical body commits a sin, it is because your mind became active. When mental activity occurs, every kind of dharma, i.e., reality, occurs. If every kind of dharma occurs, then you are not applying concentrated effort in your practice of sitting Zen. If you do not apply concentrated effort, then it will be impossible to clarify Buddha nature. If you do not clarify Buddha nature, then you cannot escape from transmigration in sastra, and eventually you will fall into the hell of no interruption abhisai. Never say, I violate all kinds of precepts without experiencing any obstructions to my concentrated effort, i.e., to my practice of sitting Zen. If you truly lack obstructions, then why are you still not awakened? Conforming to moral precepts occurs two ways. Some people remain among lay people who have not abandoned secular actions, while living amidst the evil airs of the world. By applying concentrated mental effort inwardly, they awaken self nature. With the power of seeing nature Kensho, they thereupon eliminate false thinking until eventually they become people who both inwardly and outwardly embody the purity of the moral pearl of the precepts. Other people who are born stupid and dull will not begin with concentrated effort to see self nature. Yet through the RM power of faith, as a result of their determination to conform to the moral power of the precepts, their inward mental concentration eventually collapses outward and inward and they become awakened. These two orientations, precepts being the basis for one's awakening to the way or awakening being the basis for one's adherence to morality, are in direction, but upon awakening, both follow the same path. Question: the shorter Sukhavati by Hasutra Japanese, Amadakyo, says, west of here, 100 billion Buddha lands away, there is a world system called Supreme Bliss Sukhavati. In that land there is a Buddha named Amitabha. At this very moment he is there, preaching the Dharma. In this passage there are several items I do not understand. First, concerning why this Buddha should be unique among arhats, there are distinctions between the four levels of attainment. Among bodhisattvas there are distinctions between the 10 stages of awakening, and even bodhisattvas at the stages of equivalent awakening and marvelous awakening have yet to attain full Buddha wisdom. Based on these distinctions in awakening, a bodhisattva's virtue may be greater or lesser, his wisdom higher or lower, and his compassion shallower or deeper. But among Buddhas, there are no distinctions of superior and inferior. For this reason the Lotus Sutra says, only Buddhas together with other Buddhas can exhaustively fathom the true appearance of all dharmas. Why, then, is it essential to avoid stopping at any of the other 100 billion Buddha lands? Why must one seek deliverance to the Western Pure Land? How can the sutra suggest that there is superior and inferior among Buddhas? Second, regarding the location of the Pure Land. If that place is west of here, then for people living further west of Amitabha's Pure Land it should be called an Eastern Pure Land. Likewise, for people who live south of there it should be a Northern Pure Land. If people in all the worlds of the 10 directions should seek a Western Pure Land, then that is a relative term and does not refer to any one particular location, i.e., it cannot exclusively designate Sukhavati. If it is a term used only for the Bainiti of people in the East, then where can people in the North, West and South seek deliverance? If people in the North, West and South are not included, then Amitabha's vow to save people in all worlds is not being full LLET. The Master instructed, west of here refers to the mind ground of living beings. 100 billion Buddha lands away refers to ending the 10 kinds of evil thoughts and transcending the 10 stages of Bodhisattva awakening. Amitabha Buddha refers to the Buddha nature of living beings. The holy host of the Bodhisattva, of Avalokitesvara, the Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta, and so forth, refers to the marvelous functioning of self-nature. Living beings refers to the mind of ignorance and action which engages in petty knowledge and discrimination. The moment when one faces death refers to the moment when thinking consciousness is extinguished. As consciousness is extinguished, the mind ground becomes pure. Then it is known as the Western Pure Land. Deluded minds are called deled lands. Thus, the Vimalakirtanirtasa Sutra says, if you want to purify the Buddha land, RST purify your own mind. As one's mind becomes pure, so the Buddha land becomes pure. Exhausting mental discrimination so that primordial self-nature appears, when one is single-minded without distraction, is named the appearance of the Tathagata Amitabha. Accordingly, when you awaken self-nature, then the 80,000 actions are transformed into the 80,000 qualities of awakening and become named holy host of the Bodhisattva of Avalokitesvara and the Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta. Therefore, Western Pure Land does not refer to any one particular location. Because West is relative to the location of the sun, moon, and constellations, the mind and body being depleted of all relative discrimination and petty knowledge is named the Western Pure Land. For this reason, long ago it was said, differences among types of Buddha lands are posited based on embodiment. Distinctions between types of Buddha bodies are posited in accordance with meaning. Regarding the Dharma nature of bodies and lands, know that both are merely reactions. When we regard our own mind as the three types of Buddha body, then the Dharma body is Amitabha and the two bodies of reward and transformation are the Bodhisattva of Avalokitesvara and the Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta. In reality, however, they all are just one mind. Translated by William Bodiford from Ichikawa Hakugen, Arya. Yoshitaka and Yanagita Season, eds, Enzenwadi Igasui Shuin. Shuzei Zenk no Shiso, Nyan Shiso Teikei, Volume 16, Tokyo, Iwanami. Shoten, 1972. 60. Dedication of merit. Virtuous deeds are said to produce merit, which will bear the fruit of happiness in the future. Much Buddhist practice is devoted to the production of merit, and to the protection of that merit once it has been produced. It is important that merit not be destroyed, as can happen in a moment of anger, especially directed at an exalted being like a Buddha or Bodhisattva. It is also important that merit not be wasted, by bearing fruit in a eating form of happiness. A traditional way of guarding the merit produced by a virtuous deed is to dedicate it to a specific goal. In this way, the merit is said to be protected from destruction and is directed towards a higher purpose. In the Mahayana, there is no higher purpose than the liberation of all beings from suffering and their achievement of Buddhahood. By dedicating the merit of any virtuous deed to that end, the merit is said to be not only safeguarded against destruction, it is said to be multiplied by the number of beings to whose vanity it is dedicated. Thus, prior to delivering a discourse, a teacher Might recite, until I attain enlightenment, I go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Community. Through the merit of speaking the Dharma, may all beings attain Buddhahood. Prior to listening to the Dharma, the members of the audience might recite, until I attain enlightenment, I go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Community. Through the merit of listening to the Dharma, may all beings attain Buddhahood. A similar dedication might precede the performance of any virtuous deed. Buddhist texts often conclude with a dedication by the author, in which the merit accrued through the writing of the book is directed towards an aim beyond the author's own vanity. The dedication may take the form of a perfunctory sentence or an elaborate poem. A particularly famous example of the latter is the 10th and NaL chapter of the Bodhikaryavattara, Introduction to the Bodhisattva's Career, by the 8th century Indian monk Santideva, translated below. It takes the form of a series of statements in the form of a pratna, a word difficult to translate into English, that carries connotations of a prayer, a promise, a vow, an oath. Santideva is certain of the merit he has gained by composing his text, and now both declares and requests that it bear fruit in species ways. He begins with a spectacular harrowing of hell, 4-16, in which great bodhisattvas, including Manjusri, called here Manjugosa, Avalokitesvara, Vajrayana, and Samantabhadra descend into the depths to rescue the beings tortured there, transforming the hells into heavens that resound with the song of sandpipers, drakes, wild ducks, and wild geese, and are led with ponds adorned with perfumed lotus blossoms. Their compassionate power is so great that even the wicked workers of the Lord of Death, the prison guards of hell, are also saved. He turns next to wish for the welfare of animals and ghosts, before turning to humans, 19-31, where he wishes for relief from all manner of the ordinary fears and suerings that have beset humans. He requests long life, beauty, and wealth for all, and protection for the feeble-minded, the mad, the drunk, the very young and the very old. And he adds, it must be noted, may all women in the world be reborn as men. The next section, 32-50, includes more specifically Buddhist hopes for a world in which monks and nuns live in harmony, keep their vows and receive abundant earnings, where the Dharma is easily available to all, and where all practice it and easily achieve enlightenment. Only in the NaL section, 51-56, does Santideva ask for anything for himself, but even here he asks that he progress on the Bodhisattva path, advancing to the RST of the 10 stages, and that he be protected by the Bodhisattva Manjusri and emulate his deeds. In the end, he asks to take on the suerings of all beings, that they may end happiness. Let all the suerings of the world come to an end in me, and let the whole world achieve happiness through the virtues of the Bodhisattvas. May the merit I have obtained by composing this introduction to the Bodhisattvas career transform all sentient beings so that the Bodhisattva's conduct will be their ornament. 1. Those who in every corner of the universe are torments of mind and body, may they end the oceans of joy and happiness, through the power of my merit. 2. May these living beings never lose this happiness for as long as they remain in the cycle of transmigration. May the world enjoy without interruption the bliss of the Bodhisattvas. 3. May all embodied beings in the dear hells in all the world realms enjoy the happiness and the joys of the land of bliss. 4. May those who are cold be granted warmth. May those who are heat be refreshed by streams of water that pour down from those prodigious clouds, the Bodhisattvas. 5. May the forest of sword-leaf trees of hell acquire the splendid qualities of the heavenly Nanda forest, and the thorn bushes of hell turn into Indra's wish-fulfilling trees. 6. May the very center of hell resound with the song of sandpipers, drakes, wild ducks, and wild geese, and be led with ponds adorned with perfumed lotus blossoms. 7. May the burning coal mounds of hell turn into mounds of jewels, the red-hot pavements into cool crystal, and the grinding mountain millstones of hell become heavenly palaces worthy of adoration, the abode of so many Buddhas. 8. Let the rain of red-hot stones, coals and swords turn into a rain of vows. Let the sword battles of the azure demons turn into playful jests with swords of vows. 9. May the merit I have gained serve those who, as their bodies lose their ash turning to blanched skeletons, descend into the boiling currents of Betaray, the river of hell. May each one of them gain a celestial body in Mandakini, the Ganges of the heavens, and live there in the company of celestial nymphs. 10. Let the servants of Yama, and the terrifying jackals and vultures that accompany them, tremble upon seeing that the darkness of the netherworld everywhere vanishes miraculously. Let them wonder then, whose is the soothing light that brings such bliss and joy. Then, as they look upwards and see, descending from the sky, the aiming Vajrayana, let the force of their joy make them abandon their wickedness, that they may then lead with him. 11. Let a shower of red lotuses, mixed with perfumed water, rain down to extinguish the residential of hell. What is this, will say the denizens of hell, suddenly cooled by joy, as they gain sight of Vajrayana, the one who holds the lotus in his hand. 12. Come at once, my brothers. Do not fear. We have come back to life. This youth, wearing a triple band, blazing with light, chases all fear away. By his power, all suerings vanish, joy overrouse, and one is able to give rise to the thought of awakening, motivated by compassion, which is the mother that rescues all living beings. 13. Look at him, the crowns of hundreds of gods stoop before the lotus of his feet, his eyes show the tears of compassion, over his head rains a shower of the errant kinds of hours, descending from the towered palaces of heaven, where one can hear the praises of hundreds of singing goddesses. May the denizens of hell also praise the Bodhisattva Majipo in this way when he appears before them. 14. And in this way let them, through the power of my merits, accept and rejoice at the clouds of bodhisattvas that now surround them, with the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra at their head. From these clouds descend fresh, perfumed breeze and rain. 15. Let the intense pains and terrors of hell disappear, and let those who are in evil rebirths become free of them. 16. Let the animals be free from the fear of being devoured by others, and let the hungry ghosts reach satisfaction equal to that of the human beings in the land of Uttarakuru. 17. May the hungry ghosts be sated and may they be able to bathe and refresh themselves in the rivers of milk emanating from the hands of the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. 18. May it be that everywhere the blind will see shapes and colors, and the deaf be able to hear. Let expectant mothers give birth without pain, like Queen Maya. 19. May all humans have clothing, food, drink, garlands, sandalwood powder, ornaments. May they obtain as much as they desire of everything necessary for their well-being. 20. May those who are afraid lose all their fears. Let the grieving end joy, and the anxious become serene and even-minded. 21. May the sick end health, prisoners, freedom, the weak, strength. May all have loving thoughts towards each other. 22. May all localities be friendly to those who travel through their roads, and may these travelers meet success in the enterprise for which they have set out on their journey. 23. May all those who travel by sea reach their desired destinations, returning safely to shore to rejoicing with their families. 24. Let those who are lost in the jungle and the caravan, let them continue in their journeys free from fatigue and the fear of bandits and wild beasts. 25. May friendly deities protect from disease, the dangers of the jungle and other ills all those who are feeble-minded, mad, or drunk, and those who are unprotected, children and the aged. 26. May all humans be free from conditions unfavorable to following the path. Let them have faith, wisdom, and compassion, positive attitudes and good conduct, constantly remembering their past lives. 27. May they come to possess inexhaustible treasures equal to those of the Bodhisattva. Gaganakanja. Let them not be tied to the pair of duality. Let them be free from coercion, acting in complete freedom. 28. May those hermits who lack vigor acquire energy, and deformed sentient beings become beautiful. 29. May all women in the world be reborn as men. May those who are small and insignificant achieve greatness, without pride. 30. Let this my merit help all beings, without exception, to stop sin and practice the good. 31. Let no one lack the thought of awakening. Let them be totally devoted to the conduct of the Bodhisattva, guided and protected by the awakened ones, having renounced the works of Mara. 32. Let all sentient beings have a long life. Let them live in eternal happiness. Let even the word death vanish forever. 33. May all regions of the universe be led by the presence of the awakened and the sons of the awakened, and may these regions be adorned with parks where fulling trees grow, and may the parks be led with the melody of Dharma. 34. Let the earth become soft everywhere, free of roughness, at like the palm of the hand and covered with beryl. 35. Let the large assemblies of bodhisattvas everywhere sit in circles, and may they adorn the whole earth with their resplendent majesty. 36. May all embodied beings hear incessantly the melody of Dharma as it is sung by birds, trees, the sun's rays and the sky. 37. Let them always walk in the company of the awakened and their sons. Let them worship the teacher of the world within night clouds of adoration. 38. Let the sky god bring rain in proper season, giving abundant crops. May the people prosper, and may the king be just. 39. Let all medicinal herbs and all the curative mantras of the healers actively heal. May all kins, rakasas, and other demons become compassionate. 40. May there be no sentient being who is unhappy, evil, ill, scorned or rejected. May not one among them be heavy-hearted. 41. Let monasteries be a refuge for those devoted to the study of the teaching. Let there be harmony in the community, and may the goals of the community be full led. 42. May all monks succeed in keeping their life of solitude, and may they love the precepts. May they practice meditation with alertness and without distractions. 43. May nuns receive abundant earnings. May they avoid quarrels and jealousy. May all sages and hermits observe all the precepts. 44. Let those monks who are careless in their morality become aware of their faults, and apply themselves to the destruction of these faults. May they all attain a favorable rebirth, where they will be able to keep their vows. 45. May the truly wise receive honors, earnings and alms. May the truly pure achieve universal renown. 46. May all beings achieve Buddhahood through a single rebirth in the heavens, without further swearing in the unfortunate rebirths, and without having to engage in the occult practices of the Bodhisattvas. 47. May all beings pay homage to the awakened in a variety of ways, and that they may thus become happy many times over by acquiring the inconceivable bliss of awakening. 48. Let the Bodhisattvas' wishes for the well-being of the world become reality. May everything that these protectors intend be realized for all sentient beings. 49. May solitary Buddhas and mere disciples attain to happiness, venerated with the greatest honors by gods, asuras, and humans. 50. May I, by the grace of Majapho, become capable of renunciation and the recollection of past lives, that I may reach the RST stage, the stage of joy. 51. May I bring to all my enterprises effort and vigor, and obtain the conditions necessary to lead a life of solitude in all my rebirths. 52. May I be able to see and speak to the protector Majapho whenever I wish to do so. 53. May I be able to follow by myself the conduct practiced by Manjusri, which he acts the goals of all sentient beings in the 10 directions, to the very end of space. 54. For as long as the vastness of space remains, and as long as the world exists, may I to subsist at long, destroying the swearing of the whole world. 55. Let all the swearings of the world come to an end in me, and let the whole world achieve happiness through the virtues of the Bodhisattvas. 56. May the teachings of Dharma, the only medicine for the world's ills, the cause of all perfection and happiness, long endure in this world, worshipped with earnings and honors. 57. I pay homage to Majapho, by whose grace my mind has come to settle on the good. I salute this friend in the path, whose grace increases this thought of the good. 58. Translated from the Sanskrit by Luis O. Gomez, based on the edition of the Adhyashakara Bhattacharya et al., Bodhi Paryavatara. Bibliotheca Indica, number 280, Calcutta, The Asiatic Society, 1960, pp. 229-44. Glossary. Abhidharma, Sanskrit, Pali, Abhidhamma literally, the higher teaching, a category of scriptures that provide systematic analyses of the constituents of the person, the process of perception, the nature of enlightenment, and other issues of a scholastic nature. Aggregates, see Skandas. Amitabha, Sanskrit, Japanese, Amida literally, in nightlight, the Buddha who presides over the western pure land of Sukhavati, the land of bliss. Amitabha's vow to deliver the faithful to his pure land serves as the foundation of much Mahayana practice, especially in East Asia. Arhat, Sanskrit, Pali, Arhat literally, one who is worthy, one who has followed the path and destroyed all causes for future rebirth, and will enter nirvana upon death. Regarded as the ideal in the mainstream traditions, where the Buddha is also described as an Arhat, in the Mahayana the attainment of an Arhat is negatively compared to that of a Buddha. Certain Arhats were selected by the Buddha to remain in the world until the coming of Maitreya. These Arhats, called Lohans in Chinese, were objects of particular devotion in East Asian Buddhism. Avalokitesvara, Sanskrit literally, the Lord who looks down, the Bodhisattva of compassion, often called upon for salvation in times of danger. A male Bodhisattva in India and Tibet, Avalokitesvara, known as Guanyin in Chinese and Kannon in Japanese, assumed a female form in East Asia. The Dalai Lamas of Tibet are considered human embodiments of Avalokitesvara. Bhikkhu, Sanskrit, Pali, Bhikkhu literally, beggar, the term is generally translated as monk. It refers to a male follower of the Buddha who has received ordination, served as a novice, and holds all of the approximately 250 vows. The female counterpart is Pekan, Pali, Bhikkhuni, generally translated as nun. Bhumi, Sanskrit literally, ground, the levels or stages of the Bodhisattva path. 10 levels are usually enumerated, extending over millions of lifetimes. Bodhi, Sanskrit literally, awakening, commonly translated as enlightenment. The term is employed most commonly to refer to the state achieved by the Buddha and aspired to by the Bodhisattva. Bodhicitta, Sanskrit literally, mind of enlightenment, it is the compassionate aspiration to achieve Buddhahood in order to liberate all beings in the universe from suffering. The development of Bodhicitta makes one a Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, Sanskrit, Pali, Bodhisattva often glossed as one who has the intention to achieve enlightenment. A Bodhisattva is a person who has compassionately vowed to achieve Buddhahood but has not yet done so. All forms of Buddhism set forth the path of the Bodhisattva, who works for the welfare of others. In the Mahayana, the Bodhisattva path is presented as the ideal to which all should aspire. The term often appears in conjunction with the epithet Mahasattva, meaning great being. Chakrabartin, Sanskrit literally, Will Turner, an ideal monarch who rules according to the teachings of the Buddha. The Indian Emperor Asoka is often described as a Chakrabartin. Chen, Chinese, the meditation school of Chinese Buddhism that traces its lineage back to the Indian master Bodhidharma, who is said to have come to China in the late 5th century, and back to the Buddha himself. The school's name is pronounced Ten in Japanese. Desire realm, Sanskrit, Kamate, the lowest of the three realms, the others being the form realm and the formless realm, in Buddhist cosmology, populated, in ascending order, by hell beings, ghosts, animals, humans, demigods, and gods. The hells are divided into hot hells, cold hells, and neighboring hells. The realm of gods has several levels, both on the surface of Mount Meru and noting above it. Dra, Sanskrit often translated as spell, a kind of long mantra said to bestow extraordinary powers on those who know it and recite it. Such formulae sometimes occur at the end of sutras where they are praised as potent condensations of the sutra itself. Dharma, Sanskrit, Pali, Dhamma. Although difficult to translate, the term has two general meanings in Buddhism. The RST is the teaching or doctrine of the Buddha, both as expounded and as manifested in practice. The second, in the plural, perhaps rendered as phenomena, refers to the basic constituents of mind and matter. Dharmadhatu, Sanskrit literally, Dharmasphere, one of the terms for the ultimate nature of reality. Dharmakaya, Sanskrit literally, Dharma body, the term used to refer to the transcendent qualities of the Buddha. In the Mahayana doctrine of the three bodies of the Buddha, the Dharmakaya is sometimes presented as the ultimate reality from which the other forms of the Buddha, the enjoyment body and the emanation body, derive. Dhyana, Sanskrit, Pali, Dhyana generally translated as concentration or meditation. The term has two primary meanings. The RST is any of several levels of single-pointed concentration achieved through the practice of meditation. The second is one of the four abodes of the form realm, where those who have achieved the requisite levels of concentration are reborn in their next lifetime. Form realm, Sanskrit, Rupatatu in Buddhist cosmology, a realm of heavens above the desire realm reserved for those who attain certain states of deep concentration in their previous life. Formless realm, Sanskrit, Arupyadatu in Buddhist cosmology, the highest realm within the cycle of rebirth where beings exist as deep states of concentration. Like the form realm, it is reserved for those who achieve those states in their previous life. Gautama, Sanskrit, Pali, Gautama the clan name of the historical Buddha. His given name was Siddhartha, he who achieves his goal. Hinayana, Sanskrit literally, low vehicle, a pejorative term used by proponents of the Mahayana to describe those who do not accept the Mahayana sutras as authentic words of the Buddha. In Mahayana texts, those who follow the Hinayana seek to become arhats by following the path of the Sravaka or Pratyeka Buddha, rather than following the superior path of the Bodhisattva to Buddhahood. In modern scholarship, Hinayana is also sometimes used in a non-pejorative sense to refer to the many non-Mahayana schools of Indian Buddhism. Jambudvipa, Sanskrit literally, Rose Apple Island, the southern continent in traditional Buddhist cosmology. It is regarded as the world that we inhabit. Jataka, Sanskrit literally, birth, a story of one of the Buddha's previous lives as a Bodhisattva. Among the most popular of Buddhist stories, the tales relate the virtuous deeds of the Bodhisattva, often when he was an animal. Dhyana, see Dhyana. Karma, Sanskrit, Pali, Kama literally, action, the law of the cause and EECT of actions, according to which virtuous deeds result in happiness in the future and non-virtuous deeds result in suffering. Karma is accumulated over many lifetimes and Phrakti is to create present experience. Lama, Tibetan, Blama, religious teacher. The term is often used to denote an incarnate Lama, that is, a teacher who has been identified as the present incarnation of a great teacher of the past. Madhyamaka, Sanskrit literally, middle way, a philosophical school associated with Nagarjuna that set forth a middle way between the extremes of existence and non-existence. The ultimate reality is emptiness, sunyata. Mahakasyapa, Sanskrit, Pali, Mahakassapa, one of the disciples of the Buddha. Mahakasyapa is said to have called the Sangha together after the Buddha's death in order to compile his teachings. He is said to remain in samadhi inside a mountain, awaiting the coming of Maitreya. Mahasattva, see Bodhisattva. Mahayana, Sanskrit literally, great vehicle, a term used by proponents of sutras that began to appear some 4 centuries after the death of the Buddha and which were regarded by them as the word of the Buddha. The term has come to mean by extension those forms of Buddhism, today located for the most part in Tibet, China, Korea and Japan, that base their practice on these sutras. Maitreya, Sanskrit, Pali, Metta literally, kindness, the next Buddha to appear in the world after Sakyamuni. Maitreya is currently a Bodhisattva residing in a heaven, awaiting the appropriate time to appear. Mala, Sanskrit literally, circle, in Tantric Buddhism a representation, in both 2 and 3-dimensional forms, of the palace of a Buddha. Such representations are particularly important in initiation rites, in which the initiate is said to enter the Mala. Manjusri, Sanskrit literally, gentle glory, the Bodhisattva of wisdom, often depicted holding aloft a sword, with which he cuts through the webs of ignorance. Mantra, Sanskrit, a verbal formula of 1 or more Sanskrit syllables, the repetition of which bestows certain powers. The recitation of mantra is a central element of tantric practice. Mara, Sanskrit, often called the Buddhist devil, the god of death and desire and chief divine antagonist of the Buddha and his followers. Mara sought to obstruct the Buddha throughout his life, most famously unleashing his armies against him on the night of the Buddha's enlightenment. Meru, Sanskrit in Buddhist cosmology, the mountain in the center of the universe. Gods inhabit its surface and summit. Method, Sanskrit, Upaya, 1. The expedient means by which the Buddha leads beings to enlightenment by teaching them what is not ultimately true until they are prepared for the definitive teaching. 2. Practices, such as giving, ethics, and patience, whereby the Bodhisattva accumulates the requisite store of merit required to achieve Buddhahood. Mudra, Sanskrit generally translated as symbol or gesture, any of the many hand gestures of the Buddha, such as turning the wheel of the Dharma or touching the earth. In Tantric Buddhism, mudra are an important part of ritual practice, where they are regarded as physical embodiments of enlightenment. Nagarjuna, Sanskrit Indian monk of the 2nd century, regarded as the chief proponent of the doctrine of emptiness and as the founder of the Madhyamaka school. In traditional biographies, he is credited with retrieving the perfection of wisdom sutras from the ocean realm of the Serpent King. Nembutsu, Japanese literally, Buddha recitation, the practice of reciting the phrase, homage to Amitabha Buddha. A general Mahayana practice in China, and possibly in India, it became the central practice of the Pure Land, Shinchu, schools of Japan. Nirmakya, Sanskrit literally, emanation body, the third of the 3 bodies of the Buddha. It is this body that appears in the realm of humans and teaches the Dharma. According to this Mahayana view, the Buddha who appeared on earth was the magical display of a Buddha enlightened long before. Nirva, Sanskrit, Pali, Nibbana literally blowing out, the cessation of swearing and hence the goal of Buddhist practice. The nature of Nirva is widely interpreted in Buddhist literature, with distinctions being made between the vision of Nirva that destroys the seeds of future rebirth and the Nal Nirva entered upon death. Mahayana texts also distinguish between the Nirva of an Arhat and the enlightenment of a Buddha. The term Parinirva, Pali, Parinibbana, often translated as Nal Nirva or complete Nirva, is sometimes used to describe the passage into Nirva at death. Parinirva, see Nirva. Perfection of wisdom, see Prajnaparamita. Prajnaparamita, Sanskrit literally perfection of wisdom, the understanding of reality required to achieve Buddhahood, according to many Mahayana sutras. The term also describes a genre of Mahayana sutras devoted to the exposition of emptiness and the Bodhisattva path. Pratyeka Buddha, Sanskrit, Pali, Paxka Buddha literally, individually enlightened one, a disciple of the Buddha devoted to solitary practice who achieves the state of an Arhat, without relying on the teachings of a Buddha in his last lifetime. According to Mahayana, exegetes the path of the Pratyeka Buddha, together with the path of the Sravaka, constitute the Hinayana, Pure Land, also referred to as a Buddha Eld, the domain that a Buddha creates as an ideal setting for the practice of the Dharma. Functioning in the Mahayana as a form of paradise, rebirth in a Pure Land, especially the Pure Land of Amitabha, was the focus of various practices, especially in East Asia. Sakyamuni, Sanskrit literally, sage of the Sakya clan, an epithet of the historical Buddha. Samadhi, Sanskrit a state of deep concentration developed through meditation practice. One of the 3 trainings, along with ethics and wisdom, Samadhi, especially a specie level known as serenity, Samatha, is regarded as a prerequisite for liberating wisdom. Samatha, see Samadhi. Sabhagakya, Sanskrit literally, enjoyment body, one of the 3 bodies of the Buddha. The Sabhagakya appears to Bodhisattvas in Pure Lands. Samsara, Sanskrit literally, wandering, the beginningless cycle of birth, death and rebirth, composed of the realms of gods, demigods, humans, animals, ghosts, and hell beings. The ultimate goal of Buddhism is liberation from Sasra. Sangha, Sanskrit literally, community, a term most commonly used to refer to the order of Buddhist monks and nuns. It can be used more generally for any community of Buddhists, including fully ordained monks, fully ordained nuns, male novices, female novices, laymen, and laywomen. Sastra, Sanskrit generally translated as treatise, one of the major genres, together with sutras, of Indian Buddhist literature, consisting of commentaries and independent works on a variety of topics. Unlike sutras, which are traditionally attributed to the Buddha or his inspiration, sastras are attributed to specie seekers in Indian Buddhism. Sthi, Sanskrit literally, achievement. Sthi is a power gained through yogic practice. The term is especially important in Buddhist Tantra, where there are 2 types of sthis. 1. The mundane or worldly, such as the power to walk through walls and transmute base metals into gold, and 2. The supermundane or transcendent sthi of Buddhahood. One who possesses sthi is called a siddha, hence the Mahasiddhas or great adepts of Indian Tantric literature. 6 perfections, Sanskrit, Paramitha, the deeds performed by a Bodhisattva on the path to Buddhahood, giving, ethics, patience, eort, concentration and wisdom. Skandhas, Sanskrit literally aggregates, one of the terms used to describe the physical and mental constituents of the person, among which there is no self. The VE constituents are form, feeling, discrimination, conditioning factors, and consciousness. Sravaka, Sanskrit literally, listener, a general term for a disciple of the Buddha, interpreted in the Mahayana to designate those who follow the path in order to become an Arhat. According to Mahayana exegetes, the path of the Sravaka, together with the path of the Pratyeka Buddha, constitute the Hinayana. Stupa, Sanskrit a reliquary containing the remains or possessions of the Buddha or a Buddhist saint. Initially taking the form of a hemisphere in India, stupas developed into a variety of architectural forms across Asia, including the pagoda in East Asia. Stupas have served as important places of pilgrimage throughout the history of Buddhism. Shugita, Sanskrit an epithet of a Buddha, meaning literally well gone. Sukhavati, Sanskrit literally, the land of bliss, the pure land presided over by the Buddha Amitabha. It is also known as the Western Paradise. Sunyata, Sanskrit literally, emptiness, the absence of substantial nature or intrinsic existence in any phenomenon in the universe. In the Madhyamaka philosophy of Nagarjuna, emptiness is the Nal nature of reality and the understanding of emptiness is essential for the achievement of enlightenment. Sutra, Sanskrit, Pali, Sutta literally, aphorism, a discourse traditionally regarded as having been spoken by the Buddha or spoken with his sanction. Tantra, Sanskrit literally, continuum, tantra in its most general sense means a manual or handbook. In Buddhism it refers to a text that contains esoteric teachings, often ascribed to the Buddha. These texts provide techniques for gaining sthis, both mundane and supermundane. Tathagata, Sanskrit literally, one who has thus come or one who has thus gone, in epithet of a Buddha. Tathagatagarbha, Sanskrit literally, embryo or essence of the Tathagata, it is the Buddha nature that, according to some schools of Mahayana Buddhism, exists in all sentient beings. Theravada, Pali literally, school of the elders, a branch of the Indian Stavara Veda school that was established in Sri Lanka in the 3rd century BCE. In the 11th century CE the Theravada became the dominant form of Buddhism in Sri Lanka and Southeast Asia. As the last remaining school of the many Indian non-Mahayana schools, Theravada is often mistakenly regarded as a synonym of Hinayana. 3 jewels, Sanskrit, Triratna, Pali, Triratna the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. A. Buddhist is a person who regards the three jewels as a source of refuge and protection from the swearings of Sastra. Three vehicles, Sanskrit, Trina in the Mahayana Sutras, the term refers to the vehicles of the Sarabhaka, Pratyeka Buddha and Bodhisattva. In Tantric literature, the term refers to the Hinayana, the Mahayana, and the Vajrayana. Tripika, Sanskrit, Pali, Tipika literally, three baskets, one of the traditional schemes for organizing Buddhist discourses into three, Sutra, Vinaya, and Abhidharma. Triratna, see three jewels. Upasaka, Sanskrit often translated as lay disciple, a male follower, a female follower is an Upasaka of the Buddha who has taken refuge in the three jewels and keeps the lay precepts. Upaya, see method. Vajra, Sanskrit often translated as thunderbolt or diamond, a kind of magical weapon. Sometimes described as a thunderbolt or discus, made of hard and unbreakable stone. Like a diamond. In Tantric Buddhism it is represented as a spoke scepter, and is used in rituals, where it is said to represent method, upaya, or the immutable union of method and wisdom. Vajrayana, Sanskrit usually translated as diamond vehicle or thunderbolt vehicle, a term used to designate esoteric or Tantric Buddhism, traditionally regarded as a form of the Mahayana capable of leading to Buddhahood more quickly than the conventional Bodhisattva path. Vinaya, Sanskrit literally, taming, the code of monastic conduct. Vipassana, Sanskrit, Pali, Vipassana literally, insight, a form of analytical meditation, as opposed to more single-pointed forms such as samatha, the goal of which is insight into the nature of reality. Yogacara, Sanskrit literally, practitioners of yoga, a philosophical school originating in India and associated with the 4th century monk Asaka. Among its many tenets, it is best known for the doctrine of mind only, which describes the world as a projection of consciousness. Zen, Sichan.